front line of breakthroughs. Because
it's enough already.
Go to childrenscancer.org to join us. Go to childrenscancer.org today.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NBA.
Cade to the right wing. Cade launches and connect. A big-time long gun goes for Cade, and the Pistons are up 92-87.
Wing right Holmgren. Jab steps on H. Holds. Cranks a three. That's online. Looks good. It is. He splashes it. Cha-ching a Thunder Monday ball. Chet the All-Star knocks down his third three tonight.
LeBron has the worst whistle of any star player I've ever seen. I mean, I've been with him 2 years now. Again, the smaller guys, because they can be theatric, they typically draw more fouls, and the bigger players that are, built like LeBron, it's hard for them. But he gets clobbered, and he got clobbered again tonight a bunch, and that's not like a new thing. That's not specific to this crew or, this series. He gets fouled a lot. That doesn't happen. I mean, guy gets hit on the head more than any player I've seen on drives, and it rarely gets called.
That's J.J. Redick, the Lakers coach, on LeBron James. Whether that is true or not could be a fascinating conversation. It's going to have zero impact on the outcome of this series because they can't give LeBron enough free throws to close the gap between the Thunder and the Lakers. Thunder win 125-107. They trailed at halftime, and they still win very comfortably. The Thunder are better. The Thunder are great. And I think the only team that can take the Thunder down, San Antonio. And we'll see if San Antonio gets there because obviously they're 1-1 in their playoff series. They got Game 3 coming up tonight on Amazon Prime. It's Knicks and Sixers at 5 and then Spurs and Timberwolves at 7:30. San Antonio split the two games in Texas. Now they're in Minnesota for the next two. So we'll see how that goes. The Thunder, that was just really impressive. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander didn't have a great game. You can't count on Jalen Williams playing. He's missing half or more of their playoff games. I have to go back and do the math, but he's played in less than half the playoff games, I think. And it doesn't matter. They're so good. They're so deep. They find another way to win by it. They were actually, I think, plus 18 when Gilgeous was off the floor. He didn't have a good game. It didn't matter. The Thunder, impressive. So they're up 2-0 on the Lakers. They've won 6 straight to open the playoffs. They just look fabulous. Detroit's up 2-0 on Cleveland. Theme of the morning, how do you go from good to great? How do you go from good to very good, great, excellent, championship? There's so many teams trying to do it. And there's so many of our teams. Now, here in Utah, we got plenty of people who've come from somewhere else, or we don't have an MLB team, so you root for a team from somewhere else. So it's not like it's exclusively our teams, but that question, how do you go from good to great? Faces Donovan Mitchell here. Is he a good player? Yes, he is. You may not like him, but don't say he's not a good player. That's just ridiculous. Now, Shaq, who was a great player, like LeBron, he thought he got a terrible whistle. But he won 4 championships. And yes, he was bigger than everybody, and how he was refereed was a massive question. But when Shaq called Donovan out, super awkward timing. But the bigger point, Donovan scores, but what else can he do? He's small by NBA standards. Let me just stand next to him. He's a 6-foot-tall guy, but he is not 6'3". In a league where you need to be 6'6". So hard to be a great defensive player. He could apply himself a little more. Let's not kid ourselves. But nonetheless, he's never going to be 6'6". People are always going to shoot over him. He's not going to be a great rebounder at that size. You can be better. There's a lot of missed threes and long rebounds to chase down. He could do better there. And maybe more assists, set more guys up. He's such a scoring threat. But does that get him to great? Does that get him to a conference final? Now, Cleveland's in this weird situation where they've lost every single road game they played in the playoffs, and they've won every home game. They're 4-0 at home. They're 0-5 on the road. They're going home. Maybe they can tie this series up. But that question looms over Cleveland. How do you go from good to great? No different than what's looming over Utah and BYU football. No different than what's looming over the Mammoth or what I believe is about to loom over the Jazz. We can just keep going down the list of local teams. How do you go from good to great? That faces the Cavaliers and Donovan Mitchell right now, because it looks like they might be coming up short on the old second round again. They're down 0-2. They are going home, so we'll see if they get back in the series. The injuries. What is the NBA going to do about all the injuries? There are so many of them. I know tanking's been an issue. I know load management's been an issue. And I know people completely and totally dedicated to the three-point shot are going to be an issue. And by the way, been reading stories that could really be an issue in Boston. You heard PK go off on it yesterday, not on Boston because they're already out of the playoffs, but he talked about during the Boston series, and again, Philly at the end of that loss to the Knicks, why this just complete and total dedication to the three-pointer. When it's not going, you got to do something else. It seems like it's an off-season debate in Boston. Postseason press conference wrapping it up. I mean, the Celtics don't just do it. They're coached to do it by Mazzulla. I mean, they are coached to do it. However, Brad Stevens up there in the front office, what does he think? And where is that going? So you got all these stories, but to me the biggest one is still the number of guys missing games. You don't need to watch a game when teams are either sitting their star players on purpose in the regular season or even in the playoffs missing them, and you know the game's going to be lopsided. You know who's going to win or lose based on the injury report, based on one sentence that pops up on social media or on the crawl across the bottom of the screen. And now OG Anunoby is hamstring strain, late game 2, considered day-to-day as they get ready for game 3. The injuries just keep piling up. What are they going to do about this? We pay to see the stars. Now, OG's a very good player. He's not great, but he is a good player. You know, I think certainly more than half of Jazz fans know who he is. You know, and in the East, and they're coming through town once a year. But people know who he is, and now they're going to be missing him, it looks like. We'll see. Day to day, maybe he'll be back, but it's a hamstring. They need to be careful with that. They need him. Former Kansas star Darren Peterson said the cramping episodes he dealt with while playing for the Jayhawks were due to his high doses of creatine. Wow, Mark McGuire. Hello. Creatine's back, baby. I had never taken it before I arrived at Kansas, but after the season I took 2 weeks off and they did tests which showed my base level was already high. So they said when I dosed, it must have made the levels unsafe. Well, great. All right, well, he's got a story to explain that because a lot of people are wondering why he didn't play more. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Men's and women's basketball tournaments are going to 76. Yeah, no kidding. So the first 4 turns into 12 opening games, 2 sites. So they're going to be 6 games at each site now. I guess we're going to have triple headers. So there you go. The men are Dayton, and then they're going to determine another one. And man, Vegas and Salt Lake look like obvious possibilities. We'll see how that plays out. I'm sure there are people down in Texas who want it too. So they spread those locations around. And, man, people are screaming about this, but the truth is teams getting into the first 4 are advancing in the tournament. I just don't think there's a big difference between Team 68 and Team 28. Now, at the top there is. There are some powerhouses. You can just look and fill Duke into a regional final the last couple of years and be right because they're that good. But even these teams that look really mediocre, Texas, Oklahoma, well, Texas got in and Oklahoma didn't. Well, Texas won 3 games and ended up in the Sweet 16. They weren't that bad. And UCLA had that awesome run. And those aren't the only 2 schools. There's so many teams that have advanced. I can't even remember them off the top of my head. I'm not opposed to this. I think this whole thing's going to 96 at some point, and you're just going to get 32 byes and 64 teams play in the opening round. And the winners advance, and then we got a round of 64. That's where it's going. And, you know, honestly, if the Texases and UCLAs of the world can make these runs, I don't think it's that bad. It looks ugly putting Oklahoma in when they're only a couple games over 500. But if they can win in advance, why not? All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
This is not a drill. This is real. Aaron Rodgers expected to be in town tonight with the expectation of him signing this weekend. This is the big one. Mm-hmm. This is the real thing, folks.
Yep.
Not speculation. This is what we have been told.
Well, I guess in Pittsburgh, Steeler country, sure, make a big deal of it. But Aaron Rodgers coming back, and I know they made a coaching change, but it still looks like a team that's going to cap out at 10-7. And Yock, am I off base on this? You're a big football guy. I tell you, Steelers 10-7, higher or lower? Well, I'll say 10.5, so there's no push. 10.5. Would you take higher or lower? You would take lower.
I actually would push over just like to 11.
No way, really?
Yeah, I think they've got a really good wide receiver core.
Huh. All right. Well, I'm not surprised Rodgers waited until after the draft.
Oh no, he wanted to see. He wanted to see what played out.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Make sure they don't draft a young guy and push you aside, because that happened to what's his face, Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins with Michael Penix. Yeah.
Yeah, and they drafted Penix, and then all of a sudden Cousins like, what did you sign me for? I could have signed somewhere else. So I just think veteran quarterbacks at the end of their career are now going to wait until after the draft, and that's just how they're going to play it. Minnesota Vikings signed former 49er wide receiver Juwan Jennings, 1 year, $13 million. He gets a chance to show he's worthy of a long-term extension. 55 catches, 643 yards, 9 touchdowns. That's good. It's not great. Are they going to get good enough quarterback play? Who is going to be their quarterback? You know, there's a whole theory that you go to a team like Arizona because they got bizarre ownership. They roll through coaches. They don't sign big-time draft and extend big-time players. It's just kind of mediocrity. So maybe they get a little somehow Sam Darnold kind of deal where he's good, but he's got to be in the right situation to be good, which is really what they're saying about Brock Purdy in San Francisco. He's good, but if he's going to be great, he's got to be in the right situation because nobody's Josh Allen except Josh Allen, right? So we'll see how that works out. Vikings trying to turn things around after they let Darnold go. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Florida State and Georgia canceled a home-and-home because the SEC and ACC are going to 9 games, and especially for schools like Georgia and Florida State where you got 9 league games, and there are a lot of teams playing soft schedules and hiding, but Florida State and Georgia both have in-state rivals in the other league, right? Florida State plays Florida, Georgia plays Georgia Tech in those SEC, ACC crossover games that we so often see, Kentucky and Louisville,
exactly.
Clemson, South Carolina, some of the other ones. So they're at 10 big-time games. These aren't the teams that are ducking people. These aren't the teams playing nobody, so I get why they canceled that.
Well, and
the ACC will send Syracuse and Wake Forest to BMO Field in Toronto to open the 2027 season. Do I get residuals for that, Yock? Do I get paid for that? How many times have I wasted your time between 10 and 10:30 telling you this? You have a life to get on with, and I have to keep beating this drum. Will I shut up now, Yock?
No,
I will not.
No, it's okay. But
do I get a residual? Do you get a residual for putting up with me?
We should all get a residual. Let's be real.
Right? How come college football ADs haven't figured out to go play in Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver? They got 50,000 seat stadiums. Now in BMO, they're choosing to go to one that I think is actually 30 or 35. So a little smaller there. You can play football in the dome there. It's baseball season, so you got to get the right date, but you can make it work. Montreal's got Olympic Stadium. They got that BC Place in Vancouver. I'm telling you, BYU versus Washington or Wazoo in Vancouver. Sold out, making money. As soon as they move to week 0, this loophole in the rule may go away. I can't believe BYU hasn't cashed in on it. BYU Notre Dame in Toronto for a bonus game. That'd fill the place up. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Caminero waiting on a 2-1. He swings and launches one. Deep center field, way up in the air, headed for the bleachers. It's a line drive, 2-run homer for Junior Caminero. The Rays busted open. It's 8-4, and what a shot by Junior.
0-1. Sanoha rips that one on the ground. That eats up Mayo, but it pops off his shoulder. He collects. The throw gets by Alonso, and Mack will come in to score. That ground ball ate up Mayo, and when he recollected, he fired a BB, but right into the dirt. Alonso could not pick it out, and magic happens when you put the ball in play.
Wait, magic happened, Yuck? That's why you played that highlight, isn't it? You just heard magic happens.
Magic happens. Congratulations, Miami Marlins.
Magic happens. Okay, so that will never grow old, apparently.
Magic happens.
Oh, right. Highlights from around Major League Baseball.
Magic
Tampa's won 7 in a row. They've won 13 out of 14. That is unreal. How many teams are red hot right now? The Yankees are on a roll. They blow out Texas 9-2. Chicago's on a hot streak. 15 straight at home. I think it's 19 of 22 overall. The record at Wrigley Field, and stadium records aren't really a thing in baseball because they keep tearing down the stadiums and building new ones every 20 or 30 years. But since Wrigley has been home to Major League Baseball for well over 100 years, stadium record might matter there. That's 15 straight home wins, and the record at Wrigley is 18 in a row set by the 1935 Cubs. So Chicago's got a 9-game win streak. They've got a 15-game win streak at home. It is crazy to me in baseball, a sport where everything changes every day based on the starting pitching. Even in an era of diminished starting pitching, if you're hot, you roll somebody out there and they get lit up in, the first, second, or third inning. What are you going to do, right? But it's lopsided. It's got that whole NBA tanking thing going on. The bottom is bad, the top is good, and the top is just crushing these teams at the bottom. What we do get this weekend is a great series here. Dodgers and Braves. Dodgers, the defending world champs. Braves have the best record in baseball. They've actually got the 2 best records in baseball right now. So they will square off. Braves and Dodgers, first pitch tonight at 8 o'clock. That is the series to watch this weekend. And the Bees lost Oklahoma City 6-5. So 3 games to go in this series. Game 4 tonight, 6 o'clock. Tony Park's on the call. Listen on 1280 The Zone at 6 o'clock. And Mookie Betts expected to start a rehab assignment in Oklahoma City versus the Bees tonight. He's been out since April 5th due to an oblique strain suffered on a check swing during an at-bat. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Real Salt Lake headed to Frisco, Texas to take on FC Dallas tomorrow. First kick at Toyota Stadium set for 6:30. Coverage on the Zone starts at 5:30 with the RSL pre-match show. Pablo Mastroeni will join us coming up later in the show. He's going to be here at 9 o'clock this morning. We'll talk with him about playing in the middle of the league. RSL's got 4 games left before they take a big break for like 6 weeks for the World Cup. RSL's been really good against the bottom of the league, with the possible exception of LA, but that was a terrible no call on what should have been a red card. They've been pretty bad against the top of the league, except for Seattle that one night. Man, Seattle had like 5 shutouts in their first 6 games, and RSL scored twice and beat them. But they lost to Vancouver. They lost to Miami. So how does RSL stack up? They're somewhere in the middle. They haven't really played the middle of the league. Their next 4 games against the team that's right in front of them and 3 teams that are right behind them. They're literally playing the middle of the league here in the next 3 weeks. So we'll talk with Pablo about that and about the theme of the morning, from good to great. That is one of Pablo's favorite topics to talk about. We will get to that coming up. The Utah Royals have won 5 in a row. They won Wednesday night again. So they've got a 5-match win streak. They are flying. They have been, there's no graceful way to say this, they have largely been, what's the word I'm looking for? Terrible, atrocious. And it looks like they flipped a switch, because not only are they not terrible, atrocious, they don't even look mediocre. They've won 5 in a row. They only picked up 1 point in the first 3 games. They have figured something out. They're in San Jose to play Bay FC. Can they make it 6 in a row? First kick set for 2 o'clock. They've never been to the playoffs. Now, it's a long way to go, and they got a World Cup break too. But, man, 5 straight wins. That's crazy. They're on 1280 The Zone. Pregame at 1:30. First kick at 2 o'clock Sunday when they play in San Jose. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Now Aho back across Svechnikov. He's got to go skate to stick. He goes low to high for Gostisbehere. Now send it cross. They score! It's a power play goal! Andrei Svechnikov! It's the second power play goal of the game, and the Canes have a 3-1 lead here in the third.
All right, NHL highlights. The Carolina Hurricanes, 4-1 winners over the Philadelphia Flyers in Pennsylvania. They lead that series 3-0. I know crazy things happen in hockey, and the second round isn't done yet, and I know the Stanley Cup playoffs get wild, and we still have conference finals to go through. But you look at what Carolina and Colorado did in the regular season, and you look at how these two have dominated the playoffs, they will be exempt from our upcoming discussion on going from good to great, because they look great. They just look awesome. Tonight, Montreal and Buffalo, Game 2. Man, Buffalo has been so bad for so long. They stormed through the regular season. They won their first playoff series. They're up 1-0 on Montreal. This is a big game. Sabre fans will be going nuts in Buffalo tonight. Man, between the Sabres and the Bills, they haven't been able to win the big one lately. Buffalo, really, in hockey, they haven't even been able to get close. It is different now. Buffalo with a great turnaround season. Vegas and Anaheim tied 1-1. They're playing Game 3 tonight. That hockey doubleheader is on TNT tonight. So you can get your Stanley Cup playoff fix there. That's what is trending. It's brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. David Locke is here at 8:30. Pablo Mastroeni joins us at 9 o'clock. Good to great. How does it get done? That is coming up. Next question of the day is on the way. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Currently a delay-free drive on I-15 as you head from Provo all the way through Ogden along the Wasatch Front. Are seeing some delays on the west side of the valley on Bangerter Highway and Mountain View Corridor from 35th South over the 201 freeway, so be aware of that if you're on the west side this morning. Does your mom dream of asphalt? Maybe not, but she does dream things have done right. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave's got your blacktop covered. Visit GoPaveUtah.com with your KSL traffic update. I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Why is BYU not coming to Logan? It's great that they're playing BYU, but why is there no return trip? Getting this rivalry just on the books in some way, shape, or form is huge. For Utah State, they need quad one games. In the landscape of college basketball, it would not surprise me one bit if Utah State called up Kentucky or called up Kansas. And I wouldn't surprise me one bit if Kentucky's like, sure, hold please, click. Kansas, click. Because I don't think these teams are interested in building other teams' resumes, especially G5 resumes.
The bottom line is the power schools have always and definitely currently hold the cards. For BYU to work with Utah State and get 2 dates on the calendar in today's basketball world, I mean, it's definitely a win. It's a win for both. It's a win for the state. I wish last year they were on the schedule.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Supercross doesn't just happen on race day. The work happens before the moment. And 511 calls that challenge possible. Kick off your Supercross weekend. Friday from 2 to 6 at 511 in Salt Lake. Check out custom Jeeps, grab free food, and a collectible 511 Supercross race pack while supplies last. Meet Carrie Hart and Jordan Smith from Triumph Team. Autograph signing from 4 to 6. This isn't just a stop. It's where the weekend starts. 511 389 West 1830 South. Friday 2 to 6. Free event. Put in the work before the moment. Challenge possible.
This Mother's Day, give her more than just a gift. Give her comfort she'll feel every single day. From Minky Couture, the blankets moms everywhere are obsessed with. Discover brand new spring colors, fresh floral designs, and their softest, coziest fabrics yet. Light and airy or plush and luxurious, there's a Minky made just for her. Now enjoy special Mother's Day deals. 50% off any regularly priced blanket with code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or in-store. Minky Couture, made for moments that matter.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. So here at the Zone, there are many sports stories we can talk about. And we always look for stuff that appeals to the biggest possible audience. And I know that frustrates some of us, or some of you. You probably wish we talked more hockey. I think during the playoffs we actually talked quite a bit of hockey. But for the time before that in the regular season, back in November and December, talk more hockey. It's like, well, it's kind of still football season. And for those of you who love the NFL, and we've actually sat in a meeting, PK and I, why don't you guys talk more NFL? Because people want to talk college football. That's why. And certainly Utah State fans or RSL fans, whoever else, talk more about it. Well, we're trying to appeal to the biggest possible audience. Now, we spent a lot of time talking about teams and leagues, but there are stories that cut across all sports or cut across multiple sports. I think today we've got one that cuts across all. It's something that Pablo Mastroianni has talked about when he's on, and he'll join us today at 9 o'clock. We'll talk to him about this. And it is not a soccer story specifically. This is college sports and pro sports. This is the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NHL. This is just across all the sports, and you can argue it's across all of life. If you're the person who says, I want my kid to play high school sports, I want them to experience the whole thing, teamwork and winning together and losing together and having another mentor, and I know my kid's not going to the World Series or the Super Bowl or the World Cup or whatever, but that's not the point. Well, then this is one of these lessons that you can take away if all you are, quote unquote, is just good enough to play high school sports. This is a lot of us. It's me, it's PK, it's Yak. It's a pretty common story. We can play something at the high school level, but after that, well, good luck. That's what rec leagues are for. So it's a question Pablo brings up. How do you go from good to great? Now, this could apply to you at work, in your business world. We're going to apply it right now to our local teams because I think currently we have a lot of teams that this applies to. I don't think it applies to Utah State basketball. I think they've got a separate situation the way finances are going. So I wouldn't necessarily think this applies to the Aggies in basketball. I think at their level they're great. I guess if you want to say, how do you go from good to great in the financial side, that's the real test. And we can set out Utah basketball. I mean, they just finished last place in the league. They got to figure out how to get to the middle of the league and avail themselves of some opportunities I think are out there for them, but they got to get to the middle of the league. And the cool thing is, in the middle of the league they're in, literally half the league can go to the NCAA tournament. So if you can get to the middle, you're at least on the bubble, and you might be in. But for everybody else, BYU. I know they're Final Four dreams, but you know what BYU was last year? They were a good team. Were they a very good team or a great team? Indeed, they were not. They were good. Fight me, Yak. Fight me.
I got nothing.
See, no fight. They were good. Yeah, right? And BYU and Utah, 12-2 and 11-2. I'd argue they're very good. But were they great? No. No, they weren't. They were 23-4. Okay, set aside one win and one loss because they played each other. They could have been Oregon and Oregon State when they were horrific. They were still going to get a win and a loss, right? So let's just set that aside. 3 losses, that leaves 3 losses, all to Texas Tech, who won the league. Those two teams, Utah and BYU, clearly not as good as Texas Tech. We saw it play out over 3 games. Against everybody else, Utah and BYU are combined 22-0. So they're good. And I know, and I can see it in our comments, Ute and Cougar fans, come on, man. Stop firing off on each other. You're both good. But are they very good or great? They couldn't match Texas Tech, and then Tech got in the playoffs and got embarrassed by Oregon, and Oregon can't handle Indiana. So how do Utah and BYU get to great? How do they get into the playoff and maybe pick off a game when they get there? And let's see how big the tournament is. You know, can you get to a quarterfinal? That might require 2 wins, depending on what they do. So good to great. I think the Jazz have been terrible, but they are about to be good. I'm just so positive they're going to win 45 games, and I think they can win 50. Now you got to stay healthy, and let's see what they do with the roster, and let's see where everybody else goes. It's good to great. The Mammoth are in the middle of the league now. They made the playoffs. Granted, there were teams with better records that didn't make the playoffs, but they made it to the middle of the league. How do you go from good to great? Pablo's going to come on, and I suspect he's going to go straight to, because he's a coach, he works individual levels. Individual guys we really like. Every team's got popular guys. How do you get better? How do you take it? How do you find one more thing? For Lowry Markkanen, he's going to score when he comes back. But what kind of defender is he going to be, and what kind of rebounder is he going to be? We got to hold him to a standard there. You're a $50 million player. And Jaren Jackson is too, and he hasn't been a great rebounder. Now, he's been Defensive Player of the Year, so we know he can defend. But, hey, need more. Need more, big guy. Need more from all of you. Because the fact is, they just broke up a team because it was good, and they didn't think it could get to great. That's why that happened. And that's why we get hate email for Danny Ainge, which I think is bizarre, unless, you know, you're a Ute fan who rooted for the Lakers, in which case you hated him as a Cougar and you hated him as a Celtic, in which case I guess I understand all that hate social media post we get. But the guy won big time as a player, you know, won multiple championships. Then he went to teams that weren't good and elevated him to the NBA Finals. He was part of that in Portland, part of that in Phoenix. It's not just luck. He put together a championship team in Boston and won a title, went back to the finals again, and then put together another team. I think he knows something about great. So it's painful tearing apart a good team. But neither Gobert nor Mitchell has been to an NBA final, and Mitchell still hasn't been to a conference final. So maybe they're on to something. Maybe they saw something there. Now, 4 years is a long time. I get that. That was a lot of suffering. The thing is, they got to put together a great team, and that's going to require doing hard things. And I think one hard thing that's going to be required here is popular players are going to have to move on. Because I'm looking at this team that they're building right now, and it doesn't look like a championship caliber team. I watch Oklahoma City in the playoffs, and I don't think if we put up a question here that you can honestly say, yeah, they're going to match up with these guys in the next year or two. I don't see it. There have to be moves out there. And, you know, PK's known Austin Age since he was a teenager. Lots of us have known him. They've been in closer contact. And so they'll joke around about what's going on. I don't think PK has any particular insight because I don't think Austin he's giving up the goods. And honestly, at this point, I don't even know if Austin knows. You know, decisions don't get made until people are under pressure. And are they going to call you back on that trade you talked about, or were you just talking? We're not going to know now. We may know on draft night, but we're not going to know now. And I don't even know if Austin knows now. I suspect he doesn't. But he's going to have to do hard things. He's going to have to move people. Is it going to be Markkanen or Jackson? Is it going to be Kessler this offseason maybe, if he wants too much money? Is it going to be Keontae George, who in another summer is going to want to get paid, we presume? Hard things, hard calls are going to have to be made. And it's great for us because you people, you don't want to talk about bad teams. And there's nothing to say about a great team when they're great. You sit back and you soak it up. But the real debate, when you get down to the nitty-gritty, it's about going from good to great and making hard decisions. I think for BYU basketball, hard decision, do you really want to keep going in on these high-end freshmen? It does send the message, we'll get you ready for the NBA, and this is where NBA caliber talent goes. And you want that. But then you look at the teams that are winning, and are they really loaded with NBA talent? I mean, you could say in college football they're loaded with NFL talent. So I guess the hard question for our local teams there, how do they go from good to great, comes down to money. Some of the hardest questions are for boosters and for the school. What kind of money do you want to commit? This is so sketchy in college sports right now. My gosh, it's sketchy. We're seeing reports, and they're starting to fall in line a little bit, so I want to trust them. But when people start talking about money and they can't be audited, come on, man. If you haven't been defrauded, you've at least had people try to scam you out of money. People start talking about money, weird stuff starts happening. Keep your hand on your wallet, as Jerry Sloan once famously said. Keep your hand on your wallet. But some of these stories are starting to fall in line. You know, the college basketball, there's going to be 50, $10 million teams and 20 teams paying $20 million. Do you really want to do that? Utah's a long way away. Don't want to take a leap of faith. Is there somebody who wants to write those checks every year? You're talking about being good for the next decade. You're talking about a couple $100 million because the price of poker keeps going up. I mean, a couple $100 million. Yeah, you're hip deep in BYU. Have you heard anybody wanting to rescind that "we will not be outbid" quote?
No.
Because while a lot of people would laugh, I got to say, I don't think I would. I would accept this, and I've always accepted this. When my kids were young, I would say it. Like, when you get new information, feel free to have a new opinion. You have your opinion based on whatever info you have. But you get new info, feel free to have a new opinion. Well, I think we'd all be better off if people changed their opinions as they got new info and didn't just stay stapled to the wall in one place. I see the price of poker going up. Somebody says we're not going to be outbid. Well, if Kyle's right about $50 million football teams in 2027, and Kyle's usually right about this kind of stuff, man, if somebody gulps and says, yeah, never mind, I get it. You hear any of that yet, Yak? Or they're standing firm so far?
Everything I've heard is they're standing firm on where they're at, but to your point, that could change.
But I think what you just said is true. And I trust you to have the ear to the ground, and you talk to BYU people and people who love BYU, even if they're not BYU people. And if people were backing away, word would get around. You know, the old where there's smoke, there's fire. I don't know if you'd have two sources and, you could post it old school, but you'd know. And I think the thing that backs it up is look at the transfer portal. I don't think they got annihilated. The Utes lost some guys. Some of them, it's a bit of a one-off. Right? They already had relationships with Kyle or with the offensive coaching staff, and so they went. A bit of a one-off right there. Now, they did lose a couple other guys, and you always lose a couple guys. But I haven't seen these teams crushed, and we do read stories about other teams across the country getting crushed. So they're at least hanging in there for now. But that might be getting stuck in good, not great territory. And there's a certain amount of frustration, and I think great's going to be expected out of Morgan. And Morgan's getting paid pretty well. And people are spending money on the program, so I get it. But that going good from great right now, it's like Major League Baseball. You're in an uncapped world. I find it fascinating that the Millers want a Major League Baseball team. Now, they've gone deep into real estate. They used to be in sports and cars, and they pivoted and doing a lot of work in real estate and health. Well, I don't know if you've noticed all these new stadiums that I referenced in the last segment popping up. They're all real estate deals, and they're all super lucrative. So from that perspective, I totally get it. And even the Millers buying into soccer. They already owned a big chunk of land across the street, and they've gobbled up some more land around the stadium. So even buying an established team with an established stadium, and I think they're just going to enhance the stadium, not going to replace it. And I say just enhance. I think it's actually going to get some fairly major makeovers and have a different look because they did it with the arena, and I think they're going to do it again with the stadium. So I think it's already in progress. Those are real estate deals. But when they get into Major League Baseball, they're getting into a sport that doesn't have a salary cap. Now, maybe we'll lose the 2027 season and we'll get a harder cap. We'll see. But, man, getting in this uncapped world where anybody can just go deep. But I think one thing we talk about when we talk about this with Pablo at 9 o'clock, going from good to great, what it requires is vision. You got to see a new way of doing things. And you know who had vision? And the reason we're doing this show, because he changed the local sports scene. That wasn't sports talk radio when he started, but there was when he was done. It's Lavelle Edwards. If you're 20 years old, you don't even know his greatness, right? If you're 30, you still probably don't remember him coaching any games. But if you're 50 or 60 and you're listening to us, you think, yeah, that guy's a Hall of Famer, and there's no doubt about it. He took over BYU when they sucked, and there was 40 years of brutal football. Go online and look it up. Hideous. Losing season stacked. There was no reason to think he could go down there and build a powerhouse. The guy had a vision. He had a vision for a different way of doing things. He had nothing to lose. He could always go back to coaching high school football. I was going to say go back to Granite High, but Granite High doesn't exist anymore. So, his alma mater is not a great example. Or not his alma mater, but where he had coached football in high school. He had a vision. We're going to throw the ball. We're going to do it different. Nobody was doing that. Now, about that time, there were a few other people who had a vision. ASU, Stanford, San Diego State coaches. And guess what? Along with BYU, those 4 programs all took off. They figured something out. And we saw it when Urban came through town. He had a vision, run the quarterback more. Get a second quarterback if you need one. He went to Ohio State. He played 3 one year and won a national championship. Why have one quarterback? Why not run the QB? If he gets hurt, play the second and third guy, win the title. He had a vision. He did it different. Then he had some other visions that got himself in trouble. But, we'll skip over that for right now. So this whole thing about good to great. We're going to talk about people and teams. We're going to talk about BYU football and Utah football and BYU basketball and the Jazz and the Mammoth and RSL. We got 6 local teams trying to go from good to great. How do you pull that off? And who in our own life doesn't want to figure it out? I mean, you want to get a raise or promotion at work. You want your business. Maybe you run a small company. You'd like to see that thing expand, and you'd like to sell to private equity like Cafe Rio did back in the day and cash out and go to the beach. Well, how do you go from good to great? It's not easy. It takes vision. Pablo obsesses about this stuff. We'll talk with him coming up at 9 o'clock. But vision, work ethic, education, both formal and informal. How do you make yourself smarter? Do you ever stop learning? Go to your boss when you're in your 40s or 50s and tell him, boss, I think I know enough. I'm going to stop learning. See how that works for you. See how quickly the door hits you know where. Jake, you ever walked across the room and blurted that out to a boss? When you had a concussion maybe?
No.
Because that's the only time you do it. Especially our business. So many businesses are evolving now. With AI, everything's evolving. Learn the next thing. Figure out the next thing. And that's what it's going to take. Because we've got a lot of teams that have gotten to good. And we can say a lot of nice things. But we want them to get to very good or great. And that's going to require hard conversations, having vision, doing stuff differently. Because if you don't, somebody else is. Somebody else is going to figure it out. You know why Danny Ainge got to hoist a trophy? Because he figured out, we got a decent team. We got a number 5 pick. We could just stay here. No. Do something bold and aggressive. Have a vision. There's a guy everybody wanted. He's been available for, he hasn't been. Everybody's wanted him for 5 years. He hasn't been available. Go get him. And the timing was right. Your timing does have to be right. Lavelle's timing was right. Utah County and Utah were getting ready to take off. And he took off with them. All right, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll talk about one of those teams going from good to great. Jake, we're going into your wheelhouse next. Brace yourself. Prepare yourself. We will get to that next. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a little bit slowing southbound I-15 as you head through North Salt Lake into downtown at this moment. Also southbound delays from I-215's westbound as you head from 700 north over to I-80. Also still seeing slow and go traffic on the 201 freeway as you head through Magna at this current time. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but are we experiencing the most uninteresting NBA playoff we've had for a while? Oklahoma City's great. San Antonio looks to be pretty good. Everybody else sucks. I don't think San Antonio's as good as Oklahoma City. I think it might be even a one-sided West, which seems crazy, but
whoever comes out of the East is going to get trounced by whoever comes out of the West. The only series I think anyone's truly waiting for now in the playoffs is Spurs Thunder. And that's going to come in the conference finals, and that's going to be viewed as essentially the finals, because whoever wins that's going to get the championship. So I think everybody's waiting for that.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
This Mother's Day, skip the flower bouquet that wilts by Wednesday and give Mom something she'll really love all season long. Living flowers are the perfect gift that keeps on giving. While cut flowers fade in just a few days, a beautiful hanging basket, stunning container garden, or a colorful set of flowers for her garden beds will bring her joy every single morning she steps outside. Now that's a gift worth giving. This is Brian with Olson's Greenhouse, and my family has been growing flowers with love and care for over 80 years. Right now, we're loading up your local garden center with tons of flowers, just in time for Mother's Day. Gorgeous hanging baskets, bold container plantings, and everything Mom needs to create the yard she's been dreaming of. Give Mom the gift of living color this Mother's Day, because she deserves blooms that last. Follow us on Instagram for ideas and inspiration, and find your local garden center that carries plants from Olson's at OGG.com. That's OGG.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. For limited time, Half Price Granite is offering special pricing starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free, it's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day. Catch the excitement May 14th through 16th with the Epson Tour Copper Rock Championship. Golf's next-gen LPGA stars competing on a course as stunning as it is challenging. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Tickets and info at copperrockchampionship.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Copper Rock PGA Championship begins next week, starting Monday. The KSL Sports Zone will pair the top 25 players in the world with the listener, and one will get the field at the PGA Championship. The winner will receive a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card. It's brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. I have not been to Copper Rock, but PK has. I've seen a lot of video from Copper Rock. It looks fantastic.
It's a great course. I've played it.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The question of the morning, a question that, I don't know if it haunts, that might be too strong, but it's a question that looms over a bunch of our local teams. How do you go from good to great? Pablo Mastroianni loves that topic. He's going to be on at 9 o'clock. RSL's facing that right now. They're a good team, but how do they get to be a great one? The Jazz, I know they've been terrible. I think they're about to be good. But that's not great, as they will find out when they bump into Oklahoma City or San Antonio in the playoffs, if they get that far. That's what great looks like. That's what they're chasing. That's why they broke up the last group. The Mammoth made it to the playoffs. That's good, but you want to go deep, and you need to be great. And it looms for BYU and Utah football and for BYU basketball. And I'm fascinated, Jake, because I think you're following this more closely than I am, but I'm following it, and from a distance, I think BYU's been good 2 years in a row. It was a great first year because you have to factor in that it was the first time most of that staff coached in college, Chris Burgess aside, but other than that, it was mostly pros, and the schedule was partially made for them. They inherited a team that was partly made to get to the Sweet 16, which BYU's only done a couple other times. I thought that was a great season. But then you remove that whole caveat, and now it's your schedule. You've got something, you got a feel for this. Not that you don't stop learning. We just covered that. They'll keep learning too. But I'm looking at this roster that's going together, and it's good. They brought in some good players. They've done some stuff that I wanted to see them do. There was a little bit of a local Utah all-star team floating around college basketball. Well, bring some of those guys home. You probably can't get them all, but bring some of them home, and they have. And they've gone out and it looks like they have another lottery pick. So they've done that. But I'm looking at the pieces come together, and if we define great as Elite Eight, which is why I want to set the bar right now, I don't think they have that. I think they have a first or second round tournament. Now, they're not done. They're still trying to bring guys in, but it's also getting late. A lot of guys have committed here. Doesn't mean they won't bring in one or two key guys. Jake, am I off base, or are you looking like, yeah, they put together a nice team. It's an NCAA tournament team, but it looks like a team that goes out in the first week, not a team that goes out in the second.
As currently constructed, I think you're right. The biggest thing they're looking for is they got to find a true big man. That's what they've been looking overseas for. They've got a couple of guys who are in the NBA draft cycle right now that they're hoping will withdraw their name from the draft, and maybe they can scoop one of those guys up. There is a guy that's actually funny enough playing with Ricky Rubio right now in Spain. His name's Michael Ruzic. He's a Croatian big man that they're hot on the heels of. So if they can find a true big man that can offer them more than what their big man offered them last year, yeah, then I think they have the chance of making the run that you're talking about them having the goal of. But as currently constructed, it's probably a first weekend team.
They don't need, although it'd be awesome if they had it, some dominant 7-foot center. You can win at a very high level in college basketball with 3 6'10" guys across your front line. You can do it. It's been done.
They only have one 6'10" guy right now.
That's interesting that they're waiting on guys and it really makes sense, waiting on guys to pull out of the draft. And let's face it, you can influence that in a way that you didn't used to be able to. And that goes back to the boosters. The hard things that have to be done, some of them involve money. And that's why I set Utah State basketball aside from this discussion of good to great. Because I think for the money they had in the league they were in and everything they have, what they did is just about what they can do. Maybe they could win a second game and get Sweet 16.
Sure.
G5 teams aren't really going further than that anymore.
So
if you play G5 football, it's pretty hard. San Diego State did it a couple years ago, and the door's kind of been slammed on everybody since then. So, but the more money, if BYU ponies up more money, will someone pull out? Why take a maybe in the draft if I got a sure thing of getting paid at BYU and I can go back in the draft a year later?
Well, and to your point, that's what they're kind of banking on right now. The name to know if you're looking at guys in the draft that BYU's held on the heels of, he's an Italian center by the name of Luigi Swigo. He's 7'2", he's 250 pounds. He's been playing in their top league in Italy for multiple years. He is currently slated to kind of be a first half of the second round right now. He's going through the NBA workouts. The thought process is if he does not move himself into the first round with his workouts, then he ultimately would probably take the guaranteed money that comes via NIL, multiple millions, because that's what a big man's worth right now in NIL, and that's where BYU can get into the fray. But they have to wait for him to ultimately go through these workouts and then decide, hey, I want to go the college route.
All right, that's intriguing. I mean, that that does sound like that, not having ever seen him play, right? So let's just take that at face value. But not having seen him play, that does sound like the kind of player they need. That sounds like a pretty good match. And maybe that's what elevates them and turns them into that team that's playing in the second week. And we can sit here and talk Sweet 16, Elite 8, and you don't know how the matchups are going to fall, who's going to be healthy, who's going to have shots falling, who's going to get the calls and the free throws or the lucky bounce off the rim. But you still have a pretty good feel for a roster and what it looks like. And the cool thing is now you're in a league where you get tested and you can really set that bar. And if you don't match it, you have time to get better, identify your weaknesses, because somebody in this league is going to be playing in the second week, probably multiple teams, and you might have a Final Four team in this league, as they did just this past year with Arizona. So, but, obviously Houston's been really good. Texas Tech might put something together. You can go down the line. Iowa State's been very good, and I haven't even mentioned Kansas. I'm 5 deep before I get to Kansas. That's stupid to wait that long to talk about Kansas, given their history in basketball. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G joins us next. Going from good to great, it takes money, and it takes vision. And maybe Scotty just got a glimpse of those two things in action. He will explain next. Stay with us. David Locke is coming up. He's going to join us at 8:30. Pablo Mastroeni is here at 9 to talk about going from good to great. We'll talk good to great with David Locke as well. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets. First pitch, 6 o'clock. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow night, they start at 5 o'clock on 1280 The Zone, while Real Salt Lake is at FC Dallas at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday at 1 o'clock, join us for NBA Draft Lottery coverage. Where will the Jazz pick in the 2026 draft? Listen Sunday at 1 on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Monster Energy SMX World Championship races into Salt Lake City. Before the gate drops, kick off your race day at the Supercross Fan Fest. Get close to your favorite riders, autograph sessions, qualifying races, and so much more.
To the roar of the crowd!
Buy a can of Monster Energy and recycle it at the entrance for free admission to Fan Fest. Must have valid event ticket to enter Fan Fest. Be part of the action this Saturday at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission. Get your tickets today.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, Thursday from 10 to 2 at Tim Dolly Mazda, 10785 South Automall Drive in Sandy. DJ and PK. PK taking the day off. Got a little business to attend to. He'll be back on Monday. Scotty G stepping in for a moment. Scotty G, good morning.
Good morning, DJ. How are you?
I'm good. I want to bring you on for a couple reasons. One, to confirm your greatness, and then two, to confirm my greatness. And after we dislocate our shoulders, patting each other on the back, we will go our separate ways.
Yeah, I like it. Let's go.
If you're okay with that.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
There's been quite the little furor here with Aggie fans and Cougar fans. I think Ute fans have largely sat it out. Home game in Provo, neutral game in Delta Center, 2 basketball games. And this plays into the topic of the show today, which is how do you go from good to great? And I think we've got a lot of teams trying to go from good to great. And it doesn't matter. Pablo Mastroni loves to talk about this, and he's on later this morning. It's certainly a question for RSL, who's been good, but they've not been great. I think the Jazz are about to be good, but they broke up a good team, so they need to get to great. How are they going to do it? The Mammoth are good. They need to get to great. BYU and Utah football. Cougar basketball. For your Aggies, I kind of feel like at the level they are at, they have been just about as good as they can be. There's certain realities in college sports these days. However, the Aggies are trying to move the needle. Going to the Pac-12 is a bold move here. They're trying to be as good as they can be. That doesn't make you great. It doesn't make you Indiana or Ohio State. But it requires vision, and I know from talking to you, the story broke about this deal. And then subsequently, you talk to more people, and you think this deal is better for the Aggies than it appears to be on the surface. And maybe the whole vision thing that we talk about, you got to have a vision. The way Lavelle Edwards had a vision to throw the ball, you got to have a vision of a new world order. You got to change the rules if you're going to excel. So what might the Aggies have done that changes the rules a little bit and moves the needle here?
Well, I think it's more of a understanding of the current landscape of college basketball. And I do understand on the surface, it's not something that Aggie fans are overly thrilled about. And I get it. I totally understand that. But it's also a situation where you can go from good to great and really establish yourself as a high-level program is in a few weeks in March. It's about the NCAA tournament. It's about seeding. Number one, it's about getting there. And number two, it's about the seeding you get when you arrive there. And I think Utah State looks at that 9 seed that they got last year, and they're realizing that, okay, you know what? We need to be better than that. How can we be better than that? How can we be recognized as a team that should be a 6 seed? And I don't think there's any doubt whatsoever that you saw that team last year. That was better than a 9 seed. They deserved a better seed than the 9 seed. So how do you establish that resume? You load up your schedule with quad 1 games. If Utah State was playing Houston on a one-off deal and then played another game at the where the Rockets play, would Utah State fans be upset about that? Probably not. If they were playing Kansas, or if they were playing another Big 12 school, Kansas State, in a similar situation, would Utah State fans be upset about it? Probably not. The fact that it's got BYU attached to it, that has another element of anger there. And I get it. I totally understand. I went to Utah State. I understand the feelings towards BYU, but also it's you gotta peel away that stuff, and you got to realize that the reason this was done was not to resume a rivalry. It was to load up your schedule with quad 1 games. That's going to bolster your resume so that you can make sure that you get a spot in the NCAA tournament if you do not win your conference tournament. And then when you get there, hopefully you have a much better seed than what you got before. So, yeah, is it ideal? No. But can you understand the method behind it? Absolutely, yes. 1,000%.
And the Aggies need more money, and the Delta Center game is going to be more lucrative than most people can imagine? True
that
or
is
false?
True. As far as I understand, and I think that there's a lot of projections that have been done, a lot of looking ahead to, if we do this, then we will receive this. And I think that when, and again, speculating here a little bit, but I think when they ran some numbers, they realized that, okay, financially, this could be a very, very good opportunity for us. And I think that's why Utah State decided to do just that.
Another story is breaking, and you and I have talked about this on the Ultimate Aggie podcast. If you're a Utah State fan, check that out, KSLSports.com or on YouTube. And there's the Players Era Tournament, which they're giving NIL money out there, and everyone needs more NIL money. It is free money. You just have to get in on that. And so now the format for next year is coming up. And, Scotty, this is going exactly – well, no, not. It is going mostly as I thought. I thought it was going to go to 32 teams. It's going to 24. I thought there'd be multiple tournaments. I thought like 3 or 4 8-team tournaments in a row. They're doing an 8 and a 16. So it's a little off, but the fact is they're blowing it up bigger. They're inviting more schools to come in, and they're going to dish out more cash. And I think the key thing here for our local schools, and Utah cannot take advantage of this right away. They got to get better in basketball. They got to get to the middle of the league. They got to get their fans back. Then they can do what I think the Aggies and Cougars need to do, which is get in on this. I told you that, the TV viewers are largely back east. Like 70% of the country lives in the central or eastern time zone. So if you're building one of these tournaments, you're going to bring in Notre Dame, you're going to bring in Michigan, you're going to bring in St. John's and Florida. It's all as predictable as the day is long, and that is exactly what they've done. All those teams have been invited to play next year. But you need people there. You need a quote-unquote studio audience. And there's only a handful of schools in the West that I think can bring large numbers of people to Vegas. And so I was telling you, Gonzaga should get in on this because they will bring Vegas. Their fans will go to Vegas and watch these games. I think BYU and Utah State can do it. Utah not yet, but they can get to it if they get better. But Gonzaga, Utah State, BYU, UNLV, New Mexico, San Diego State. I don't even know if UCLA fans could bother themselves to drive up the freeway to Vegas. They should probably try it at some point to see, but I won't guarantee that. So the field comes out, and guess who's in, Scotty? San Diego State is in. Gonzaga is in, UNLV is in, and they're all there to put butts in seats. I mean, Gonzaga's elite. The other two are definitely there to put butts in seats, without question. It's free NIL money, and I know you can't get in every year, and I know these things get worked on ahead, and Utah State just got a new AD, but this is something BYU and Utah. If I were a BYU booster writing these big checks, I'm like, why don't you go play in that tournament? Do I have to write all the checks? Go pick up some free money right there. And it sounds like a good deal. You'll get all these teams that are playing. They get like 8 teams from the Big 12 have been invited, but nobody from the western part of the U.S. Oh, Arizona would put butts in seats. They're another team. But no Arizona State, no BYU or Utah, no Colorado. They got Texas Tech is in, and Baylor is in, Iowa State is in, West Virginia's in. Yeah, but they're not going to put butts in seats. I think BYU and Utah State have to get to the front of this line as soon as possible. Have you heard anything about that?
I have not, but I know that this is it is a high priority, and I do know that is something that Utah State is desperately working towards, and I think that they'll get there. It would not surprise me, especially if they put together another decent year. If they're another NCAA tournament year team next year or this upcoming season, it would not surprise me if next year that they're in that. Because I think that there is a certain level of understanding that, you know what? We get butts in the seat. We're going to be okay. I'm shocked that BYU has not been involved in it. With the star power that roster has, I can't, I'm blown away that BYU isn't front and center on that bad boy. I mean, they'll bring, I know that they're bringing UNLV in to try to put butts in the seat, but I've been to games in the Thomas and Mack for those home games recently. They're not bringing a lot of people into those games. So it would not surprise me if BYU or Utah State were to bring more fans than even a hometown UNLV squad. So I think they'll get there. It would not surprise me if both of those teams are in that tournament next year, but it is a priority for sure. I think everybody's lining up saying, what can we do to get in on this thing? Because you're right, free NIL, you got to pick up those dollars wherever you can.
As Utah State tries to make a move from good to great, it's interesting in this conference realignment and how it plays out. Before, you'd be saying, well, if there's anyone they want to model themselves after in the Mountain West, it's probably San Diego State because they went to an NCAA title game. They've had multiple Sweet 16s, but it's a different deal. You're in a major metropolitan area with spectacular, weather. It's apples and oranges. Now in the Pac-12, and to be fair, Utah State beat San Diego State a lot. Beat them for regular season titles, beat them for conference tournament titles. It's more that San Diego State came back to the pack rather than the Aggies accelerating and becoming a Sweet 16 team of their own. But now going in the lead with Gonzaga, okay, Spokane, that's similar to Logan, right? The weather is not spectacular. You're not right on the beach. It's not one of the, top 30 TV markets in the country. It's a different deal. And Gonzaga has had more consistent success in San Diego State over a longer period of time. But at the same time, it's not a perfect matchup either because Gonzaga's not playing football, so they can put everything into hoops. And the Aggies are playing football, and they're going to continue to play football, so there's no point in discussing anything else. What do you think Utah State is missing? How do they close the gap with Gonzaga? Or in this era with NIL, are we going to see Gonzaga maybe drop back to the pack a little bit, and that's how the gap gets closed? What do you expect there? And again, going to the vision thing and trying to go from good to great, what can the Aggies do?
I think I think it's a combination of two. I think NIL will bring Gonzaga back down to earth a little bit, and I think we've already seen that to a certain level. And I think Utah State, when they look at their resources available towards them, they have at least initially invested more into basketball than they have football. And obviously football is going to take a big chunk of your money. And, there's nothing you can do about that. But basketball has been a high level of priority for Utah State because I think they look at it and say, we can be more successful with 15 guys in this sport than we can with 85 guys over in this other sport. And last year, Utah State had a higher payroll, if you will, on basketball than they did football. And it wouldn't surprise me if this year ends up being the same for Utah State. So it is a priority. I think Gonzaga comes down to earth. I think Utah State, and when I say Gonzaga comes back down to earth, relative to Gonzaga, I don't think we're going to see Gonzaga as an Elite Eight team year in and year out. I think that they're going to have a hard time coming up with the financials to keep pace. And that's another reason why I think they made that jump to the Pac-12, is that the Pac-12 gave them that full share without having a football team. And so financially, it made total sense for Gonzaga. And that's what it's all about now. It's just about money. It's about raising as much money as you possibly can. Utah State has made a bunch of strides. I don't see why they can't go under the current status of what we're dealing with right now. I don't think that there's a way that I don't think Utah State and San Diego State can't go toe-to-toe with Gonzaga, not maybe on a year in and year out basis, but once every 3 to 4 years. I don't see why those two schools can't win a conference tournament or win a regular season tournament with Gonzaga, because I think those two schools are going to get better. I think Gonzaga is going to take a step back, and I think there's going to be an evening playing field. So I honestly, in going from good to great, I think Gonzaga is going to get a little closer to good. And then I think Utah State, San Diego State's going to get a little closer to great, and they're going to meet in the middle. And I think you're going to have a great conference setup.
Scotty G joining us. He's with Tim Lacombe 10 to 2 every day, hopping on for a segment here this morning. I'm curious, in commercial breaks, are you at the point now where Tim tells you hilarious stories that cannot be told on the air about his time as a college basketball manager or assistant coach? Because he's told me some stories, and they're awesome, and a lot of them are not fit for air, but you just see and hear crazy things. And even if it doesn't happen to you firsthand, you hear them secondhand from other coaches. You will not believe. And then you get this crazy story from whatever school and whatever place. And then in recruiting, the stuff that happens, that's just sensational. Are you at the point yet he's dropping all the good stuff? Or is he just slowly reeling them out, a breadcrumb here, a breadcrumb there?
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing. Every day. Now, look, we're on only week 3. So the sample size isn't large yet, but every day I hear something that's just like, wait, what? And then there's this urban legend thing with Rick Majerus, because I wasn't here during a good chunk of the Rick Majerus era. So, but I've heard a lot of the urban legend stories about Rick Majerus. So during a lot of commercial breaks, I'm like, okay, is this true? Is this not true? And 98% of the time it is true. And so it's like, oh, okay. So yeah, that did happen. He's like, oh yeah. And then this happened on the top of it. All right. But he did tell a story yesterday on the air, which absolutely blew me away. And we were talking about Mark Pope and his Q&A that he did, where he was taking questions and answering them and just saying, okay, you haven't landed any recruits. Why is that? And he would go on and say why it was. It was a PR move by Kentucky. But he said that he, and I forget the kid's name, but he and Mark were going into a kid's home for a in-home visit. And Mark had the idea, and Tim was very, very open in saying this was not my idea. But Mark said, on our way to this home, let's stop by a grocery store and buy a bunch of ingredients to make a cake. We'll get the aprons and all the stuff. And so they did it. And then they walked into the kid's home and said, hey, Mom, sit down. We're going to go ahead and we're going to make a cake and take over your kitchen. And so here's Mark Pope and Tim Lacombe wearing aprons over their BYU gear, making a cake in a kid's kitchen and presenting it to the family. And I said, well, how did that go over? He's like, pretty much like a lead balloon. And it sounded like they ultimately did not get that kid, but apparently Mark Pope just decided it would be a really clever idea to go ahead and take over a kitchen. And I don't know about your wife. I know my wife would not want a couple of random dudes coming in and saying, hey, where's the flour? Where's the eggs? Where's the sugar? No, that would not go over well in the Girard house. I don't think it would go over well in the James house. And I'm pretty sure it didn't go over well in the in this recruit's home as well.
My wife would be standing shoulder to shoulder with you. She'd be looking at me like, who are these people you brought into the house, and why are they going to rummage you through the kitchen? I'm going to have to clean all this up later. This is just more work for me. If I wanted a cake, I would have gotten a cake. I don't need these. So
I guess when you see that Mark Pope struck out on, the 20 top kids and the 14 kids that visited, all of them said no, there may be some reasons why that happened.
That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for right there. That's an excellent story. You just know they're out there making a cake on a recruiting trip. That is hilarious. All right, what do you got coming up on your show today? After us, 10 to 2, you and the coach will be here. What are the topics on the table?
Well, certainly when the Lakers start complaining about not getting calls, and then it's on the heels of everybody else complaining about officials, it makes you – so you got Donovan Mitchell saying, well, I guess I'm going to have to flop now. You've got the Boston Celtics complaining about not getting calls. Now you have the Los Angeles Lakers complaining about not getting calls and pulling the officials aside after the game. Then okay, so you got Boston, and now you've got Donovan Mitchell, and now you've got the Los Angeles Lakers, and they're all complaining about not getting calls or calls that are wrong. And so, does the NBA actually have a problem here? It seems like it's heading that direction. Perception is reality. So right now, there's a lot of big markets out there perceiving that they're getting screwed over by some calls. So how does the NBA fix it? Do they even care? And is anybody even going to challenge Oklahoma City? So I'm going to say, by the way, I'm going to throw out this question on the air. I want to get your answer. I know I'm pivoting a little bit here. The Oklahoma City Thunder will win an NBA title in, and I'm going to say less than 20 games. I think they'll do it in 19 games. Yes or no?
I'm going to take no.
You think it'd be higher?
It's probably more like 20 or 21. Yeah, to get through the playoffs at 3 losses in 4 rounds is pretty rare. And they did sweep the last series, but there's a bigger talent gap there. I think you get up, even if you get up 3-0 in a series, you take your foot off the gas, you drop a game or two. And we saw when they got to the final, I mean, they won it last year, but they didn't dominate. I mean, with the distance, right? So I think that they can be pushed. I think, if let's say the Knicks come out, whoever comes out of the East will have a ton of confidence, because they will have survived that where it looks like everyone's pretty even. And it doesn't matter if it's Brunson or Cade Cunningham or whoever. Somebody will go off and, have a night or two. They're shooting the ball really well. The Thunder might sweep the Lakers because the Lakers are so depleted. I still kind of think the Lakers get one. And it may be a case of where the Thunder are up 3-0 and there's like
gentleman sweep.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll take the over, not by much. I get your point. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, the Spurs are the one team I thought could push the Thunder. They did it in the regular season. The playoffs are different, but they could push them. Maybe they can beat them. So I didn't think the title was a foregone conclusion, but if the Spurs stumble against Minnesota, that just seems to open the door wider for Oklahoma City. Maybe they'll catch a quote-unquote break. Not that I think they need it, but it could be an easier path.
I think that San Antonio-Minnesota series is going to be just – those dudes are just going to be exchanging haymakers for 6 or 7 games, and whoever comes out of that, Oklahoma City is going to be pretty rested. So I'm going to set the line at 19.5. I'll take the under. You're going to go over?
Okay. I'll take the over. Over.
All right.
Yeah. Not by much. I mean, you're setting a pretty good line there, and if you set it at 20.5, I'd really struggle. I do feel like, they're not going to play multiple 7-game series, I wouldn't think. I think 20 or 21 is the number. But to your point, they're storming through this. And this question, how do you go from good to great? Well, drafting well, whether that's San Antonio getting some lottery help and picking 1, 2, 4, Wembayama wasn't a genius pick. And maybe the Jazz good to great. I mean, that's a topic. I mean, Sunday, 1 o'clock, we find out. Do the Jazz draft 6th? Do the Jazz draft 1st? What are they going to do? If you draft 1st, you take A.J. DeBonson, away you go, and that helps you go from good to great, I would expect. So a little bit of luck can definitely be part of the plan. Scotty G, appreciate it as always. We're here from 10 to 2 today.
You got it. Anytime.
DJ and PK, David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, coming up next. How did the Jazz go from good to great? Not that they're good yet, but I really think they're at the doorstep. We'll talk with David about that coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got an accident southbound I-15 in Woods Cross at 2600 south. The two right lanes blocked in that area, so a little bit slowing from 500 south over to where that crash is at. Northbound I-15 moving great as you head from Draper into downtown right now. A small spot of slowing in Midvale at the current time. This Mother's Day, treat Mom to something unforgettable at the Roof with our brand new spring into summer brunch menu that she will love. Celebrate Mom in style above the heart of Salt Lake City. Go to theroofslc.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'm surprised you think the Spurs are so unbeatable.
Well, I do think Victor Wembanyama is probably already the second best player in the NBA. Okay. I think he has made that huge jump. Steph Castle's been awesome. They seem to know exactly what their identity is. I don't know. Maybe I'm underselling Minnesota. Probably am. Be very curious how they handle Victor Wembanyama.
You're going to handle him with Rudolph.
Again, I would not have been excited about it otherwise. And I think Chris Finch is a good playoff coach. They'll have some things from San Antonio. I don't think this is going to be a 4-game series. Probably not even a 5-game series.
I don't know if there is another player in the NBA that I would pick if we were doing, fantasy draft stuff, and I had to play against Victor Wembanyama. I'd probably pick Rudy.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Supercross doesn't just happen on race day. The work happens before the moment. And 511 calls that challenge possible. Kick off your Supercross weekend. Friday from 2 to 6 at 511 in Salt Lake. Check out custom Jeeps, grab free food, and a collectible 511 Supercross race pack while supplies last. Meet Carrie Hart and Jordan Smith from Triumph Team. Autograph signing from 4 to 6. This isn't just a stop. It's where the weekend starts. 511, 389 West, 1830 South. Friday 2 to 6. Free event. Put in the work before the moment. Challenge possible.
This Mother's Day, skip the flower bouquet that wilts by Wednesday and give Mom something she'll really love all season long. Living flowers are the perfect gift that keeps on giving. While cut flowers fade in just a few days, a beautiful hanging basket, stunning container garden, or a colorful set of flowers for her garden beds will bring her joy every single morning she steps outside. Now that's a gift worth giving. This is Brian with Olson's Greenhouse, and my family has been growing flowers with love and care for over 80 years. Right now, we're loading up your local garden center with tons of flowers, just in time for Mother's Day. Gorgeous hanging baskets, bold container plantings, and everything Mom needs to create the yard she's been dreaming of. Give Mom the gift of living color this Mother's Day, because she deserves blooms that last. Follow us on Instagram for ideas and inspiration, and find your local garden center that carries plants from Olson's at ogg.com. That's ogg.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. For limited time, Half Price Granite is offering special pricing, starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 800 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. This is your last warning, people. It's Mother's Day this weekend. You gotta get it done. Minky Couture is here to help this Mother's Day. Give her more than just a gift. Give her comfort she'll feel every single day. Now enjoy special Mother's Day deals. 50% off any regularly priced blanket with the code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or in the store. Remember, ZONE50. Save yourself some money. Mother's Day this weekend. You procrastinated long enough. It's almost time to start planning. Good luck, guys. And remember all the moms in your life. Moms, grandmas, favorite aunts, mentors, neighbors who were nice to you growing up. Whatever. Mother's Day. Get it right. Here we go. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The topic of the morning. Good to great. We got a lot of local teams that are good. BYU football and basketball, Utah football, the Utah Mammoth RSL, and the Utah Jazz. And we're joined now by the radio voice of the Utah Jazz, David Locke. David, good morning.
I keep hearing you talk about good to great, but what do you do when you are purely great? When you are David James and you have been great for so long, you don't even remember what good looks like. You have been just elevated to great 24/7 in everything you do for decades. And now you talk to us about good to great, but you can't even relate. It's like Jerry Seinfeld, once a great comedian who talked about what regular life was about, but then received such esteemed status, so much wealth, that he actually couldn't relate to the common man, and his comedy became really poor. DJ talking about good, like Jerry Seinfeld talking to the common man. You haven't seen good. Jerry Seinfeld hasn't seen the common man. You're on a different level, my man. I can't wait to be with you this morning.
You could not wait to deliver that. You just couldn't wait. I'm glad you got that out of your system, David. All right, let's start with the NBA playoffs before we get to the Jazz and my theories on the Jazz. As you watch the playoffs unfold now, there can only be one champion, but there can be a bunch of teams that are at a championship level that are great. Maybe not historically great, but great within the context of that time. How many teams do you think in the league right now are great? And then who are the teams on the next tier below that? We'll label that, the level of very good. But how many teams are really great right now?
So I really have had the opposite reaction to the NBA playoffs. And I don't mean this critically, but I feel like nobody other than maybe Oklahoma City's great. I'm really unimpressed with most of the teams I'm watching. And the reason is because of the structure, the way the league is built this year, or now under the cap. Three things have happened in the league. One, the first and second apron are really prohibitive. You just can't fill out your roster like you used to be able to. And so the best teams are not as good. Second thing, they raised the floor of the salary cap to 90%. So every other team is better. It's why tanking was so pronounced this year, because you had to put $100 million on the bottom of your bench so they didn't play so you could lose games. It's why it became such an issue. But when the talent is so much more spread out across the league, and the difference between the best teams and the worst teams is actually really quite thin at this point. And so really the opposite. No dominant team. No really superior team. Maybe Oklahoma City, but hard to tell because they really haven't played anyone yet. And they went to 7 twice last year to win the title, so I actually don't think they're actually that dominant. The league is the margin between the best teams and the worst teams is just thinner, way thinner than it's ever been. Toronto's really not that good. It was missing 2 starters, and they took Cleveland to 7. Like, that's just an indictment on Cleveland. You know, and I don't mean that like, I think it's probably good for the league and makes for better competition and it's the best first round of all time. But you ask me if I've seen great championship teams? No, I really haven't. I think the margin's very slim, and it's also why the injuries have a bigger impact than they've ever had before when the margins are that slim.
Okay, that's all good stuff right there. So as you look at the Utah Jazz, I think they're building a good team. I've told you, I'm positive. I mean, it's just a theory, and I'm looking into the future, so I can't guarantee anything. But I'm just sure they're going to win 45 games next year. And I think they might win 50. Now, we got to see them finish putting the roster together, and we've got to see them and see what the competition in the West does, and then see who stays healthy because someone will be gutted by injuries for sure. That's all out there. But they can get to good, I'm sure of it, but they broke up a good team. The only reason to do that is because you think you can build a great one, and you didn't see a way forward to that group. But I'm starting to struggle to see a way forward with this group with 2 $50 million players already on the roster. We've already discussed in length in previous appearances about paying Kessler this summer, and if you pay him $5 or $10 million too much, it's going to come back to bite you. Do you feel like there's a clear way forward to great for this team, or does it feel a little murky? They can certainly get to good, but great, part of it is just be lucky and Monday wake up with the number 1 pick because Sunday at 1 o'clock you hit. So certainly that would help. Good fortune would help. But how many ways forward do you see for this group right now?
Well, I mean, if you hang on the draft, you really have a way forward because you're going to have 2 great players on rookie contracts pretty early in their career, and that's a really good way to do it. So let's just not underestimate at all how important Sunday is, right? Like, you get Ace Bailey, you get Darren Peterson, and suddenly both of them emerge while they're still on their rookie contracts. The fact you're overpaying Jaren Jackson, Lauri Markkanen, and everybody else becomes completely irrelevant. You're terrific. I think this is iteration 1. You know, you draft Caleb Wilson or Carlos Boozer or Cameron Boozer, and they become really, really good, really fast, and you're going to then have to move Lowry or Jaren. You're making another iteration in there somewhere as you move the pieces around and move your salary slots around. So I just think this is iteration 1. I mean, I have concerns on this team, like 3-point shots have been contested at the highest rate ever in the history of the playoffs this year. Defense is incredible. Do we have the athleticism actually to do that with this roster? We definitely have the size. Do we have the athleticism? Do we have enough ball handling? We're seeing various teams really struggle with lack of ball handling at times in the playoffs. Will we be able to have enough depth when your top 2 players are that? Do we have, I like to talk about 240 minutes. I think we're about 100 minutes short of rotation players right now. So there's a lot of work that has to be done still on this roster, and that's what the offseason is for.
Going from good to great. BYU, Lavelle Edwards, Hall of Famer. He had a vision, right? We're going to play different. In an era when everybody ran the ball nonstop, he started throwing it. And there were some other schools who around that time decided to do the same thing. Stanford, Arizona State, San Diego State, and they all elevated their programs because of it. Though they were on the cutting edge, and we saw Urban running the quarterback, and he went to Ohio State after having the success with Alex Smith and at Florida, and he had 3 quarterbacks. So if they had injuries, and they did, he played 3 quarterbacks and won a national championship. You got to do stuff different, and I'm wondering then if the NBA pivoted to the 3-point shot, and they're not going to pivot away from it, but I look at all the talk after the Celtics go out launching threes and seeming to have no other option, no other plan. Are we going to start to see a tweak to the formula? Are people going to be looking for a different way to gain an edge? Because shooting threes when you can't hit threes seems futile, even though I understand the math that gets you launching them in the first point. When you missed 8 in a row, why do I think the 9th one's going in? What do you think about someone in basketball having vision and playing the game a little differently, which maybe you get to build your roster differently and, you get an edge?
Yeah, I've heard this, and that Cleveland 0 for 11 from 3 in the fourth quarter last night. I find myself leaning the other way, actually, but I might, we'll see. I mean, the trend this year was about possessions. Right? The trend this year was about offensive rebounds, getting extra possessions, winning the possession battle. Everybody kind of equalized the amount of threes they were taking. And so we got into a possession battle. That was the new thing. I do think as the league is flattened out, as I was talking about, you probably have to avoid being – I think the problem with the Celtics is they're 30th in too many categories, right? Or 28th or 29th. I think they're 30th in rim shots. Like, I'm not sure you can be 30th. You can skew yourself, but I wouldn't be 30th. I also wouldn't be 30th in three-point attempts. Like, Minnesota's problem is they're not getting enough threes up in the playoffs. And no one's talking about that, but they're down to 30% of their shots being threes. That's the problem. They need to take more threes. Threes are just a nice topic. Everyone likes to do it. The first chance they can talk about too many. First time Boston failed. It's an easy one to go to. But I don't think Boston's problem is too many threes. I think Boston's problem is not enough shots at the rim. I think Boston's problem is that they're 30th in some categories, that they've swung too far. But honestly, I find as the rest of the league decides, maybe we're shooting too many threes, I would go the other way right now. It's still worth 50% more. I'd get 5 shooters on the floor. I would spread the floor. I would shoot. I would actually try to find more threes.
Is it possible to get more layups, dunks, and free throws? Because they are, when you get them, they really pay off. But is it possible to get more of them? And the Jazz possibly playing 3 7-footers next year, will they be better at getting them, better at denying them, better at both? And how much will that matter?
Give that to me again. I'm not sure I followed that one. You went with a different direction I thought. Sorry. I presumed your answer, and when you presume, you make a, what out of each of us. Sorry. Give me that again.
The return when you get layups, dunks, and free throws is so good. The problem is it's hard to get those things. And I just wonder if the Jazz next year, with the size they're going to have with 3 7-footers, are they going to be a lot better at getting those layups, dunks, and free throws? Are they going to be a lot better at preventing them? And how much of an edge is there in two things if they swing that way at either end of the floor and get really good at those things?
So Detroit, thank you. Detroit this year set the NBA record for the largest advantage in the restricted area of any team ever, and really won the rim on both sides of the ball. That, I think, has to be the model for the Jazz, to try to emulate what Detroit has done. If this season was about two things, it's about possessions and rim. And if you go look at the best teams in the NBA, they all deny the rim. So the Jazz did a very good job of denying the rim last year and just weren't a very good team. But that was Will Hardy's defensive structure, and then when Walker gets hurt 4 games in, it makes it very difficult. But the rim is going to be as vital as you're talking about. I think the Jazz have to be top 3 or 4 in denying the rim next year. The defense is going to fail. And then offensively, the rim is key. I mean, you are correct. Defenses usually dictate whether you get to the rim or not. So offensive rebounding gets you to the rim a little bit extra, and I think the Jazz are going to have to find a way. But you got to spread the floor to get to the rim offensively. That's the trick, right? Is like, how are you getting to the rim with a big, huge group that doesn't spread the floor while you also are denying the rim on the other side?
Well, there are a lot of little things you can do along the way. How much do you run? If you are denying the rim, how much do your guys get up and pressure the passing lanes? I mean, it was a long time ago, but Jerry Sloan he always defended inside out. And then when he got Brian Russell and Shannon Anderson and Howard Isley, all of a sudden they were in passing lanes and they were running like who are these guys? Why are the Jazz doing this? He got a different set of players, and so he got a different philosophy when those guys were on the floor as a group. So I'm wondering if there's a little something there. I think also it's about having a high IQ basketball team. I watch so many players go to the rim, and as Brian Dunseth would say, calling a soccer game, they pull up the landing gear, and they drive, they shoot, and they don't want to roll their ankles or whatever, and they kind of, for lack of a better word, they flop, right? And they go sliding and skidding across the floor. I think we can all see Steph Curry doing that, and I think he's probably been protecting his ankles because of ankle injuries. Anytime a player goes down, John Stockton was great at as soon as he saw his 5-on-4, you push the advantage. Because even if you don't get the initial fast breaker layup, you've got 5-on-4 for 2 or 3 seconds. In the NBA, that's a long time. You might get a really good shot out of that. So it's a little bit of IQ. It's a little bit of how do you choose to defend. It is a little bit about offensive rebounding. But that seems to be the math that all these NBA teams are chasing. How do you get a couple more? If it's just one possession a quarter, it's a big deal.
And also, the transition thing you brought up is really interesting. You can be really, really good at denying the rim, but if you can't get back in transition, then when you give up and the way we play seems to give up transition, and you don't get back in transition, those are rim shots. So it's not just half court. You've got to find a way to not have the other team in transition, so therefore you're able to those count as denying the rim. The other thing you're seeing with Detroit, the way they play defense, San Antonio, the old Jazz teams with Rudy, is if you have someone who's really protecting the rim in the middle and let Steph and Castle get in on you, let Talmon Thompson or Oscar Thompson get in on you, defensively it allows you to pressure outside a little bit more. And that will be interesting to see if the Jazz, they don't have the personnel to do it yet, but are Jaren and Walker combination good enough defending the rim that Keontae, Ace, whomever they sign, can go get up on guys? Now, as of right now, Lowry's one of the worst isolation defenders in the league. Keontae's not very good. Seems really unlikely that those guys can get in. Maybe you're going to have to play much more of a shell where you're just trying to protect areas. Then you're giving up a good deal of threes, and you're not going to be able to be a pressure defense that forces turnovers. Kind of to my previous point, you better not be 30th. You better not be 28th. You're going to have to find a way to create something.
Yeah. David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, joining us here. You hearing any rumors about the draft? Have you taken a deep dive on any of these players? If they get number 1, I think we all know what the Jazz are doing. But if they draft 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I wonder if any of those spots, any of those players excite you more than somebody else, or you're too far away on your deep dives.
No, I haven't probably deep dived as enough as I want, but I've listened to a lot. It's really fascinating. Like, I'm listening to Lee filled in for me on Locked On Jazz and had Tony Jones on, and they're like, okay, AJ's unequivocally the first pick. And then they get to Darren Peterson, and Tony's like, he's going to average 25 points a game. And Lee's like, well, he might have 30. And then they get to Boozer, and they're like, well, he's a 2010 NBA player. And then they're talking about Caleb Wilson as though he's like Kevin Garnett. I'm like, holy crap, AJ DeBonsa better be unbelievable. Right? Like, if that's really what you believe the other 3 guys are, AJ DeBonsa is unequivocally the number 1 pick, and he might be. Holy crap, he better be great.
First off, I think he can be really good. I think watching him at BYU, I think his game's made for the NBA, and I think just the whole makeup, the way he carries himself, all the psychological stuff, the maturity stuff, I think he checks all those boxes. I get why he's number 1, and the draft is deep, so he better be great, because if he's not, somebody else behind him will be. And, yeah, so I get all of that. I'm amazed at how many teams here really have a chance. It's not just the Jazz, really have a chance to take a jump forward if they get lucky. Indiana, I think we all assume they're just down for 1 year. If they get a top 4 pick, that's great. But if they don't, it goes to the Clippers. Could that restart them? The Warriors have the same odds the Mavericks had last year. What if the Warriors hit? The Jazz are poised. If they hit, it does seem, because we did have so much tanking, like there are a lot of teams. There's already a little bit of fire. You could be throwing gas on the fire if they get lucky in the draft lottery.
Yeah, what happens if Indiana wins it? They get AJ DeBonsa and Tyrese Halliburton.
They win the East next year.
Right.
No.
Right. These guys all, the Caleb Wilson thing's super interesting to me. I do believe playing hard, and that's like it seems AJ does too, and I do believe playing hard is an important one here. That's kind of what jumped out at me about when you watched Victor and Cooper the last few years. They just played so damn hard. AJ seems to play that hard. Peterson, it's hard to tell, honestly. He's such a great athlete. It's really hard to tell if he plays that hard. Boozer, I think, does play that hard, but he's such a non-athlete that it's hard to sometimes see that. And Wilson seriously plays hard. So to me, that's that's the first one. It's like, do they play? I remember a kid out of Arizona many years ago, Derek Williams, second pick of the draft, and I watched his film. Like, the kid doesn't play hard. He doesn't suddenly start playing hard in the NBA. Like, he didn't play hard. He didn't run the floor. He didn't, like, there was a kid, Derek Queen last year in the draft, and I could turn out to be really wrong on this, but, like, I wouldn't have drafted Derek Queen. Like, just personally, like, he doesn't run, ever. Like, he saunters. He kind of jogs. He didn't run. Like, he's on the baseline. He's coming up to set a pick. It's like, let's set this with a sundial to watch him come up and set the pick. Like, move into the pick. Let's go. Let's play some tempo. So, I think there's guys that really playing hard is probably the skill here that's most important. And most of these guys at the top of this draft seem to do that.
He's David Locke. He's the radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, we got to run to break here, but thanks for joining us, and enjoy the draft lottery. We will talk to you next week with a whole new set of questions because we'll know where the Jazz are picking. We'll talk to you then.
Hoping for a blessed Sunday. Let's go.
RSL head coach Pablo Mastroeni joins us at the top of the hour. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
So the crash that is cleared on southbound I-15 up in Davis County. You still have southbound delays from 500 south and Bountiful over to 2600 south and Woods Cross at this moment. Rest of I-15 moving at great speeds right now as you're heading in towards downtown from Draper. That is delay-free. Bangor Highway, though, still slow and go from about 45th south over the 201 freeway. Does your mom dream of asphalt? Maybe not, but she does dream of things done right. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave's got your blacktop covered. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
The head coach of the University of Utah, Alex Jensen, kind enough to hang out with us.
I knew there's not any one person or one thing to blame, but the decline with the basketball at the University of Utah, I knew it had gone down. We played 4 top 10 teams at home, and we played Arizona was number 1 in the country, and the place was half full. And I remember walking out, and it was the first time I got pissed off because things had just slid, and it's everything. There's just a disconnect, I think, through the community. I can't count how many people that came up and said, yeah, we've had tickets, or we used to have tickets. Everybody remembers going to a camp when they were young, and they have memories of a game and stuff. It takes a while to build. The connection's been lost, and it doesn't help that the team changes as much as it does every year. I'd love to have the continuity, but that's just not with the rules the way they are now. It's not the world we live in.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new room, a new bed, a new routine with a new family. But never a space that really felt like mine. Eventually, I didn't even bother unpacking, because moving again was never an if. It was always a when.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
When I was 15, I didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So my high school principal invited me to stay with his family. It was just supposed to be for a few weeks, but soon they asked me to stay forever as their daughter. Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. It's kind of a tornado, but it's my tornado. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Copper Rock PGA Championship begins next week. Starting Monday, the KSL Sports Zone will pair the top 25 players in the world with a listener, and one will get the field at the PGA Championship. The winner will receive a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card. It's brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. Man, I love that gas gift card idea. That's an excellent idea. Last two times I filled up, gas went up 20 cents a gallon, and then the next time it went up 10 cents a gallon. What? I mean, I know it's going up, but at 10 and 20 cents a fill-up? Holy cow. So you got a $100 gas gift card coming your way next week. Be ready to win. We'll have another golf championship. We'll have Bob Casper in, and we'll have another one of our drafts, and we'll see who picked Scotty Scheffler because we all laid off him last time. But we're not going to do it this time because he's finished second 3 times in a row. He is right there and ready to go. All right, DJ and PK, I'm going to put a question up on Twitter in the next commercial break. I haven't put it up yet, but I'm going to throw it up there. Scotty G came on with an interesting point about Oklahoma City in these playoffs. Been talking about going from good to great. And OKC, Scotty said 19 and a half playoff games. They win the title in less than 19 and a half. That's what he believes. I took the over. I think it'll take them 20 or 21. I think they're going to lose 4 or 5 games. Huge talent gap in the first round. 2 home games with the Lakers, who have multiple injuries. Obviously, they're still missing Doncic. Austin Reeves is playing. I don't think he's 100%. He beat the projections coming back, and then he had a really bad game. It just suggests he's trying to push through stuff. So I don't think it's been a real test of the Thunder yet. They've earned an easy point of the playoffs an easy portion of the playoffs with the way they performed in the regular season. But it's going to get tougher, and it's rarely a cakewalk. And you're just not likely to go 16-1 or 16-3 through the playoffs. Maybe they can pull it off. I'll take the over though. But we'll put that up on Twitter and see what you think. You can all weigh in on that. I thought that was an interesting thing from Scotty G right there. We've been talking going from good to great this morning, and Yock earlier was talking about BYU is waiting for the draft to see who pulls out of the draft. There's some guys they got their eyes on. They can help themselves with some big guys there. I think it's an interesting question for our local college football teams because they are not going to be at the top of the NIL payroll in the foreseeable future. I think BYU's doing fine, but not at the top. I mean, the top is really, it's incredible. Going to $50 million. And maybe they will be, but I think if they were at the top, we would see the Cougars bringing more transfers in, more high-profile transfers, and we're not. And I think part of that is because they did at the transfer portal very aggressively a couple of years ago, and quite frankly, they were disappointed. It didn't resonate. It didn't lead to the results that they expected. You just add water and stir. It doesn't work. So pick their spots when they have a need. Find somebody who is underappreciated, who maybe they should have recruited a year ago and they were on the fence and they didn't, and now they definitely like him. You know, going and getting Jack Kelly out of Weber State, brilliant, right? Off to the NFL. There he goes. He gets drafted. So they've been picking their spots. And that doesn't suggest they're at the top. There'd be more 4 and 5 stars, and they're careful about who they bring in and how do you fit in, given the honor code and the rules. And they've got a recipe, and they're sticking to it. And so for the others, do you go this NFL model? Invest in a big-time quarterback. Invest in a left tackle. Invest in a pass rusher. And then from there, stick to your budget. We've seen a ton of NBA people go to college basketball. We've seen a little bit in the NFL move into college football, but not as much. But we have seen some. I mean, Bill Belichick is obviously the high-profile example. But some of the NFL guys have ducked into these general manager-type roles. So I think we'll see more of that. Maybe we were all already seeing it from the Utes, and Kyle just didn't talk about it because they certainly had strength at their 2 tackle positions. But they choose the kind of quarterback we had. We were doing our spring football tour, and PK was talking about how Arizona, Fafita doesn't have the size to be an NFL quarterback, but he's a really good college quarterback. And I think that's what the Utes have. They have 2 guys who really just don't have prototypical NFL size. But one of them is definitely a good college quarterback. And then with Bert Ficklin, we'll see. The little bit they let him do as a freshman looked good, but there are more bars to clear, right? What happens when teams have tape of you? But my gosh, that kid's explosive. Good luck containing him. That's the one thing we got to get. If you don't have gap integrity, if you're not assignment sound, and then he's going 60, 70, 80 yards for a touchdown. All right, DJ and PK, Pablo Mastroeni, RSL head coach, joins us next. From good to great, what is next? We'll talk with Pablo. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
DJ and PK, Peach Windows and Doors. If you're remodeling a home, if you're building a new home, you need to go to Peach Windows and Doors. Now's the time. Don't put it off. Even if you're not sure what you want, or if you think you're sure, life's about options. They've got options. When it comes to doors, they specialize in custom entry doors, patio doors, French doors, sliding glass doors, and especially oversized sliding glass doors. There are so many Utah homes that have mountain views. There's so many Utah homes that are up on a bench and have city views. What do you want with these sliding glass doors to show off? Maybe it's a pool, maybe it's a deck, maybe it's a view. And they're not just selling doors. They want to transform your house. They want you to walk away feeling your house is quieter, or it's safer, it's more energy efficient. They're not a big box, high-pressure real estate deal, just moving product. When you walk in, they're actually going to want to talk to you about your home. Where is it? What's the neighborhood like? How do you feel about it? What are you trying to accomplish? And then they will take you through their wide, vast selection of doors, give you some ideas of what might be possible. Somebody might be on a busy street and want it to be a little quieter. Somebody else, hey, maybe you're looking at those utility bills. You need it to be more energy efficient. There are a lot of options out there, whether it's a front door out into your backyard, a sliding glass door, whatever it might be. There's no to buy today or else gimmicks. What they want from you is to take a look at the options, See what works for you. See the quality installation, not hired out, done with their employees to make sure the quality stays high. And then they want you to be a reference point. People come over to your house like, hey, that is nice. Yeah, well, here's where we went, and it was a great experience. Why don't you go there too? That's what they're looking for. So they're going to take care of you because they know you're going to talk to 10, 20, 30 more people. Word of mouth, that is the best thing you can have going for you when you're in a local business. And that is Peach Windows and Doors in your neighborhood. 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City. Walk through, check out the doors, mention DJ and PK. Get some free door hardware on the way out the door for mentioning us and save yourself some more money. 300 West, 2940 South. It's Peach Windows and Doors.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 financed. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This Mother's Day, give her more than just a gift. Give her comfort she'll feel every single day. From Minky Couture, the blankets moms everywhere are obsessed with. Discover brand new spring colors, fresh floral designs, and their softest, coziest fabrics yet. Light and airy or plush and luxurious, there's a Minky made just for her. Now enjoy special Mother's Day deals. 50% off any regularly priced blanket with code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or in-store. Minky Couture, made for moments that matter.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Spring is calling, and we're not sending into voicemail. I bet you're thinking about heading south this spring, but what if you tried something different, like Cedar City and Bryan had? With gas prices going up, this is the kind of trip that gives you more vacation for the tank you're already on. Start with Three Peaks OHV trails that say, go ahead, take the scenic route, then cool it down with disc golf. Because yes, you can be competitive and outdoorsy at the same time. Next, Thor's Hideout. Legendary hike, epic payoff. And if you want the kind of ride you'll talk about all week, hit the Iron Hills Trail System, now an official recreation trail. Just need to chill? Frontier Homestead Park, Cedar City Veterans Park, or play around at Cedar City Golf Course. Then finish strong with local dining, shopping, and small town charm in the historic downtown of Cedar City and Parowan. Spring is calling. Answer it with a one-tank getaway at visitcedarcity.com. If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free. It's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Kenny J's Barbecue is turning 1, and to celebrate, they're throwing a block party May 9th from 3 to 7. There's games, live DJ, and barbecue you won't stop thinking about. Free dessert and a chance to win a full brisket. Come celebrate and find out more on Kenny J's Barbecue socials. We'll see you there.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This, Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time to talk with Real Salt Lake coach Pablo Mastroeni. Pablo getting ready for a trip to Texas. I'm intrigued the way this season has gone, and I'm intrigued by something you've mentioned a few times we've been on the air. We've been talking this morning about how do you go from good to great. RSL sitting in a playoff spot. RSL has a winning record. We're a third of the way in. A lot of nice people in the national media are saying nice things about you. You're clearly a good team. But you lost to Vancouver, you lost to Miami, you haven't hoisted a trophy in a while, so you're not a great team. When you talk about that with your staff, what are the next couple of boxes you want to check as you try to move the team from good to great?
Well, I think consistency is important, and I think the only way you get to great is being consistent. And I talk about it all the time. It's really Monday through Friday. It's about winning the games, and more importantly, I think it's about learning from each game. Right. I don't think we don't get low when we don't win. We don't get high when we do win. It's really about the consistency of improvement from week to week and being a better version of ourselves than we were the previous game. So I think that's a starting point. And then obviously, like you said, you got to raise the trophy at some point. I think what makes it really difficult now versus in years past is the amount of teams and that are in this league. And, and in our case, the West is just it's a beast. I think we'd be somewhere like third or fourth maybe third in the East if we were in that conference. But it's a battle. So it's not easy. And I don't know if you saw the Champions Leagues, there's 2 Mexican teams in the finals.
I did.
So it's a bit daunting, but I think when you look at it that big, and that's why I don't think it ever benefits you to think that big until you're doing all the little things right. I think it's easier to digest. It's easier to work through the week to week work, to be consistently performing at a high level so that the results go in your favor. And then, of our 3 losses, 2 of them have been admittedly refereed the wrong way. 2 red cards and 2 of the 3 losses. So I feel really good about where we're at. I feel good about how we're learning as a group. And I feel that this year could be a special year.
What do Morgan Giavogi and Sanabria bring to the team? Those 2 guys, it's not like they got 20. You put someone who scores 20 goals, we all get it. But you talk about these guys in the middle of the field and the way they think. What is it that they're giving the team that excites you so much? Because I don't hear you talk about players that often the way you talk about those 2 guys.
Yeah, I just think that their soccer understanding is extremely, extremely high. And what that usually does, and then technically they're elite, right? So 2 of the most technical players that we have. So when your soccer understanding is really, really high, they understand how to work with other players. Right. So they're always thinking one step ahead. They're always an option after they pass the ball. They're always finding players in difficult positions to be able to break defenses down. So I just think that, and I think that's why, great players are really expensive to get on board. They're just because they're not only great players for themselves and what they do on an individual perspective. And this is what I kind of, explain to ownership is Morgan Giavogi might not get to 20 goals this year, but I'll tell you what, we're going to be a better attacking team if he's on the field because he creates the type of synergy and he's almost like the jockey on the horse. He's always thinking about the next play. And when you have younger players on the field that might not be thinking 2 steps ahead, he will facilitate the decisions for them. But also when you have these guys in training every single day, they start to leach their soccer brain into the group. And now you see guys like Gozo and Aiden really thinking at a much higher level that we couldn't do as a coach because it's hard to go out in the field and show them what to do every day.
There's a World Cup coming up, and there are a lot of people worried the United States isn't going to do well. And if the United States, and you never know, so maybe they will, maybe they won't, but if they don't do well, I'm sure I'm going to hear this line of thinking, well, when the U.S. gets their best athletes playing soccer, and I'm always like, no, the U.S. never gets out-athleted in a game. It goes back to what you talk about. And can you explain what you want out of somebody with technical ability? Because to me, that often means, can you make the ball do what you want it to do? Do you hit it where they call it the right weight or the right pace? Can you curve it left to right, right to left, bend it around somebody, a goalkeeper, a defender, whatever? Because the elite players, it's almost like magic wand territory. You see these balls just whipped in accurately. It's phenomenal. And to me, that's technical ability. Do you want more than just that when you say that?
Yeah, yes. And I'll go a few steps behind where you just described, which was the actual execution of the pass or the cross or the shot. I'm going to go as far as understanding before they receive the ball, they are scanning the field. So they know where they are in relationship to their teammates and their opponents. So that's first. If you don't know where you are, it's a good chance you don't know where you're going when you receive it. So the highest level players understand space and time in relationship to their teammates and their opponents. The second part of that is how they receive the ball. What surface do they receive it? Do they receive it with their, first touch going forward? Are they touching it sideways into a space? So then once they know where they're going, then they know exactly where to manipulate the ball with their first touch. And then the last part is having scan and understand where you're going, is executing the weight of the pass, the arc of the shot or cross or pass, and understanding where I have to play this ball in relation. If my teammate's running into space, understanding again space and time is how far out in front of him do I have to pass this ball given the space that he has. So all these things are, we talk about technique, it's all of those things. And those things are done in, some of those in milliseconds, some of those in seconds. But the greatest players in the world are basically scanning and making these, formulating these equations, solving these equations in their heads before you actually see it on the field.
You mentioned ownership, and I think the real magic overlooked here, and you've been in pro sports and you've been in different organizations, so you can speak to this. New ownership comes in, and this happens in radio and TV too. This is, whatever your business is, you've probably seen this. New ownership comes in, and they want to do things their way and with their people, and often it means taking everything back down to the ground floor and building it up again. And the problem in the organization, not to flatter you while you're sitting there, it wasn't the coaching. You had taken teams pick 13th and gotten them to 7th and squeezed stuff out of guys. In the front office, had found guys that nobody else wanted. You found them in the draft. They found them after Portland let Caliscan go. They drafted a McAnally out of Cornell. Found a goalkeeper. I don't even know how, but he's out of contract. He's a free agent. Didn't have to pay anything to get him. Just bring him in. They've done some great bargain basement shopping. The last thing ownership needed to do was pull apart the pieces that were already in place. And they decided to come in and they thought, what we need to do? We need to spend money and write checks. And Sanabria comes in and Giavogi comes in, the guys we just talked about. But the one thing that hangs over this, and you mentioned the Champions League, people in the U.S. won't really think the teams in the U.S. are good until we see them beat Mexico. Nobody really believed in the national team until the World Cup team you were on in 2002. They beat Mexico in the World Cup on a neutral field in Asia. Okay, they must be good. So now the league needs to do that, but as long as you have a salary cap, as long as Mexico gets to spend whatever in Liga MX, and you have a salary cap, so you have to find a kid in college like Solans and start him as your goal scorer, and then people are like, oh, why doesn't he finish more chances? I'm like, well, I don't know. He's playing at UCLA last year. It's a little bit of a step up. Maybe he needs more than 10 games to adjust, So as long as you have the salary cap and you have to find a Brazilian goalkeeper who's out of contract and you have to take the kid that Portland didn't want, and then you have injuries, so you got to take a 6'6" guy who, honestly, you don't even see 6'6" guys in the back line. I can't believe he's playing at this level. But you win with him. People can say whatever they want. You're winning with him. But that's not going to help you beat Mexico or whoever else. How do you solve that problem? Take your big view of the sport, because that's what fans are paying money to see. When the teams from Mexico come in for Leagues Cup, they want to see you beat them again and again and again.
Yeah, well, I would say, and again, I think just with this tournament that just took place, I think we have an advantage having the Leagues Cup here in the United States. I think they're playing away games, and you
Mhm.
saw, the Toluca game.
Yeah.
I mean, that looked like it was insane, the amount of passion and energy that was in that stadium, and teams vibe off that, right? So we inherently have an advantage playing our games here at home. And so I think I think and there's been obviously MLS teams that have won the Leagues Cup. So I back ourselves given what you said is like, and I think that's what makes us unique is we're trying to find we're developing young players, we're developing young men in a way that and I think this year was a huge step forward as far as the recruitment was concerned. I think we did a fantastic job as a club of adhering to, the values of our ownership, the values of the club, the things that we believe in, and actually getting some real quality people and players. And I think we can be successful and sustain it. I think we have a good blueprint for what works, what doesn't. We've made some decisions in the past with very, like what you're saying, spending a lot of money on certain players. But they weren't necessarily the best people, or they didn't fit in the locker room well. So we were never ever able to get the most out of them, right? So these guys that we've brought in, we've identified, they're aligned with us and on the field, off the field, and what they're doing to the group that we currently have, because they're cut from the same cloth. They're all hard workers, they're all growers, they're all learners. Is that we're getting like a synergistic effect to the group, a compounded effect to the group. So I think we can. It's not so much about how much money you spend. It's really about the fit of the player. And there is a certain caliber of player that you must have. But I feel like like we just talked about, Sanabria and Morgan Gilavogi, what they've done and Stein as well. And what those three have done to help Noel Kaliskin, Luna, Gozo, Solons. This is sustainable, right? And it's not going to always be about the money. So, I think, but you're right. I think, we MLS teams have to beat Mexican teams, and the Leagues Cup provides a great opportunity. But I just feel like because we don't do everything like the rest of the teams in the league, it doesn't mean that we can't get there. We just have to prove that we can get there, and I think that's what we were alluding to earlier.
You've got another stretch here of 4 games coming in pretty quick succession here. I think it's 4 games over 15 or 16 days. And then you hit the World Cup break. So going back to your days at North Carolina State, Pablo, it feels like midterms right now. You're playing a lot of teams that are either just barely in front of you or just barely behind you in the standings. Do you think these games, 2 home, 2 away, so I like the way that kind of balances out, does this give you a good look at where you really fit in the league? I mean, if you dominate this group, then I would say you're in the top tier of the league. Maybe you're the bottom of the top tier, but you're in the top tier of the league. Obviously, if you had a string of bad results, we'd have to reevaluate that a little lower. But it does feel to me like a midterm. Do you feel the same way? Because you're classic one game at a time guy, and I might be, walking into a door here.
No, well, again, I think everyone on the outside can frame it however they want. I just know how I have to, how I have to communicate with the players. I don't say this, hey guys, we have to win X amount of games. I'm saying, guys, these are the things from last game that weren't good enough that we have to get better in the Dallas game. And that's it. And again, my job as a coach is to make sure I take all the pressure off those guys so they can play free. So it's from a fan's perspective and even from, I think a coaching front office perspective, I think, that's a good assessment. It'll give us enough data, enough performances to kind of see where we're at, and more importantly, what we need to do better moving forward. And I think that's the way we are as a group, and we'll find a way to maximize the output of every player on this team, and hopefully those performances lead to continued good results, especially here at home, which has been nice. But again, we start off this week tomorrow against a tough Dallas team away from home. But like I said, because we're so process oriented, I feel really good about every game. I don't feel like we're ever underprepared, ever punching above our weight. I feel like we're in a really good headspace, and I feel it on the training field every day. I feel it in the coach's office every day. And I think for me, that's a really important barometer to have, and its feel, and not so much the other stuff.
Pablo, we appreciate the time as always. Thanks for giving us a few minutes, and good luck on the road this weekend.
Thanks, DJ. Talk to you later.
All right, there's Pablo Mastrani, RSL head coach, and you'll hear that Dallas game 6:30 pregame at 5:30 on 97.5 The Zone Saturday night. And then they come home for 3 games in a week, 2 of them at home and then off to Minnesota, and then the World Cup break. It'll be a long break. They'll be out for like 6-7 weeks there. All right, DJ and PK, we're going to take a break. When we come back, everything you missed in this show, everything in the world of sports. We've been talking about going from good to great. I see not 1, not 2, but 3 teams. They're operating at a great level, whether it's the NBA playoffs or the Stanley Cup playoffs. There's a 4th team we can debate. Might know a lot more by the time we gather back here on Monday. We will get to all of that, getting you up to speed. All the headlines you missed next. Stay with us.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Why is BYU not coming to Logan? It's great that they're playing BYU, but why is there no return trip? Getting this rivalry just on the books in some way, shape, or form is huge. For Utah State, they need quad 1 games. In the landscape of college basketball, it would not surprise me one bit if Utah State called up Kentucky or called up Kansas. And I wouldn't surprise me one bit if Kentucky's like, sure, hold please, click. Kansas, click. Because I don't think these teams are interested in building other teams' resumes, especially G5 resumes.
The bottom line is the power schools have always and definitely currently hold the cards. For BYU to work with Utah State and get 2 dates on the calendar in today's basketball world, I mean, it's definitely a win. It's a win for both. It's a win for the state. I wish last year they were on the schedule.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets. First pitch, 6 o'clock. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow night, they start at 5 o'clock on 1280 The Zone, while Real Salt Lake is at FC Dallas at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday at 1 o'clock, join us for NBA Draft Lottery coverage. Where will the Jazz pick in the 2026 draft? Listen Sunday at 1 on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
This Mother's Day, skip the flower bouquet that wilts by Wednesday and give Mom something she'll really love all season long. Living flowers are the perfect gift that keeps on giving. While cut flowers fade in just a few days, a beautiful hanging basket, stunning container garden, or a colorful set of flowers for her garden beds will bring her joy every single morning she steps outside. Now that's a gift worth giving. This is Brian with Olson's Greenhouse, and my family has been growing flowers with love and care for over 80 years. Right now, we're loading up your local garden center with tons of flowers, just in time for Mother's Day. Gorgeous hanging baskets, bold container plantings, and everything Mom needs to create the yard she's been dreaming of. Give Mom the gift of living color this Mother's Day, because she deserves blooms that last. Follow us on Instagram for ideas and inspiration, and find your local garden center that carries plants from Olson's at ogg.com. That's ogg.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cade to the right wing. Cade launches and connects. A big-time long gun goes for Cade, and the Pistons are up 92-87.
Wing right Holmgren. Jab steps on 8. Holds. Cranks a 3 that's online, looks good, and is! He splashes it, Cha-ching a Thunder money ball. Chet the All-Star knocks down his third 3 tonight.
LeBron has the worst whistle of any star player I've ever seen. I mean, I've been with him 2 years now. Again, the smaller guys, because they can be theatric, they typically draw more fouls, and the bigger players that are, built like LeBron, it's hard for them. But he gets clobbered, and he got clobbered again tonight a bunch, and that's not like a new thing. That's not specific to this crew or, this series. He gets fouled a lot that doesn't happen. I mean, guy gets hit on the head more than any player I've seen on drives, and it rarely gets called.
DJ and PK, it's time for the Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. All right, you just heard from J.J. Redick there. I think so many things when I hear that. First off, I'll say, I think J.J. Redick was speaking his truth the way he saw it. And I hate the way in pro sports and in college sports, which is becoming pro sports very, very quickly, so many people retreat to the castle, pull up the drawbridge, don't want to be bothered, don't want to talk to you, don't need to deal with you. They're already making their 50 or 100 million or whatever. They want to deal with you. So the fact that J.J. Redick will go out there and talk and say what he thinks, I appreciate, especially because I think he knows he's going to get some scoffing, some scorning, some he'll get ridiculed, he'll get derided. Because here's a couple things that J.J. Redick is smart enough to know. They just lost to the Thunder by 18. LeBron wasn't going to make enough trips to the free throw line to make up for that. The Thunder, I thought, were pretty much coasting. It wasn't SGA's best game. They weren't really good when he was on the floor. They know they're going to beat the Lakers. They know they're better than the Lakers. They trailed at halftime. It didn't matter. They pulled away in the second half, and they won by 18. There weren't going to be enough calls to change the outcome of the game. I don't think that's what JJ's saying. Also, to the rest of the league, but especially to Utah and Sacramento and Portland and San Antonio and Indiana and any other small to medium market that's lost to the Lakers in the playoffs. The league and the refs are biased against the Lakers. Tell me another one. That is rich. Great. Tremendous humor. Let me get you a stand-up gig somewhere. Let's get you out on tour. That's hilarious. What a terrible take. The Lakers get every benefit of the doubt, and everybody in every one of the cities that I just mentioned believes that to their core, including all the people listening to me right now here in Utah. Which is why I think JJ was just saying what he thinks he's seen possession by possession over the course of 2 seasons coaching LeBron. Because he knows, and I don't think he was saying we would have beaten the Thunder if he got the call. And he knows, because he played in New Orleans, the Lakers get calls. They don't get in New Orleans. So I think that's really what he's seen and what he believes, even if the rest of us just kind of roll our eyes and scoff at it. Thunder look good. We're talking about going good to great this morning. I just mentioned going to the break. There's 3 teams in the playoffs that I think look great. You got the Thunder, defending champs. They are 6-0 in the playoffs. Now, they have earned the right to get a soft start, an easy start to the playoffs. They get an 8 seed. Detroit got an 8 seed and struggled and win 7 games. First off, get yourself somebody where there's a big talent gap, and then play to a level where you take advantage of that and win in 4, and they did. And now they have a team in the Lakers that obviously missing Doncic, and I think it's pretty clear Austin Reeves is not 100%. Excuse me. So they're 6-0, but I think they're going to keep rolling. Scotty G was on earlier this morning, and before I cough again, Scotty G was on earlier this morning, and he said he thinks that the number should be set at 19.5. Can the Thunder win the NBA title playing less than 19.5 games? We don't want to have a push, so he picked the 19.5. He thinks they can get it done by going 16-3 or maybe 16-2, 16-1. I think they're going to lose some games. They need more than that, but I do think they're the best team. I do acknowledge the Spurs had success in the regular season. Maybe the Spurs can get them in the playoffs, but let's see if the Spurs get there. They're 1-1 with the Timberwolves. Minnesota's going home for 2 games, and let's see what these games look like, because the Timberwolves had a lot of things go right, very few things go wrong, and they won a close one. Now, in Game 2, they got smoked. They're embarrassed, and they pushed back here in Game 3 and 4. So is this 2-2? Is it a 3-1 series when we go back to San Antonio for Game 5? Intrigued to see, but I think if the Spurs get past the Timberwolves, and I picked them to, and I still think they will, but the Timberwolves have earned enough respect that there should at least be a little doubt in all of our mind. So let's see how it goes this weekend. They play Game 3 tonight. It's the Knicks and Sixers at 5, and then the Spurs and Timberwolves at 7:30. Both those games on Prime Video. So if you've got your Amazon, you're good to go there for the playoff games tonight. The Knicks, OG Anunoby, suffered a hamstring strain late in their Game 2 win. He's considered day-to-day. It's a hamstring. You're up 2-0. I wouldn't mess around with it myself. But I'm not a doctor and I haven't examined it. But I think a little time off. The injuries have been a big problem. Everybody's talking about how many three-pointers are taken. Everybody's talking about the load management. Well, I think the load management is happening because these teams are really getting hurt. These players on multiple teams are getting hurt. It's not just one training staff. It's rampant across the league throughout the playoffs. And I've seen more discussion. They did an anonymous survey of NBA players, and the players are actually like, we need to get rid of 10 games and back-to-backs. That's why guys are breaking down. You're asking them to run so much and then get on a plane, fly to another time zone, and run some more. Of course this is going to happen. They need the best players to play. Celebrity is what sells. We want to see the best players, not only the superstars. Like, Anunoby's a good player. I don't think he's a superstar. I don't think he's a celebrity, but partly because of his name and partly because of his team. It's a big market, and they're pretty good, so you know who he is. I know who he is. You know who he is. You want to see him play. You don't want to hear he's out. And that's not on the same level with Luka Doncic being out, but it doesn't matter. We still want to see these guys. We want their lineups intact. And having said that, I'd probably sit him tonight. And the players did acknowledge in the survey, I don't know how we make up the money. They should have done it when they got the big TV contract because nobody would have felt the loss. It's just like the pay raises would have slowed down, but nobody even wants that, so they didn't do it. There you go. If you want the money, you got to make choices, and one choice is guys are going to get hurt and sit. And I think that's another question that we can look at the Jazz going forward is, do they play these guys 35 minutes a night? I'm looking at the top 10 players in the league and minutes played, games played, and that kind of stuff, and those guys have a lot of injuries. So sub these guys out, play 30 minutes, rotate through, sit, let other guys play. This whole obsession about Markkanen and, can he really play at the 3? Because now they got a 4. Well, Jackson can play 10 minutes at the 5 against a backup center, and that means with the time he's on the bench also, that opens up 20 minutes for Markkanen to the 4. So now Markkanen's only got to play maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes at the 3. And maybe that opens up a spot there for A.J. DeBonsa or Ace Bailey or however they want to slide guys around. I think there's some possibilities there. One weird story. We're all waiting for an exclamation on Darren Peterson, who could be the number 1 pick in the draft. That was certainly the thought at the start of the season. But then he misses close to a dozen games, maybe 10. And then he sits in the second half of a bunch of other games. And now all these doubts, like, if he doesn't go hard in college, is he going to go hard? Is he just protecting himself? He needs a story. And here's the story. You got to have a way to explain this. He says it's because he was using high doses of creatine. He says, I'd never taken it before I arrived at Kansas, but after the season I took 2 weeks off, and they did tests which showed my baseline level was already high. So they said when I dosed the creatine, it must have made the levels unsafe. So his baseline is high, and Kansas encouraged him or expected him to take this stuff, and it wasn't healthy. That doesn't reflect well on Kansas. I can't wait for the pushback in the next chapter in this story. And is that really what's going on with Peterson? Does that explain it? I wasn't pre-med on Friday nights at UC Santa Barbara. I don't have the background to know this kind of stuff. That's technical medical stuff, and somebody more informed than me will have to tell me if that could explain what he was going through. And if it does, and it's a good explanation, his talent, I mean, he can shoot it. You want the biscuit in the basket, that guy can score. Now, can he do everything else? How well-rounded will his game be at the NBA level? We can all debate that. I have seen mock drafts where Boozer goes in front of Peterson. You know, here's the thing about Boozer. First, you got to say this right away. He's really good. He's really, really good. You can see that watching college basketball. Now, having said that, he's not going to go number one. And I believe that, and this isn't breaking news, I think that's just because of his limited athletic ability by NBA standards. In this draft, with what we expect out of NBA players, you got to be off the charts. A.J. DeBonsa did stuff that made you scream at the TV. Whoa! I can't believe it, right? Throwing down dunks, blocking shots, whatever it is. That guy has a level of explosiveness and ability to change direction. Fantastic. And Boozer doesn't have it. And so that's going to knock him down a couple pegs. You know why you want Boozer? And I think this is super clear. First off, he reminds me a lot of his dad. I think he's got a complete game. I think he can do a lot of things. I think if you throw out the athletic ability, which you can't do because it's the NBA, but if you could, and if the question was simply, which player in this draft is most likely to get 100% out of his potential, I think it's Boozer. I think he does everything you could do. I saw everything from him I wanted to see in college except crazy levels of athleticism. How explosive is he? You know, with his size, he's not the best jumper. When he goes against a 7-footer who is, how's he going to get a shot off around the rim? Probably the way his dad did. Like the ability to use the offhand, the ability to pump fake, pivot, change direction, go the other way, send the shot blocker on a flyby, the ability to use his body to create space. I mean, I don't know how you could see a player and think, did his dad coach him up? Was his dad really good at this sport? Because the answer is his dad was really good at this sport, and his dad has clearly coached him up. So I think if you get Boozer, you're going to know you got the most that he could give you. But the fact is there are other players who have more athletic ability, and that's a tough box to get checked against you. Having said all that, I still think he's going second or third, and Peterson might have dropped behind Boozer. It'll depend with the draft lottery coming up Sunday at 1 o'clock. We'll see which teams land, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll start figuring out who they're valuing and where guys may be slotted. But right now, it's kind of an abstract argument. I am starting to see Peterson in a couple mock drafts. He's been 2, and then I look at a couple more and he's 3. So we'll see how that plays out. The college basketball news, the men's and women's basketball tournament's official. They're going to 76. They're going to have doubleheaders on back-to-back days in Dayton. That's what they've had. Now they're going to have a 12-game opening round. So that's 6 games and 2 sites, Dayton and somewhere else, and then they'll pick sites for the women as well. And it makes sense. Vegas or Salt Lake, lots of flights, the ability to send a team to a regional in Texas or a team to a regional in Portland or Sacramento or L.A., Arizona, wherever they're going. Lots of flights. Geography works. I would think they put it in Vegas or Salt Lake. All right, I mentioned the Thunder are one team we're watching in the playoffs at a very high level. You got to put Carolina there. My gosh. They had an awesome regular season. They got themselves a good seed, and now they are 7-0 in the playoffs. They beat the Flyers 4-1. Dominant performance. Philly's at home. Philly's down 2-0. Philly knows they need a win to get back into the series. And what happens? They get smoked at home 4-1. So Colorado had the best record in the league, 121 points. Carolina was second, 113 points. The best in the East, the best in the West. Carolina is now 7-0 in the playoffs. Colorado is 6-0 in the playoffs. The Avs are flying. Carolina's flying. If you're looking for 2 teams that are great right now, there you go. and probable Stanley Cup final. I know crazy things happen in the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's hockey. That puck can ding off the post, and then does it go in or go out? There's a little bit of luck involved there, a little bit of good fortune. Some crazy deflection in front of the net goes just wide or it goes in. Might be off you, might be off the opponent, might be your goal, might be the opponent's goal. There's a randomness to this sport for sure. But, man, Colorado and Carolina are just crushing people right now. A combined 13-0 in the playoffs after having the two best regular season records. Yeah, I think there's two teams that have reached great. I think that's what we're seeing right there. Other things we talked about, baseball, it's really weird. Usually, hey, somebody wins 7 out of 10, somebody wins 3 out of 10, the teams pull away. But we're seeing streaks. Tampa Bay's won 7 in a row right after they won 6 in a row, like 13-1 in their last 14. The Yankees have a stretch sort of like that going. The Cubs have won 9 in a row. They've won 15 straight at home. They won 19 of 22 overall. They are on fire right now. The Cubs win again. They beat Cincinnati 8-3 to sweep that series. The Cubs' 15 straight wins at Wrigley Field coming up on the stadium record. Stadium records don't matter so much because they're tearing them down every 20 or 30 years, it seems like. I just read a thing. The Big A is the 4th oldest stadium in Major League Baseball, and the Dodger Stadium is 3rd. It's hard to build stadiums in California. And that's one reason the Chargers moved and the Raiders moved. And, man, the Giants and 49ers, they had long quests to get their new stadiums. They are hard to build and hard to get done. But the Cubs have been in that stadium for more than 100 years. So stadium records matter there in a way they don't matter in Atlanta or Arlington because they built stadiums every 15 years. The Cubs won 18 straight at home in 1935. Now they're at 15 straight at home. They are closing in on that record. That's one place the record matters. You got a little bit of data. You got a little sample size there. Bees lost to Oklahoma City 6-5. They play again tonight at 6 o'clock. Tony Park's on the call on 1280 The Zone. And they'll play again Saturday. You'll hear that game as well on 1280 The Zone. Coming up Saturday on 97.5 The Zone is Real Salt Lake and FC Dallas. We just had Pablo Mastriano on. If you want to listen to that conversation with him, you can get that wherever you get your podcasts. Go to KSLSports.com, go to YouTube, Apple, Spotify, whatever, and you can hear Pablo talking about his team and where it stands. They're at Dallas, and then it's 4 games before the break against teams that are basically in the middle of the league. I think Minnesota's just a little in front of them. Dallas just a little behind them. They've also got Houston and Colorado who are a little behind them. So they're basically playing the middle of the Western Conference. We'll see how they stack up. They dominate. They get dominated. They split the games. It's 2 home, 2 away. We'll get a little check on them before they disappear for 6 or 7 weeks for a World Cup break. And one baseball note I should have mentioned. It's not in Utah, so that's a little bit of a disappointment. But the Bees are playing Oklahoma City. That's the Dodgers AAA affiliate. And the Dodger star Mookie Betts expected to start a rehab assignment tonight as the Bees play OKC. He's coming off an oblique strain, suffered on a check swing during the at-bat. So Mookie, little AAA ball against the Bees. That'll be legendary for the Bees to get to go against somebody. Those guys in AAA got to be pumped to see Mookie Betts in person and go against him. All right, DJ and PK. Oh, a couple other things. College football. Yuck. Who do you know? Who can you talk to get that BYU Washington State, or BYU Notre Dame game set up in Vancouver? Syracuse and Wake Forest are going to Toronto. I feel validated that game has been announced. I've been saying teams should go to Toronto. ASU, PK was just talking about this. ASU's going like week 3. They're going over in the middle of the season. They're traveling to go play at Wembley. And I just read a thing that the stadium's too big and the tickets are priced too high and they're not selling that many tickets. Well, what are we doing, people?
Or just ask FIFA. FIFA will figure it out for you.
It's easier to take a vacation and follow your team in August. What?
I said ask FIFA. They'll figure it out for you. Not.
Yeah. See, it's easier for people to follow teams in August and September. Scheduling a September game, that just doesn't make sense to me. Kids are back in school. August, you got a fighting chance. You got a fighting chance to get vacation time in August. September, the boss rolls your eyes at you. It doesn't make any sense to me why they're doing that. And you don't have to go that far. And once they start playing on week 0, this loophole may go away. I mean, if you're going to capitalize on it, Vancouver's a great town to go vacation in for a weekend. There's tons of places to eat. It's on the water. It's a time of year when the weather there is glorious. It's a big city. There's a lot to do. Fill that place up. Fans driving up from Seattle, Washington, BYU. Let's go. Big Ten versus the Big 12. Let's do it. Washington's only getting a half share in the Big Ten. They need a little more money. Get a payday out of an extra football game. Let's do it. Let's go. All right, DJ and PK, that is what we've been talking about this morning. Your feedback's coming up next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but are we experiencing the most uninteresting NBA playoff we've had for a while? Oklahoma City's great. San Antonio looks to be pretty good. Everybody else sucks. I don't think San Antonio's as good as Oklahoma City. I think it might be even a one-sided West, which seems crazy, but
whoever comes out of the East is going to get trounced by whoever comes out of the West. The only series I think anyone's truly waiting for now in the playoffs is Spurs Thunder. And that's going to come in the conference finals, and that's going to be viewed as essentially the finals, because whoever wins that's going to get the championship. So I think everybody's waiting for that.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Supercross doesn't just happen on race day. The work happens before the moment. And 511 calls that challenge possible. Kick off your Supercross weekend. Friday from 2 to 6 at 511 in Salt Lake. Check out custom Jeeps, grab free food, and a collectible 511 Supercross race pack while supplies last. Meet Carrie Hart and Jordan Smith from Triumph Team. Autograph signing from 4 to 6. This isn't just a stop. It's where the weekend starts. 511 389 West 1830 South. Friday 2 to 6. Free event. Put in the work before the moment. Challenge possible.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Kenny J's Barbecue is turning 1. And to celebrate, they're throwing a block party May 9th from 3 to 7. There's games, live DJ, and barbecue you won't stop thinking about. Free dessert and a chance to win a full brisket. Come celebrate and find out more on Kenny J's Barbecue socials. We'll see you there.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can you read my thoughts? I'm not sure what I said. I feel dumb and long night coming.
It is time for the feedback of the day, and it's brought to you by Half Price Granite. Transform your outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. $25 per square foot installed. Visit halfpricegranite.com. All right, topic of the morning. How do you go from good to great? It is a question facing so many of our local teams. BYU football, BYU basketball, Utah football, the Jazz, the Mammoth, and RSL. All right, I'm jumping the gun on the Jazz a little bit because they're not good. They've tanked 4 years in a row. But I do believe they're going to win 45 games for sure next year. I think they could win 50. Let's see how the draft goes. Draft lottery, Sunday, 1 o'clock. Let's see how the offseason goes. You get through that, see what the roster really looks like and what everybody else's roster looks like, and then we can probably evaluate that better. But I'm not ruling out a 50-win season. But I do think this is a team doomed to go out in the first or second round of the playoffs. I'd actually be impressed if they won a playoff series. That'd be great. But with Oklahoma City and San Antonio in the West, and the way this roster looks right now, I'm trying to figure out, scratch your head, exactly how do they win 2 series and get to a conference final? I think if they do, you're a legit title contender. The championship window is open at that point. It just looks, that's a big jump. I can't make that jump yet. No way. I'll make the jump to 45 or 50 wins. I'll make the jump to maybe winning a playoff series. Let's see who they match up with. Let's see how the year goes. Let's see what the roster looks like. But good to great. How did the Jazz do it? Are they painting themselves in a corner a little bit with these 2 $50 million contracts? And now Kessler and Keontae George need to be paid in consecutive summers, and their numbers need to come in right. So when Austin Ainge says he's working on getting better, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done. There are puzzles to solve here. And, you're the one who wanted that job, and you're getting paid good money and all those things. So see how they figure it out. See what options they avail themselves of going forward. But trade's coming. Don't get too emotionally attached to anybody because I don't think they can get there just with the simple internal organic growth that we always used to hear Dennis Lindsay talk about. That's an important thing. I don't underestimate that. How you get all these young draft picks to improve so that they're rotation guys for playoff teams and maybe a starter for a rotation team. You've got to be good at that internal organic growth, but that alone isn't going to push them across the line. Got a question up on our Facebook page. How does your favorite team go from good to great? And we got some good responses to this one. And most of you answering in the form of a GIF, which I appreciate. A little comedy in there. I like it. It's funny how if you say the same thing in words or a GIF, in social media, if you say it in words, you tend to get attacked. And if you say it in a GIF, people tend to laugh. There's some psychology there I don't completely understand, but I find it fascinating. In any case, Chewbacca says, how do we go from good to great? This, period. This is how, period. Hashtag D-backs. And he's got Randy Johnson, the ball cap on and almost a smile on his face. Not quite, just a little bit of a grin, and he's holding the World Series trophy. And standing next to him, holding what looks like, I don't know, is that an MVP trophy, I think? Or maybe it's a National League trophy, I'm not sure. I don't know. I only know what the World Series trophy looks like. The big one is Curt Schilling. 2001 World Series champs, that's it. The Diamondbacks in like their 3rd year of existence. Got 2 awesome pitchers. Those 2 guys got on a roll, and they rode them to a championship. And they beat the Yankees in the World Series. It was sweet. I wonder if that recipe works anymore. 2 dominant pitchers and you ride them. It's certainly not what the Dodgers have used the last couple of years. And I don't know that anybody else is really set up for that right now, where you got 2 dominant guys. You have teams that have pretty good staffs or a dominant guy and some pretty good guys. I don't think anybody has that combo. But a good theory. Good work, Chewbacca. I like it. And then we got D-tier Utes Stan at Mr. Frank 1212. He just sends a picture of Morgan Scally with that gray beard. Morgan looks 10 years younger since he shaved that beard off. Good decision, Morgan. Take it off. You're the head coach now. And he looks younger, too. The gray beard. No, lose it. And he did. See, it's pretty interesting here. I mean, on the one hand, you can say, no, D-tier, you're wrong. And the argument there is, hey, it's about NIL money, and the Utes need to be on a higher tier. They need more cash if they're really going to go from good to great. There is another argument that Morgan needs to do what Kyle did, because what Kyle did got him to 11-2. I mean, they handled everybody except BYU, and BYU handled everybody but Texas Tech. Our two local teams are really good. 12-2, 11-2. But, for all their differences, what the Ute and the Cougars fan bases have in common is they want to go to the playoff. And when they get there, they want to win. And neither one of them was seriously talked about. BYU was talked about in passing, but they weren't seriously talked about getting in. And you can go to politics and in the Big 12, and, there's probably a lot of truth to that. And they don't have, the history that Miami has. Now, the people who put Miami in the tournament can say, well, Miami won an opening round game, went to Texas A&M and won, and then they won their quarterfinal, and then they won their semi, and then they actually pushed Indiana in the title game, and no one pushed Indiana. Indiana was blowing people out. I suppose Ohio State did. Ohio State and Miami were the only two who pushed him. But does Morgan make a change in the passing game? That's the one place where Kyle's teams need to be upgraded. Do they get a little better there? Because I think even being a little better there could pay big dividends. But you got to keep everything else rock solid. Kyle did a lot of other things right. Is that D-line going to stay awesome? Is the O-line going to be awesome? They got a lot of work to do. I think the O-line's more of a finished product. I think the D-line, I have more questions right now. So, awesome picture of Morgan. Good idea there, Mr. Frank. Thanks for sending that in. We'll spend more time on that. We got more time to talk college football going forward. Scotty G and the coach are next. Have a good weekend. We'll see you back here. Good luck to the Jazz Sunday, 1 o'clock. We all find out. Tim, Scotty will be talking about it next. Stay with us.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Monster Energy SMX World Championship takes more than skill. It takes guts, precision, and all-out passion. For the world's best dirt bike racers, every second counts.
What's it gonna be?
Save big on tickets at any participating Smiths with a $15 savings code when you buy Monster Energy. Restrictions may apply. Get tickets to Monster Energy AMA Supercross. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission. Coming to Rice Eccles Stadium this Saturday.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option. Flat Top Meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. For limited time, Half Price Granite is offering special pricing starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanging on, colder to the end of the ride. Roller coaster rolling out of bed outside. Squeezing it goes, squeeze it till it's scream and cry. Wait until the coast is clear and the freaky ride in the sky.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's wake up some neighbors. Timmy, how are you?
Waking up the neighbors. It's Friday, man. I don't know, I'm at a different level on Friday. The lights are a little less bright.
See, I like the mood lighting a little bit more in here.
No, I ain't going to do that.
Oh, no.
I'm just saying Friday changes my latitude. You know, I've fallen into that same trap as everybody else.
So, oh, yeah, the grind.
The grind, not 9 to 5 anymore. 10 to 2, baby.
10 to 2, 4 and out the door.
And I love that with all my heart.
This has been a blast, by the way. Got a lot of good feedback.
Well, I'm grateful for that because
it's not about me. It's about you. Like, wow, we thought there was going to be a massive drop-off, and there was there for about 3 months. And then Timmy came in and saved it.
Well, stay tuned because, you know, consistency is the ever the ever-moving target.
All right, so we got a fun show. It's Friday. We try to, whatever hair we have left, we try to let back. Although Coach is rocking a great head of hair.
I don't know. I'm kind of, I'm starting to show my age. Some peaks and valleys.
If only you knew somebody who could help you out with that. Give you some advice.
Anybody got a hair guy?
Oh, man, I would. Okay, all right, I will be completely honest. Like, we used to joke about our guy, and he'd say, I want my faith in humanity restored. And then that usually meant somebody would give him something for free. Usually. That was back that's back in the day when things are a little fast and loose. Now we're buttoned up around here. But I've never been the, hey, where's my faith in humanity? I need it restored. But you know what? If you are a hair clinic place and you need to advertise, I got you. Although I don't know if they can go the whole thing. Like, I think, they want the widow peaks or maybe the little back spot. But when I'm like, no, I want the full Monty, man. Let's go. I don't know if they can pull that off.
I didn't plan to tell this story today, but it's a beauty. And it's Friday, so yes. I'm going to tell it because it goes right hand in hand with the hair thing. good buddy of mine in high school, his father was follically challenged, but we never really knew that because, he got that taken care of.
Did he get a piece or a weave?
No, he got a piece. This is back in the day of the piece. And so, there in the summertime, he had a different accessory that would look as though he put a little sun in it, showed that the sun. So all year round, So we were going down to St. George for spring break, and we were going to take this kid's car, and his dad wanted to come out and make sure the car was in serviceable and workable condition to go to St. George from Utah County. So he walked out and, popped the hood and commenced to look over the hood.
Got caught.
And if you're streaming it, you'll be able to see this better. But basically imagine a guy standing over a hood, and he drops his head. Well, the tape job in the back came undone. And so as he turned his head, it was hanging parallel or perpendicular. And then he would stand up and it would go back in place. And we were all over there just trying to, because if we laughed, it'd be awful.
Yes.
And spring break was on the line.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to
offend the guy.
Yeah, he's going to take away the car.
And that was our way there.
Yeah.
So it was one of the harder things to do, was to not laugh. But as he stood up and went down 4 or 5 times, it was like a movie scene. The wig, the hair just kept, and then back up.
Did you know beforehand that he was rocking the piece?
Yes, at that point we knew.
Yeah.
We knew at that point, but it was still startling to see it come undone like that.
Yeah. My dad flirted with that for a little bit. And it's
piece?
And it's like, when you get that though, like the amount of work that goes into it, the juice isn't worth the squeeze on that.
No, I can't. And honestly, I haven't. I don't know. I feel bad because it's not necessarily something I've dealt with. But I just like the fact, like you just lean into it, dude.
I went high and tight last one. That's where I'm going now. I used to have like the Friar tuck sides. Now I'm just like, let's just.
I used to love that look.
Yeah.
You could have been the Padres mascot.
That's
a good pull.
Yeah, that is a good pull. Better than like Bozo the Clown or something like that. But I was meeting with Keith Embray. He's now up at the University of Utah, does some great work for them in their athletic department. And he's like, "What's up, Friar Tuck?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right, we got to go do something about this then."
No.
Yeah.
To the monastery barber.
Yeah. All right, okay, by the way, Tony Jones is going to join us coming up at 11:05. One of our favorites. I know you and TJ go way back. Have you had a chance to ever evaluate his game, though? Because he talks a big game on Twitter.
No, I will say he knows the game.
He knows the game very
well.
well.
Talking the game with him. I've never had the occasion of being in the 24-hour fitness or wherever he balls out. I've heard, the guy's got game. I'm certainly not going to discredit it without having seen it. I do know that I got to know him from a distance, and I love the guy. He does a great job of everything he does, so it'll be fun to have him on.
And I love when he gets angry on Twitter. Like, that dude fights anybody on Twitter.
He does not back down.
No. Also, let's see here. We got Randy Bennett. How about that? The new coach of Arizona State on the show today at 12:05.
Yeah, I hadn't heard from him in a bit, with the health issue. And so we got off the show yesterday up there at Minky, which was, gosh dang, how great was that?
Oh, that was fun.
Those people are great. Had such a good time. And it looked like they sold a lot of blankets, too, from my vantage point. There were a lot of our listeners that came in. But I was driving home. I called and just to check on Coach. And he didn't know because he's been down and, been dealing with a few things. So I told him about the show. I said, I finally got that show with that legendary broadcaster out of the state of Utah, one Scott Gerard. And he was like, "No way, you got Gerard."
Oh, okay. You mean out of the state of Idaho? Yeah.
Well,
he's Idaho.
But his broadcasting award was here.
Yeah.
This is true.
He wasn't knocking anything dead in Declo.
No.
Well, from a broadcasting perspective.
Okay.
So, yeah, I just said, "Hey, you need to come on the show sometime." And he said, "Well, you got one tomorrow?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "All right, I'll come on tomorrow."
There we go. I love it. Do you think that he knows that he was a a figure of somewhat of some angst here in the state of Utah. Like, I think BYU fans really enjoyed not liking Randy Bennett. And now that they get to go against him again in the Big 12, I think there's a little bit of you love to hate that guy.
Yeah, I want to ask him about it.
Yeah.
Actually, that's something I want to ask him about because, yeah, people do not like him. Most people that know I'm friends with him are like, oh, what? But again, it's the difference between being kind of in the game for a long time and having been a fan of the game for a long time. There's just more relationships inside that it doesn't matter what logo you wear.
Yeah.
Right.
Stu Morrill had an assistant, and he did some color commentating with me on the radio, Lance Beckert.
Yeah, I know Lance really well.
And Lance swears by Randy Bennett, says he's one of the best dudes on the planet. And it's funny because you have this image of your mind on who a guy is based on how he acts on the sideline or the reputation he gets. And then I hear you say, oh, he's an awesome dude. And then Lance says, oh, he's a great guy. And it's like, well, wait a minute. That doesn't go along with the narrative that's out there. But
yeah, it's just I think he's been so good.
Yeah.
I mean, his time at St. Mary's, he won 589 games, inherited a program, and much like Steve Cleveland at BYU, they'd only won a game prior to him getting there. So just an amazing story, amazing guy, and he's going home, which is cool. He's going back to Arizona. That's where he grew up. So, yeah, we'll get in and ask him some cool questions. And if anybody has any questions that aren't hate-filled, you can tweet them at us, and we'll ask those too.
Yeah, there you go. Again, keep them clean, and we'll ask. Also, the great Craig Bullerjack's going to stop by, not just on the phone. No, he's going to actually come in studio and hang out with us. Coming up at 1:05.
Man, the word must be getting out.
Word's
right?
getting out. This is where you want to be.
It's good.
Where you want to hang out. So let's get to it. Starting a lineup right now, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So earlier this morning, I was on with DJ, and we were talking about the BYU Utah game and the Vegas tournament. That's the Players Era tournament. We hit on a bunch of topics, and then he said, "What are you and Tim going to talk about?" And I was thinking about this last night. And I thought I'd throw it out there with DJ, and of course, then DJ owns it and then puts it out on Twitter. No, I'm just kidding.
DJ, man, he's looking for a scoop.
Yeah, no. Look, he took ownership of that and ran with it. All right, so I told him that I thought if we were to set the number at total games needed for the Oklahoma City Thunder that they will play this offseason, I think we all agree that they're probably going to win an NBA title. And I took it a step further. I say not only will they win an NBA title, they'll do it in less than 20 games. And I set the line at 19.5. And I'm taking the under. DJ took the over. Amount of games that Oklahoma City will play in this postseason en route to an NBA title.
So they've played 4. This will be, I think this is going to be more than 4 here. I think we're going to go gentlemen. Even though the Lakers looked crappy last night, these series ebb and flow.
Yeah.
And going to one place or the other. We saw it with Minnesota in Game 2. It's like they felt like they'd got done what they needed to. So I think that first series 4, this series...
they're already up 2-0.
They're up 2-0. That's going to go 5.
Okay.
And then I see them having to go... I assume it's going to be the Spurs. I see it going at least 6. And then I believe that even the Knicks could push them to 5 or 6.
So you're going
so
way
I'm
over.
going over.
All right. So I think they will sweep the Lakers. I think that they will need 2 against San Antonio and then 1 in the NBA Finals. So that's my 3.
So you're going to be that's
taking my under. That's right at 19.
No, that's good. I mean, and you know what? It could totally happen.
Oh yeah.
I just think I'm watching them play. And last night it was they don't typically play with their food, but I felt like last night they kind of did.
Yeah, they did.
And we got to get to JJ Redick and the complaining. We'll get there, I know. But the bottom line is they dispatched them very quickly when they needed to. I just feel like the Spurs are going to be a little bit tougher challenge, and they've shown that this season. And then you get to the finals, and if it's New York or Detroit, I mean, you kind of can see how Detroit could bully and cause some problems. But we'll see. I'm glad you took the other side. I'm glad we actually disagree on something for once.
I know. Usually you and I are spot on this, but I think that, and again, last night you could say, well, it was a close game, but I took that as they were bored. Like, they looked and played bored in that game. And, that might work in your favor where they don't necessarily care. But I also think that the fact that they won that game in a game they didn't play particularly well and they got under the skin of the Lakers, I think the Lakers mentally are just in a bad place. When you've got them circling up against the officials at midcourt and you got Austin Reeves losing his mind. Now, yeah, was it a bad call on the three? Yeah, absolutely. But still, like, it's in their head now.
Well, the clip of LeBron standing behind Austin nodding that's already going to be out there, right? Because as someone stands there, what do you say?
Go get him.
I bet he went over to Austin. He's like, hey, I can't do it because of my, status in the league, but can you go grab the officials and circle them up and just tell them that I'm not happy?
How many times would officials even do that, though?
I've never seen them stop.
Usually those guys are off the court immediately.
Got their satin jacket, and they're bolting for the exits. I know because I chased one time. Not in the NBA, but in high school.
Not in college either.
Not in college. No, that wouldn't have lasted. High school, chased a guy all the way to the door. You can read about it in the Deseret News. I think Amy Donaldson wrote the article.
Oh, Amy got you, huh?
No, but rightfully so. I was 100% out of line.
Yeah.
Just a little caught up in the moment.
Hey, you know what? It happens to the best of us. Like, I almost got thrown out of my kid's flag football game once. And I was the coach. And this little pimple-faced dork, young man was...
Jeez, man.
That's a hold, mister.
Exactly.
You got him by the T-shirt.
Give those kids a break. Come on.
An inadvertent whistle cost us a touchdown.
Yeah, I am saying rec league, but high school is no different.
And I was very, very upset. And so I expressed my displeasure.
You sent him a terse email?
We had a terse conversation about needing to know the rules, the basic rules of the sport, and that he had no knowledge of that. And I expressed that in a way that may have been a bit inflammatory. And he said, sir, I appreciate your feedback, but I'm going to ask you to leave if you say one more thing.
Hey, son, if you'd like to learn the rules, how about you listen from 10 to 2?
Yes.
We'll teach you.
The perfect comeback would have been like, all right, well, you need to trim your eyebrows and pop that white head on your left cheek. And that would have really got him.
Yeah.
You got to go personal on the referees, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, so you know that officials are human, though, and I wonder if the fact that you've got some stars, so you got Boston complaining, you got Donovan Mitchell complaining, now you got the Lakers. Those are three big names and two big franchises that are now really cranky at the officials. I wonder if this leads to anything.
I can't imagine. Honestly, to me, if you just go back, it's almost every couple of years, like rinse and repeat, Yeah. It's just a cycle. And when a team loses a game, J.J. Redick, he might have got on there and said one of the most inane things I've ever heard in my life, which we're going to use the sound. Yeah. You can decide when we use it.
Yeah, let's go to it. Here he is after that game last night, J.J. Redick.
Of any star player I've ever seen. I've been with him 2 years now. Again, the smaller guys, because they can be theatric, they typically draw more fouls, and the bigger players that are, built like LeBron, it's hard for them. But he gets clobbered, and he got clobbered again tonight a bunch. And that's not like a new thing. That's not specific to this crew or this series. He gets fouled a lot. That doesn't happen. Guy gets hit on the head more than any player I've seen on drives, and it rarely gets called. Yeah, I sarcastically said the other day they were the most disruptive team without fouling. They have a few guys that foul on every possession, and all the good defenses do. SGA gets like I don't even know, a touch foul, I guess, on the drive. There was a stretch where 4 straight possessions, our guys got absolutely clobbered trying to make an entry pass to Jackson, and Jalen Williams is grabbing his jersey with both arms. That's a turn. They're hard enough to play. They're hard enough to play. You've got to be able to just call it if they foul, and they do foul.
Been there. I've been there. I know exactly how he feels.
That's got to be 6 figures, right? That's got to be.
Oh, he pushed it.
The worst whistle in history.
LeBron has the worst whistle of any star player I've ever seen.
Okay, look, can we just stop there? That's when he should have been. Okay, that's enough.
Sit down.
Sit down. You've said enough. Nobody believes anything now.
You lost all credibility on that one.
I mean, LeBron, he doesn't even have to get hit to get a, like if you're in the vicinity. And I get it. Like as a referee, you've got to determine who's forcing the contact. In a lot of cases, LeBron's in a bad way, and he just kind of has to, put himself more into the defender. And so the referees aren't going to call that. It's the stuff, obviously, the referees are looking for where you're in the NBA, where you're actually affecting the shot, where you're actually hitting the arm, but there is no question there's a star hierarchy in the NBA for calls. I feel like
Phil
LeBron,
Jackson is offended by
I
what he just did.
feel LeBron's done just fine.
I think, when he looks back on his career, I think he's been treated somewhat fairly.
I mean, at least Phil
officials.
didn't say that Michael. He never. Can't imagine he'd ever say that. Maybe he did, but
No,
that was
Phil
absurd.
He worked the refs better than anybody, but I don't think he ever said anything like the worst whistle for a superstar.
And
like, come on, really?
Well, Phil was all about timing too. Like Phil wouldn't go off immediately after a game. He would go before the next game, like the pregame of the next. When that media availability would hit the day before a game, he'd be like, you know what? If they let them do this and this and this, we're going to get blown out in this game. If they allow them to do this, like he was essentially telling everybody, watch for this. And if this happens, then we're going to lose the game. And so it got every fan, every media guy zeroed in on that exact thing. And the officials like, well, crap, we kind of have to call it now. Like, that's what you don't. I don't remember Phil Jackson ever getting fined once because he was smart with his timing of it. If you just go off after a game, get ready. You're going to be dropping some significant dollars to the NBA charity of choice.
Well, and all you have to do is watch all of the playoff games. I said this the other day, but and it happens in college too, happens in high school. But when you go up and get into the playoffs, the referees actually want to kind of become less involved. And so in theory, I think they all just they let more go on. And so some of that physicality, I see that in the regular season, though, where guys are grabbing jerseys or locking arms. So what is happening is not any different. And I think the ultimate issue is that Oklahoma City is just that much better than most teams. And, this is the only way to try to commiserate about it is to circle the officials up or go after somebody like that after the game.
I've had coaches tell me in regards specifically to San Diego State, and I think Oklahoma City is kind of in the same vein, is they will foul on every possession, and their thought is they're not going to blow a whistle on every possession, so we're just going to keep mugging. When you play Oklahoma City, that's what you're going to get. Now, the Shea thing, I understand on the other end can be obnoxious, but there are some teams out there you just know that's their MO. They are going to mug you, and it's the playoffs. Officials don't like calling those whistles, and so you better be prepared for a lot of physicality in these games, especially against them.
Well, that's what I think playoffs mean.
Yeah.
It's just an uptick in physicality, certainly in competition, but they also let it go. And I was on the wrong end of that in a high school championship game one year. We were honestly, I think why we were such a good regular season team at BYU in the Mountain West Conference particularly was because we had multiple days in between games. But then you get down to the tournament, and that's where depth and strength and, some of the things that we didn't necessarily have as much of, skill becomes a little less, and more of that physicality and toughness is more of how you win those conference tournaments.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so throughout the show today, I know that you want to, and I respect what you're doing here, because you want to just avoid the situation coming up on Sunday as much as possible. You don't want to bring too much attention to it.
I'm fine talking about it, but I just think just like we talk about, what we just did. Just we don't gotta feel like it's on us to get this done. We just gotta set the stage. But I will say I love who they're sending out there.
Yeah.
It goes perfectly in line with, because it's like he came in last year and he helped finish off the culture piece of this. He really did. Him getting all those guys to go with him. So Keontae going back when I saw that, I'm not saying good vibes, any of that. That makes sense.
Lloyd and I were thinking, though, there is a feature on the KSL Sports app, and it's called voicemail, or I don't know, it's in the bottom of Open mic. All you got to do is hit that button, and it will leave a message on the app, and it gets sent to Lloyd. Lloyd will then trim it up, and we will play it on the air. It is voicemail. Okay. So there's a function. You download the KSL Sports app, go to whatever app store you go to, and download that bad boy. And then at the very bottom is a feature that'll say voicemail. You're going to click on that, and it will allow you to send a message over your phone, and it will go right to Lloyd. Lloyd will then make sure that you don't swear or say something inappropriate, and then we will play them. The topic is, what are you willing to do or give up if the Jazz get a top 3 pick? Should we go just number 1? Make it really extreme?
Yes.
Okay. What are you willing to...
Because I think there is a certain player that fans would really like to see.
What are you willing to do or give up to ensure that the Jazz get a number 1 pick? I mean, and again, keep it within reason here, because you get vulgar, we're not going to play it. But what are you willing to do? What are you willing to give up to make sure that the Jazz get that number 1 pick? 1029. Again, that's available for you on the KSL Sports app. Just download that bad boy, hit the voicemail function, leave Lloyd a message. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to... This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'm surprised you think the Spurs are so unbeatable.
Well, I do think Victor Wembanyama is probably already the second best player in the NBA. Okay. I think he has made that huge jump. Steph Castle's been awesome. They seem to know exactly what their identity is. I don't know. Maybe I'm underselling Minnesota. Probably am. Be very curious how they handle Victor Wembanyama.
Going to handle him with Rudolph.
Again, I would not have been excited about it otherwise. I think Chris Finch is a good playoff coach. They'll have some things from San Antonio. I don't think this is going to be a 4-game series. Probably not even a 5-game series.
I don't know if there is another player in the NBA that I would pick if we were doing, fantasy draft stuff, and I had to play against Victor Wembanyama. I'd probably pick Rudy.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option. Flat top meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they they could study. It's free. It's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
Supercross doesn't just happen on race day. The work happens before the moment. And 511 calls that challenge possible. Kick off your Supercross weekend. Friday from 2 to 6 at 511 in Salt Lake. Check out custom Jeeps, grab free food, and a collectible 511 Supercross race pack. While supplies last, meet Carey Hart and Jordan Smith from Triumph Team. Autograph signing from 4 to 6. This isn't just a stop. It's where the weekend starts. 511, 389 West, 1830 South. Friday 2 to 6. Free event. Put in the work before the moment. Challenge possible.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me. Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lesselson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right. By the way, I will not stand for any disrespect to Paula Abdul on this show.
Former Laker dancer.
So
very appropriate.
Tremendous singer. And people only remember Paula Abdul as the kids, and even the kids probably don't even remember this now, it was so long ago, as the woman that couldn't string 3 sentences together on American Idol. Okay, that time had taken a bit of a toll there. But if you go late 80s, Paula Abdul, remember that video where she was dancing with like the cartoon?
Yep.
It's awesome.
Stayed up now, tell me.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So
that song, actually, I was in the midst of my service in the
old field?
In the old field. Fielder's Choice.
Yes.
And I was in Boston. I remember Lowell, Massachusetts, just a random day. And I think that song came out before I left. So it was just one of those rays of hope out there. I was out street contacting in the middle of this, and this car comes by, and it's a yellow light, and then it turns red, and they're blasting that tune. So I got about 1 minute and 25 seconds of that song.
Oh, that's what music's like.
I was kind of,
Yeah.
I'm not taking surveys for a minute. I'm going to sit here and sway to this. And then they took off, and then I got back to it.
And then it's like, all right, let's go listen to some Motab. All right. I've got the lineup. Now, we know Keontae George is going to be there for the Utah Jazz. But you got some interesting names that are going to be representing their teams. John Wall will be representing the Wizards in the draft lottery. How about this? Kansas Jayhawk star Nick Collison for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Alonzo Mourning will be out there for the Miami Heat. This is one that I have a hard time because I remember him as a player. I remember as a college player. I think you probably may have seen him at Utah, but Tayshaun Prince when he was at Kentucky.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep. He's with the Memphis Grizzlies. Oh, yeah.
The wingspan.
TJ McConnell for the Pacers.
I love that selection.
You ready for a real throwback? Rolando Blackman for the Mavs. Tony Kukoc for the Bulls. Vince Carter. Now, what team do you associate Vince with the most? I go Toronto. He's there for the Brooklyn Nets. And I guess why is Vince Carter? He's Toronto. I mean, you remember the
north of the border.
Yeah, went on the slam dunk competition, rocking the Pacers or the Raptors jersey.
Heck, Donovan Mitchell wore his jersey when he did the dunk contest.
Yes.
It was a Toronto
That's
jersey.
right.
And then for Charlotte, Con Knippel will be representing Charlotte. Should have been Rookie of the Year. And then you got a bunch of administrators. Sacramento will bring their general manager. Milwaukee, the Bucks will bring the owner's daughter again. All of you keep your minds out of the gutter on Twitter. It was a really ugly situation last time she was there. Larry Harris for the Golden State Warriors. Don't really care who that is. But yeah, you've got a few general managers, a couple owners, and then a lot of players and former players.
That's a solid crew.
That is.
I mean, you throw Mourning out there. Rolando Blackman was a starting shooting guard in '85 when I moved to Texas. So Brad Davis was at the point. Derek Harper was there. Man, those were the days.
Now you also have a crew that will be representing individual teams inside the lottery ballroom, the drawing room, as they call it, and a bunch of people you don't know, nor do you care about, owners, general managers there, but representing the Utah Jazz will be Austin Ainge. So Austin will be in the room when it happens, and then you'll have Keontae George at the presentation. I wonder if Austin will give Keontae a heads up, like, "Hey, man, don't look disappointed out there. It's not going to go our way."
They're going to have like baseball signals if they get the first.
Yeah.
It's two swipes to the arm and a touch to the forehead, then chin, then shoulder. I mean, that's where they lost me.
Yeah.
Just stop there. But the guy can. Now the indicator is the cheek. Remember? I was like, I can't follow you. I'm all the way across the field.
I just like the fastball, just like
exactly
one finger fastball. Let's go. All right, so the lottery coming up on Sunday. It'll be around 1:00. That's when we will be live on the station. So if you hear from a bunch of us, that's going to be good news. If you don't hear from any of us, that's bad news. So you've got.
If you only hear from Ben and Chandler Holden,
Ben
Anderson and Chandler Holden.
And Ben Anderson.
It didn't go well.
They're going to be hosting it. And if it only goes an hour and it's only those two, it's bad news. However, if the Jazz are in the top 3, then I'm going to hop on. Then everybody's going to hop on. You'll get a phone call. Everybody's going to contribute. We'll be on the air for a couple hours.
Well, I will be waiting. And just like anything, right? You can only control what you can control. I like who the Jazz are sending back there. I think Keontae's earned that with his dedication, commitment, and the way that he got everybody on the same page this last year. And then I love that Austin's going too. I mean, he's been back there before, but not with the Jazz. So it's a new, fresh, let's go one more attempt here to the cage.
Yeah.
See if we can get a hit.
And by the way, you should enjoy this, Jazz fans. This is going to be the last time you're really going to be emotionally involved in the lottery because the Jazz will not be there next year.
No, there's no way. And it's interesting. I talked to people, David Locke, who couldn't join us yesterday because of some of the issues that we had with the delays and whatever. David's a little bit more, reserved about saying they're going to go make the playoffs. And he makes a good point. Things have to go right. I mean, the right guys have to be healthy.
Yes.
And there are still things within this summer. The Kessler deal's got to get figured out. And we'll see how this draft pick goes. But if everything is as we think it is right now, and you add a piece, say top 6, 7 piece, the Jazz will be in the playoffs next year. And I believe not just the play-in.
Yeah.
I think they'll be clearly in and able to go then do what the Mammoth did this year and try to win that first round and see if you can start building, next year.
It's that simple. Again, there's a lot of what ifs here. What else you add in free agency? What else you can pull the trigger on in trades? But assuming Kessler comes back and you add a rotational piece in the draft, at bare minimum, the Jazz will be a playoff team next year. And you will not have to worry about lottery balls. You're not going to have to worry about any of that nonsense ever again, or at least for the foreseeable future.
And in a day and age where the pieces of your team, the individual pieces can be moved around, used. I mean, complete teams like Oklahoma City, that's the way to build. And these last few years to give Flip an opportunity with all those minutes to do what he did. And I think he is a bona fide guy that can give people problem off the bench. Bryce Sensabaugh, man, like there's another piece, another guy. If you need shooting and you put him in the game, and this year he showed. I mean, he took a couple charges. He was more active defensively. He took that assignment. Everybody's got to continue to up that. But in terms of, the top line guys, and we always talk about the rotational guys, and certainly now it's going to be great because there's so much competent, tested within the couple seasons talent that now can battle against each other, and that's where the cream rises to the top. So it could be really amazing because the Jazz have the positional size to go attack other teams in ways that they haven't been able to do in the past. And then to be able to have individual pieces, a flip off the bench, Sensabaugh, Isaiah Collier, and it's going to be interesting to see who stays on the island, and who gets moved off. There's a lot of fine tuning, obviously, at this point.
You ever a Survivor guy? You ever watch that?
I did early on,
same.
One of the first couple, but then
I was done with it. So I look at it, and this is a very Danny Ainge way of looking at things because Danny tries to take the emotion out of it, and he looks at team building. And, Danny once said, hey, look, if I was the general manager of the Celtics, I'd look at moving Larry Bird right now to get, like he's, I don't want to say he's cold-blooded, but he's calculated in how he approaches things. Bryce Sensabaugh, Kyle Filipowski, even Cody Williams to a certain extent, these guys that were able to get time last year and showcase their abilities, yes, they could be a part of next year's team and be better for it, but you also showcase their ability to help facilitate trades. And so there's a lot of tape on these guys doing good things in some big minutes. They're like, okay, we need that one extra player to pull off to finish off this trade. You saw what Sensabaugh did. He can be a big-time scorer. You saw the versatility of Filipowski. You can play the 5-4. He's all over the floor. You can do all kinds of things with him. And that in itself can be beneficial to the Jazz as they're continuing to build this team.
Yeah, that's why these years were pivotal.
Yeah.
You don't even know it going through it, but that's kind of some of the best things in life. You think about raising kids. I mean, I've got my grandkids over, twins, and my grandson right now. I've forgotten. I've been so far removed from having young kids. I mean, we've been on the run straight for a couple of days, but you make it through that.
Yeah.
But think about all the valuable things that happen in that time. Much like I'm telling you, this was a painful season for Jazz fans, and we talked about many that said, I'm done with that, whatever. I will still admit or still concur that when the Jazz get relevant and start making their runs again, the same people that are saying that will be there.
They'll be back.
Because, you can't take that away from Utah people support Utah people. So we are on the front end with the Jazz of something really, really fun. And Ryan's come out and said it. He's not afraid to say it. You want to win a championship, and you can't tiptoe. You cannot tiptoe into the pool. You have to jump in. And the two teams in the West, at least right now, that are the really big factors in the West and will be going forward, OKC and San Antonio, the Jazz have built their roster size-wise to be able to compete with them in day one.
The first time I did a sit-down interview with Ryan, it was before the Gobert trade. It was before the Donovan Mitchell trade. Hans and I sat down with him. It was the first MMA event. Dana White was in town. They were announcing they were bringing MMA back to Utah. And Ryan sat down, and he said a line that I will never forget because it is proven to be very, very true. He goes, we are willing to endure any amount of pain to bring a title to Salt Lake City. And essentially, he told everybody, look, it's not going to be fun for a few years. This is going to be rough. It's going to be painful, but we're not doing it to be a 45-win team. We're doing it to be a 60-win team and a team that brings a trophy down a parade down State Street. That's what's important to him. And so, yeah, while this has not been fun or enjoyable for you as a fan, for the players, for the coaches, for the front office, there is a method to what they're trying to do. And hopefully you see the results of that coming up on Sunday.
And what is awesome about this, Scotty, to me is they don't have to get the number. I mean,
no.
There are so many scenarios, but they put themselves in a position because of the way they've managed the last 4 years, where in some cases you get to this and it's like, man, we have got to, and obviously you want to hit because you're drafting that high, but the Jazz, what they've shown me is they hit on picks. Like this this group, Zanuck, Ainge, the Ainges, obviously, Will Hardy's a huge part of it, but they hit, and the reason they hit is because they're certain. They stack good decisions, but then on top of that, these guys do such a great job of taking a guy where he is and moving him forward. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've seen in the last 4 years. It's been overwhelming. I asked a question yesterday about development to somebody we had on in my mind, but that's what, as a coach, stood out to me, because I go early and I watch these guys and I watch their workout protocol and I watch the things that, great coaches have you work on your weaknesses. And so part of your workout is making shots and doing the things you can do, and then you really get into the other stuff, but you give that every single day. And that's why these guys have gotten better. And so I'm thrilled about the development piece in accord also with the roster, because even, a guy like Lowry Markin, I felt like he got better defensively this year.
Yep.
Right? So I'm not just talking about the young guys acclimating to the game. I feel like we saw it with John Collins. He was a 29% three-point shooter the year before he came to the Jazz. His first year in Utah, he shot 43 or 40. And I think next year everybody's talking about Jaren Jackson's rebounding. I will just say, I sit back and watch that number from, I have a feeling that's going to go up, because he's going to get a coach to go up. But you've also got Walker Kessler gobbling a bunch, hopefully, as well. He's like the Hoover.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 1049, what you may have missed coming up. Also, we got a busy show. This is going to be a fun one today at 11:05. Tony Jones will join us. Randy Bennett, new head coach at Arizona State. Good friend of coaches will join us at 12:05. And then Craig Bullerjack in studio at 1 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Imagine two great things coming together. Beehive Mills. Now, you used Beehive Mills a lot throughout the last year or two. You've heard us talk about it on the station. They're really easy. You just get those packages in the mail. You throw them in your slow cooker. 4 or 5 hours later, you have a great homemade meal ready to go. You don't have to worry about any portion sizes. You don't have to worry about ingredients, chopping up anything, any of that. It's all self-contained. But look, it's spring, it's summer. You want to get out on the flat top. Well, Beehive Mills wants to get you there too. They've got their new flat top meals, freshly prepared meals designed to be cooked on a flat top griddle or even a skillet. Everything as you would expect from Beehive Mills. It comes ready to go. You don't have to worry about the chopping, the measuring, mixing, any of that. Just thaw, cook, and then you've got a quick homemade meal right there on the flat top. It's a great option if you want the fast and efficiency of Beehive Mills and the quality of Beehive Mills, but you still want to have that hands-on cooking experience. They've got a great May menu. Remember, at Beehive Mills, they swap out their menu every month. In May, they've got loaded grilled chicken, bacon and egg breakfast skillet, taco hash. They even have steak fajitas and smash burgers. All you have to do is go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com. If you're a big fan of the slow cooker, you're going to love this. beehivemills.com, their new flat top meals right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. For limited time, Half Price Granite is offering special pricing, starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 financed. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Kenny J's Barbecue is turning 1, and to celebrate, they're throwing a block party May 9th from 3 to 7. There's games, live DJ, and barbecue you won't stop thinking about. Free dessert and a chance to win a full brisket. Come celebrate and find out more on Kenny J's Barbecue socials. We'll see you there.
Accessing the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Give up energy drinks for the next couple days, and if they get that number 1 pick, I'll give them up forever.
All right, there you go. Our first voicemail. Jake just sent in a voicemail via the KSL Sports app. If the Jazz get the number 1 pick, Jake is giving up energy drinks, not for a week, not for a month, forever. No more energy. He's going cold turkey.
How about you, Scotty? How about you? Would you give it up?
Hide the rock
you give
star.
up your drink?
This is my answer to that. Right there.
You wouldn't do that
to get a number 1 pick?
Yeah, to get the number 1 overall pick. Scotty, come on.
Whoa.
Come on, Scotty.
Whoa. Hey, just like the Jazz, I mean, there would be a little period of pain, a lot of pain. You have headaches.
You'll get used to it, though.
That would be like me trying to quit Diet Coke.
Okay. I'm not even going to bring that up to you.
I'm starting to put I put the 12-pack in every I'm drinking one a day.
Yeah.
Yowza.
Well, we had people on the YouTube stream that were keeping track of your Diet Coke consumption yesterday.
I crushed 3.
Yeah. They're like, "Wait a minute, he went through 2 bottles and now he's on a can."
Yeah, this guy's got to have that's my I guess that's my fuel, man.
Look, dude, I know I need to get off. Okay, fine. If the Jazz get the number 1 draft pick, I will never drink another sugar-free original Rockstar ever again.
I'm going to say it.
I've got to read in between some lines here, I feel like.
I think he
got
left
to read the fine print right now.
Yeah, that's like at the end of the ad when it's like, product does 4
hours or longer, see a doctor.
He's totally lying to you. If your headache persists for longer than 4 hours, consult.
All right, fine.
An optometrist.
All right, mark it down, Lloyd. Record this. Jake, I am with you. If if the Jazz get the number 1 overall pick, see these and everything like it, energy drinks, I'm done. Not another one.
I love the commitment you just made. Thank you.
Well, I'm actually new here, so I don't have an open container because I'm trying to live by the rules. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's not open. You've got that in your mug.
That was just a sound.
You dumped it in your mug.
That was just a sound effect of me.
Like, no, you had the mug.
Yeah.
You've got a lid on that thing. I will do the same. I would be in a world.
No. Don't do Diet Coke.
No, I'm not doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll quit.
Diet Coke?
I will quit.
No,
Diet
you
Coke.
won't.
I will. No, I will.
Because I won't do that with Coke Zero.
I'll quit Diet Coke. I'll just start drinking like some. I'll find a replacement. But that's the best thing I can give you.
Wow. I wasn't even trying to persuade you into something.
No,
like that.
I felt compelled to do my part.
Do you feel?
And that's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm not happy about it. I'm sad about it.
Like, okay, when you say compelled, do you feel like the other word for that is manipulated by Lloyd?
No, I do not feel manipulated by Lloyd.
All
Lloyd,
right.
you know what? Since I've been here, the first couple of days were it's like anything, trying to figure it out. But I'll tell you what, he's been a champ.
Yeah.
This guy's a champ.
He tried to haze you those first couple of days.
Yeah,
no hazing. There's no hazing.
I think you just wanted to, draw a line in the sand and say, hey, you know what? There's film class Lloyd, and then there's program director Lloyd, and it's a different person we're dealing with here.
If there's a way to get security footage of me wandering that parking facility,
I didn't haze you on that. That wasn't me. That was HR hazing you.
Okay, I know. I'm just saying, but that would be, and if you added some song really sad, like Everybody Hurts from REM, and I'm just walking up to each and every door and pulling on it. When the day is long in the night.
Oh, it's awesome. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Gather around the radio, folks, because this man has got opinions. He's got thoughts, and he's always willing to share, and he doesn't care who he offends, who he has to fight with on Twitter. He'll go at a drop of a hat. It is the great Tony Jones from The Athletic. He will join us next. We'll chat all things NBA with him. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This Mother's Day, give her more than just a gift. Give her comfort she'll feel every single day. From Minky Couture, the blankets moms everywhere are obsessed with. Discover brand new spring colors, fresh floral designs, and their softest, coziest fabrics yet. Light and airy or plush and luxurious, there's a Minky made just for her. Now enjoy special Mother's Day deals. 50% off any regularly priced blanket with code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or in-store. Minky Couture, made for moments that matter.
The Monster Energy SMX World Championship takes more than just skill.
Here we go!
It takes guts, precision, and all-out passion.
What's it gonna be?
For the world's elite dirt bike racers, every second counts.
To the roar of the crowd! Oh, he's done it!
Don't miss your chance to experience it live. Get your tickets now to Monster Energy AMA Supercross. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission. Coming to Rice Eccles Stadium this Saturday.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh.
This is a monthly coordinated test of the broadcast stations and cable systems in your area. We are testing equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies. Had this been an actual emergency such as severe weather, earthquake, or evacuation, the alert tone would have been followed by official messages. This station serves the Utah operational areas. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, remember the Copper Rock PGA Championship giveaway starts next week. One lucky winner will receive a Callaway Copper Rock Lodged golf bag and a $100 gas gift card starting Monday. The Zone will pair the top 25 players with a qualifier, and one gets the remaining field. Be caller number 12 when we ask, and you'll be assigned a player. And if your golfer wins, then you win. It's the Copper Rock, all brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. So I know you've listened to the station for a long time. It's a big deal because a lot of guys will call in and they're like, come on, Scotty Scheffler. And sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. But at least it gives you somebody to root for in the tournament coming up next week.
I told Lloyd I'm going to do my research over the weekend.
I'm
be ready to go.
Major pain in the butt.
I'm going to have a solid lineup ready to throw out there.
Yeah, I like it. And I would like to say that I do a lot of research on mine. I usually just pull up the Vegas odds and
probably as smart as anything.
Because obviously you want to win. You have a guy that wins it, but you just need to make sure all three of your guys make the cut.
Solid.
And if they're up a third, then you're going to be okay.
So is it just the three of us?
Yep.
We don't get BT involved in that?
No, I think, I think DJ steals those guys for something similar.
All right.
But, plus, I don't want to embarrass BT or Bob.
Because they do it for a living.
They do it for a living, and we just do it for fun. And so when we do a better job than them, it just puts them in a bad spot.
Come right in over the top.
Yeah.
It's what you do.
It's not okay.
I'm excited to talk to TJ. This will be fun.
Tony Jones expected to join us coming up here in just a moment. In fact, I'm a little curious to know how Tony's handling the recent success of the New York Knicks, because honestly, as long as I've known Tony, the Knicks have not been particularly good. I know you're a fan, Tony. Are you able to put the fandom aside with this Knicks run you guys are on?
I am a fortress of professionalism.
Oh yeah, that's true. A fortress of professionalism.
Hey, that needs to be your tag on Twitter. A fortress of professionalism.
By the way, Tim, can I just wish you congratulations, man?
Hey, Tony, you are and always have been so good to me. So I appreciate it, man. You're one of the real ones out there, and I sure appreciate that.
No, you've been good to me, and I when I saw the news, when you shared it on Twitter, I was not Twitter, but IG. I was very, very happy, and the photo in the video that you and Scotty did was absolutely phenomenal. So did we become best friends? That was great.
Yeah, that was fun. No, we're having a great time, and Scotty's keeping the thing where it needs to go, and I'm just following very closely.
Yes. Absolutely.
Hey,
absolutely.
About those Knicks, and it's really kind of more of a trend. I feel like the NBA's, you see OKC really well constructed, versatile, able to shift if they want to play certain ways or match certain lineups from the other side. I feel like the Knicks have done a great job too of just instilling a team, and you get guys like Bridges, who's played the most games in the last 5 years. Just speak to what do you really feel like this team's chances are to get there, to get to the finals this year from the East?
I'm going to put my fandom aside. I'm just going to be very
that's what I want. I want baller Tony.
Champions.
Yes. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Okay, let me stop. All right. Objective head Tony, not heart Tony. I'm still going to be very complimentary. I watched I watched, because I'm covering the series because I cover the Sixers. But I watched the first 5 minutes of Game 1, and you know what I said, and you'll know this because you've had teams like this. And you can watch the first 5 minutes of Game 1, and you say, "Wow, this team's been together for a while," because they know everything that they're trying to get to on offense. They know exactly where their rotations are defensively. When they get in transition, they know exactly, like Jalen Brunson's in the middle. He knows that Josh Hart is trailing. He knows that Mikal Bridges is fanning out to one side. He knows that OG Anunoby is fanning out to the other side. He knows that Cat is going to be trailing the play for the secondary break. I mean, there's just no guesswork with what the Knicks are doing right now, and it's made them a different beast for the Philadelphia 76ers than Boston was, because Boston, as good as the two J's are, around them, they were still trying, there were, multiple guys who hadn't been in the playoffs before, and the Sixers were able to walk them down in that series once Joel Embiid came back. And the Knicks basically, Joel didn't play in Game 2, but in Game 1, the Knicks basically ran him off the floor. They pick and rolled him to death. They got to whatever they wanted it out of the drop coverage. They knew that Joel wasn't going to be able to move to play up to the levels of the screen. And it was, you just see the Knicks and you just know that, they've been through the playoff wars, and frankly, this might be their time. This might be their time to win the Eastern Conference, and if they win the Eastern Conference, I certainly give them a fighting chance against whoever comes out of the West.
Ooh, so you probably won't like my prediction that I made earlier in the show.
Give it to him.
I said that not only will Oklahoma City win the NBA title this year, they'll do it in less than 20 games.
So that's not a hot take, though.
That gives them 3 losses in the playoffs.
Right. Denver did exactly 20 games in 2023.
Yeah.
They went 16-4. If you guys remember, I covered that entire run. I covered the Nuggets for that entire run. And they went 5 against Minnesota. They went 6 against Phoenix. Phoenix was the only team to be competitive. Phoenix got that series to 2-2, and then they ran out of gas. They did 4 against the Lakers. They swept the Lakers, and they did 5 against the Miami Heat. So I still think I don't think they're going to go 20 because I think they're going to get the Spurs next series, and that'll go at least 6. And I think that the Knicks or the Pistons are capable of taking 2 games away from them. But it very well might be 16-4 because I don't see Los Angeles taking a game from them in this series, which will make them 8-0. But the one thing I would give caution to if I was an Oklahoma City fan is that there's going to be a shock to their system after this series because it's going to get much more competitive very quickly because they got Phoenix didn't have a chance, and Los Angeles without Luka didn't have a chance either. But if they get the Spurs, that's going to be much more competitive, and I think the Knicks or the Pistons would be able to be competitive as well.
You watching the Minnesota San Antonio series, I assume, because you're a ball. You cover so many teams, but you're also just a ball guy.
So it's ironic that you say that because I haven't watched much of that series.
Oh, really? Okay.
And the reason why is because covering the Sixers and the Knicks, both of those games have started concurrent to the second half of the Sixers and the Knicks, which meant, obviously they're still going after the game, but I have to do post game and I have to do interviews and I have to actually work for a living. And I haven't been, so I watched the last 3 minutes in game 1. And then I watched maybe 4 or 5 possessions of game 2. But I've seen the entirety of every other game of every other series, just not that one.
But that does appear to be a drag-out, knockout fight between those two teams. I love Minnesota. I love what they're doing. I love Anthony Edwards and his willingness to just say, screw it, I'm going to go out there and play. San Antonio may be too much for him, but I'm really enjoying this one.
I think there's a real chance that Minnesota runs out of gas in this series.
Yeah, I can see that.
In the later games. I think if Minnesota has any chance of winning this series, they got to win both of these home games this weekend. Because even if they win both of these home games, I still think that there's a chance that San Antonio wins the last 3 games of the series and wins in 7. Just because San Antonio's backcourt, the depth and, the defensive pressure that they're able to exhibit, their youth and the way that they're able to shuttle guys in and out. There's only so much legs that Bones Highland can have against that. So, I do think, obviously, Minnesota has a chance to win Game 3. But then, if they do win Game 3, then Game 4 is going to end up. It's very similar to Denver and Oklahoma City last year, a series that I covered. Denver went up 2-1, and we all said, everybody was covering Denver like they're not going to win the series if they don't win Game 4, and they did not win Game 4. They were up 10 with about 3 minutes left in the third quarter, and then SGA just went crazy down the stretch. They walked them down, tied the series at 2-2. In Denver's last gasp was like Game 6, and then Oklahoma City ran away with Game 7. But that's the thing. Every other day in these series, the team often, attrition, and the teams that are the healthiest wins, the teams that have the most legs wins, and often the teams that are the youngest win.
Mike Conley also played like 24 minutes in that game, and he only played over 20 minutes like 20 times this year. So, like you said, without DiVincenzo too, that's going to be tough. Is Wemby going to be the MVP next year and start a run for a while?
I think that he and Shea are the two best players in the world right now.
Right.
I think that, I think that this is about to be really, really near future. It's going to be his league. The things I'm pretty sure he's going to end up being the best defensive player we've ever seen. And, once his offense catches up, I mean, he's obviously great offensively, but I think that there's still things that you can do to game plan against him from the defensive side of the ball. You can still, put a Julius Randle on him and just kind of push him and root him out and, do some things with him. Once you can't do that anymore, it's going to be him and LeBron at the top, and Michael Jordan's going to be third.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, LeBron's number one.
Oh, no,
Sorry,
no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to keep it civil. I love you, man. I do. I really do. And everybody's entitled to whatever they feel.
Even if it's wrong?
LeBron's number one, and it's not close. That's the real take. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, and again, I still love you. Nothing changes that.
I just want to caution the people who are enjoying this interview to really, really enjoy the rest of it, because it might be a long time before I'm invited back on this show.
No,
come on. Look, TJ, Coach isn't mad. He's just disappointed in you. That's all. It's
even worse.
No, Tony, I'm neither. These guys can't put words in my mouth. I don't get into territorial, fragmented stuff like that.
I will say, Tony, you caused a stir on this station the last time you were on, and it turned into a social media frenzy to the point where I'm like, please, all you people out there, please just remove my handle from this, because I'm tired of getting into all your fights. You said that if the Jazz are able to get A.J. DeBonsa in this draft, that they will win a title. Not just get to an NBA Finals, they will win a title, I think you said, in like 3 or 4 years. Do you still stick with that?
Oh, I still stick with that. I stand by that.
That's my guy.
And I'm actually, you know what? I'll stamp that one. I'm with him on that
one. Can you imagine A.J. DeBanza at the 2, and you've got Lowry Markin and Walker Kessler and Jaren Jackson Jr. Oh, by the way.
Oh, Ace, you want to get some minutes?
You have Ace Bailey and you have Keontae George. I mean, that is an insanely versatile and talented group. I mean, it would be, if the Jazz get A.J. DeBonsa and they have all of those weapons, you're taking $50-60 million in cap space this year, and you're saying you're going to any veteran that's helpful and saying, look at what we have. This team would be ready to. This team would win 50 games next year instantly.
Yes,
and be a top 4 seed in the Western Conference.
Tell me this: was when you heard about the Jackson trade, what was first thing went through your mind with that? Like, you can't help how you feel. Like, you hear it. What did you think?
I was shocked. That was the initial, because I knew, I mean, it was obvious that the Jazz did not want to win. So, you're shocked that you make a trade for a winning player, and then you analyze the trade and you say, oh, okay, in a bubble, in a vacuum, this is a good trade. But then you realize, they're not really going to play Jaren that much.
Yeah,
exactly.
Then you objectively look towards, this is what they're going to have next year. This is, yeah, this is good. So, it makes a lot of sense. Him and Lowry are going to be, very dangerous as booking forwards. And I think that, when you look at this team next year, you're going to be able, as long as this team is healthy, you're going to be able to keep two of Keontae George, Lowry Market, and Walker Kessler or Jaren Jackson Jr. on the floor at all times. That's pretty good.
Okay, let's say that the Jazz are picking at 3. Knowing what they have on that roster, do you go Boozer or do you go Caleb Wilson?
I'm going Caleb Wilson.
I agree.
Ball knower. He's a ball knower. That's right where I'm at, too.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going Caleb Wilson because I'm just looking at that upside. I love Cameron Boozer. I see him as a 18-10 to 20-10 guy for a decade. I just don't think that he has a superstar gear. So if you're picking top 3, whether this works out or whether it doesn't, I want to draft somebody that I think has a superstar gear. And I think Caleb Wilson has it. I think Darren Peterson has it. I think AJ DeBanza has it. I actually think Keaton Wagler has it, but I'm not picking Keaton Wagler over Cameron Boozer.
The interesting thing is I look at it every year, and obviously there's a pecking order, and I don't know how much agents influence all that stuff, but the Jazz last year did just that. They had the opportunity, and he fell, but Ace Bailey's on that list. Don't you feel like he's got that superstar gear?
I think he does have the superstar gear, absolutely. And it's funny that we laud the 2026 draft is rightfully being as good and as deep as it is and as talented as it is. It's going to be really hard for many drafts to beat the top 5 of this draft. Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, VJ Eskrim. I think VJ Eskrim could be the next Anthony Edwards.
He's incredible, man.
He's special. And I'm going to break some news on VJ Eskrim. Okay. I'm finally ready to come out of the closet. So listen to this.
Okay.
So do you remember when the Rookie of the Year voting came out a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Yes.
There was one person who voted.
Yes.
DJ got one vote, one second place vote. It was me.
We know that guy.
Love it.
It was me.
That's fun.
I didn't say anything on Twitter because I was looking at like all of the whoever voted gave VJ Eskrim the second place vote should be tied up on a stake and burned alive. And I was just thinking to myself, I was like,
I better.
I don't want to jump into this.
I better lay low for a while.
The evil Kermit was like looking at me like, "Do it." And, well, yes, it was me.
That's awesome.
But now that VJ's actually been on a playoff stage, and you guys, people have seen what he is. That's why I voted him second.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this: did you go Con or Flag number 1?
Oh, I went Flag 1.
See, okay, look, this is the problem I have with that, is that Cooper's going to get all of the accolades. Like, he's going to go down as one of the greatest. He's going to win MVPs, titles. Can we just let Con have this one? He had the better overall season. Let's just let Con have that one.
I don't agree that he had the better overall season.
He absolutely did have the better season.
I think this is why I voted Cooper over Con. You're comparing a guy who was a number 1 option all season to a guy who was a number 3 option all season. So, yeah, Con had a great season. But, I mean, Cooper, this guy was at the very top of everybody's scouting report, and he was setting records of his own. Now, I'm going to give you a reason why I voted. This is the reason why. What is wrong? My ice machine is going crazy in the background. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
the reason why I voted VJ number 2, and this is why I voted VJ number 2, because I thought that he was the best defensive rookie on the perimeter this year with Cedric Howard out of Memphis. I thought that those two were the best defensive perimeter rookies by far, and it's hard to guard point of attack as a rookie. And VJ Eskrim did it, and he did it extremely well. He was Philadelphia's best perimeter defender this year. And the second reason, which is a lot more inside baseball, but it's my reason nonetheless, he was the only rookie in the class that had to scale all 5 responsibility positions this year. He had to be the number 1 option. He had to be the number 2 option. He had to be the number 3 option, the number 4 option. And in the rare instances where Joel Embiid and everybody else was healthy, he was the number 5 option. So he had to take on so many hats this season on both sides of the basketball. Still averaged 16, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, or whatever he did. And he did it for a team that made the playoff, not only made the playoffs, but made the playoffs without 2 of its 3 best players for most of the season. That's why I voted on number 2.
We'll agree to disagree on a few topics.
I can't believe you're dissing my guy.
Hey, let's not get this guy.
And he had to play with one of the ball boys. I mean, come on, that's not easy.
Hey, whose idea was it to have this naysayer on here?
I know, right?
Yeah. I'm just kidding, man. This is sports. This is what we do.
TJ, man, I love chatting with you so much. I hope you're having a good time back there in Philadelphia. You know we miss you, but we're going to get you on as much as possible, especially during the season,
absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. We're going to do the video thing, too. So
yes.
Tell Lloyd to never fear.
Yeah. We're going to make that happen.
And you get out here, you better call us because we're going to break bread, okay?
We're going to go buy you a meal or 2.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not buying me anything. I'm gonna do the LeBron James thing in that movie, and I'm just gonna be like, "Yeah, okay, you owe 33."
Hey, I will say this: LeBron's a hell of an actor. He did a good job in that movie.
Oh, he did a great job in that movie. But he said, "See, I told you these refills weren't free."
Hey, you've seen him roll around on the floor plenty for no reason. He's a great actor.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, I'll leave it at that. No, we'll just get little things.
My favorite police. That's the best player in the world to you.
I thought last night his wrist broke. I mean, the way he landed, but he was okay. He was good.
He was okay. His hip broke. That was a foul. They should have called it.
I know they should have. It was awful.
Well,
he gets hit, and he gets more fouled worse than any star
he gets
player.
the worst whistle in the history of the NBA, according to JJ.
Agreed.
You're the man, TJ.
All right, Tony. We'll see you soon, man.
Okay, I'm going to take my wife out for a sandwich for Mother's Day.
That works. Yep.
Hey, hold on a second. It's on my ledger. Yeah, that passes.
Yeah,
you're good.
I think you'll be fine.
All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Thank you guys for having me.
You got it. There he is, Tony Jones. Man, I love that dude. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yeah, he came on the air as one of the friends and said, "Oh yeah, Jazz are going to win a title in 3 years." And of course, our crack promotional staff threw that on a little video, and that sucker went viral.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Because I watch and listen. I actually probably heard it the day you did it. But TJ's great. He does such a good job. He's got a good basis because he's seen so much, and he covers a bunch of different teams. I love having him on. He's just in error a little bit on who he thinks the GOAT is.
Yeah. All right, 11:31, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Fired up for our next guest coming up at 12:05, Randy Bennett. Yes, the head coach of Arizona State, longtime head coach of St. Mary's, good friend of Coach LaCombs. He's going to join us coming up in 30 minutes from right now. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Brian Geltzeiler.
How much stock do you put in guys who put up decent or very good numbers on teams that don't win? And where I'm going with this specifically is Markkanen and Keontae George.
I have no doubt in my mind that Larry Markkanen can and will be at some point a very productive player on a winning team. I worry a little bit about George because of the ball dominance, frankly. I think in some ways there's going to be moments where Collier's the better fit with the ball in his hands because of how much more willingly he moves the ball and sets guys up, because between Markkanen, Jaren Jackson, and Ace Bailey, there's other shot makers on this team outside of Keontae George. His big challenge going into next year is how do I use those pieces around me for the greater good of the overall team? And I think that's something that Will Hardy's going to have to work with him on, but I do think of what we've seen so far, that may be a little bit of a challenge.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up, your cholesterol keeps climbing, or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Larry Markkanen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK. Supercross doesn't just happen on race day. The work happens before the moment. And 511 calls that challenge possible. Kick off for Supercross weekend. Friday from 2 to 6 at 511 in Salt Lake. Check out custom Jeeps, grab free food, and a collectible 511 Supercross race pack while supplies last. Meet Carey Hart and Jordan Smith from Triumph Team. Autograph signing from 4 to 6. This isn't just a stop. It's where the weekend starts. 511 389 West 1830 South. Friday 2 to 6. Free event. Put in the work before the moment. Challenge possible.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's time for the 40th anniversary Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Competing in over 50 sports statewide. Join the opening ceremony festivities on Friday, June 5th. Register today at UtahSummerGames.org.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, remember the Zone and Beehive Mills honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Mills Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. All right, it is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly. There's a couple things here on the good in regards to Connor McDavid. Yesterday, he starts firing up his social media of him and his dog out on a boat. And where is that boat? It's in Utah. Now, Connor McDavid still under contract. He will be a highly sought-after free agent if he allows himself to reach free agency. If not, he may get traded next year or after next year if they can't figure things out with him and Edmonton. But he was not happy at the end of the season. We played some of his comments. Well, he continued on and talked about some of the teams that Edmonton has essentially been passed up by.
This year felt like there was a big turnover. Those young teams are not young, losing teams. They're really good teams with great players. San Jose is the same way. You know, how long before Chicago figures it out? Utah's right there, too. So it was a big changeover year, and we got to get going.
Utah's right there, too. We got to get going.
They could just really use the best player in hockey.
Yeah, I think that would
put him over the edge.
That'd be all right. If Connor, look, if you're not happy in Edmonton, and look, Edmonton, there's not a lot of cities that are professional sports cities where you can say, you know what, everything about Salt Lake City is better than that city. Guess what? Everything about Salt Lake City is better than Edmonton.
I've never been, but I assume that's the fact.
Neither have I.
Jack.
But you know what? I feel pretty comfortable saying that.
Yeah, it's not on my, to-do list. Need to get to Edmonton for whatever reason. I want to go to, Banff.
Sure.
There's
Toronto.
Toronto's great.
I mean,
I spent 16 hours in Toronto. It was a great city.
He loved it.
The world traveler.
Yes. That trip from the bus to the arena to the airport, fantastic.
And the best part about it is you had 20 minutes to figure it all out and to get to the airport. It seemed like that one floored me even, Lloyd. I was doing pre-half post as I always do, and I was driving to the up to the arena. It was a Sunday game, correct?
Yep.
And I can't remember, but somebody called me and said, "Yeah, Boulder's doing today's game, or Boulder's out today. Scotty's in." Whoa.
I was calling a Utah.
Because you called we texted the night before.
Yeah, I called the Utah State game. I was in Logan on Saturday. Fortunately, it was a day game. Utah State was playing San Diego State, and Jeremy Bruner in the middle of the game. And usually I try not to look at my phone during the game, but it popped up on my computer, and I messaged, and it's from Jeremy Bruner. He said, "Hey, do you have your passport, or do you have an active passport?" And I'm like, "Yes." He's like, "Good, because I've got you booked on a overnight red-eye flight to Toronto. Buller's out. Locke's going to go to TV." He's like, "Are you down?" I'm like, "Hell yes. Let's go."
You're going to Canada.
Then you told Bruno, you said, but I have a show I have to do on Monday.
I got back for the show.
Did you?
Yes, absolutely I did. No, I did.
Did you?
Yep.
Yeah, you worked because I remember how tired you were at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I was a mess, but I did it.
But did you?
Did you?
But did you really? Okay. All right.
That's the Lloyd. But did you really?
Physically, I was here. Mentally, maybe not so much. All right, but Connor McDavid, come on down. Look, you like to vacation here. Obviously, you like the scenery. Obviously, there's a lot about the state that you admire. You admire the team. You think they're there. Utah's right there. So let's just make this marriage happen.
What if you had to give up? What would you be willing to give up?
No more rock stars.
No. Okay, I'm actually talking about because it's going to take assets. It's going to take players.
No, me not giving. Yeah.
No. It's going to take players from the Mammoth that you'd have to get. Yamamoto might be gone.
You know what? In Edmonton, they might do it for the Zammoth.
Yeah. Send up the
Straight
Zammoth
across.
Yep.
Because that's the whole thing with the Mammoth. They have all these young assets that are up and comers.
Okay.
And what do you?
We'll give you the Zammoth and Mike Fulta in exchange for Connor McDavid.
Mike, I do not back what he's
and
saying, Mike.
And if you
you're
really
listening,
push
Mike,
us, we'll throw in Adrian Denny.
Yeah, I don't know. Adrian might be a deal breaker.
You're going to throw in broadcasters.
I'll go ahead and throw him in. The Mammoth, what are you thinking?
Oh, man.
Two very capable guys, because I listen to them a lot when I'm driving.
And by the way, Mike's great. That's
Mike's
why,
great.
That's why it's valuable.
There's value. No,
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. There's a value there.
Yeah.
So I get it. I understand. You're not just like getting rid of it because there's no value here. Why not? No,
Well,
I get it.
And I hear what you're saying too, Lloyd, but I say, I don't, you're not going to give up the farm per se, but the bottom line is you're bringing in a whole lot there.
No, I
and you win now.
Yeah,
I mean,
I that's the farm. I give up the farm. All right. Logan Cooley and others for Connor McDavid. You have to do it.
It would have to be, for me, I'd have to see it in a list, like a shopping list.
Yeah.
All right. For a guy that can't get it done, that can't win a Stanley Cup.
Wow. Look, you cannot rip a future member of the Utah Mammoth.
I know.
Like that.
I'll say it now, and then I'll back it up when he comes.
We'll go back and delete it.
I know what the headline should be on that day. McMammoth. McMammoth move.
Yeah. No, that's not car crash material. That was good. All right, let's get to that's the good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Hey, you were probably part of some, practice skirmishes. You probably saw some stuff. You had some competitive dudes down there. I could see Tavinari mixing it up with somebody in practice.
A lot of fights.
It's a common thing, right?
Yeah, it always seems to happen early when it's the old stages of team building, right?
Yeah.
You learn that in sports psychology. Forming, storming, norming, and performing.
Norming?
Forming, storming.
Yeah.
Norming, just kind of figuring out day to day,
okay. All right.
and performing.
Wow.
I learned that from Dr. Hall at University of Utah.
Look at that. Well, apparently Real Madrid thinks that's not such a good idea. A fight between teammates, and each one has been fined $589,000 after a fight in the locker room. That's a pretty hefty amount of money.
That seems hefty to me.
Between teammates?
Between teammates. Both teammates have been fined.
Not opposing teams.
No.
Just in a practice training
And fined
session.
by the team, not by the league or anything. Just like, all right, you know what? We're having a hard time making payroll, so let's ding these guys each $600K.
It probably turned into one of those. It probably turned into one of those WWE things, with trash cans and
chairs, folding chairs getting thrown around.
Brooms and employees being thrown around. Just these two guys just had enough.
Our guy Napolis over here will not have any soccer slander going on.
I'm not slandering it, but that is in theory, that is a heck of a way to get some of the money you pay guys back.
Yeah. How often, though, in the course of that fight, did somebody go down and grab an ankle and start screaming and and then
they had to pause.
They brought the stretcher out and took him out of the locker room
after the first punch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then they come out. You're going to be okay. You just literally just barely scratched your forehead.
Yeah. Didn't even draw any blood.
Okay, commence.
Let's go. Round 2. Fight.
We played to the stretcher. We want to play. Do you remember the early versions of Madden had a stretcher?
Oh, yeah.
And an ambulance.
Yeah.
I remember they'd come out and you'd put your guy on the stretcher, put him in the ambulance, drive him off.
Have you played the new Maddens?
I haven't. I want to get back into it. It's been years, but I love that stuff.
Well, terrible.
The problem is it's hard now.
It's really hard, and these kids are so much better. Xavier smokes me on it. I don't even want to play. It's not fun.
We were just playing arcade version.
Yeah, you did the A/B button and the little up, down, right, left, and that's it.
But it's all the AI that's in the games now, and they've made it so real. You got to have pre-snap reads and everything, right?
Yeah.
Or else you're in big trouble.
I just want Tech Mobile. Give me 4 plays to choose from. And let's go.
Keep it simple.
This is an ugly. I'll do the ugly. Can I do the ugly?
Sure. Yeah.
Right, this is the ugly.
And of course, the ugly.
In the theme of video games, just the weekend I just started looking around on my phone.
You're going to admit this.
Yes. And I'm even going to say the name of the app even. I got into hockey, and I'm like, I want to find a hockey video game I can just play. I'm waiting for something or hanging out. So I looked them up, and there's a app called Pocket Hockey. And at first I thought it sounded painful, but it's literally called Pocket Hockey, and it's just, because you play it on your phone. So it's what it is. It's a 3-on-3 game, I think, and it's a mini little rink, and you have to flip your phone sideways, and all the controls are just with your thumbs. Well, I'm here to tell you after about 5 days, I got carpal tunnel so bad, and my thumbs are so bruised. I have been playing this game. I'm so into hockey all of a sudden. I'm hitting one-timers across the crease.
So every time you're in the bathroom and sitting on the toilet, you're playing?
Hey, you don't need to. I am at this mic when I need to be, and other than that, in this job, my friend, talk to HR.
Yeah.
Because my time here is limited, you see.
Pocket hockey.
It's called pocket hockey. But I was playing it last night, and then the other thing is you're playing other people, so it matches you up against people.
Oh, okay.
And there's all sorts of trash talk, right? So somebody scores, and they're like, this is an easy game, you know. And then I get mad, and I score, and I put, ha, 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 buddy.
That'll show him.
So anyway, last night I was playing it, and my wrists, the ugly part is when you get old, this stuff, I used to do all sorts of stuff, and now it hurts so bad.
You hurt your wrist playing a video game. Man.
And my thumbs. My thumbs are like, oh, yeah, just, you know, because I was so intense.
Yeah.
Develop some blisters.
I'm surprised you didn't, like, crack the screen of your phone.
I figured it just shows better when you know, they see us who we are. I like, in my spare time, I like to play video games.
Well, I think the downloads of Pocket Hockey just went through the roof.
Check it out. It's really fun.
Because I'm actually going to download that. You know what I wanted to do, and I don't think they're around much anymore, but I wanted all of us to get like poker video games and like have like a poker night on our video games, but with listeners.
Oh, that would be fun.
Yeah. If anybody knows a good poker game for the, are you a PS5 guy or are you a...
For getting to know the listeners' purposes only,
right.
by the
and,
way.
No. This is all entertainment purposes.
You guys know my network. I could invite like Chauncey Billups to show up at it or something.
Like, man, Chauncey won again? What?
You know.
Another one, Chauncey? What's going on? I can't believe that.
I actually do know Chauncey, but yeah, I wouldn't invite him to play poker. That would mean the game would be stacked against you, apparently.
Yeah, and you might have some mob bosses, yeah. Okay, a little late on that, but yeah, you are tight with Chauncey Billups.
Yeah, the wiring on the horn's broken. We need to get that fixed. That was one of the issues with when the guy was looking over the car. The horn wasn't, so his wig kept falling off.
We're bringing this full circle.
You always have to. It's a humor cycle.
11:50, about 15 minutes away from Randy Bennett, new head coach at Arizona State, longtime coach at St. Mary's, will join us coming up at 12:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
I definitely think the league is just built around two-way players. You got to play both sides. You really have to have an impact. Your entire game plan can't just be disguising multiple bad defenders, and it's what the Jazz ran into with Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell. It was just Rudy had to cover up so much, it just became too much for him, and the dam broke.
James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, I don't think, can play together. And I love this direction of where the NBA is going, by the way. How many one-way offensive players can you play at one time? At one point, it was how many non-shooters can you play at one time? And now combine that with how many one-way guys can you play at one time? One?
Yeah.
Maybe two? I think that will be where the Lakers run into trouble even when their players are back or if Austin Reeves stays. I don't think you can have more than one non-defensive player. You know what? It might be the Nuggets' problem.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. America First Credit Union has got so many great opportunities for you to really improve your financial situation. Now, we've talked about the no payment for 3 months on the Platinum Visa card. How about this? You can tap into the equity of your home with a HELOC, and for the first 6 months, you have that HELOC, you're only paying 3.74%. That intro rate is incredible. And of course, after 6 months, it'll pop to the normally just incredible rates you're going to get from America First Credit Union. These are competitive rates, and it's going to help you lower other payments. So if you want to take over some of the credit card debt or some other debt and put that into the HELOC, you can really reduce your payments. Instead of paying 20%, you're going to be paying like 3.7%. There's so many great opportunities for you to really access. You got that home project. You want to remodel the kitchen. You want to call our guys at RGS and do a complete remodel of the outside of your home. Well, now's the time to do it with the power of the equity in your home provided by America First Credit Union. Get that HELOC and that incredible rate, just 3.74% for the first 6 months at America First. All you have to do is visit a branch, apply online at americafirst.com. That's americafirst.com.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating, heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't know which way to go.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nice. Straight up. Hey, this Mother's Day, give her more than just a gift. Give her comfort that she'll feel every single day. It's Mother's Day deals going on right now at Minky Couture. We were out there yesterday. You can still get 50% off those Minky blankets. All you have to do is go online at minkycouture.com. Okay, normally I would say get it online. Sure, there's a lot of convenience there. It's probably not going to make it to you by Sunday. So what I would suggest, there's so many great Minky Couture locations all up and down the Wasatch Front. Just find one and go in there and say Zone 50 and grab your blanket, and you're good to go. And so it'll be there for your mom, your wife, whoever, right there on Mother's Day.
So I got a couple texts yesterday, one of them from a buddy of mine I went to high school with, and Jake texted me and said he heard us on the radio, and they, right during the show, went over to Spanish Fork location, the Orem location.
Yeah.
And got a Minky.
Nice.
So got two Minkies, actually.
Oh, love it.
Because how could you not with those prices?
Well, yeah. When yesterday when we do live remotes there, they give us a little extra. So we were at 55% yesterday, and you might as well grab two. Let's go.
So that's still going on Zone 50.
Yeah, it'll go through tomorrow night.
Right.
So you can go through any of those Minky Couture locations and just say, I'm going to need a blanket, and I'm going to need to be a hero on Mother's Day. I cannot screw it up. I'm already got my gas station flowers, your 7-Eleven flowers. Don't do that. Please don't do that.
I mean, at least go to Smith's.
Yeah, exactly. Get a high class flowers, and then go make a good meal, and then give her a Minky blanket and give her the remote and leave her alone. Take the kids and just give her space.
And give her the day off.
Yep. Don't let her think about food. Don't think about cooking anything. Don't think about cleaning up anything. Just make sure everything's all taken care of.
Well, if I did that, I'd be in big trouble this week because my daughter's not around. We've got 3. So it would be me.
Oh, the twins.
And Hank. And I don't think I could do that by myself. So we'll figure this out.
You'll take a good portion of it.
I got her a Minky yesterday, though.
Yes, you did.
So I already gave it to her. She loves it.
Yeah.
Matches the new couch.
Good eye on that, too, by the way.
And it was a perfect match.
All right, Randy Bennett's going to join us coming up next. You've had a lot of battles with him throughout the years.
Yeah, this guy's tough, man. And I'm telling you, just couldn't be more pleased for him. A guy that was loyal as the day is long to St. Mary's. And I think that'll be why we talked to him some about is, what finally made it okay to leave and, what he's thinking about being back where he grew up in Arizona. So it'd be awesome to have Coach on, and people can get to know him outside the scowl and the oversized shirt on the sideline.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Randy Bennett next, right here on the Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This Mother's Day, give her more than just a gift. Give her comfort she'll feel every single day. From Minky Couture, the blankets moms everywhere are obsessed with. Discover brand new spring colors, fresh floral designs, and their softest, coziest fabrics yet. Light and airy or plush and luxurious, there's a Minky made just for her. Now enjoy special Mother's Day deals. 50% off any regularly priced blanket with code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or in-store. Minky Couture, made for moments that matter.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit culliganslc.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets. First pitch, 6 o'clock. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow night, they start at 5 o'clock on 1280 The Zone, while Real Salt Lake is at FC Dallas at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday at 1 o'clock, join us for NBA Draft Lottery coverage. Where will the Jazz pick in the 2026 draft? Listen Sunday at 1 on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Kenny J's Barbecue is turning 1, and to celebrate, they're throwing a block party May 9th from 3 to 7. There's games, live DJ, and barbecue you won't stop thinking about. Free dessert and a chance to win a full brisket. Come celebrate and find out more on Kenny J's Barbecue socials. We'll see you there.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's high noon up and down the Wasatch Front, and Scotty and the coach are just getting started.
Is Wemby going to be the MVP next year and start a run for a while?
Well, I'm pretty sure he's going to end up being the best defensive player we've ever seen. Once his offense catches up, he's obviously great offensively, but I think that there's still things that you can do to game plan against him from the defensive side of the ball. Once you can't do that anymore, it's going to be him and LeBron at the top, and Michael Jordan's going to be third.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, LeBron's number 1.
Oh, no,
Sorry,
I'm just going to keep it civil. I love you, man. I do. I really do. And everybody's entitled to whatever they feel.
Even if it's wrong?
LeBron's number 1, and it's not close.
This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kick it! She still says no. You missed 2 classes and no homework.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard and the coach, Tim Lacombe. You hear us every day from 10 to 2 right here on the Zone. And joining us now, he is the new head coach of Arizona State, Randy Bennett. Kind enough to join us. Coach, how are you?
I'm good, Scott. How you doing?
Good.
Coach, what's up, my guy?
What's up, Tim? Good to be on the show. Excited about it.
Oh, so good. Hey, and I'm glad that you're feeling better. And You had your introductory press conference yesterday. It was Arizona State. I'm just curious your thoughts having taken the job and assembled a staff and kind of started down that path.
Yeah, so it's I've been St. Mary's for 25 years, so it's a change of pace, and only the second school that I've really been head coach yet. So it's there's some new things, but I'm excited about the challenge. I mean, you're going in the Big 12. It's a really tough league and really good coaches. So I'm excited about that. Excited about getting back home. And I've always thought Arizona State was a really good job in all sports, but men's basketball especially. So it'll, like I said, it's a good challenge. I was kind of ready for a new challenge.
Does the state of kind of college basketball and the leagues and everything else, did that make it a little easier for you to make the move just because it's become so fractured and there's not a lot out there for the little guy anymore, it seems?
No, that's a great question. And, it wasn't the main factor, but it was on my mind that I just didn't want to get stuck in a league. I mean, we had a lot of success. Gonzaga left the WCC. So that's a factor. That's a factor on the strength of the WCC, and which eventually is a factor in whether you can get in the NCAA tournament with an at-large bid, which we have done a lot of times. BYU used to be in the league, and that really helped us, and we can get 3 teams in the league in the tournament because we were getting quad 1 games in our league, and we obviously played tough strength of schedule in non-conference. But it wasn't the reason I made the move. The reason I made the move is I loved St. Mary's and loved being there and was happy there. And I probably wouldn't have ever left there except for Arizona State. And that's the reason I did it, is that challenge and wanting to coach at Arizona State but would be my dream job being from here. And I just always thought I'd get back here, but it didn't happen. And then it finally happened.
You kept winning too much. That was a you problem. You kept winning too much there.
Yeah.
Coach, you just couldn't get away from playing BYU in the Marriott Center. You just had to find a way to get back there, correct?
It's unbelievable. That last game up there, I was like, thank goodness, I'm done with this place.
Funny how the world works.
Here we go again.
But this league,
too funny.
This league is widely considered the best basketball conference in the country, and year in and year out, they're right there at the top when you look at the analytics. I mean, this is the cream of the crop when it comes to basketball. You looking for a new challenge? This is a big one. What do you see out of this league?
No questions. I mean, I don't know which one's the best. They're all 3 the best, in my opinion, as far as best basketball conferences in the country. I know this one. I don't know if there's a conference that has tougher places to play on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to go down to Arizona. I've been to BYU. I know what that feels like.
You ever been to Iowa State, Coach? That's a beast.
Exactly. And I think the toughest place I've ever been to play in is Kansas. And so you got all those, and Texas Tech's got it rolling. Baylor's got it rolling. Cincinnati has a great crowd. So, and I'm missing some, but there are some great basketball atmospheres and venues in this league. There's really good coaching. And that was the challenge me and our staff kind of wanted to take on. And for me, if it wasn't going to happen now, it wasn't going to happen. So I'm excited.
You've got your roster you started to put together. I don't know the rules, so if you can't talk about certain guys, I get it. But just generally, see, I used to know the rules, but I don't anymore. That's a me thing. But
second part, you got to follow them, Tim.
Yeah. Hey, come on, man. You and I were about as good a law-abiding citizens as there's been. We didn't cause much problem. But how do you feel about your roster and what you've been able to do since you got there, and your staff? You know, the familiarity. I know there's a bunch of guys you've known for a long time.
Yeah, I'll reverse order. I'll talk about staff first. Great staff. And, I mean, Rick Croy came from Cal Baptist. He just went to the NCAA tournament. He took that program from being Division II to Division I and then made the NCAA tournament this year. He's really good coach. Glad to have him on the staff. David Patrick, again, 2-time head coach, and I think one of the best recruiters in the country. It was at LSU and has Australia ties. But I had coached with both of those guys at St. Mary's, so I knew what they're about. I knew what they could do, and they both jumped in. And then one of my former players, Joe Rayhan, who was one of our top was one of our top assistants at St. Mary's, and he played for us, and he's a heck of a young coach. So he was the first guy I asked to say, I think this might happen. Would you like to do it? And he thought about 3 seconds.
That's the right guy.
And because he wanted the competition. It's pretty cool.
Right.
Anyhow, and then E.J. Rowland came with us. He was over there. He played for us at St. Mary's and was a really good point guard and played 20 years in Europe. And so this will be his 3rd year. And he's really good too. So he's got a great way about him. Be good in recruiting, whole deal. And still working on one. So that's the staff. I think I'm real excited about it, those guys. And then player-wise, I can talk about all the guys who turned in their paperwork, and that's 11 of them. I think we have a commitment from a 12th, and we have to get to 14. But we didn't have any when I came here. So, since the portal, we've in 3 weeks we've been able to get 12 players and excited about them. Excited about the terms on which they came here. And I think that's everything. Like, you got to make good decisions. And you had to, Tim, when you coach, you had to make good decisions on kids.
You had to stack them, right?
Yeah, but you still have to make good decisions, whether they're getting money or not. And they're all getting money now. So you got to be able to manage that. And I think it's all about making good decisions and getting the right guys and the guys that are coming to try and win a championship, not necessarily make the most money that they can make. And there's a healthy balance there, but you can complain about it all you want, whatever, but it's the way that it's going to go now, and I don't think it's going back. I think it's just going to
it doesn't ever go backward.
Getting better for these players.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I don't. You can't put the genie back in the bottle.
No, sir.
So, anyhow, I'm excited about a lot of them, and I think all of them will be able to return for at least a second year. So, and that's where we need to get. We need to get where you're retaining players. You're not trying to sign 12 or 13 guys in a year. So that's when we'll get good. When we're doing that, and we have guys who've gone through it before in the Big 12 and seen what it's like to play in Kansas or Iowa State or BYU or Arizona. You know the deal. You got to get experience.
Randy Bennett, kind enough to join us, new head coach at Arizona State. And for so many years, we knew what to expect out of St. Mary's teams. You could bring players in and out, but that system was just etched in stone. We knew how you guys were going to play. now that you go to Arizona State, and especially in this world of the transfer portal where you have to essentially build a team from scratch, do you try to still recruit to your system, or do you adjust your system to the players you can get?
Both. We'll play a certain way, but when it's all said and done, we weren't doing anything tricky. We were making sure it was hard to score on us. We were making sure people didn't get second shots on us, and then trying to make sure we didn't turn the ball over and get good shots. And so most guys can do that if in time, if they'll let you coach them and they want to win, they'll figure it out. You know, the teams that are winning are doing that. So the better players you get, the more possessions you can play, and honestly, the better you'll be able to defend, and the better you'll be on the boards, and those are good players. So we want good players, and then we have to develop them, and they have to let us coach them hard.
So there's probably not a lot of people that know the lineage, but Randy, Coach, you worked for Hank Egan. Was that your first job, working for Coach Egan at San Diego?
It was. It was.
So
in college, I went over there and volunteered my first year.
Exactly. So the great Rick Majerus, like if he had an idol in the world, it was Hank Egan.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He loved Hank Egan. He'd always talk about him. And in practice from time to time when things would get frustrating, he's like, I should just go over, I should go over and be the head coach at St. Mary's.
Yeah.
That's what he always used to say. I should just quit all this and go be the head coach at St. Mary's. But you also had a really, really close relationship with Coach Majerus. Talk a little bit about your relationship to him, how you knew him, and maybe something to make somebody laugh here in Salt Lake and remember the big dog.
He's a legend. I think he's as good as anybody that's coached in college basketball.
I agree.
And if you're around him, I mean, he lived it. That was his deal. He's a really bright guy, and coached his guys hard, but they loved him, and he's just trying to win. And people are realizing now in Salt Lake how good he was.
Yeah.
And that's what happens with a guy like John Wooden or Rick Majerus, and I'll throw him in that category. He was such a good coach that he turned Utah in a program in basketball where people thought they were just going to win that league every year. And once Rick left, it didn't happen as much. And some guys have done a really good job there, but what Rick was doing there was incredible. And he was great. He would always he fell asleep on the phone one time when I was talking to him. And I mean, that's how hard he'd go. He called me to ask me about a recruit. I think it was Shante Johnson or somebody. Anyhow, we're talking about it. And then I answered one of his questions, and then there was no response. Coach. And he said, yeah, sorry about that, Randy.
Faded off.
Fell asleep. I nodded off on you. Anyhow, he's got all sorts of classics, but great guy. It was great to me. He respected Hank, because Hank was a coach too with great integrity, and he was great for me. So he's both those guys are kind of two of my mentors and guys that I got in this business. Well, I got in the business with Hank, but I was around him, and then I got to know Rick because he recruited a couple of my dad's players at Mace Community College. So I got to. That's how the relationship started. I started talking to him on the road about McKay McGrath was the guy.
Oh yeah,
and so I just found him fascinating, and how much he knew about basketball, as you know, Tim, and I think most people in Utah know, especially Wes. So, anyhow, thanks for bringing him up.
I do the play-by-play for Utah State, and you were playing a game, and I was talking to the coaching staff before, and they're like, we know what we're going to get. This is going to be a tough team. They're going to rebound well. Every possession is going to count. But we know that our guys are, it's going to be a tough physical game. And how much pride do you take in that, regardless of whatever year you're coaching, whatever guys you have, that everybody's going to recognize your team as being tough, physical, and playing the game the right way?
Yeah, well, if we're not going to win much, so they won't recognize anything. But I hit it already. Those are the things you have to do to win, and especially when on the road, which is tough to do. If you want to win a league title, whether it's WCC or whether it's the Big 12 or whether it's the Big 10, you have to be – you're not going to do it without playing good defense and making tough plays and taking care of the ball and blocking out and rebounding. If you don't do that, you're going to be in trouble, and that will be the case in this league. So, yeah, I hope they see us as that. And if they do, then our guys are doing the right thing.
Well, Coach, I know you probably don't read much. You were a tough nut to crack. It's just getting to know you as a pal. And it's just because I was wearing the wrong logo, but over time we got there. But you are around here. You're kind of a villain. I don't know if you know that. Like, people don't like Randy Bennett. They think he's this guy that just stalks the sidelines and uses his sorcery powers to win games. And so for me, it's important. When I left coaching about 5-6 years ago, that was a big step for me and a really lonely step. And what was crazy to me is the guys who were firmly in my life, like Dave Rose. I talk to those guys all the time, but it was all the ancillary coaches that just, it's almost like you fell off a cliff. And I got to give you a shout out, Coach. And this hopefully will let people know you're actually human in there. You got a heart. You're not like the Grinch. But Coach literally, with all the stuff he had going on, I don't think he missed much. He hit me nearly every week just to see how I was doing through those rough spots. And I just value that so much, Coach. And we'll do a campaign that, Randy ain't that bad, or he'll kick your tail on the court, but he's a good dude. I mean, something like that. We'll work it in there. But you just
we became friends through the whole process, and you start. I have a ton of respect for BYU and their program, and Dave and you guys were great. You had the thing rolling too, and. So then we became friends, and we're friends. So once that happens, the wins and losses, they matter, obviously. But at the end of the day, it's the relationships and friendships you form, whether it's with your staff or other players. Like Rick, I never worked for Rick, and I never worked with you. And I wish I could have done both, but you guys are great friends. So
they're paying me pretty good here,
but in on me every once in a while.
They're paying me pretty good here, but if you want that last spot, you want to kick that up double. We might have something on our hands. Negotiating war, Coach. So keep you in mind.
Appreciate you. You wouldn't be cheap. I know that.
I appreciate your time, Coach. Thanks for making time for us, and we look forward to catching up with you down the line.
You guys are great. Good luck with the new show.
Thanks, Coach. Love you, man. I'll be in touch.
There he is, the new head coach at Arizona State, Randy Bennett. And he's just been a fixture for so many years against St. Mary's or with St. Mary's that it just feels weird to reference him in another university.
Was that okay to tell him he's kind of seen as a villain?
I think deep down he likes that.
Okay,
but also I think he's very well aware of that. But also I think it's good to know that there is a person behind that veneer.
The guy he spoke of, Rick Croy, in a heated game in Moraga once, we kind of were waiting for something and looking down at each other, and it was one of those You looking at me? You looking at me? You want to go? You want to? I mean, it was one of those deals. And now, like, I know Rick so well, and we just laugh about it, you know. But in the heat of the moment, crazy stuff happens.
Yeah.
And I sat next to Coach recruiting a couple times, or tried to, and he was really he didn't want to have a relationship with people he's playing. But toward the end, I just kind of broke through, and he came out to recruit some Utah kids, and we went to lunch, and then he's just been a good dude. So dispel the myth. Colors in the lines, really, really good dude. I get it that he can be frustrating, but he's fighting for his team. But that's what we want to do on this show, is humanize villains.
Yeah, there we go. I had Utah State was playing St. Mary's in Logan, and it was an infamous game where an official made a call late that went against Utah State. It was a tie game. I remember because he took the shot attempt right by me, but Rylan Jones had a good look for three with about 2 or 3 seconds left. It wouldn't drop, and there was a scramble for the loose ball, and they called a foul on Justin Bean with like 0.5 left. And Utah State, Gonzaga or St. Mary's was in the double bonus. Kid hits, make 2 free throws, and the game's over. When you kind of thought you had the last shot to win the game. And the place was just irate, and the emotions were high. And I have a mic. You've seen our setup. We have our mic right by kind of the scorer's table, and to get the crowd noise and everything. And Ryan Odom, who a lot of people think Ryan Odom's just this placid, just calm guy. He's a fiery son of a gun. And he said something to Randy Bennett, and Randy got upset, and Randy fired back. And I'm catching all of it on this mic that's right there. And I'm trying to turn it down because I don't want to get hit with an FCC violation. And then afterwards, you could see they met in the tunnel and kind of bro-hugged it out, and it was fine. But, emotionally in those games, what fans see is, these dudes lay it all out on the line, and there's a lot of emotion out there.
Yeah, I had to survive the Dell of a dagger.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a brutal one. But, he hit it best, though. It does not, and we say this with other coaches, it does not matter what jersey or logo you're wearing, because at some point you'll probably be wearing another one or none at all.
Yeah.
So it's really just about that on the level relationship. And thanks for Coach. I know he's been not feeling great. He had some heart issues when he first got there. They're getting that figured out, but it was awesome to talk to him.
All right, 1230, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'm surprised you think the Spurs are so unbeatable.
Well, I do think Victor Wembanyama is probably already the second best player in the NBA. Okay. I think he has made that huge jump. Steph Castle's been awesome. They seem to know exactly what their identity is. I don't know. Maybe I'm underselling Minnesota. Probably am. I'd be very curious how they handle Victor Wembanyama.
You're going to handle him with Rudolph.
Again, I would not have been excited about it otherwise. And I think Chris Finch is a good playoff coach. They'll have some things from San Antonio. I don't think this is going to be a 4-game series. Probably not even a 5-game series.
I don't know if there is another player in the NBA that I would pick if we were doing, fantasy draft stuff, and I had to play against Victor Wembanyama. I'd probably pick Rudy.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Pet owners and parents know the struggle. Every time dogs or kids go outside, they track mud right back in. If you're tired of scrubbing floors, you need Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that cleans paws and shoes before they ruin your home. Only Muddy Mat features thousands of ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary mats, instantly trapping dirt and water to protect your floors. Put it by every door, under pet bowls, in the kitchen for spills. It even makes a perfect bath mat. And it's 100% machine washable, so cleanup is effortless.
Since getting Muddy Mat, I don't worry about what my dog gets into. His paws are clean the second he steps off.
No more mopping. I love it. Thank you, Muddy Mat.
Right now, get a free medium Muddy Mat with your order of 2 or more mats at buymuddymat.com. This offer is only available at buymuddymat.com. That's BUYMUDDYMAT.com. Don't wait. Get your free Muddy Mat today at buymuddymat.com.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. But why should you care? You only use it to hydrate, bathe, cook, clean, garden, play, and generally stay alive. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
It's time for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of a Utah sports tradition at utahsummergames.org. Participate in over 50 sports around the state. Then plan to join the opening ceremonies Friday, June 5th, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games.
Britt Floyd returns in 2026 with their biggest show yet, The Moon, The Wall, and Beyond. Experience the dark side of the moon, plus stunning lasers and visuals. June 6th at the Maverick Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, I gotta say that I disagree with Scotty G and the coach, and I also disagree with Tony Jones. I know this isn't what they wanted the voicemails about, but the real GOAT is Wilt Chamberlain. You won't be able to tell me otherwise, but I want to see what they have to say about that. The GOAT isn't LeBron. He's like pretty far down that list, but Kobe Bryant's better than LeBron. But the real GOATs are Michael Jordan, and at the very, 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 very top is Wilt Chamberlain. See what they have to say about that.
I like it. By the way, that's the voicemail function on the KSL Sports app. Thank you, Connor, for chiming in. Hey, and we haven't gone back to this much, but we are curious to know what you are willing to do or willing to give up to ensure that the Utah Jazz get the number 1 pick. So if the Jazz on Sunday, it's announced that they've moved up in the lottery, they're number 1, they'll get AJ Demancia, and what are you willing to give up? Lloyd's willing to give up the heaters?
I wish he'd give up sarcasm and depression.
Yes, I'll give up the heaters. That's easy. I can do that. No problem.
But sarcasm and depression, not so much.
No, those are going to be really hard.
No, those are, to peel those two away from him, not depression, but
I was like, wait, what?
Pessimism.
There you go. Sarcasm and
sarcasm, yes.
Skepticism.
Yes. Peel one of those off.
You're giving up Diet Coke.
It hasn't let you down.
I know. That's kind of who you are now. Just lean into it. That's the thing. When Lloyd started in this business, the most positive person on the planet. When he was interning back in the day at the old 1280.
Well, I mean, I was getting a lot of sandwiches, so yeah, very positive. And other things.
I never made you get dry cleaning.
And other things, I said.
Yeah.
You're the best.
Yeah. Lloyd did make a Subway run or two.
Which I didn't mind because guess what? You bought.
I always bought you one.
I didn't mind.
Yeah.
I was fine with it.
It's not like the other guy was getting your dry cleaning done,
No, I didn't mind it.
Yeah. I read you as a seafood and crab guy back in the day.
No. I was...
you didn't go for that imitation? I ate that like it was...
I love that stuff.
I loved it. some banana peppers.
Yeah, a little pickle,
Pepper.
heavy pepper.
Heavy pepper.
And no Miracle Whip. It's got to be mayo.
Yeah, if mustard's fine for me. Just throw mustard on that.
Oh, really? Okay. I like it. All right, so now I forgot what were you even talking about? Oh, what you're willing to give up or do for the Jazz to get the number 1 overall pick. You're giving up Diet Coke. I'm giving up energy drinks.
And those are big deals for us.
Yes, that's a huge deal for us. I've got a fridge downstairs in my house that is chock full of Rockstars.
Think of the money you'd save.
Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, I know that's right, huh?
Or you probably have a sponsorship deal.
No sponsorship. We're certainly open to it. But so if you've got something you're willing to give up or do, just go to the KSL Sports app, click on the voicemail function, and Lloyd will play the best ones on the air because the draft lottery coming up on Sunday.
In response to Connor.
We got to get to Connor stuff here.
So I'm not going to. This is you and I even talked about this in the interview process. I don't like argumentative radio for the sake of argumentative radio. I think much like quarterback room, the room. I think I heard it again twice today. I go out, get in my car, and I'm hearing somebody talk about somebody's wide receiver room. Can we just call it depth at the wide receiver position for Pete's sake?
I love that we finally found the thing that annoys you.
That annoys me to no end. In fact, we got to honk every time somebody says it. No, not honk because that's already been taken.
Yeah.
But Connor, I saw where Dominique Wilkins had the same thought. Dominique Wilkins actually thought, if you're going to make somebody the GOAT, he's the guy that changed the game. I will say the only reason the way he's on top is because he's the tallest. I think the game has come leaps and bounds, and certainly Wilt was amazing in his time. But that's the beauty of this. I think everybody has their guy, and nobody's ever going to talk anybody into the other. I don't believe.
How about the other mic drop that he had was that LeBron's not even the best Laker.
I like
on that
Kobe
list.
better.
If I had to choose a game to win, they're like, hey, look, it's a game 7. You can pick a player to have on your team of the greats. I will probably go Michael 1, Kobe 2, but they're closer than a lot of people think. Like they're just those two guys just had a certain will to win that others just didn't have,
and did it with a flair.
Yes, yeah.
No, I don't like to watch LeBron play because it's like doing construction. There's nothing really pretty about it. It's lower your
just
head,
sheer force.
It's more force. Certainly, his skill has gotten better through the years, and he shot the ball. He's a winner. There's no doubt about that. The All-Stars, the accolades, but I just can't tell. My heart doesn't feel it for him. I don't watch him and think the way he handles the ball, or like Jordan did things back in the day. Just almost the way he'd run and his tongue would be out of his mouth, and he'd release those dunks with his feet kind of. Yeah, to me, that was like, we've never seen this before.
Yeah. And I don't know if we've seen a player that took more joy in ripping out the hearts of their opponents, not just beating them, but doing the whole Indiana Jones thing, like ripping the heart out, showing it to you while it ignites on fire, and then laughing at you. And that was Michael and Kobe. Like those are the two dudes that you knew took just sheer joy and enjoyment out of making you lose and losing in the most diabolical fashion possible.
And, each guy, like Kobe, for instance, he was able to play with Shaq. And but everybody, if you look through it, great players are going to play with great players. Jordan played with Pippen. John and Carl played together. So you're going to have great teammates. But the bottom line, and to your point, those guys rise above. They're the alpha. They take it over. And then above all else, they lead the team to winning.
Yeah.
And set the entire table.
Now, LeBron will always have a seat at that table in some way, shape, or form. If nothing else, than overcoming a 3-1 deficit against one of the greatest teams of all time, the Golden State Warriors, where he willed that team to come back.
I'm not down on him.
No, same. But no, he's got a seat at the table. I think there are two guys that are at the head of the table.
I'm going to serve someone else first.
Yes, and there you go. But appreciate the voicemail. Remember, that's the voicemail function on the new KSL Sports app. Just click on that bad boy, and you can interact with the show any way, shape, or form. All right, so NBA playoffs. Earlier in the show, I mentioned the number I have is 19.5, that I'm setting the amount of games Oklahoma City will take to win an NBA title. Coach is going the over. I'm going to take the under. I think they do it in 19 games. Coach, you still think they're going to win, but probably, 20, 21 games?
Yeah, just right over it. It won't be many more. But I just think the Spurs have proven they can really push them. I think the Timberwolves aren't going to win that series. I think they're just – I agree with they're going to run out of gas.
Tony said they're going to run out
of gas.
I can totally see that, too.
Because I can already see it happening.
Their lack of depth to catching up with them.
Yeah, so I think the Spurs will push that thing 6-7, and then the Knicks, I think Tony's right. I think the Knicks have a lot going for them, that momentum, and certainly that would be a really heavily watched final. I just feel like they'll get pushed enough, but they'll still win. And so, I think they're going to go 20-21.
Yeah.
To do it.
I just wish that there was a little bit more of a thought process that somebody could upset Oklahoma City. They're just playing so much better. But, again, the level of competition really hasn't been there.
But I do like the fact that they're just handling, they don't play with their food. They did, the last night got a little interesting, but then it was over before all that started. We didn't talk a lot last night about last night's games with Cleveland and Detroit, but much of the same, right? You saw Donovan had a better game. That game was actually pretty close late, and there was one of the saddest possessions where Harden got isolated out on the left wing and for some reason thought he was still young and, kind of took a step, got a little off balance, lost the ball. It was brutal. And Donovan could have moved the ball to Donovan, got through and let Donovan play. But that's why when they said, everybody was excited about Cleveland, they signed Harden now.
No.
That's not good.
And honestly, look, there's so many people that know so much more about basketball than I do, but didn't this seem like it was just inevitable that Harden would, and not necessarily cost them games, but certainly not get them over the hump?
Oh yeah, there's no way. In my mind, it was a foiled proposition from the start. I mean, you needed to go out and sign a big, long, active wing that could guard half the floor. That was going to be way more important than a very aged, albeit talented, one-on-one skill player. But you watch defensively, it's Detroit's seeking him out. They're seeking Donovan out. They're still trying to play that style of ball. And in the end, last night, it was physicality once again that won the game.
And I think that's been kind of the recurring theme. Minnesota won their first-round series and will probably give San Antonio some fits throughout the remainder of this series because of their physicality. San Antonio themselves are very physical. Oklahoma City, very physical. They got everybody complaining about the officials. They've got under the Lakers' skin where you've got Austin Reeves losing his mind. You got LeBron there with them going, you tell him, Austin. You go, you get him. And then you got the head coach going off in the media too. When you start playing that card, it just feels like the series is already lost at that point.
It's kind of a loser mentality, and I'm shocked that the Lakers had as good a season as they did because to me they're a dysfunctional group.
Yeah. I mean, Bronny really put that team on his shoulders.
But honestly, this is actually goes back to the GOAT conversation. Like, you don't decimate every place that LeBron leaves, it's like the thing gets milked and decimated to darn near nothing. It's him, and he's going to have the ball a lot. And obviously, they made the move for Luka. He's out now, so LeBron's just in his he can just go try to get 30 every night.
Do you think if LeBron isn't somewhat on a retirement tour that Luka would be playing? I think Luka could play if he wanted to.
You think he could?
I think he could. And I think he's like, look, you know what? What a great way to set the table for me next year. Have LeBron and his boy fizzle out in the playoffs, get manhandled, and then I show up and I take us to the Western Conference Finals or whatever the case might be. I don't think, I don't know if he's that diabolical, but I could certainly think that.
I wouldn't put he's pretty diabolical on the court.
Yeah,
he does some crazy stuff, so you wouldn't know. But it's the end of an era, and it's like Tony said, it's the face of a new NBA. All these guys we just talked about, Harden, LeBron, these guys have been dominating it for so long, and now you got Wemby and Shea's obviously doing what he's doing, and so it's one of the. It almost feels like one of those changing of the guard moments.
And so you got 2 games coming up later on tonight in the NBA. And so you do have another game between the Knicks and the 76ers and the Spurs and the Timberwolves. Coach and I will give you our thoughts on how those games play out later on tonight. Also, coming up in about 15 minutes from now, the great Craig Bullerjack will come and hang out with us in studio. And should we do this next, or should we wait for Buller to do the Tankathon?
Let's do it with him here.
Okay, so we'll do the Tankathon coming up at 1:30, and maybe we'll see if Buller can provide a little good luck in our final edition of the Tankathon, where we find out exactly where a random internet, I don't even know what to call it. Site, random website. Coach will hit the button. We'll find out exactly where the Utah Jazz will be picking. We've had them at 2, and yesterday they were at 7.
2 and 7. So we'll see what today is. I just did a little test here. I won't reveal, but, man, that would be good. All right, hit reset. Make sure the balls are in the right containers, and we'll wait for Bowler to come in and oversee the drawing.
Yes, he's the Ernst & Young of this thing, making sure everything's
the
on the
Bowler and Bowler.
Yeah. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Brian Geltzeiler. How much stock do you put in guys who put up decent or very good numbers on teams that don't win? And where I'm going with this specifically is Markkanen and Keontae George.
I have no doubt in my mind that Larry Markkanen can and will be at some point a very productive player on a winning team. I worry a little bit about George because of the ball dominance, frankly. I think in some ways there's going to be moments where Collier's the better fit with the ball in his hands because of how much more willingly he moves the ball and sets guys up, because between Markkanen, Jaren Jackson, and Ace Bailey, there's other shot makers on this team outside of Keontae George. His big challenge going into next year is, how do I use those pieces around me for the greater good of the overall team? And I think that's something that Will Hardy's going to have to work with him on, but I do think in what we've seen so far, that may be a little bit of a challenge.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar W Beef. It is that time of year where you're getting outside, you're getting on the grill, you're getting on the cookout, and, Coach, you're also making some long road trips, too.
A lot of baseball this month and a lot of reasons to go down and get to St. George. If you're driving from the Salt Lake Valley, Utah County, down to St. George, you will drive right past the most incredible place, Bar W Grill. Went in there myself before I was even working here. I just saw it off the side of the road on one of my drives. I got to try that. Went in, and everything Hanson Scotty had told me at that point was true. This place was awesome. They had a ton of different varieties of things, but I just went with burger and fries, burger and onion rings, and I promise they got an A on that.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Whatever you want, they've got down there at the Bar W Grill. And remember, the Bar W Steakhouse is up and going as well. This is all off exit 222 in Nephi. Make a reservation at barwsteakhouse.com and enjoy one of the best steaks you'll ever have. And if you want to try one of those steaks, but in the convenience of your own home because you think you can cook a great steak, well, you can. And Bar W will ship that right to you. Orders of over $150 or more will get shipped to your house for free. No shipping costs whatsoever in the state of Utah. Go to barwbeef.com, pick out the cuts of meat you want, and it'll be shipped right to your house at barwbeef.com, the Bar W Grill, and the Bar W Steakhouse.
Spring is calling, and we're not sending into voicemail. I bet you're thinking about heading south this spring, but what if you tried something different, like Cedar City and Bryan had? With gas prices going up, this is the kind of trip that gives you more vacation for the tank you're already on. Start with Three Peaks OHV trails that say, go ahead, take the scenic route, then cool it down with disc golf. Because yes, you can be competitive and outdoorsy at the same time. Next, Thor's Hideout. Legendary hike, epic payoff. And if you want the kind of ride you'll talk about all week, hit the Iron Hills Trail System, now an official recreation trail. Just need to chill? Frontier Homestead Park, Cedar City Veterans Park, or play around at Cedar City Golf Course. Then finish strong with local dining, shopping, and small town charm in the historic downtown of Cedar City and Parowan. Spring is calling. Answer it with a one-tank getaway at visitcedarcity.com. Supercross doesn't just happen on race day. The work happens before the moment. And 511 calls that challenge possible. Kick off for Supercross weekend. Friday from 2 to 6 at 511 in Salt Lake. Check out custom Jeeps, grab free food, and a collectible 511 Supercross race pack. While supplies last, meet Carey Hart and Jordan Smith from Triumph Team. Autograph signing from 4 to 6. This isn't just a stop. It's where the weekend starts. 511 389 West 1830 South. Friday 2 to 6. Free event. Put in the work before the moment. Challenge possible.
There's no doubt about it. This is the time of year when we all start focusing on that perfectly grilled steak. Now, some of us are pretty good. Some of us are just okay at doing that ourselves in the backyard. If you're really looking for that perfection in steaks, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And now with Memorial Day just around the corner, a lot of graduation parties are going on, special events, birthdays, you name it. It's time for you to make that reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now, obviously, we talk about steaks and how wonderful they are there, but they have so much more. The seafood, the poultry dishes, the side dishes, the desserts, and it's served to perfection. We have 2 locations. There's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Hotel Park City, and also Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. It's the perfect steak, and it's waiting for you now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Homophobic, neurotic. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Great song.
This is Wigan. Check out Soul Hat. They're going to be... that's a band you like. There's not a ton of listeners. They're a band that was really popular in the 90s in Austin. They're kind of getting together and playing some more now. Great stuff. Fast stuff, slow stuff, funky stuff, vibey stuff.
So I drive Brody to school in the mornings. He's got like early morning football practice, and he'll always kind of pick the music. Usually it's like, I don't want to listen to anything, I'm tired. But he actually said the other day, it was like, what's that one band the coach told you to listen to? I'm like, the Mother Hips? And he's like, yeah, let's listen to that. So there you go.
And you dug it.
You've converted two of us now.
That's good. We should have gone and seen the show, but next time.
I can't.
You didn't trust me. No, you just didn't trust me.
No, that
yet.
was no.
You're like,
no.
I'm not going to go sit with this guy. You didn't trust me yet, but you will.
I trust you. It's just I think I had
other obligations.
Something suddenly came up. I can't remember what it was.
Okay, hold on. George Glass.
All right. By the way, Ryan Smith on his Twitter account, and I'm sure Instagram and everything, kind of gives some more detailed plans on what the arena will be going through this upcoming summer and then the following summer as well. And so the lower bowl is all done. If you've been to a Jazz game or a Mammoth game, you've seen that lower bowl where all the sight lines are where it needs to be. Now the focus is on the upper bowl. They're going to do the south side this summer and then the north side next summer. But what you're going to see is some really cool things, like a gondola on the side with some seats that nobody really does anywhere. Then you're going to do then it's going to be very tiered here on the south side as well. So several different tiers going up. It kind of has like a concert house feel to it.
That looks amazing. Absolutely. And sidelines obviously have been a little bit of an issue. First year, this year's been better. But, man, they're going to put the whole thing together and do one end one year and the other the next.
And then on the north end, and the reason they wanted this, and I know this doesn't make for great radio, but essentially you've got heavy tiers on the south side and very little, if any, of that on the south side, or north side, excuse me, because that's where the visitors are, whether it's a visiting bench in the NBA or in hockey, and they want that to be the rowdy part of the arena where people are just loud and it's just barreling down on top of the visiting opponents.
I love that. That's great. Very, very well thought out. If you watch the way things have been done, they tend to do great research and they get it exactly the way they want it.
Yeah. So it's going to have a really interesting feel when you're back in there coming up in late September or October. It's going to have a much different feel on one side, and then the next side is right there behind it. So I'm fired up, man. I love what they're doing. The parking structure also is expected to be done before the start of next season.
That's right. So hopefully,
You've already got prime parking. I know Lloyd is annoyed by your parking.
I park on the curb, but hopefully I can park in that big bad boy.
I wonder if that thing will be big enough to hold the RV. If Locke can park that in the parking structure.
Just ripping the top off it, taking the first corner.
Oh, I love it. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Like a shaved top.
Exactly.
That'd be awesome.
Just metal.
Accordion right there on the top, just ripped off. All right, Craig Bullerjack joins us next in studio. That's right, the great Craig Bullerjack joins us next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
This Mother's Day, give her more than just a gift. Give her comfort she'll feel every single day. From Minky Couture, the blankets moms everywhere are obsessed with. Discover brand new spring colors, fresh floral designs, and their softest, coziest fabrics yet. Light and airy or plush and luxurious, there's a Minky made just for her. Now enjoy special Mother's Day deals. 50% off any regularly priced blanket with code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or in-store. Minky Couture, made for moments that matter.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 financed. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride.
All right, folks, time to classy up the joint. The great Craig Bullerjack joining us in studio right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so Buller, a long time ago, you kind of chose this song as your intro song. Now, we have a couple people, Chewbacca, who, by the way, posted a very impressive AI photo of you.
Oh, boy. He is, he's quite a wizard with that.
Look at that. And so he says it needs to be sharp-dressed man.
We used to do ZZ Top, if you remember.
Yeah,
we did.
So do you want? We can go back to ZZ Top if you want.
I know what happened in the day that Hands.
Well,
Hands went freaked out on me one day.
He did.
Why Bowler? Why Z? I said, look, sharp-dressed man, legs, whatever. How?
Is there any reason he doesn't like them?
I don't know.
No. Okay.
Was that something that was forced upon him at one point?
The thing is, with Hands, there's no rhyme or reason. Like movies, music.
Well, that's a crazy way to live.
It was an odd.
He's missing out.
It surprised me that he was that upset. So we go Highwayman, but you know what, Lloyd? While we're here, and to go with that image, I mean, let's go.
ZZ Top.
ZZ.
All right. Yeah, trying to figure him out on music and movies and TV shows, impossible. You just couldn't.
I feel like with the two of you in here, I should just go out in the hall.
Oh, stop it.
You two are legends.
Oh, we had fun here. I tell you. Well, it was a different time, different place.
Yeah.
But these are pretty nice digs, by the way. And I hear there we go. Now that livens it up.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Hey, don't you love it a bit? Like,
spinning
the guitar.
Then they're waving them on through.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Come on through. You seen the documentary, right?
Yes.
Unreal.
Tell you the journey, and then of course Dusty passing.
Dusty just passed.
Yeah.
And Frank's no longer drumming.
Yeah. He was back there just.
It's the Reverend and the bass tech, and I don't know who's playing the drums, but they're coming through town this summer.
Yeah, I'm going to go. and check it out. Yeah.
So you have one of the three?
But he carries it because
he's the Reverend.
He is the master. Yeah.
So what's your off season like? How you holding up?
Holding up okay.
The shoulder doing okay?
Shoulder's good. Repair every summer. What you have to do.
A little duct tape and baling twine. And
staple. Stitch, glue.
Getting 40's hard, isn't it?
It is. That 40 birthday was a tough one.
That was just 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was.
Too.
Yeah, I just turned 42. But no, I tell you, off season's good. I've slept enough. And, when Lloyd calls on a Friday or a Thursday and says, hey, what are you doing? I said, well, I thought maybe you guys would be out and about. And I thought, I'll get in the car and go down and see those guys. Instead, I wanted to see the old haunt. I spent 13 years here.
I know. It's crazy.
And it has changed drastically.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could barely get in the door.
Oh, they don't mess around with security around here.
No, not at all.
You're like, I'm Craig Bullerjack. Just open up the door. Like this building was pretty much built by me. Just let me in.
I asked, the lady goes, yes. And I said, I'm just here to do some radio. And then I said, I used to work here. She goes, oh, really? She's about a nice lady, 30 or so.
Yeah.
But, she doesn't know. Back in the Sports Beat days. Come on, man.
Pull up the YouTube videos. You and Alema. Zippy back in the day. Hey, so Sunday, big day.
Big day.
We've thrown it out there. We're asking people what they're willing to do or give up in terms of getting that number one overall pick. But, Coach has been saying, look, it doesn't have to be number one. There's so many players in this draft.
I did some research myself last night and last week when we were talking about what, they're trying to do with tanking. I know you guys have been doing a tank special.
We've done nothing but talk tanking for about a couple of years here. One way or another.
I looked at ESPN, I looked at SI, I looked at Sporting News, The Athletic. I mean, everybody has their own take. But you know what? It's funny because really no one knows where the pick will actually land to whom, right? Even though they're lining it up. The one I pulled out this morning and just brought was the SI, I believe, and it goes, Washington with the number one. There's others who think Oklahoma City is going to sneak in, kind of like a Dallas plus.
Oh man, if that happens,
Tripper, there'll be riots.
There'll be riots for sure.
But you get Washington, you get Indiana, you get Brooklyn. This one particularly has a Jazz at number 4. I've talked to a couple of the Jazz personnel, and I always ask the same thing to general managers. I mean, this time of year, do you go for a specific position, or are you looking for the best player? And 20 times out of 21 times you ask that, you'll say we're going for the best athlete, the best player, unless you have a major hole in a position that you've got to fill, like probably in Memphis, right? They're looking for guard play, point guard play specifically. But I think it's intriguing to see, the Jazz in this particular draft at number 4. This kid's is a talent out of North Carolina.
Yeah.
I did watch some film on him, Timmy. Caleb Wilson, who's a 20-point guy, rebounder, stretch the floor, plays two ways, defender, which again I think is going to be the biggest issue on not Sunday but draft night. There's 2 nights of draft, round 1 and 2, which is going to be fun always. But it's a coin flip still. You don't know who is ahead of you. You don't know if trades come down and someone jumps in, moves up, moves down. It really, I think drafts are just fascinating on how it works out.
I love it. It's one of my favorite things, NFL draft, NBA draft, because when we talk about generational drafts, we look at that 03 draft. Where you had LeBron, Carmelo, Dwayne Wade. But guess what? There's always a Darko. And, there's going to be a Darko, maybe not to that extreme, but there'll be a Darko in this draft. There'll be a Michael Olowokandi. There's going to be someone in this draft, even as loaded as it may be, that's going to be like, hey, remember that schlub was in with all those other guys?
Sam Bowie.
Oh, and then he breaks the leg, right? Bowie later, goes and pops the tibia, I guess it was. I remember that video, man. It was just like kind of hanging.
Yeah, that was rough.
Really rough.
Ben Simmons.
Yeah. Hey, don't forget, too, probably the greatest second-round pick of all time is Nikola Jokic.
Yeah. A Taco Bell commercial.
So, just the whole draft, because that's the point. These things are all neatly put together and hype, and they're all positioned in there. These guys have no idea.
No.
They're just simply trying to, listen to the best they can, but any draft is the truth. Any draft stands on its own, and Jokic was a second-round draft pick.
Unreal.
I mean, how many guys passed on that, right, and didn't know or didn't feel it? But that's the beauty of it. It's not always going to be those first, and that's why I feel like the Jazz could draft anywhere from 1 to to 7 in this thing, and they'll find a guy that works for them.
Scotty, you know this, and we talked about it again during another time, that I'm not sure that top 5 picks, how many actually turn out to be what they're advertised to be. And I think with younger players now more than ever, the importance of the interview, the importance of the psychological breakdown on who they are, where they've been in AAU, because it's spoon-fed, there's money, NIL. I think that's now maybe one of the most important decisions that the general managers have to do with the help of the rest of their staff, is to make sure they sit down and do you fit our system, knowing what the Jazz are trying to build, and every other team, but what the Jazz personality is now, and how do you fit within that? And are you coachable? Are you willing to wait your turn? Unless, obviously, you're so dynamic and so talented, you've got opportunity to start, or you've got an opportunity to be a nightly rotational player. But I think it's the mental part of this that intrigues me the most with your 18 and 19-year-olds that are more prevalent, dominant now in the draft. And I think that's probably where you stumble on making those decisions, and you don't get the guy that you think has the work ethic or the ability to connect in the locker room, and all of a sudden you've got a problem. And it usually shows up in year 1 and definitely in year 2. That's why I salute Keontae for really diving into himself last summer and saying, look, I got some anger. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to work on it. And it's really been an amazing transformation. And you got to give the Jazz and Keontae just a load of accolades for just turning it around.
So I look at a guy like Darren Peterson at Kansas, and he's come out and he said he took too much creatine, and that made him cramp up. But I love watching Will Hardy interact with his players, because he's got a really fascinating way of coaching guys really hard, and then when the practice is over, the game is over, it's done. And then we can go and have a bite to eat in the cafeteria and have a good laugh about it. Like, I think that's really rare to be able to coach somebody hard and then let it go, and everybody's good. And it has to be the right player, too. And so I worry about a guy like Darren Peterson. Can Will Hardy coach him hard and then realize, I'm just trying to make you better and not take it personally? Because Darren Peterson went through Bill Self's Hell Week, and he pretty much lost him the rest of the year because of it. He worked him too hard.
Well, he pulled himself out on a couple of occasions and seemed to be disconnected. Talented, absolutely. It's talked about top 3, and he's going to be, he'll help someone, but to what degree? That's where you kind of get scared to say, am I going to use this pick and roll the dice?
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of GMs have to do, and their jobs depend on it. Coaches' jobs depend on it, Tim, as you know, on who you get and who fits and who is coachable, because a lot of times you get players who believe, look, I'm a top 5. You pick me for a reason and I'm ready to go. But in reality, the changeover from college to the NBA, and I've watched it for years, it's really amazing. I mean, college is one thing from high school to college, but the pros, you're in a man's world with pressure that is beyond, unless you live it, you don't know it. And I think a lot of players are now putting their phones down and just trying to concentrate on themselves, which is a good thing.
Yeah, but the reason I bring that up about Darren Peterson is that's the narrative. Like, he doesn't want to work hard. There's all this extracurricular stuff about Darren Peterson. Well, there was a lot of that stuff about Ace Bailey.
Absolutely.
In last year's draft, Jazz take him, and it ends up that most of that was false.
And honestly, I'll chime in. I think the biggest reason there is because they did their homework. It's like you said, Bowler. The investment that's being made here, there's no way that you're going in and not fully trying to understand this person the very best you can. And you do that, you talk to people. You talk to tons of people that know them and have known them through the years. I mean, can you imagine if I got a hold of people that knew you back in the day and some of the stories I could get, my gosh, from the fraternity and football days. But honestly, it's
thank goodness no iPhones there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they call every assistant coach. They call, in some cases, I know they've called broadcasters before because they see how they travel. They see them on the road, how they interact with authority. So they're going to do their level best. And if this is that with Darren Peterson. Who's going to get that intel? Who's going to have it the best? And who's going to be able to feel confident making that decision? And, last year the Jazz, I just know the narrative was that Ace was obstinate, that he was a chucker. He didn't really understand how to play, so he just shot when he got in trouble. And the crazy part, from the very first night to the end of the year, I didn't see it more than he got himself in a couple tough spots where he had to shoot it late, but I didn't see him seeking out bad shots. He really, over the course of the season, did a great job of just reading the room and attacking when he could. But what's the most important thing here? The Jazz knew exactly what they had. Yeah. They knew what kind of kid this was, how hard he would work, how bad he wanted to be on the team. And they obviously knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, the negative was that he didn't want to be here. And again, that's that same storyline that is repeated year after year after year, that the Jazz is not a landing zone, right? For free agents and draft picks would rather not. Well, he made a change. He went from one agent to another. Things then totally turned. And I tell you what, if there's a picture that I remember so well, who got off the plane with Ace Bailey that night coming into Salt Lake City was a former Jazz man who's part of the staff in Carlos Boozer. And his son obviously is going to be a top 3. And Booze could land up with his son right here in Salt Lake. I mean, you just don't know how it plays out. But it was good to have a player who knew the city that on that flight could actually give him some insight. And I can't tell you how many times in my career that I've talked to former players who have come and gone who say to me, man, I had a good year. D. Will. I think D. Will, if he was sitting here, he'd say the same thing. Booze says the same thing. And I think that the stress, the pressure, and also these guys all believe they have to have a shoe contract, and they all believe that they have to have a billboard in downtown Manhattan.
By the third week.
And that's what they've been told.
Yeah.
And, it just doesn't happen that way until they realize that they've got to go out and bust their tail. And are they coachable? And you make a great point, Tim. I mean, you coached. You know these personalities. I mean, all of them are different. I give Will a lot of credit. He understands, I think, and Popovich handled his star players from all indications that when I was around him, he didn't give Tim Duncan slack. He didn't give Ginobili or Parker that much slack. He tried to treat each player, on the same page. But then again, personally, you have to treat, again, a player and know their tendencies, how to push a button and maybe want to lay back a little bit. But you're right. At the end of the day, you got to be able to get on the plane and discuss the next game and not let that, harbor bad feelings.
I really liked Kevin Love kind of preemptively telling these players, saying, you don't know how good this is here. You don't know anything different. Trust me, I've been with a bunch of different teams. I've been around a bunch of different ownership groups. Your owner knows your name. You've got great facilities. They're going to cater to every need. You don't know how good it is here. And I think that's worth its weight in gold to a lot of these young guys who, are thinking, okay, when I get my next contract and I'm a free agent, I can go here, here, here. And the realization I can make as much money and be taken care of much better here than in other places.
Most approachable guy, veteran I've been around.
Yeah.
I mean, up front. Talked about his struggles, which I think, again, is such an important issue with younger players to know that stress and anxiety is real and that he has worked on it and he continued to play. And Nurk comes in here, who's been jumping around and has landed in a spot that he feels that he has contributed and wants to be a part of. I mean, you're right, guys. I mean, the Jazz have a building that just across the street that's continued to be renovated. Delta Center has just a magical feel to it. And the facilities are continuing to be built next to the Mammoth out at Southtown. I mean, one high class. I mean, that's high class.
And it's come so far. I was in my previous life, of 6 months, the job I had right before this one, I was working for the Jazz. And I was doing camps and clinics and had the great fortune of doing a camp for 30 minutes with Daryl Griffith.
Oh,
and
wow.
So Daryl and I hung out and, kids were playing and we stood on the side and were able to visit about it. But the coolest part was I was like, what was it like? And he's like, well, the franchise was just here. And the cool part, I got his number in my phone too.
Nice.
So I can stay in touch with Daryl.
Let's call him. What do you say?
Yeah, Griff, Golden Griff. So I'm waiting for the horn, man.
I know that's the thing. I was kind of
trying to set the bit up.
I was signaling to Lloyd.
No, in total. So I said, "What was it like when you first got here? Did you like it?" He goes, "Well, I liked it." He said, "But I walked into the office, very first day, and they had milk crates instead of bookshelves, and I was looking around, and all the filing was in milk crates in the Jazz offices." So he said, I walked out and found a payphone and called my agent, and they said, "Hey, we make sure that these checks are going to cash."
Yeah.
So there was a time even
that was a little iffy.
Wasn't sure. They actually had offices here at Triad Center.
Oh yeah,
I think on the 5th floor.
Really,
right in the beginning.
Checkits was up there, Frank, and yeah, those were the earlier days. Maybe a year or two after they got here, they found a space here at Triad, and when I was working here, they were here. So that was 85. And so, how things have changed.
Yeah, just a bit. Wow.
Unreal.
No more milk crates.
No more milk crates, man. No.
When you look at overall where the last 2 or 3 years has been hell for broadcasters, for coaches, for front office, everybody's struggled with this. Now that you turn the page and after the Triple J trade and everybody gets healthy, and who knows whether it's the number 1 or number 8 overall pick, you hope in some way, shape, or form that they can contribute to actually turn the page on this and say, we're winning next year. That's the goal, is to win games. No more development. I mean, obviously you're going to develop, but the number 1 priority is winning. Is it going to be hard for a player who has probably been told a lot, hey, how's that hangnail going? You should probably sit out a week or so. Yeah, let's take it easy. To now
contusion.
To now being like, hey, you know what? So you're bleeding out of your eyelids. We don't care. Go out there and play.
Can you see me?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I see. I see 3 baskets when I shoot. Shoot for the middle one.
Yeah.
Is there going to be a transition there?
I don't think so, Scotty. I tell you, the last 3 weeks, the last 20 games or so, I'm not going to lie, it was one of the biggest challenges that I've had in my career. COVID would be another.
Oh yeah.
100 games off the jumbotron at Delta Center. With partitions between myself and Big T. Harpering was still in the mix at that time. Look, we knew the score. The fans knew what was going down. My job basically, and some fans liked it, didn't like it, and I get it. We had different player basically introducing themselves to Jazz Nation every night. And there's all the guys that, they signed, they played their tail off because it was an audition to see if by chance their skill set would fit with what, the Ainges and Will and Justin Zanuck wanted. And defense is all going to be key here. I mean, defense is really look what Oklahoma City's doing right now. The Jazz are going to have to build a defensive wall, and they've got an offensive wall with defensive ability too, with Triple J and Marketing, and if Kessler does re-sign or the Jazz re-sign him as a restricted, so that is daunting. But the last 20 games after the Triple J trade, there was a total different feel that it's over. We're going to continue to play, continue to evaluate, and that's what the Jazz did. And they brought in different players. And I got to give Jazz fans a hell of a lot of credit. I've been in so many arenas. We talked about this before. And Scotty, Tim, programs that are strong and those that are not, college, NBA. And I just am amazed of just the constant support and the number of people that showed up at the Delta Center. To watch, and I think to be a part of the growth process, to understand Sinzabaugh, to understand Filipowski, to understand when Collier played, and watch Keontae make a step this year. And I'm not blowing smoke, but I tell you, I just was like, wow, these guys could go home and not spend a nickel here. But instead, they decided to be a part of it. And I hope next year we all just kind of revel in that.
Good to hang out for another segment?
Paycheck coming? I mean,
yes,
it's in the mail.
I'll pay you today.
Hey, I'm kidding, man. I'll stay all day. What am I doing?
We can go down to the McDonald's down there, and I'll buy you a burger.
Diet Coke?
Anymore, that's about as much as retirement.
Diet Coke?
Oh, of course.
Okay, I'm in.
Fries might push it over the top, but
okay, just a Big Mac and a DC.
We got you. That's great. Greg Bolerjack in studio with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take a quick break, come back, and we'll have the Tankathon. See exactly where Coach hits the button and see where the Jazz are drafting. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Supercross doesn't just happen on race day. The work happens before the moment. And 511 calls that challenge possible. Kick off your Supercross weekend. Friday from 2 to 6 at 511 in Salt Lake. Check out custom Jeeps, grab free food, and a collectible 511 Supercross race pack. While supplies last, meet Carrie Hart and Jordan Smith from Triumph Team. Autograph signing from 4 to 6. This isn't just a stop. It's where the weekend starts. 511 389 West 1830 South. Friday 2 to 6. Free event. Put in the work before the moment. Challenge possible.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option. Flat Top Meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Rumors spreading round.
Man, I would give up golf for the whole summer to get the #1 pick. And I got new clubs. So what a sacrifice. But we know it's not happening. But we can dream. Go Jazz.
Got a guy willing to give up golf. Okay, with Tyler.
With new clubs.
You got new clubs. We're going to need you to give up golf permanently.
Forever.
Oh.
I mean, look, Coach isn't going without Diet Coke for just a summer. I'm not going out without an energy drink for just a summer. No, we're making lifestyle changes if the Jazz get the #1
These
pick.
golfers.
Where's your commitment?
Yeah.
These darn golfers.
I've got some friends that are uber dedicated to golf.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They love it. I mean, it's priority #1.
I mean, I kind of gave it up. I mean, people are glad I did. But, it's a frustrating sport because every shot's different. But that's the challenge, right?
Yeah.
I never had it. I gave it up, but it was never mine to give up.
Yeah. By the way, Tyler, thanks for the voicemail. If you want to leave us a voicemail on what you're willing to give up or do for the Jazz to get that #1 overall pick, we still got about a half hour of the show. Just download the KSL Sports app. There's a voicemail function on it. Click on that. It's on the bottom of the screen, and you can leave a message. If you think you're going to sneak one past Lloyd, get us into trouble, you're not. He is screening them, so yeah, mind your P's and Q's. All right, the great Craig Bullerjack joining us, and Buller, we've done the Tankathon.
Yes.
And so there is a draft lottery generator online. There are several of them. And so the first time we did it, the Jazz picked 2. Yesterday, they picked 7. You ready to go today?
I'm ready.
All right.
Name me a famous second pick for the Jazz in history. Anybody?
It was Griff, right?
Yeah, Daryl Griffith. Yeah. There you go.
The Golden.
Perfect. All right, here we go. And you've got a good sight of it. You can see it, okay? The ping pong balls are being loaded in.
Load it.
Vanna White's up there.
Now they're just going to elevate them. Okay?
Okay.
The commissioner just hit the button, and we're off. Starting at the bottom, 14, Charlotte. 13, Miami. 12, OKC by way of the Clippers. 11, Golden State.
Okay.
10, Chicago down 1 spot.
Uh-oh.
9, Dallas down 1 spot. 8, Milwaukee by way of New Orleans. 7, the Memphis Grizzlies, ladies and gentlemen. Number 6, it's your Brooklyn Nets. 5, those Washington Wizards.
Oh, Sacramento's up.
4, your Utah Jazz.
Well, right in the middle.
3, Indiana Pacers. 2, pesky Sacramento Kings.
Number 2.
And the Milwaukee. Giving it to Atlanta. So Atlanta would end up once again with a crazy 9-jump first-round pick, like they did when they selected Risache.
Wow.
So there's your. So we went 4, 7, and 2. All over the dial.
All over.
What's your gut?
Gut top 5. Gut tells me 5. And you know why? I think it's because, again, the luck of the draw never has gone the Jazz way in upping their status in the lottery. I think something odd will occur. And just like, you punch the button, I mean, Atlanta, last year Dallas.
And that's all it takes is one roll.
On this
one roll.
The mock draft I've got is Washington, Indiana, Brooklyn, and Jazz at 4. And then you followed it up with Sacramento at 5, Memphis, Atlanta, and Dallas. That's your top 8.
So I do think that it's a situation where the Jazz have been good partners to the NBA. All right, we've been a good soldier. We're never in the bad in terms of headlines. You never have players behaving too badly.
Luther Wright, not
I'm talking about recent history.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just joking.
Yeah. Olden Polynice, it's been a while since he pulled people over in Tooele.
The sheriff,
so it's been a minute. All right. So recent history, nobody's embarrassed themselves. The franchise has brought no embarrassment to the NBA whatsoever. Maybe sometimes the fans got a little out of hand, but they happen everywhere. And we just keep our mouth shut. We do our job. You got mad at us for tanking, doing the exact same thing everybody else has been doing, but for some reason we're the poster child of that.
Got in trouble on a day they beat Miami
they won
on the road.
Yeah.
And then you get the word that a $500,000 fine comes down.
And a team that has never jumped up in the playoffs or in the lottery. It's never happened. As Ryan Smith said, and I'm glad he said this vocally, sooner or later the math's got to math. And this year, the math is going to math.
Well, Keontae will be there.
They'll be top
to
three.
represent.
They'll be top three.
Scooter going to town on that one.
They're going to go top three.
Top three.
I don't know if it'll be number one, but I think we'll be top three.
And you said top five. I'll stay just like this, so nobody will know anything, because I think they're going to. How low can they fall?
8.
They're gonna take 8th.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news.
Boy.
But I've been very
Lock your
optimistic.
doors.
I've been very optimistic in the past. So
I was
I'm
optimistic.
giving that a rest.
I was optimistic last year. I remember this like it was yesterday. Walked into my office, sit down, and said, all right, here we go. 17 wins. You think about ping pong balls and odds and what have you. And all of a sudden you get to that top 5. And at number 5, the Utah Jazz. I thought, wow, all that. And then Dallas with a 1.8% chance jumps into the 1 spot. Yeah, that was a tough one to look at.
There's 2 things that if they fall to 8, okay, fine. That sucks. Don't like it. But there's 2 things that if it happens, NBA fans here in Utah should riot. Number 1, if Dallas jumps up and gets the number 1 overall pick, riot. And number 2, if Sacramento, after the Jazz won the coin toss against Sacramento to pick, be in the 4 and the 5, if Sacramento in the spot that the Jazz could have had they lost the coin toss, jumps up into the number 1, number 2, or number 3 spot, riot. You turn cars over, do whatever you want to do. I don't care. No, I obviously don't, but you know what I mean. You have every right to be upset.
The other great thing is this has a countdown clock. So if you are wondering right this very second, it's in 1 day, 23 hours, 21 minutes, and 45 seconds.
How often can you reset that or hit?
You can do it all day long.
All day long.
All day long.
So the algorithm or whatever, it just constantly is changing.
All right, quick, do it again. See where the Jazz are.
I'll break the rule and do it again.
Okay.
Because we weren't supposed to, but I will.
Okay, do it.
6.
Oh, jeez.
Again?
Wow.
Sacramento jump up. Dallas jump up.
It was Sacramento.
At 1?
Sacramento 2, Dallas 3. Dallas was up 5.
Oh, wow.
Hey, I'm just going to say,
and
our
Washington
guy,
won it.
Alex Napolis, has done it only 3 times, and the Jazz have gotten the top pick 3 times.
Really?
He's only done it 3 times.
Alex.
Don't do another one. Well, maybe do another one.
Send Alex. Look, no offense to Keontae. Alex needs to go.
Because he tried it the first time a long time ago, and he said he landed on it, and he's like, okay, I'm not doing it again. But now I've had him do it a couple times. Now he's done it twice, and he's won 2 more times.
Hey, I remember going to, and you knew this, and Tim, you knew this as well because of your broadcast connections, but Media Day last year, I remember talking to Booner, and I said, what do you think? He goes, you know who's going to make the jump? It's Keontae. And I was like, okay, why? You spend some time, in the gym? He's like, well, yes, but he spent a lot of time working on himself outside of the gym.
Exactly.
And to Booner's credit, he nailed it. He said, watch Keontae. He's going to have a big jump this year. He's going to represent the Jazz at the lottery. Coach has done a great job explaining why he's a good representative from where he's at or where he was to where he's at, both as a player and just as a human being. But, Coach, you saw it up close and in person, too, with him.
Oh.
What a great story.
What surprised me the most was when I saw him for the first time, he walked up to Big T and I and just stuck out his hand and said, guys, good to see you. Like, whoa, really? But no, it was heartfelt. I mean, you could feel that he was glad to be back. He did another important thing was to invite players to Dallas to work out. And, that's a leadership decision, Tim, when you say, follow me. I'm the guy. It's me. I'm going to decide that we're going to do this as a team. And it impacted, I think, the front office. It impacted, Will Hardy's maybe approach on how to handle Keontae in year 3. But no, he was much more engaged. He seemed to have more fun. He seemed to be out of a funk. And he was openly talking about it at times. I think, as the year wore on, he just wanted to talk hoop. But I think he did go through, and some people have to do it in their own way and let some of that go. And if you don't, then it's really kind of just hangs on your back. And maybe it's a lesson for all of us. Let it go. And I think he did a good job on trying to find out who he is and what he wants to be. He wants to be an all-star. He wants to be considered one of the top guards in the league. And you know what? It takes a hell of a lot of work to accomplish that. And maybe the first step is what he did last summer.
And I do feel like it's not, this is a thing with so many players. And I just love that this day and age that guys can come out and talk about stuff like that. I saw a special last night with Kevin Love. And Kevin was instrumental in this process because Keontae went and did this, but then to have Kevin Love sitting next to you in your locker, having gone through it too, it's a sounding board, it's a mentor, it's somebody there. And I watched Keontae close. And I did a podcast with Locke right before the season started. And he asked me, whose pivotal year is it? And I'm like, it's, Keontae's, it's a make or break thing. Cause he was taken as a guy who's going to be a guy. And, he's shown moments, but he hasn't been a guy. Consistency makes a guy. And I just, from the very beginning, just to see his mindset, the way he was more locked in with his teammates, talking to Will on strategy. Before games, you saw it. He and Will sitting down on the sidelines where coaches and players sit, shooting, having a 3-point contest down there early. And so, Keontae's a perfect example, but I do think this mental health thing, I'm so glad that guys can talk about it now. I was old enough to remember, as a kid, men don't cry.
Right.
You don't show that. That's a weakness.
Oh.
And I guarantee there's people out there that still think that today. But, man, I'm telling you, it's awesome to have a world where everybody can kind of speak their piece and be supported.
Those last 20 games too, Scotty, when most of the starters weren't on the floor, but they were still supporting the rest of that team, tells you, again, a lot about their whole personality. And, some guys could just slough it off and say, not come out. And maybe, they didn't have to show up to the arena.
Yeah.
But on their own, they were totally engaged, and they were kind of another storyline of just entertaining us, the fan, and even on TV, because Joe and JB did a great job on cutaways. But, the emotions of the success of some of the guys they're competing against actually was kind of refreshing.
They got technical.
Yeah.
Remember? They got technical for excessive celebration.
Yeah, excessive or on the floor, down the corner, whatever. I don't know if it's Collier or Keontae or both.
And Scotty, you've been around so many teams in your position, but you can tell the teams that are really cohesive because you watch them travel, interact. This team, man, from a distance, they passed all that, and I think that's been, of all the things that happened the last few years, that this team coming together and being one going into this next season is exciting.
There's a little bit of Oklahoma City here because what you see after every win, and there's been plenty, or the Thunder, is that when one player is interviewed, the entire team huddles around the one individual asked to do the postgame. And so they share the moment. Is it a little bit of college? I think so, Tim, right? But it tells you a lot about the journey, and they're still young, and they're one of the toughest, I thought, personally this year, the toughest team that I saw, and the most consistent and the most hellish defensive team that is just Lugan Dort, my gosh. Just Caruso comes over.
Bite your kneecap.
Yeah, he would. But that to me, and what Boston did 2 years ago to win it, and, I remember Carl and John and Jerry always said, getting back, just making one NBA final is a task. Going back twice is another. But think about winning two. MJ knows about that. The Lakers know it with Magic and the Riley and Showtime. But Oklahoma City's on the verge of, again, some history here. And I think what I saw this year, they were the best team in the NBA, both sides of the ball, because they come at you in waves. And you guys were talking earlier about depth. That's where Minnesota's wearing out.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great point. And Detroit's young. I'm not sure if they understand what it takes to get to that next level, but they've got talent. And 2 years ago, worst team in the league.
Physical, too. Think about Duren that first time he went out there to Detroit this year, and he just dunked on the whole team all night.
Yeah, all night. And San Antonio now with Wembanyama, can one guy carry a team? There's some nice pieces there, but again, I'm not sure they got enough horsepower. You guys were discussing how many games. I could see that one going 6 or 7, easy.
Really?
Down the stretch.
With the Spurs?
Yeah.
And OKC?
Yeah.
I would love to see it. I'd love to be wrong on that 19.5.
But
taking the under.
You know what? It comes down to home court, which OKC will have. It comes down to health and injury. And so far, OKC's been able to kind of sidestep any issue this year.
We'll wrap things up. Coming up next, Craig Bullerjack in studio. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brian Geltzeiler.
How much stock do you put in guys who put up decent or very good numbers on teams that don't win? And where I'm going with this specifically is Markkanen and Keontae George.
I have no doubt in my mind that Larry Markkanen can and will be at some point a very productive player on a winning team. I worry a little bit about George because of the ball dominance, frankly. I think in some ways there's going to be moments where Collier's the better fit with the ball in his hands because of how much more willingly he moves the ball and sets guys up, because between Markkanen, Jaren Jackson, and Ace Bailey, there's other shot makers on this team outside of Keontae George. His big challenge going into next year is how do I use those pieces around me for the greater good of the overall team? And I think that's something that Will Hardy's going to have to work with him on, but I do think in what we've seen so far, that may be a little bit of a challenge.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Beehive Mills has made things very easy for you. With their slow cooker meals, you just, you know what? You just take them out of the bag, put them in the slow cooker, and in a few hours, you've got a great meal. But there's some of us out there that actually want to do a little cooking. So Beehive Mills realizes, all right, it's summer coming up. You want your flat top meals. You want to get that flat top heated up and going. They've got their new flat top meals, courtesy of Beehive Mills, freshly prepped meals designed to be cooked on that flat top or a skillet or even a griddle. Everything, as you would expect, comes ready to go. You don't have to chop. You don't have to measure. All you have to do, thaw, cook, and you've got a quick homemade meal on the table, ready to go, and you still have that hands-on cooking experience, but you don't have to do the boring stuff like the measuring and the chopping and all that other stuff. Every box is going to come with 8 meals. It's available in your different family sizes, and the May menu, awesome. Steak fajitas, smash burgers, taco hash, loaded grilled chicken. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Find out more at beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets. First pitch, 6 o'clock. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow night, they start at 5 o'clock on 1280 The Zone, while Real Salt Lake is at FC Dallas at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday at 1 o'clock, join us for NBA Draft Lottery coverage. Where will the Jazz pick in the 2026 draft? Listen Sunday at 1 on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Brett Floyd returns in 2026 with their biggest show yet, The Moon, The Wall, and Beyond. Experience the dark side of the moon, plus stunning lasers and visuals. June 6th at the Maverick Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Accessing the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up another edition of the show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, make sure to join us coming up on Monday as we'll be talking about the Jazz and their top 3 draft pick at RGS Exteriors from 10 to 2.
I see you working.
4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Tim and the crew ready to help you out.
Yeah, you're laying out the good time vibe.
Well, he can do it because he's, I can't. I've been too positive and it's cost us.
How much time? We got 3 minutes, 4 minutes?
Yeah, 4 minutes, yeah.
So let's say it's 3, number 3. So who is that pick?
It's not Boozer. It's Caleb Wilson.
Okay, Caleb Wilson.
Do you agree with that?
Oh, yeah. I do believe there is. I mean, I just read a couple articles. He's starting to really fly up.
Yeah.
And, people talk about, do you draft position? Do you position anything no more, guys?
Yeah.
Here's the take real quick.
It is all about guys that can flat out ball, but with a premium on length, freakish length and freakish size, and the ability to do such, right, at those sizes and wingspan.
Wilson is a special two-way prospect, stands 6'10". He's a defensive Swiss Army knife that gets excited about locking down opponents. That's the key here. He gets excited about being a defender.
Honestly, if the Jazz are at 2, I might take him ahead of Darren Peterson. I'm a huge Caleb Wilson.
It goes
fan.
into but I right there again, like we don't know what we don't know.
Right.
So,
yeah. Oh yeah. No, I know.
But because if Peterson's right, I mean, I've heard comparisons to Kobe. Right.
Yeah.
So let's do all our due diligence. But I'm with you. Like, to me, the only reason guys get slotted is because people put them there.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And the draft will do what the draft does. So I wouldn't be surprised, Scotty, to see somebody, he maybe even pass Boozer up, because Boozer's your guy. Like last year, Conca-Nipple was.
Oh,
I mean, he was playing at a great level, and I was like, I've never seen a guy shoot the ball like that in a draft film. But everybody I talked to within the league said, "Hey, man, he's about where he's going to be." And I've always made the argument, what's wrong with that?
Yeah,
I mean, because it takes some guys 3 years to get there. But the point is, there's obviously more growth in other prospects, and so I kind of feel the same about Boozer. I think Boozer will lock in and be, but he lacks some athleticism and lateral quickness he's going to need for the rigors of this league.
Word on Boozer, he's an analytical darling.
Oh yeah, nerds love him,
and they say he's the safest pick and potentially could be a top 10 player for years. Getting back to Caleb Wilson. Not only is his Swiss Army knife, but offensively, he's terror in transition. at his size. The thing is, if they take him 6'10", then you start loading up a lot of bigs on this Jazz roster, and that may impact with Kessler. That may impact the future of Flip. Again, that's down in our pay grade to decide some of those things. But also it comes down to pay. What Keontae's contract will be, what offers Walker actually receives. It's going to be an intriguing summer. We say that every year, right? But this one just has a real intriguing, from May 10 until the draft night and then free agency. Man, it's going to be exciting.
I can't wait. All right, so the lottery coming up Sunday at 1 o'clock. We will be on the air. Ben Anderson will be on the air coming up Sunday at 1 o'clock. And if the Jazz get into the top 3, then a lot of us are going to be on the air. If not, if they draft an 8, then we're going to shut it down pretty quick. So there you go.
So if you hear Ben and you miss the announcement, just like
you can tell in the voice and how quickly we wrap things
else?
up.
Okay,
look, we'll take one commercial break. Back after this. See you Monday.
Yeah, see you Monday.
Jazz pick 8th.
Yep, and we're done. All right. Bowler, thanks for coming in, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, Lloyd made the offer. I said, let's roll. And it's fun to be back in, the Triad Center. It's fun.
It's changed a bit since you were last year.
I don't even recognize the place. I couldn't even park downstairs. It's like a barricade.
Oh, yeah.
Absolute legend, right here.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, look.
What he's done for a job,
it's
but
longevity. You stick around long enough.
No, I'm saying as a person, too.
Yes.
And that's hard to do, my guy.
Appreciate
I love
you, pal. You're the best.
Well, I will say.
Scotty and I tell you, do you remember real quick when that lady came in the other long time ago and did some waxing?
I remember that.
Aren't you glad I brought that up just before you close the show out?
Yeah.
Is that how you used to get your hair cut?
No, but she was sticking stuff up noses, ears, everything.
It was like, look what men can do now. And Scotty decided to, offer himself up, and I tell you, we cried, and he cried literally.
Yeah, it hurt. It hurt bad.
And that was one fun live set. It was a great live segment.
It was a lot like 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Scotty, I tell you, there classic moments with this man right there.
We had some fun.
Oh my gosh.
We can't get away with a lot of that now. And frankly, we didn't get away with it back then either.
All media members.
We tried, but not for long.
Yeah. All media members, like all people, are not created, the same. So we're grateful for the ones that are actually sane.
Yeah.
That's why you're so cool, Bowler.
Thanks, pal.
Coming up next, it is Jake and Ben right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 financed. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
When there are supply constraints on commodities, prices surge. You saw it with fuel prices, with the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And you know what else is a limited commodity? Gold. They mine it out of the ground, and when it's gone, it's gone. Governments can't just print more of it. That's why everyone from central banks to savvy savers are diversified with gold. If you've been thinking about it for years, but have still never moved some of your savings into physical gold, Birch Gold Group is who I trust to help you. Stan Bongino, and now through May 29th, Birch Gold is giving first-time gold buyers a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. For details and a free information kit on diversifying into gold, text Dan to the number 989898. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Text Dan to the number 989898 to see if you qualify for a first-time gold buyer rebate of up to $10,000. Again, text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm having trouble trying to sleep. I'm counting sheep but running out.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, happy Friday to everybody. However, you may be listening. We are live, Ben, from 511, and this place is awesome.
Yeah, very cool.
This event is cool, going in hand in hand with the Supercross race. The weekend kicked off right. Man, have they had a tremendous response. There's a line going around the block.
There's going to be food down here. Yeah, there's people down here. There's pros down here. But come on down and check out the gear. It is really awesome. 369 West, 1830 South, just south of Costco. You may have been in this parking lot. Maybe you've never been in the store before. But, yeah, this place is hopping. Stop on by and check it out.
And we're going to learn all about what 511 does, all about their brand. They're all about adventure. I mean, it's really right up our alley. So we're really excited to be here. They have food trucks. The Jeeps are awesome. How would you like to drive that thing over there, Ben?
I'll take that. I'll take that out. What are those called?
I mean, awesome is what they're called.
Yeah.
It's like a beat-up
Batmobile.
side-by-side. Yeah. much like the Batmobile. Now, would you take that to run over cars in your neighborhood, or would you rather take it out in the mountains?
This is versatile. You can do whatever you want with it. Go to Moab with it, or, just scare the neighborhood kids.
Like, give them a ride and then run over their parents' car.
Take that.
Take that. Whoops. Totally messed up. We're going to be talking all about 5'11" throughout the show. We're excited to talk to the big boss, Troy. We're going to get to him coming up in about 20 minutes, and he's going to tell us what this event is all about. But I've told you, Ben, I've gone to the Supercross a couple of times, and, man, first of all, it's awesome. You have no idea how high these guys go until you see it in person and how fast they are just flying on that track. But they sell out Rice-Eccles Stadium every year.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's a real
huge
culture
community. Yeah,
but come on down, and again to the point where all the people who showed up here already, whether they're seeking autographs because there's a ton of stars down here. Corey Hart, who's a pro motocross rider, is down here. Tony Schumacher, who's NHRA, that's drag racing, he's down here as well. So
it's Carey Hart.
What did I say? Corey Hart?
It is Carey Hart.
That's the sunglasses at night, right?
And actually, we hope we're going to get a chance to talk to Carey Hart.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan for many reasons.
We're on the air.
I'm a big fan. I was a big fan. Do you remember the the VH1 reality show, The Surreal Life?
Uh-huh.
He was on that.
Okay.
That's where I knew him as a motocross rider. But I got my introduction. And I would love to ask him about his former wife, but I don't think that would be inappropriate.
Probably inappropriate.
But she is a big star.
Okay.
And one of my very favorites.
Maybe off the air.
Yeah, maybe off the air. We'll see. But no, amazing. I was trying to think of this, Ben. Now, we've had some big celebrities on the show.
Mm.
I mean, just huge, huge names from David James to Cole Bagley.
Yeah.
And I was trying to think, will Carey Hart, knock on wood, if he jumps on the show, be the biggest celebrity we've ever had?
Who did we have at X Games? Also a motocross rider.
Yeah, but, I mean, Carey Hart is absolutely a legend in the motocross world.
Yeah, might be.
I think among the conversation for the best. I mean, I would take the opinion of a more educated Supercross fan, but, I mean, absolute legend. I think that would be it for the biggest celebrity on the show.
Well, I'm excited to be down here throughout the day.
Amazing stuff. And I am already falling in love with this gear. I'm going to have to get some pants on.
Yeah, for sure.
The birthing story of 5'11" is totally cool. Birthing, that doesn't sound right. Like founding story?
Yeah.
Birthing? Gave
birth
birth
plan.
to the idea? Yeah. It's super cool, and we're going to talk to Troy all about that when he sits down and joins us. Because when it comes to clothing, Ben, I really appreciate function and comfort and durability. And apparently that's what they're all about, because if you're dangling thousands of feet off the ground from a cliff, you want to be comfortable.
You want to be well protected and comfortable. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a priority. I know when I'm dangling up there, Ben, I'm thinking to myself, man, these pants are terrific.
Have you ever climbed anything in your life? Have you ever climbed a tree?
Sure. Yeah,
okay.
I climbed trees as a kid. I went to the climbing gym a couple of times
okay.
in my life. Although I got to tell you, climbing not my favorite thing. No.
Yeah.
My roommate Dave used to be. I mean, he like people who are climbers. They are climbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lifestyle.
They are into it. And so, I got to witness, but not my game necessarily, no. But a part of this brand, and we were talking to Troy about it, is they're really, their founding story is climbing, and they've done some other things. Like we found out that they outfitted the FBI because some FBI climbers really like the gear. But now they're really getting into the adventure world. Like and we have a ton of listeners who are into the adventure world, especially now that summer is coming. That is their MO. That's what they want to do.
Stop on by and see us today. We're going to be hanging out throughout the show, so come on down and hang out.
And to watch our guy Joey wedge those food trucks into the parking lot, that was really something.
He's a pro.
They worked really hard to get these food trucks here, so people better come down and take advantage of it. Ben, where should we start off? Do you want to start off NBA playoffs? I know you're getting ready for the lottery, but I don't know if there's a ton of meat on that bone.
Well, I mean, if the Jazz win the lottery, I think it totally changes the outcome of the organization. I mean, it totally changes what the future looks like. And if they fall to 6, 7, or 8, I think that is a big change in what the outlook is. But you get a number 1 pick in a draft that has, I've been told by some people who are in the know that they don't think this is quite, quote, generational. as a draft. I don't think there's a Victor Wembanyama at the top. I'm not sure you're getting that level of player. You're not getting a LeBron James here. But you're getting a really good player. In fact, I think if the Jazz do end up with a top 2 or 3 pick, I'm not surprised if the guy they draft is expected to be the best player on the team in a couple of years. And that's a huge addition because I don't think the Jazz have a pathway to get that otherwise this summer.
But maybe it's because I'm realistic about where the Jazz are going to land that I'm not. I think we overhyped Ace Bailey last year.
Okay.
I mean, how many rookies actually make that big of a difference?
No rookies make a difference.
And as you look we've seen number 1 picks blown. Obviously, that's not as that's not as common. But anywhere 1 through 5, we've seen different areas of hit. And so I don't know. I think of this draft pick way more as gravy than I do critical.
Okay, in what sense?
This player will be a nice young addition, but still has to develop for a couple of years to a team that is going to be trying and win next year. And frankly, the roster moves they already made with established guys makes hitting on this draft pick less important.
I think it makes it a little less important. I agree in that sense that the Jazz don't need whoever this is to make the playoffs next year, but rookies never do that. Victor Wembanyama didn't make the playoffs his first year. LeBron James didn't make the playoffs his first year. No, that's never anyone's job, and nor should that have ever been expected by anybody about Ace Bailey. But you get Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler and Keontae George. That should be a team that competes for a top 6 seed in the West. But 3 years from now, if you have a player that you drafted this summer who's better than all of those players, now you do start to think, is this a home court advantage team? Is this a top 2 seed in the West? Is this a championship team? And I think that's what is potentially on the line, and it's also important to recognize that the Jazz don't have their own pick next year, meaning it can't be the top pick, and they can't, and the 2028 draft from the people I've talked to said is not particularly strong either. So this is the last time the Jazz are picking in this area, and that's what the last 4 years have been about, is generating these high draft picks and then developing them. This is the close to this window, and if you do get the right piece or the right player that they have tanked very hard to get, I do think it pays off the strategy that they've decided to employ.
Well, if they draft a player, it turns out to be a guy in 3 years. Yeah, they're not going to say, "Oh, whoops." But I think the likelihood of that is also not. I mean, we had this whole thing built around Ace Bailey, built around to become a star, and I was very much thought that was going to be the dominant storyline of the season. It was not, but it's because where the Jazz were when they were drafting last year, as opposed to where they are now. They were in the desert last year.
Mm-hmm.
Totally in the desert.
Yeah, no question.
Moses has led the team out of the desert. They are no longer in the desert. And I think this pick could end up being consequential, but if it doesn't, it's not a disaster. If they booted on the Ace Bailey pick last year, it felt like it would have been a disaster. Whether that's true or not, I mean, I think that could be debatable. This feels much more like the Darko Milicic Pistons draft, where the Pistons... Extreme example, I know.
Yeah,
but the Pistons had an established team, and they just happened to have that pick. Now, granted that they mightily booted that pick, and that had future ramifications. But the Pistons that year were not a team in the desert drafting with the number 2 pick in hopes that they have to hit it because they have no future. I think if the Jazz totally booted this pick, they would still absolutely have a future.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be an okay playoff team. And an okay playoff team, the problem is what they've been trying to avoid. Because if they were okay being an okay playoff team, they never should have traded Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert. And right now...
But that's not dependent on this rookie. They still have other moves to be made.
Jaren Jackson Jr.'s good. Lauri Markkanen's good. They're a couple-time All-Star players combined.
But they're not capped out with no resources like the old Jazz team, which was
they're going to be capped out in 12 months. There's not going to be free agency space to go out and bring in a player that's better than anyone else on this roster currently.
Well, I don't think they're going to sign free agents. But I think the time of drafting and depending on a rookie, and I'm agreeing with you here because essentially what you were saying, is over. I totally agree with that. They're peripheral moves that are going to put them over the top. I don't think have anything to do with rookies other than the scenario that you laid out. And if they hit on this pick or 2 or 3 years and you all of a sudden got an all-star. But I don't think that feels like gravy to me. The Jazz are not in a position where they're desperate to hit necessarily. Again, they're not going to pass it up, and they're not going to make a bad draft pick. And certainly if it turns out to be an all-star, they'll take it, and that will affect how they move down the road. Like, would they be willing to move off a Lauri Markkanen for before that max contract pushes them into the luxury tax or the second apron or whatever you want to say, because they hit over here? But if they don't hit over here and they have to pay Lauri Markkanen more money, I mean, it's not like it's doomsday.
No, it's not. If the Jazz fall to 8, they're fine. They probably very seriously explore trading the pick, or if they fall to 7, they probably very seriously explore trading the pick and try to get a player who can come in and help maybe as soon as next season. But I think you're right, though. If you do get the 3rd, the 2nd, the 1st overall pick, all of a sudden all your financial problems actually go away as well, because maybe that guy steps in and replaces Lauri Markkanen or replaces Jaren Jackson Jr. So when you're getting to this point where if Keontae George, is the 3rd best player on your team and is owed $40 million, and Walker signs for $30 million this summer, and you want to keep one of Walker or Lowry, then all of a sudden you can actually afford it, because you can keep this guy and then you can pay him eventually, and Lowry gets too expensive, and you trade him for that other great piece that's maybe a better fit.
But you see how we're talking about ifs and 2 and 3 years down the line? Like, there's if this happens, if that happens in this amount of time. I mean, as you know, 3 years in the NBA is absolutely an eternity.
It's an eternity.
I don't want to speak this into existence, but the Jazz could be re-entering another rebuild in 3 years because it completely did not work out. So I think the fact that we're talking about these in-the-weeds scenarios honestly demonstrates how, I don't know, unvital it really is.
Well, I think you're hitting ifs either way, right?
But if you
it's ifs if you don't win the lottery. It's ifs if you do. You would certainly much rather have the number 1 overall pick and have that be your if.
And I'm not even thinking they're going to get the number 1 pick. I know everybody out there maybe this is me pouring cold water on everything, but I mean, I just remember how it was last year too, and we were blowing it out with charity donations and stuff and good karma and all this, and turned out they're drafting 5th, and they had to figure out how to get a guy at 5. And I do think they got a guy at 5. I do. I'm still extremely high on Ace Bailey. I think all the tools are 100% there. And it turned out not to matter all that much that they didn't get the number 1 pick. I mean, is Cooper Flagg going to be better than Ace Bailey? Maybe, but it's not like you got nothing.
No, absolutely. And again, the Jazz will find a guy, whether they're at 8 or at 5 or at 3 or at 1. They will find somebody that they feel like can step in and help the team.
Not going to be 8. It's going to be 7.
Yeah, that's a 2% chance of falling to 8. It's a 27% chance of drafting 7, and then it slowly goes to the bottom and builds back up to get to the number 1 overall pick, which is just about 10%. It's about a 45% chance of drafting in the top 4, and 55% is a chance of drafting from 5 to 8. So, and it's a draft where, talking to people again and, kind of look at every draft board and everything, there's really kind of a set top 4. Now, that doesn't mean the order is set, but it's going to be some order of Cam Boozer, A.J. DeBonsa, Darren Peterson, and Caleb Wilson. It seems like those are going to be the top 4 guys. And things change, and maybe somebody jumps up and grabs one of these point guards if they fall in love, but it seems like that's kind of where the bridge or the cliff is in this draft, and it falls off somewhat dramatically. So, I'm with you that, if the Jazz drop to 6, I don't think Jazz fans need to, tear up their tickets and feel like their pathway out of the rebuild has changed dramatically. They've already started that path. That's what the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade was about. But you win the lottery, and then it is, the teams that do add riches. And if you want to call that gravy, I think that's fine. But I do think it significantly ups the Jazz's potential, which right now I think is a decent playoff team. And if you win the lottery, maybe that ups your opportunities to being one of the best teams in the West and a potential contender.
Is there anybody in this draft who's going to be a top 3 player in the league?
Cam Boozer and A.J. DeBonsa could probably both get there.
I'm taking it totally out of it. My answer is no, because every year the answer is no.
It's a safe bet to say no.
Once in a while. That's what I'm saying.
It's a safe bet to say no.
So if you're pinning it on, they've got to find a top 2 player in the league, which I always think is a pretty defeatist way to run an NBA franchise, well, then it's not going to happen either way. So why get too worked up about it? I think A.J. DeBonsa has a ton of potential. The odds of him becoming a top 3 player in the league are like 5%.
Right. But the difference, and I think the way teams look at the draft versus how we might look at the draft is they say there are a couple of guys who, if they hit their top potential, they have the chance to be a top 5 player. Rudy Gobert hit his absolute best case scenario. That's why he fell to 27, because the odds of him getting there were not that high, and B, even if he hit his very, very peak, He was never going to turn into Kareem Abdul-Jabbar offensively. He just doesn't have that type of touch. He doesn't have that type of coordination. There was nothing you could teach him that could get him beyond where he is today. And he reached it, and he's a Hall of Famer, but he reached his top 1% outcome. There's an argument that maybe Donovan Mitchell did as well, despite the fact that he doesn't play any defense. But if you get the right guy and they do hit that top 1 potential, where I think Cam Boozer falls into this grouping or A.J. DeBonsa falls in this grouping, and maybe Darren Peterson does well, if they hit their top perfect outcome, they have a chance to be a top 5 player in the NBA, and that's the difference.
Okay, yeah, I think that's true about the second round, too.
No, because that's where you draft 6'3" guys. You know what I mean? That's where you draft.
But that's where you draft Nikola Jokic.
Sure.
I mean, you got to hit.
You have to hit.
You have to hit, and the odds of you hitting or not hitting do change between the top and bottom of the draft or the second round, of course, because of course they do. But you've got to find a player wherever. And throughout this entire rebuild, I have refused to get bent out of shape about the lottery odds, and I am certainly not going to start the Friday before the final lottery that actually matters on Sunday.
Sure.
Because there's more than one way to build a team, and it is never do or die, certainly when it comes to the heavy-handed lottery ball selection of Adam Silver.
And this year less than others.
Absolutely. All right, joining us now, we're very excited about this. We are here at 511, and we talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the show. We're going to talk to the big boss man right now. Troy Brown jumps on with us, CEO. First of all, thank you for having us. This is super fun. What a great event, and we're super stoked to be a part of it.
Well, thank you for being here at 511, and thank you for having me on your show. It's great to be with you.
All right, you got us caught up a little bit on the story of 511, what the name is, what it comes from, but can you tell our listeners kind of that same story?
You know, up to the crazy thing about 511 is I really think it's one of America's best-kept secrets. It's a beautiful story. 511 is actually a climbing grade. It's a degree of difficulty, and in the 60s and 70s, it was the degree of difficulty that was thought to really be impossible. No one could really do it. And then our founder, a guy named Royal Robbins, was actually the first guy to climb that 511 climb, and he became really known for his ability. He was, I think, of like the GOAT of rock climbing back in the day. And about 15, 20 years later, he asked his wife if she would make him a climbing pant.
Okay.
And they named that pant the 511 pant, and that is essentially the genesis of the brand 511 that you're here enjoying today. So there's the history of it. And add a little bit more to it. Shortly after that, a group of climbers picked up that pant, fell in love with it, started ordering a lot of it, and it turns out they were FBI agents, and the FBI loved the pant, which is no surprise. And next you know, the 511 climbing pant becomes standard issue in the FBI. And that's how the brand was born back in the 60s and 70s.
It was very cool.
Well, what's cool is where the brand is now, and you talked to us a little bit about this, and this is right up our listeners' alley, and certainly Utahns. I mean, my goodness, adventure. You know, you need clothing that's going to stand up, be comfortable, you know, friendly to the conditions, and it's just perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just have to tell you, born and raised in Utah.
All right.
And so, you know, this is home for me. We're back, and we're actually celebrating here a sort of a re-grand opening of this location. And it's exactly what you said. It's all about adventure. It's people that love to go outdoors, do hard things on purpose, people who prefer growth over comfort. And really what this brand's all about, challenging possible. So if you think about it, Royal Challenge Possible in that 511 climb, and we're involved right now in Supercross, another hurdle audience that loves to go out and challenge possible. And people that go out, whether you're out in Moab and you're running, or whether you're climbing somewhere, or you're hiking somewhere, you're likely trying to see what you're made of. And one of the things that Royal quoted was, you know, when you do the climb, it really reveals something about you. And anything that's really hard, it really reveals something about you. And it's how you find what you're all about is by doing hard things.
Why does it team so well with Supercross, which is going on this weekend? We see a lot of Supercross fans here hanging out. What's the relationship there?
You know, I get asked that question often. As a matter of fact, I had a chance to talk to Ricky Carmichael several weeks ago, who, you know, the go to Supercross. And I look at it this way. If Royal Robbins was still around, him and Ricky would be best friends because they share that challenge possible mindset. And if you know, you know. Like if you're around Supercross, you understand that's what a grind that is. It is man and machine. You don't really have a lot of safety equipment. There's no seatbelts. There's no airbags. And it is a changing dynamic. And that is a sport that really shows you what you're made of. And so really 511 it's a mindset. It's not really of an activity-based brand. It's if you're wired a particular way, then you want your gear to actually be as good as you are, sort of a confidence thing. And so we make purpose-built gear for people to do hard things. And if you're involved in Supercross, you know that's a group of people that do hard things.
Tough dudes.
It's tough dudes, and we get to watch when they're competing, but we don't get to see what's behind the scenes. And it is a grind. It's about preparation. It's about precision. It's about performance. So it's a shared mindset. And it's not just Supercross. It's not just climbing. It shows up in a lot of spaces, anywhere where you're being challenged to see what you can actually do.
What was your go-to adventure growing up here?
Oh, that is a great question. Actually, when I was here when I was younger, I was actually on a motorcycle, and I did a lot of motorcycle, and I did a lot of hunting with my dad and fishing with my father when I was here, and now it's actually off-roading. I love to spend time in Moab, and I call St. George home today. Even though headquarters are in Southern California, which I spend most of my time, but my home is in St. George, and I love to be out in my Jeep and having a good time outdoors.
Well, I love the versatility of the gear and the styles and everything, whether, you want to go hunting with your dad or whether you're Supercross, whatever you're looking for, you can take care of.
And, you're here, and the reality is we've got a lot of things to choose from. Again, purpose-built, tough gear. This is badass gear for badass people.
Love it. Well, Troy, thank you again for having us. Super excited to be a part of it. Your store is beautiful, and our listeners are going to love the stuff. So thank you so much.
Well, pleasure to spend some time with you guys. Thanks for being part of our grand opening here. So
our pleasure, Troy.
Right.
Thanks, man.
Take care.
All right, we'll have more next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Why is BYU not coming to Logan? It's great that they're playing BYU, but why is there no return trip? Getting this rivalry just on the books in some way, shape, or form is huge. For Utah State, they need quad one games. In the landscape of college basketball, it would not surprise me one bit if Utah State called up Kentucky or called up Kansas. And I wouldn't surprise me one bit if Kentucky's like, sure, hold please, click. Kansas, click. Because I don't think these teams are interested in building other teams' resumes, especially G5 resumes.
The bottom line is the power schools have always and definitely currently hold the cards. For BYU to work with Utah State and get 2 dates on the calendar in today's basketball world, it's definitely a win. It's a win for both. It's a win for the state. I wish last year they were on the schedule.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for $1,000 financed. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. For limited time, Half Price Granite is offering special pricing, starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
Kenny J's Barbecue is turning 1, and to celebrate, they're throwing a block party May 9th from 3 to 7. There's games, live DJ, and barbecue you won't stop thinking about. Free dessert and a chance to win a full brisket. Come celebrate and find out more on Kenny J's Barbecue socials. We'll see you there.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Joe, I think we should try to let Ben ride around on that thing. What do you think? I think
whatever I can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you let me know.
We have Carey Hart's actual bike in here, his actual Supercross bike.
now.
And Ben is going to sneak over there during a break, and he's going to go tear it around Costco for a little while.
Whiskey throttle, and that thing's going to end up shooting through the window.
Amazing. This event is so cool. We're here at 511 in Salt Lake City. We're right across the street from the Costco, Ben, about 18th South and just west of 300 West. But this is a huge event. You'll be able to find us very, very easily. We have food trucks that are outside. It's Supercross weekend, and I think the whole Supercross community is here. I mean, people are coming down and checking out, of course, the great gear here at 511, but the custom Jeeps. As I mentioned, Carey Hart's Supercross bike is right over there. Carey Hart himself will be here, and Joey was just telling us there is a rumor that a big deal is going to be here. And we can't spoil it, Ben,
okay.
But a big deal.
I thought I spoiled it earlier, but I apologize if I did.
No, you did not.
Okay.
All right, it is time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love. With J. Brooks Jewelers, explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, we've got an update to the Delta Center renovation. We know what they're going to do this summer.
Good article up at KSLSports.com. Ryan Smith shared a video on social media about some of the changes they're going to be doing now going into this offseason and then again next offseason. And it's about improving the upper bowl now. You know, they did the lower bowl and installed the seating that retracts and rises, and it's a pretty amazing system. And now it's about making sure that the upper bowl really maximizes the sight lines for everybody, whether you're at a Jazz game, whether you're at a Utah Mammoth game. And it seems like it's going to be a cool opportunity. It's going to look a lot different than the Delta Center I think fans have gotten used to since, 93? 91? Whenever
early
it was
90s
that was built.
for sure. Yeah.
It's just going to have a totally different look. It almost has like a tiered system. It looks very cool.
Well, they had to fix it. You could listen to an argument. It might have even been easier just to knock it down and build it over, although, the time frame they're operating under, that probably wouldn't have worked. But it needed a massive overhaul if it was going to be an NHL hockey facility. And I know, Ben, and you probably know more details than I do on this, but they're also working very hard to keep the character of the building. They don't want to lose the character of the building, the basketball environment, but they're trying to marry hockey into it as seamlessly as possible. And as the son of an engineer, Ben, who could never have made it through engineering school, but I do find it extremely fascinating what they're doing and how they're pulling it off. And, man, some smart people. There are some smart people out there, let me just put it that way. And I'm so excited to see what happens. They're doing half the Upper Bowl this offseason, the other half next offseason, correct?
Yeah, it's going to be a terrace-like structure, and it's going to have, Ryan said it's like gondola on one side, which is obviously some local language. But he also, speaking of which, he said expect the steepness behind the basket to be what he calls a double black diamond. So again, to the point of the kind of the engineering feat and not wanting to change the character of the arena. The Delta Center has always been extremely steep. You hear opposing players come in and say, yeah, they're the fans are right on top of you. Ryan wants to make sure that they keep that, especially in the Upper Bowl now.
Which is what they did at the house that Ballmer built, right?
Into a dome.
The Aspiration Dome?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what it was originally supposed to be? If I'm not mistaken.
They ran out of money.
Strange how that happened. But that's what they did there, right? They call it the wall or something.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting. I'm really fascinated to see it. I'm just super happy they're keeping it downtown. I'm sure if they moved it to Sandy, we would have all gotten used to it, like we've gotten used to America First Field, and we all, a lot of us go out to America First Amphitheater, right, which is on a different part. Now we're going somewhere else for bees. I mean, I'm sure we'd all get used to it, but it belongs downtown, in my opinion. I think it's really important at downtown. We have two, major league. We have more with Major League Soccer, of course, but now two major league franchises in the heart of Salt Lake City. Ben, we'll see what they do with the rest of the, surrounding area, which our studios are very much a part of. So I'm certainly excited about that. But it's a chance to do something special for Salt Lake, not just for that building. And I'm all for it. I'm excited to see where it comes.
And then the other important part of it, which honestly this is what the fans really do care about, is according to our article at KSLSports.com, and from a quote from Ryan, says additional upgrades and renovations are coming to the arena that include added food and beverage options, updated concourses and concession locations with new redesigned social areas, bigger bathroom capacity, and expanding club spaces around the building. Also, they are going to change where the front entrance is. Right now it's on the northeast corner by the Jazz Note and by the Mammoth Puck. I believe it's going to be on the east side now, facing towards the Salt Palace, and then the idea is they're going to blow that hole in the first south of the Salt Palace and give you a straight shot from the mall down right straight to Delta Center.
From, the Museum of Modern Art?
Sure.
Right down to the Delta Center?
I believe so.
I used to know the guy who was the curator there.
Okay.
You ever been to the Museum of Modern Art right there next to the Bravado Hall?
I have.
That's a cool little spot.
Fun to have it.
But I do think, and we've talked about this a lot, but, when they were coming out for the plans for this whole thing, they talked about how the convention center, the way it's designed, is basically a wall between one part of downtown and the other part of downtown, and they're going to rethink how they do that. I think it could be a game changer for downtown Salt Lake, which, it has its flaws, but I think has pretty continuously gotten better since I was a kid.
No question. 100%. It's walkable. Yeah, there's more places to go now. And yeah, if you're leaving a Jazz game or a Mammoth game or a concert or whatever, you want to pour onto First South. And if you're a business there, you want people coming in, hanging out after the game, hanging out after a playoff game.
Well, and not just the mall, but access to Main Street, which has gotten a lot better, in my opinion. Obviously the train access that goes from the stadium down Main Street. I mean, there's just a ton of potential there. And I'm excited to see what comes.
No question.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, Donovan Mitchell might be good, but not good enough to overcome the stink of James Harden.
Well, Cade Cunningham is just better than anybody, and that's the problem in this series for the Cleveland Cavaliers is Cade's a legit superstar. I mean, he's entered that conversation. I think he's a legit top 10 player in the NBA, and he showed it last night with 25 points and 10 assists, but timely step-back threes, making big defensive plays on the other end. That's what, the top players in the NBA have to do. And, James Harden was the big problem, and no question about it. He had another game where he shot, what was he?
3 of 13.
3 of 13. He was not good at all. I think they said the 36th time in his career he's made 3 or fewer baskets in a playoff game. Like, this is a historically notorious playoff choker.
Well, and
that was another example.
A brutal turnover that ended the game. But listen, Donovan Mitchell was 11 of 24. I mean, he took the most shots on his team. At least James Harden only took 13. I'm not defending James Harden per se. But Cleveland's problem is they only got to 97 points. So Christian, I'm not coming at you, Christian, but because this mentality is in the NBA a lot. You look at Donovan's line and go, oh, Donovan had 31. Not his fault. It wasn't his problem. Donovan had 31. I mean, this is Luka Doncic's entire career. But the truth is that your team scored 97 points.
Yep.
How many NBA playoff games are you going to win scoring 97 points?
Not in this year, none. In this in this era, not going to happen.
So, I mean, it's a team thing, and you can put it all on James Harden, but this comes back to Donovan Mitchell being the best player on the team, or self-anointed the best player on the team. Great, you had 31. Your team had 97, and you lost. And by the way, watching Cleveland take turns putting Donovan Mitchell and James Harden on Toby Harris at the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Yep.
was so funny.
And the Pistons just saying, okay,
all right,
wonderful.
And then Cleveland refused to double, and Toby, I think, scored, I don't know, Ben, I don't mean to be blowing this out of proportion, but it seemed like he scored 5 consecutive times going down the floor. Like 3 or 4 against Donovan Mitchell, and then the coup de grace against James Harden.
Well, he was 3 of 5 in the period. He played the entire fourth quarter, but then that's the other problem. And again, obviously the big problem throughout the game was James Harden. And James Harden in the fourth quarter was 0 of 1. He didn't score any points. He had 2 rebounds and an assist. But Donovan Mitchell took 8 shots. He was 2 of 8 from the floor in the fourth quarter. He had 8 points because he did get to the free throw line, but he didn't record an assist. He didn't record a steal. He didn't record a block. It's like all the things he does are great when he's allowed to do them, when it's easy to do them. When you get to the fourth quarter and it's push come to shove and the Pistons are at their best defensively, where's that next gear? Where's that, I'm the actual superstar here? Because you look at what Cade Cunningham was able to do in the fourth quarter, and again, he scores 12 points. He goes 4 of 4 from the free throw line, and we mentioned the big step-back 3 that he hits. He gets the steal and the block late to help secure that victory. It's like that's just the difference. And the problem, I think, for Donovan and the Cavaliers is, I think the difference is that Cade Cunningham is 6'6" or 6'7", and Donovan's 6'3", and that's just always going to be
huge.
Yeah, he's huge. He's bulky.
Really, he's really big.
So it's just always going to be the flaw.
Yeah. Every time Jalen Duren grabbed a rebound, I think I heard him say, "This is for Angel Reese."
You got Reese.
You got Reese. Because I just found out yesterday that they used to date.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
But he was good. He didn't score a whole lot, but defensively
he's
and big.
Force.
And he's very hard for the Cavaliers to
And Asar Thompson can guard and all this stuff. I mean, honestly, back to my point about the 97 points, you don't need to score 107 to beat the Pistons. You really just need to get to, and I get it, Detroit got to 107, but you got to get to 105.
But I think that is what's deceptive a little bit about this series. You're like, oh, the Cavaliers are only down 7 points. But you understand the entire game has played 15% lower scores, so that 8 points, 7 points is actually kind of 15% larger because they're not giving up a lot of baskets.
Well, against Detroit, that might as well be 20.
Yeah, exactly right. So you're down 7, you're like, oh, we're right in this. It's like, you're kind of not. You're kind of not as close as you think you are.
And you've got no answer for their second-best player, who really should be like their fourth-best player in Toby Harris.
Thunder blew out the Lakers again. No surprise there. Lakers played pretty well through the first half, but kind of fell apart in the second. Tonight's games.
Can I tell you what I loved about that game real quick before we just move on from it? I really loved that Shea, like Oklahoma City is a team. Mm-hmm. That's my favorite part about Oklahoma City is they are truly a team. The way they celebrate, the way they film commercials. And Shea had 22 points. He only took 13 shots.
Yeah.
And they still own the Lakers. I mean, that game didn't have to be all about Shea for them to mop the floor with the other team. I don't know. He takes a lot of shots. I was surprised at his usage rate, so maybe I'm projecting upon them. But they feel way more like a complete team than the best player in the league and a bunch of other guys.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt that they have arguably the best player in the league. But, yeah, they can go all over the place, whether it's A.J. Mitchell coming off the bench or Jared McCain, who does a great job off the bench. Yeah, they're loaded. It's just a stacked team. They're way better than everybody else.
You know, I had to disappear for the middle section of this game during bath time, and I came back and I saw the score, and I go, oh, man, Shea must have taken over. And then they threw his stat line up on the screen, and it was like, not really.
Yeah.
Not really. He's letting everybody else eat, you know?
And he does.
And, by the way, we've got more crybaby audio. We've got to get to the sommelier crying.
Okay.
Well, really, the whole team was crying. Have you ever seen anything like that? What happened with
after the game
with AR and the officials gathering around and all the Lakers right there? Just a cry session.
I mean, did see.
You could hear the boo-hooing through the television.
I saw all the Thunder players laughing at them as they were walking up the court.
That's what they were laughing at.
Tonight's game's Knicks at the 76ers, Game 3. Knicks obviously up 2-0 there. And then Spurs at the Timberwolves. That series 1-1 headed to Minnesota.
I want to hear Janis Joplin again.
Okay.
Just crying. What's up with all the boo-hooing in the NBA? Good grief. It's not like the referees were good before and now suck.
Yeah, nothing's new here.
Nothing's new here. I don't get it. All right, what's next?
Number 3, Darren Peterson. Lay off the creatine, bro.
So, if you followed the Darren Peterson storyline throughout the season at Kansas, he entered the year as the likely number 1 overall pick, and this is, pertinent because we've got the draft lottery coming up on Sunday. And had nothing changed, I mean, we would have been talking on Sunday about who's going to be lucky enough to win Darren Peterson, and is he the next Kobe, or is he the next MJ? And those are the weird kind of conversations people were having. But he was checking himself out of games. He wasn't playing a whole lot. I think he only played 24 games this season. And he talked about full body cramping that he was dealing with. And the report came out today from ESPN that he started to take creatine in college, which he'd never done before, which I'm not a weightlifter per se. I know our guy Brant is loaded with creatine right now.
Part of the Swole Patrol.
Pouring out of his ears, but Iron Brotherhood. But, yeah, it helps you get bigger, right? It helps you add weight, but it's not necessarily a steroid.
It's like protein, right?
Yeah, and apparently he was taking so much creatine that he began to cramp up, and that's what he's blaming on.
I don't know. I'd have to hear from a nutritionist. I don't know if I'm buying that.
Because
there's a lot of people, including my wife, that take creatine. It's not...
Yeah, no, it's a very popular supplement.
Yeah. I heard an explanation from a Kansas guy. I can't remember which. It was on one of our shows, Kansas reporter, who talked about how he had the cramping in camp because Bill Self really put him through a hell week, so to speak, and that, and we can all kind of identify with this. And I have no idea if this is true or not either. But when you think you're coming down with a cold, and then you're just hypersensitive to the symptoms. You're like, oh, I had a little drip in my. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have the plague in about a week, and we're all hypersensitive to it. I heard the explanation that he got hypersensitive to the warning signs of it coming, and that's when he would pull. And maybe these are related, but and that's when he would pull himself out of games or whatever. If that explanation kind of made some sense, but if I had to bet on it, I bet it's still the big E word, entitlement.
It could be, and that might be the reason he ends up dropping to 4. I think there's a very realistic chance that happens.
I think that seems like the most realistic explanation to me. But if you want to dive into creatine, sure, I'd love to hear a bioscientist. I'd love to hear somebody who knows what they're talking about. Who would be? I would think taking too much creatine. Brant, would this be if you took too much creatine? The byproduct would be fatness, not cramping, right? All right. Brant gives us. I don't know.
This is what Darren Peterson had to say.
Okay.
I'd never taken it before going to college. He says, but after the season, I took 2 weeks off, and they did tests which showed my baseline level was already high. So they said when I was dosed, a process of increasing a dose over time to create a maximum benefit at the beginning of taking a supplement, it must have made the levels unsafe.
Okay. All right.
So, and he is thin. I mean, he's a pretty skinny dude. He's not, AJ has amazing size, and Cam Boozer has amazing size, and Caleb Wilson, the other top 4 pick, has amazing size. He's by far the smallest of all of them, both height-wise and just kind of his build. He doesn't have that Cade Cunningham kind of width, so I understand why maybe he was trying to beef up a little bit, but couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle the adjustment, apparently, in his diet.
All right, Ben, we are live from 511. We're here. It's all part of the Supercross weekend. It's a big party. We're having a great time. About 18th South, just west of 300 West, right across the street from Costco. But really, I mean, you drive by the area, you're going to know where we are. We've got food trucks everywhere. Our sister station, The Arrow, is here. They've got a big pop-up outside. So if you spot the logo for The Arrow, that's where we are. We are inside the store, and it's a great, cool, awesome store.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And we'll learn more about it coming up. Stay tuned. It's the Jake and Ben Show right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Brian Geltzeiler.
How much stock do you put in guys who put up decent or very good numbers on teams that don't win? And where I'm going with this specifically is Markkanen and Keontae George.
I have no doubt in my mind that Larry Markkanen can and will be at some point a very productive player on a winning team. I worry a little bit about George because of the ball dominance, frankly. I think in some ways there's going to be moments where Collier's the better fit with the ball in his hands because of how much more willingly he moves the ball and sets guys up, because between Markkanen, Jaron Jackson, and Ace Bailey, there's other shot makers on this team outside of Keontae George. His big challenge going into next year is how do I use those pieces around me for the greater good of the overall team? And I think that's something that Will Hardy's going to have to work with him on, but I do think in what we've seen so far, that may be a little bit of a challenge.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This Mother's Day, give her more than just a gift. Give her comfort she'll feel every single day. From Minky Couture, the blankets moms everywhere are obsessed with. Discover brand new spring colors, fresh floral designs, and their softest, coziest fabrics yet. Light and airy or plush and luxurious, there's a Minky made just for her. Now enjoy special Mother's Day deals. 50% off any regularly priced blanket with code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or in-store. Minky Couture, made for moments that matter.
It's time for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of a Utah sports tradition at utahsummergames.org. Participate in over 50 sports around the state. Then plan to join the opening ceremonies Friday, June 5th, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up, your cholesterol keeps climbing, or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live today from 511, about 18th South, just west of 3rd West, but it is a big event going on today. You can't miss it. Come on down and find us. We have food trucks, tripped out Jeeps, side-by-side right here. Carrie Hart's Supercross bike is literally right across this room, which is awesome. Kind of celebrating, Ben, the Supercross weekend here in Salt Lake City. A great way to do it. Joining us now, he is the Vice President of Brand and Creative for 511, Scott Saygood, with us here on the Jacob Ben Show.
Doing?
What's up, Scott?
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you guys first and foremost for coming by. This is a really exciting event. We got great people up front, and like you said, we got all the toys in the shop and outside the shop, so it's going good here.
We were talking during the break, and you actually said that the store looks completely different than it did maybe a month ago, a couple of weeks ago. So maybe if some of our listeners have been in before, if they haven't for a month or more, it's going to be a totally different experience.
Yeah. I mean, we did our best to retain, the basis of the brand. We obviously love, our heritage and where the brand comes from, but we really feel like there's an automatic adjacent opportunity to talk to people that are in the outside space and, wheeling and doing dirt bikes and all that stuff. So we wanted to bring a little bit of that culture into the shop, which I think we did really well. And it looks great. So we couldn't be happier. And we did it in 2 weeks, which was, quite the feat. So props to the team.
What is it about this brand that goes so well with what the audience that we're talking about, the adventure crowd, the Supercross crowd? I mean, we talked about climbing with Troy, of course, but what is it about this brand that really covers it all so well?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's something that we've obviously been thinking about mostly is, how is this appropriate? And, we equate it to growing up, being outside, getting on dirt bikes when you're young, shooting and all that kind of stuff is kind of part of the culture that we like to celebrate, and it's kind of a facet of the things that we all do, in addition to riding bikes, in addition to driving side by sides. Instead of focusing solely on one kind of facet of our life, we like to celebrate all of them. So we wanted to not only capitalize on that, but we wanted to be more inclusive of new consumers, to bring them into the brand and show them that we're not just a one note kind of deal, and we have a lot to offer in terms of product and, culture and experience with this brand. So that's where we're at.
It's funny to see when I was younger, when you were younger, it was kind of a niche, like the X Games culture that has become so mainstream and a part of just like, it's just what dads dropping their kids off at school look like. Right. It's what everyone looks, it's just so mainstream now.
Yeah. And yeah, to that point, I was just actually over at the stadium getting things set up with the other rig, and it's I'm having people come up to the rig and they're like, God, we love 511. We we want you guys here because we love your gear. It's purpose made. You're born in the outdoors, and and we're here, jumping dirt bikes and jumping BMX bikes, and we need gear that works and performs in those contexts as well. So the crossover is like immediate. Like, we have people coming to us looking for things that make sense in the context of their life too. So being inclusive in that way, and then having product that spans the breadth of use cases, kind of what we're all about. Like versatility is at the top of mind for sure.
So before your current gig, you kind of came from the motocross, supercross world, right?
I did, yeah.
Ben and I are kind of in the basketball world. That's
cool. My son's a huge hooper. Like we're a basketball family too.
Cool.
People ask me all the time if I get starstruck, and the answer is really no. I haven't. It's kind of your gig. I'm curious. Like Carey Hart is a big deal. Do you get even you from the world? Do you be like, that's Carey Hart, dude?
It's funny. Like I was emailing him yesterday, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm emailing Carey Hart right now. Like it's such a pinch me moment to be involved in activations that involve such a legendary guy. He's awesome.
I think it's just a sign of the authenticity of it all, and where it comes from to where it is today. It's people who used it, needed it, wanted it, and now are delivering it.
That's right. Yeah, we couldn't ask for better ambassadors, and I think a lot of it is them believing in kind of the idea that we have, and understanding that what we're doing has purpose, and we want to deliver some product that really speaks to our consumers across kind of a field of interests and adjacencies to tactical and law enforcement apparel.
Well, thank you for having us, first and foremost.
Oh, man, thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's so cool to be a part of it. Congratulations on the store.
big time.
It looks amazing. And good luck with the whole weekend. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, you guys, so much. Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, we'll have more coming up next, live from 511. That is Scott Saygood, VP of Brand and Creative. More straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Ben, we are super excited to be partnered up with Beehive Meals. One, because Beehive fits seamlessly into our lifestyle. We both love the food, but they are launching a brand new product that you and I are totally behind. It is so cool. Flat top meals. Meals for your flat top grill, griddle, or it even works in a regular skillet. And the best part, of course, no chopping, no measuring. You just thaw that sucker and cook it right away.
Yeah, man, great in a pinch if you're coming home from work and you don't really want to think about what you got to make and you need to feed the family before everybody gets hangry. Beehive Meals really is the best. But beyond that, this weekend I am doing the jalapeno burgers. I cannot wait to do the cheddar smash burgers. I've got the Blackstone at home. Can't wait to get it heated up, thaw out the burgers, cook them up. It's going to be a wonderful weekend. I'm going to be watching basketball. I really am psyched for it, and you can too with Beehive Meals.
How have the kids liked it?
Kids have loved it.
Yeah.
No, it's amazing to have something different for them every night. Instead of just saying like, I guess we're doing mac and cheese or whatever your normal go-to is, let's introduce you to some great tasting new foods that are made right here at home.
Ben mentioned the smash burgers, but steak fajitas are on the menu this month. Greek chicken and on. The food is so good, you've got to try it. Ready to make dinner easier and better. Order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Brett Floyd returns in 2026 with their biggest show yet. The Moon, The Wall, and beyond. Experience the dark side of the moon, plus stunning lasers and visuals. June 6th at the Maverick Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All systems go.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live today from 511 here in Salt Lake. Their Salt Lake location, 18th South, just west of 300 West, right across the street from the Costco. Big event, teaming up with Supercross. It's Supercross weekend, and this is a great way to get things kicked off. We've got food trucks. Of course, the great stuff here at 511, Ben. I very easily could be walking out of here with a pair of pants today.
Yeah, you and I are probably not great pants shoppers historically. So come on down. If you run into that same issue, you're looking for something that is, versatile, get outdoors. You can take it to watch the kids play sports on Saturday morning if you want to. But, yeah, you're going to find yourself out moving around. This really is the perfect store. Think about it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, those pants right over there, they're perfect for hauling around beach chairs to soccer games.
Working outdoors.
Any adventure. That's what they're all about. All right. Joining us now, he covers the Cougs for KSLSports.com. He is our good buddy Mitch Harper with us here on the Jake and Ben Show. Hello, Mitch.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Thanks for jumping on with us, Mitch. Can we start quickly with A.J. DeBonsa and the draft? I'm curious what you think this weekend means for BYU specifically, not just for A.J., but the potential landing spot for AJ could change his career for the positive and maybe, unfortunately, like Jimmer Fredette, for the negative. What do you think this means this weekend?
It's significant because AJ DeBonsa's impact on BYU will be felt probably for years to come because he gave a proof of concept to future recruits that you could go to BYU, be coached by Kevin Young, and improve and get better as a player and cement yourself as one of the blue chip prospects, especially in this draft where it's a generational class potentially. So I think that AJ's him going, 1 or 2, wherever it ends up being, will have a huge impact on BYU. You've already seen that with Bruce Branch signing with BYU. They've got prospects, 5-star players that they've offered in the 2027 and 2028 cycles that they're in the mix for. And those players will be competing with Team USA coming up here in a few weeks. BYU's a player in high school recruiting because of what they're doing with one and done players. And AJ is going to be the crown jewel of that and represent BYU as long as Kevin Young's there. I think that there's going to be, AJ's always going to be an ambassador for BYU and even beyond that.
Mitch, up now at KSLSports.com, you teamed up with Bartle, Josh Furlong, and Sean Walker doing a little ranking, post-spring power rankings for the Big 12. First of all, I didn't know we could get that much ego on one article. But second, I want to know what did you learn, I guess, by the exercise and talking with those other great writers here on the staff?
That the Big 12 has the potential to be a league that isn't just the wide open, wild Big 12 like everyone paints it to be. It's in a situation where it could have the usual suspects being at the top once again. Texas Tech, the unanimous favorite to win the Big 12, even with the question of Brendan Sorsby. And I think that's the right move because they've got 3 legitimate running back options. We forget that their starting running back going into last season, Quentin Joyner from USC, he suffered a season-ending injury, didn't play last season. Now he's back, and he'll be the 3rd option. And then you got Jacoby Williams. You've got Dickey. This is a talented Texas Tech team. The defense is going to be excellent again. Maybe not David Bailey level of talent, but they got a guy from Allen University that's going to be a really good player, and Austin Romaine from K-State. The league has a chance to maybe, instead of every single year going from bottom of the league to the top, maybe you're going to start seeing more consistency where you say every single year Texas Tech, BYU, Utah are chasing Arlington, and I think those 3 are the top teams right now, and that's how it shook out on the KSL Sports post-spring power rankings on our website.
Do you think this conference is stronger this year than it was last year?
I think it's about the same. I think that there was some losses in the transfer portal to some key guys where it felt like some players were making a move to what would look like they're trying to level up, going the SEC and Big Ten. But I still think the depth in this league is pretty good, and there's a lot of returning production. And then you've got teams like Oklahoma State who are going to be in the middle of the pack. They're at number 9 in our Big 12 post-spring rankings. But, Eric Morris brings over his entire North Texas team, and they were knocking on the door of the college football playoff. And maybe it could be a little bit of like a Kurt Signetti situation in Stillwater where you bring a G6 team over to the P4 ranks and basically bring over the whole operation, and they elevate it to new heights. I think Oklahoma State's going to be really good and one of the tougher outs in this league. They've got Texas Tech at home in Stillwater. That could be a really interesting game. I think there's more depth in the league this year because if the 16th best team is Iowa State and they've got a lot of new phases, obviously the entire team is new, but I think Jimmy Rogers will be a really good fit for the Cyclones, and they'll be tough defensively, I think. So I just think there's a lot of balance in the league in terms of quality of coaching staffs, quality in the resources, the commitment, but there were some big personnel losses to where it doesn't have the star power at the top end to make you say going into the year that they're decisively better than what they were a season ago as a league.
Two schools that I keep hearing come up, Mitch, on schools that have really had great off seasons to build on what they did last year and to look out for: Arizona and Houston. Tell me about those 2 schools, and who do you like more?
I like Houston more in terms of their personnel, and I think that Houston with their coaching staff with Willie Fritz, he's always built up programs to a high level. Problem for Houston is that they got a bear of a schedule where they got big road games, including an early one against Texas Tech on that Friday night that was much discussed between Cody Campbell and Brett Yormark. That's what's going to be the big maybe detriment to Houston, but they bring a lot returning. Arizona, I think, is going to be solid too. Noah Fafita first team quarterback for Arizona in 50 years. You got to go back to the WAC the last time Arizona had a first team quarterback. And Fafita did that last season. And now he gets Seth Dagey returning as the offensive coordinator. So there's actually continuity for Noah Fafita. Can he take it to a higher level? Trey Spivey, the wide receiver for Arizona, he looks like he's primed to be maybe their top target and take a big step forward. But they lose the entire secondary, which all was basically NFL draft picks. I think that's going to be tough to replace. But there was a strong commitment to retaining that coaching staff, which I thought was pretty impressive. And that again, I think if you get deep in the weeds in the Big 12, that was probably some of the most impressive side of things was, retaining coaching staffs in many respects. Obviously, locally, we saw Penn State try to get Kalani, and they retained him. Utah, of course, Whittingham moves on, and he brought a bunch of guys over to Michigan. But for the most part, the league did a really good job of keeping its coordinators, keeping their rising coaching minds, and I thought that was pretty impressive. And again, shows the commitment to resources, even though there's a gap between them and the SEC and Big Ten. These are still programs that have resources enough to, get some high-level coaches and keep them at their current positions.
Drew Mestemaker is a name that seems to be generating some real NFL draft buzz next year, and that may not be a name a lot of people are familiar with at Oklahoma State, correct? He's the incoming quarterback. What does the quarterback group in the Big 12 look like next year?
I think it takes a step back compared to last year where it was deemed the quarterback club. I think this year it's a little bit more open as far as the hierarchy of the best quarterbacks. Obviously you got Noah Fafita, you've got Devin Dampier, Bear Bachmeier. I think, with Texas Tech, Brendan Sorsby, of course, but I really like Will Hammond, LDS guy. He was someone that out of Austin, Texas. I mean, if he didn't suffer this ACL injury against Oklahoma State, he'd probably be, I think, one of the better quarterbacks in this league, to be quite honest. So I think that, if he gets healthy and is able to play in the early part of the season for Texas Tech, I don't think there's going to be much issues for Texas Tech. But the quarterbacks, I think it's a step back from last year. Mestemaker, though, could be the best as far as NFL draft goes. He probably will be viewed as the highest regarded one. Sorsby was up there, too, in terms of way too early 2027 NFL mock drafts. But Mestemaker's really good. I mean, that Oklahoma State offense was number one ranked in S&P Plus in offense, and the whole operation comes into Stillwater. They're going to be excellent. I just think you just wonder what the defense is going to look like for them.
Mitch, you guys had Neon Dion and the Buffs down at 15. I guess, is he just not succeeding in bridging the gap between, Shador and Travis Hunter and the future, or does he need more time? I mean, where are you at on the Buffs?
Had some key personnel losses with the franchise, as they called him, Jordan Seaton going to LSU for the reported $4 million. That was big. And that was, again, a guy that signed on for Coach Prime, 5-star recruit, losing him. That was a big blow to the sales of maybe the recruiting momentum. That was maybe a flash in the pan, this recruiting success, because we know Coach Prime is not going to operate much in the high school trail. They're going to build through the portal, which is fine, but then you didn't make enough splashes in the portal as far as the top end talent goes. And that's where I think just from a personnel standpoint, the trenches, there's questions. And throughout, even in the 9-win season in 2024, the line play has been a big question for Colorado, and it's been one of the big issues for them. And I just don't see that suddenly getting better. Leona Lafau, linebacker from Texas, he's going to be really good. He could end up being one of the better linebackers in this league. BYU looked at him quite a bit in the portal. He'll be an instant impact guy for the Buffs, but it just seems like the momentum of that program is kind of in the rearview mirror. New AD, it's just a new feel where I think Coach Prime's in it for that program. Everyone tries to say that, is this it for him? Is he going to leave? They've always said that every single year, yet he continues to stay. I think he wants to build it up, and I think Colorado should stay with him because I think he gives them the best chance to make some splashes in the portal and recruiting. But this past cycle just wasn't good enough. I do think the quarterback, though, Juju Lewis, he's talented enough to maybe make them interesting and give them a chance to win some games, but there's just not enough protecting him to keep him upright. They do have Isaac Wilson, former Utah quarterback, maybe as a backup. So that could be interesting to watch from a local angle. But I just think the momentum that Travis Hunter and Shedeur built, it's all out the window, and kind of Colorado's back to what we've grown accustomed to them in the last 20 years.
Mitch Harper is with us. Of course, he covers the Cougs for KSLSports.com. Mitch, give us an idea of how BYU is emerging from spring ball. Did they accomplish what they wanted to?
They did. And, BYU, this is Kalani Sitake's best roster since he took over the program. He's heading into year 11. There's a lot of depth of this team. There's questions, though, and I think the big questions are going to be on the offensive side with the wide receiver position. Is there a true playmaker there? Because you think of Kalani Sitake's best teams, there's been a clear-cut number one wide receiver. In recent years in the Big 12 era, it's been Chase Roberts, Puka Nacua before that. I mean, you've gone 5 consecutive years with having a bona fide number one. They don't have that this year. And coming out of spring, it's pretty clear that's not the case. Now, JoJo Phillips is someone they like. Kyler Casper, a 6'6" transfer from Oregon. They really like him, and he's very interesting, and he's talented. But he's had a track record of injuries in his career. But I think what's going to mask the issues at wide receiver or questions at wide receiver, I shouldn't say issues because there's optimism, there's talent there, but the tight end position should be a big strength. Probably the best tight end unit BYU's had this decade in the 2020s, probably since Matt Bushman, Isaac Rex time frame with Walker Lyons and Roger Saliapaga. That's going to be a really good tight end tandem, and Noah Moeaki's that third option, and he's someone that had a touchdown grab last season. He's very capable, former 3-star guy. So the tight end position will have to be an area where those are maybe the stars that become Bear Bachmeier's top targets through the air.
What did you think about the scheduling series with Utah State?
I liked it. I thought that it was, I like series that have history. In the last 3 years since BYU's been in the Big 12, November and December have been absolutely terrible from a viewing perspective inside the Marriott Center because it's just a bunch of quad 4 teams that you're just looking to see if BYU can hammer them by 30 plus to live up to what the predictive metrics expect of them and to maybe climb those ratings. So I think from that standpoint, and they're 2 programs that are going to, at the low end, be a quad 2 team and be quality, and they consistently show that they can be NCAA tournament teams. And now with this 76 team field, these are probably 2 NCAA tournament teams squaring it off. So I like it. I think that from BYU's perspective, it's the right move to just, do it at home and then have a situation where you can play in the neutral court, because no one was necessarily begging for that game to come back. But now that it's here, it's like, and also with the standpoint of 32 games, you can now have an extra non-conference game. It makes all the sense to bring that to the schedule. But, if there was more power conference teams actually going out on the road and doing true home and homes, then but no one else is doing it. Why should BYU be expected to be the one that bucks the trend and goes out to the Spectrum? I think that, it goes to the Delt Center. That's fine. It's better than not playing the game at all. And I think that it'll be a good series, and I think it'll be one that's pretty entertaining. BYU and Utah State are 2 really good programs. And I think Utah State being in the Pac-12 makes it more attractive as well, because from their metrics, it's probably going to be much improved than what they've been in this past season in the Mountain West, which was a 1-bid league. I think the Pac-12 is going to be a really good conference, so it should be one that benefits both sides.
Mitch, we appreciate you and all of your great work. Encourage everybody to go check out those power rankings and, of course, read everything Mitch does. Mitch, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, there you go. That is Mitch Harper. We are live today at 511. We're having a great time just off 18 South, just west of 300 West. Big event going on. It's Supercross weekend, and we're celebrating right down here at 511. Joining the show now, Aaron Anderson, Global Partnerships and Field Entertainment for 511, and Dave Mui, VP of Global Partnerships. How's it going, guys? Thanks for jumping on.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
So this has been a very successful day already. I mean, there was a line outside when we got here, and then people have been coming and going throughout. What does this day mean to you guys? What was this all about for you?
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously huge for our partner 511, and with us being in town with the race. So Aaron and I both work with the actual Supercross race. So this is our finals that we do here in Salt Lake City every year. So the reopening of this store and everything that they have going on is just a wonderful tie-in for us to have our fan base come here and do everything that all the activities that they have going on. So I mean, we're excited that it worked out timing-wise, and obviously they got a fantastic turnout, as you mentioned. The weather's great. We're going to have a fantastic race. The championships come down to 1-point battle between our top two athletes.
Amazing.
So, yeah, very exciting weekend on tap.
You mentioned the environment here. I've gone a bunch of times, and it just blows me away. That building is so full, and everybody's so excited. It's such an amazing event.
You know, the thing that's interesting, too, is we get a large amount of the local community, but usually we get people from every state, several countries, people that are flying in, driving in, caravanning in. Not only is it the finals, but this is maybe people's one shot to meet these athletes, engage with the brands. Been planning for this since last year, so it's a big deal for us as the promoter of the series, but for all the fans that come in, this is, it's their vacation or racecation.
Aaron, can you give us a sense of just how big this event is this weekend, the culmination, how long it took to get here, what this season looks like?
Yeah, this is stop 17 of the championship, and so we kicked off in Anaheim, California back in January. So we've 17 rounds to get here with literally stops all over the country. We partner with the Utah Sports Commission, which is part of how we come and have chosen Salt Lake City as our final. So we have a great partnership with them. We've been promoting, to Aaron's point, we've been promoting people to come to Utah and come experience this event as a final throughout the entire season on broadcast television, throughout our social digital channels. So yeah, this like I said, it's been our home for this playoff championship for probably going on 8 or 10 years now. So it's been a really long partnership and a really good program for us. Utah treats us fantastic. So I think we'll be back for the foreseeable future. But we mentioned the 1-point battle, which has only happened 3 times in the history of the sport. So this is always a huge event. It's even bigger this year because the championship is really down to the wire.
All right, well, look, now you're speaking our language. Let's break it down. 1 point. All right, we got a lot on the line. Who's going up against who? Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The globalization, too. So you have an athlete from Germany in Ken Roxon, and Australia in Hunter Lawrence.
All right.
So these are arguably 2 of the most popular fan-followed riders. And then you also, like Dave said, 17 rounds. You're going through mud and some races sleet and then heat, dry track, wet track, all kinds of conditions. Not to mention not getting injured through those 17 rounds. To make it to this point, as those riders said in a press conference earlier today, it's kind of incredible to them that to get to this point and not be injured, still be racing, still be competitive. So, it's just going to be epic. Sold out crowd all day. The anticipation is just going to keep getting more and more and more until the final gate drop.
And that's why Aaron mentioned all of the obstacles that these athletes have overcome over the last several months. And that's where the partnership with 511 really works out, right? It's their motto is challenge possible, right? These guys overcome a ton of challenges. They have to stay healthy. The bikes have to work. They have to deal with, here it's altitude. A couple of weeks ago in Philadelphia, they raced in the mud. Cleveland was cold and gloomy. They've raced different dirt surfaces. So a lot of challenges to overcome to get to this point where we have Ken Roxon and Hunter Lawrence, 2 international superstars, going to duke it out, winner take all.
But it looks like perfect weather this weekend. This is ideal.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Perfect.
How does the track look? Is it looking cool?
It's done. It normally in conditions like we're saying where it would be raining, they'd cover it with plastic the day before to kind of keep it preserved. Track looks great. The Fan Fest, our crew is certainly happy at the end of the season, so energy is really high across the board. Dave and I were looking at the track. Actually, we were trying to figure out one of the first turns. We're like, well, the whole shot sort of, or you go down to start straight. Where it's a very technical track, which I think will lend to really great racing.
Yeah, a lot of great racing lines. So again, it's set up for a very, very unique and fun experience tomorrow night for everybody.
Maybe it's a little kid in me, but I always thought building one of those tracks would be rad. Playing in the dirt, getting me, let's build a giant jump. This would be cool.
A lot
Awesome.
of people think that hundreds and hundreds of truckloads of dirt, and people that are used to going to football games there, they walk in and you just see 500 truckloads of dirt that have been sculpted into a perfect race course, and it's kind of
it's an art,
it's a unique experience for sure.
Yeah.
Well, listen, congratulations to you guys on what's obviously been a great season, and good luck with tomorrow. And thank you guys so much for jumping on with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been great.
Appreciate it.
All right, we'll have more coming up next.
guys.
Stay tuned. Live from 511, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This Mother's Day, give her more than just a gift. Give her comfort she'll feel every single day. From Minky Couture, the blankets moms everywhere are obsessed with. Discover brand new spring colors, fresh floral designs, and their softest, coziest fabrics yet. Light and airy or plush and luxurious, there's a Minky made just for her. Now enjoy special Mother's Day deals. 50% off any regularly priced blanket with code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or in-store. Minky Couture, made for moments that matter.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Just doing it big,
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Nick, good to see you. Pleasure, brother. Yeah, you're the man. All right, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You just found my secret why I get through TSA
so quickly.
So easily
Yeah, it
when I go
wasn't
to
clear,
the airport.
actually.
We are live today at 511, just off 18 Southwest of 300 West. We're having a great time. This event in coordination with the big Supercross race, the final going down tomorrow at Rice-Eccles Stadium. We've got food trucks here, Ben. There's custom Jeeps. Kerry Hart's motorbike is right over there. Kerry Hart himself, I believe, is either
around,
here somewhere or is expected to be shortly, which is really, really cool. And, of course, this store is just awesome. If you haven't been to 511 recently, well, they've refitted everything, and it's what an amazing store. So excited to be here.
Red Bull crew's walking around. Brand's got a Red Bull. Brand's mixing Red Bull and creatine.
Uh-oh.
He looks amazing. I need Brand to grab me a Red Bull. We can.
You feeling a little? You feeling a little sluggish?
I'm always ready to ride the bull, brother. Whatever it takes.
Is that true?
Been a little extreme tonight. No, this is great. No, honestly, the store is so cool. And if you've been in before, they've completely redesigned everything. So stop on in and say hi. Check out some of the gear, clothes, sweatshirts, pants, shorts, whatever you're getting ready for your summer. Whether you're going to southern Utah, traveling, just want to get outdoors here in our beautiful city here. They really have all the equipment you're looking for.
Get Brandt's autograph.
Get Brandt's autograph. Get a Red Bull, maybe.
By the way, Brandt did tell us that you have to stay hydrated with creatine. So maybe there is a connection with the cramping. Maybe I was fake news.
Darren Peterson said he was cramping up because he was taking creatine, and they recognized his level was already high. So maybe he wasn't drinking enough water and only going straight with the creatine and did cramp up.
All right, the Bear, Andre Torney is going to be on the show coming up at the top of the 4 o'clock hour, so you're going to want to make sure and stay tuned for that. We talked to Mitch Harper in the last segment. He covers the Cougs for KSLSports.com. We're going to talk to Steve Bartle. He covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. He's going to join us coming up at 4:30, so we're certainly looking forward to talking with Steve. It was fun to talk about to Mitch about their power rankings, Ben. And one thing, BYU and Houston were the unanimous 1 and 2. Utah came in.
Texas Tech and BYU.
Or what did I say? Sorry.
Houston.
No, my bad. Houston comes in at 4.
Yeah.
Utah came in at number 3. But one cool thing about this article, they had 4 writers and they all voted. Utah, and then they have the highest vote and the lowest vote, right? Texas Tech was unanimous. BYU
getting you a Red Bull
was unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got a orchestra recital later. I got to be
ready to
I got to
go.
be juiced. Yeah, absolutely. Ben's very photogenic, and I'm here too. But they do say the highest vote and the lowest vote on the article. And for Utah, the highest vote was number 3, which is where they came in at. The lowest vote, Ben, was number 4.
Okay.
Then you look one spot behind at Houston at number 4. The highest vote was number 3. The lowest vote was number 5.
Okay.
So I want to know, out of Furlong, Bartle, Mitch Harper, and our guy Sean Walker, who bumped Utah down to number 4?
Okay. Probably Bartle.
I don't think it was Mitch, though, because I would have just assumed Mitch.
No, I agree.
And I shouldn't have assumed Mitch. But Mitch said he, at least I thought he said, that he had Utah as one of the top 3 teams in the league. So it was not Mitch.
Well, look, the formula for Utah, and we'll talk to Bartle about this as well, but the formula for Utah remains unchanged. Now, the coaches change. The offensive line's going to look a lot different, but you've got continuity at quarterback. You've got a great running game, both with the quarterbacks and Wayshawn Parker. The offensive line is going to be a question mark, like I mentioned, but the defense is going to be good. I mean, there's going to be turnover, and you're losing players, and you've got a new face on that side of the ball, but Morgan Scalley's still there. He knows what he's doing. Utah's defense is going to be really good. Utah's quarterbacks are going to be really good. And traditionally, that has taken Utah to the Rose Bowl. You know, that's what it's looked like over the last 5 or 6 years when they've had excellent quarterback play and the defense shows up like the defense usually does. So, you know, I'm not betting on Utah to win the Big 12 this year, but I'm honestly a little surprised there's not some belief that they couldn't be better than BYU or Texas Tech. I certainly wouldn't rule that out.
No, I either, and they're bringing back players in important positions. They did lose players in important positions, specifically to Michigan. I think they'll miss Smith Snowden. And
secondary is a major question mark.
And how good he was. I'm really curious to see the new fit between the offense and the defense for Utah. Maybe they won't be quite as reliant on the defense this year. Maybe there'll be a new philosophy. Certainly in the bowl game, the philosophy appeared to be quite different, and then that raises question marks on how will that work. I will say this. I will bet you that there is a different team that finishes inside the top three besides those three teams.
Yeah, I think that's a very safe bet. I'm totally with you. We don't know who it's going to be, obviously, but somebody's going to jump up. Somebody's going to surprise you out of nowhere and have a big season, and a quarterback's going to step up and play well, and a defense is going to solidify. So I'm with you. I think that's, maybe not guaranteed, obviously, but a relatively safe thing to bet on. I'm curious. I'm curious if Utah's offense can be better than it was last year. You do lose 2 first-round draft picks at tackle, and then that's going to be a major loss. But not only are you bringing back Devin Dampier, but we didn't know Bird Ficklin was good last year. We didn't know at this point that Bird Ficklin was going to be a home run hitter, and that's something that Utah can't just say, well, worst comes to worst, Devin Dampier goes out, Bird Ficklin can step in. He stepped in opportune times and just blew games open. That Utah offense late in the season was keeping them alive in games where the defense just couldn't stop the run in the slightest. And the offense was going blow for blow with some of the better teams in the Big 12. So I am excited to watch that aspect of the ball for Utah, to see how it changes under Morgan Scalley and how much of the no turnovers, don't sacrifice defensive field position for the offense, how much of that translates for Morgan and how much he gives up on.
What's the offense? Is the offense going to look the same? Because I still don't think they can throw.
I think most of the offense should look the same. I think the strengths of the offense should remain the strength, right? The ability to run the ball it should be a run-first team.
A speed option team. Is that what they still are?
I would think so, yes. It's got to be, right?
I'm just asking.
So,
I wonder, because that's where the offense is going to flounder, is they don't have another gear. Why didn't they beat Texas Tech? Because they can't throw.
Right.
And I don't think that the Bird Ficklin home run ball is something that should be relied upon. It's exciting to watch, and it certainly was effective in games, as you mentioned. But if you're relying on Bird Ficklin to bust off 75-yard runs, it's just not. It's not reliable.
It's not a great gamble.
No, it's not a great gamble. So I just wonder what it's going to look like. I mean, I'm with you. I would expect the speed option offense to be that way again. But where's that extra gear? If they are going to win the Big 12, and if you're, hovering around the top 3, you got a shot at it. And they had a shot at it last year. Why didn't they get it? Because they couldn't throw. So does that change? Do they address that weakness? And by the way, maybe I shouldn't be so extreme, because in the bowl game, they threw it better.
Yes, they did.
But they were also busy wrong-footing opponents. That's another thing. Like, when somebody's expecting something, can you throw into it? You know what I mean? When it's 3rd and long, are you not wrong-footing the team with a Bird Ficklin run, and you're actually throwing a 15-yard out or whatever? I don't know.
And this is not what you're saying, but your entire passing game can't be wrong-footing someone.
Exactly.
They would never expect us to throw the ball. Like, sometimes on 3rd and long, you have to be good enough to throw the ball and succeed.
Yeah.
That can't be a death sentence. And for a lot of last year, it was. I mean, I know the season certainly extended way beyond week 2 against Wyoming, but, that first half against Wyoming was absolutely brutal for Utah because, yes, they just could not connect on passes when they needed to, and they ended up with I think Devin Dampier fumbles the ball and picks it up and delivers an absolute strike, but it was just so inconsistent last year. And, yes, if you did have a couple of more big catches or no penalties against Texas Tech, you have a chance to win that game, and that's how close Utah, I think, actually is to winning this conference. But I don't think you're going to do it without some passing or some identity of a passing offense.
And as far as BYU goes, they bring back the Offensive Player of the Year and a quarterback who proved himself to be dynamic. There's no reason why. I don't think there's any reason why BYU can't be better than the Raiders this year.
No question.
I really don't, especially, Brendan Sorsby, who knows what's going to happen there. I don't see any way that he plays. But it's not like BYU was a mile behind them last year, and I understand. I did watch the conference championship game. But if Bear gets better, why not? I mean, I don't expect L.J. Martin to forget how to play football.
No, I'm totally with you.
No thoughts on the Cougs?
They've got to find some receivers. They've got to figure out what that receiving core is going to look like and if that group's going to be as big a strength as it has been over the last several seasons. It's been really, really dynamite. And, you're losing some major pieces at linebacker as well with Jack Kelly no longer on the roster. But it's not like that's been an issue for Kalani Sitake to go out there and replace. Now,
or BYU ever.
I think that's very fair. But, I mean, you're losing major pieces on the coaching staff as well. Major pieces that did signal the growth of BYU from not just independence to the Big 12, but the top of the Big 12 and running a type of defense that obviously worked at Utah and ended up being very successful at BYU. So how much can they keep that up with a new coordinator doing it at this level for the first time?
All right, we're live from 511, just off 18th South, just west of 300 West, right across the street from the Costco. Big event going on, part of Supercross weekend. We've got food trucks. We've got tricked out Jeeps. There's famous people here.
Jake's got a Red Bull, so he's about to be bouncing off the walls.
I don't know about that. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, stay tuned. More next. Don't forget Bear. Andre Tourney joins the show at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, everyone. Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, if you're anything like me, you feel yourself totally unprepared to make the right decisions to best navigate the complicated financial waters out there. To be honest with you, I just ignored it for a long, long time, which is never the wise decision. But frankly, I was the type of person that needed a whole team of folks on my side to help me make those right decisions, to help me know what I'm working toward, what I need to retire, make me think about things like what kind of lifestyle do I want to live when I retire? What do I want to do? For example, my wife really wants to travel when we retire. So make sure you're prepared to do what you want. You spend a whole lifetime building toward that after all. And now the good folks of Trajan are moving a lot of stuff under one roof for you to make it even less complicated. They can help you with tax. They can help you with estate planning as well. So give them a call, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Sit down with them. They want to get to know you. I've done it. I've gone through the process. I'm an actual client. It's very easy, and they're so nice. 855-TRAJAN-1. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
It's time for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of a Utah sports tradition at utahsummergames.org. Participate in over 50 sports around the state. Then plan to join the opening ceremonies Friday, June 5th, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Brick Floyd returns in 2026 with their biggest show yet. The Moon, The Wall, and beyond. Experience the dark side of the moon, plus stunning lasers and visuals. June 6th at the Maverick Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, listener from the future, making a request to the past. Please include Asante Samuel's comments around the Vrabel-Rossini saga. I need to absorb your guys' thoughts on this in the future. Can you make it happen like that?
Like that?
Also, Salazar, if you get this, you're the best and the worst.
Oh man, yeah, the best and the worst. That's real. That's really true. Who was that, Christian? Shout out to Darren. That was an excellent call in. You can go to KSLSports.com. You can hit the call in feature, and you can record up to 60 seconds. And especially if they're hilarious, we will absolutely play them. We've got the Bear, Andre Tourney, coming up right around the corner. And yes, I did see Asante Samuel's comments on Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, and we will get to them. So thank you, Darren. That's what's called a tease in Radio Land. We will get to it a little bit later on in the show. But since you're a friend from the future listening on podcast,
that'll be fine.
Yeah, you're all good. Yeah, don't worry about it. We are here at 511. Joining us once again, VP of Brand and Creative, Scott Saygood, with us on Jake and Ben. What's up, Scott?
How we doing, guys?
We're doing terrific. This has been awesome. Again, you guys have just stayed absolutely packed.
It's packed.
The time we got here, and it's just a new crowd every few minutes. But yeah, talk to us a little bit about what what the idea was behind. I don't want to say the rebrand. It wasn't a rebrand, but the remodel here and get ready for this big weekend.
Yeah, like kind of mentioned earlier, we obviously have a strong foothold, heritage going back to tactical and law enforcement, and we believe that there's a direct adjacency to people that like to be outside. Grew up on dirt bikes, love to be on side-by-sides with their families, and we want to kind of cater to that culture. And we feel that by bringing in a little bit more of our outside emphasis, that we can tell the story of being born in Yosemite and being outside and doing a lot of fun stuff, along with shooting and all that we are obviously very well known for. So
I love that saying on the wall over there, engineered to endure.
That's right. Yeah, our product is, vetted both in military and law enforcement for years and years and years, and we feel like that's directly applicable to people that need versatility and stuff that's built to endure outside. So we're taking it there.
Yeah, I like that. It's not just the look of it, which there are a lot of brands that say, like, we figured out the look.
Yeah.
We know the color, we know the cut, but it's actually how it's going to survive, and that's actually the origin of how it all started.
Yeah, that's right. Gentleman by the name of Royal Robbins, climbing back in Yosemite, needed a pant that did what he wanted to do a lot better, and so they engineered the 511 original pant, and that's kind of the genesis of the brand, and it's come all this way across a litany of different use cases, and here we are. We have a ton of great pants. We have amazing outerwear, built to endure kind of all the way across the board.
What's your go-to? If somebody's new to the store, you say,
"Oh man, I'm an
out.
OG. Like I love cargo pants. So the original pant is my go-to. I also love the Apex pant. It's great. Stripe pant. The fit is amazing. We have tons of stretch and durability built into all of our products. So you can't go wrong. We got everything for everybody.
Dude, the 90s are back. I love cargo pants. I was a cargo pants guy when I was a teenager. They are back.
They're back, man. Yeah, and they're built to endure, like we just talked about. So we're really proud of the product. We're working really hard to kind of shift the emphasis back to kind of the heritage of the brand, while also being very cognizant of all of our law enforcement and military customers. We obviously don't want to walk away from that, and we think it's a great adjacency, and we hope to attract new and excited customers through this kind of transition.
But also shoes, pants, hoodies, hats, bags, whatever you're looking for.
Yeah, we got it all. I mean, our AT boots, vetted among so many, outdoor adventurers and law enforcement and military, and see it kind of in the wild here. I've seen, several people walking by with them on, and they didn't just buy them today. Like they're tried and true, and they speak for themselves, which is what we want our product to imbue, is this kind of quiet confidence and people to be really stoked about being in them and staying in them.
I'll tell you what, you guys have a lot of fans. There are people.
I can't believe how busy this.
That's so cool.
It's really great. Yeah, to see people, and not only police officers and vets come by, but people that are new to the brand, and kind of had this idea of what it was, and then they come in here and they're like, oh my God, like you guys have side by side and dirt bikes here, and it's just opening the aperture to attract a lot more people and be more inclusive in terms of what our product offering is.
It really fits.
Thanks, man. Yeah, we're on a mission, and this whole challenge possible mantra is just the drums beating, and we're really excited about where it's going.
Well, Scott, we appreciate you. Thanks for jumping on again. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, the Bear, Andre Torney, joins the show, head coach of the Mammoth. Next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets. First pitch, 6 o'clock. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow night, they start at 5 o'clock on 1280 The Zone, while Real Salt Lake is at FC Dallas at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday at 1 o'clock, join us for NBA Draft Lottery coverage. Where will the Jazz pick in the 2026 draft? Listen Sunday at 1 on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Leslie and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd. The perfect ping of 300-yard drives. The sound of sinking a 15-foot putt. Shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Kenny J's Barbecue is turning 1, and to celebrate, they're throwing a block party May 9th from 3 to 7. There's games, live DJ, and barbecue you won't stop thinking about. Free dessert and a chance to win a full brisket. Come celebrate and find out more on Kenny J's Barbecue socials. We'll see you there.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from 511, hanging out. It's part of Supercross weekend. Great event going on. We'd encourage you to come on down, but it's time now to talk some hockey. Let's get out of the zone phone. Joining us now is the head coach of the Utah Mammoth. He is Andre Torney with us back on Jake and Ben. Hi, Coach.
Hey,
how
Coach.
are you?
Hi, how are you guys?
We're doing terrific. I want to ask you now, we're, a little more than a week, or I guess a week removed from the season ending. What's the first week like for a head coach after a season ends? Because it was difficult. That was a painful close.
Exactly. I think first you need a few days to get back on track. When I say that, the next day you're already at the office, so we didn't have we met with the player, not the next day, but the day after. We met with the player, was our exit meeting, and following that, we start our staff meeting, debriefing of the season, what did we learn, what we can do better, and having a few projects. Saying what you want to be better at something, that doesn't mean you have the solution right there. Sometimes you need to look around and work a little bit at it. So we find a lot of project we call that project, the stuff we want to study and want to study other team. We want to see what they're doing. How can we make some adjustment either in our system or in the way we do our business or so on and so forth. I think you must always have a growth mindset. So I think there's really important for us. So we had all week we were in meeting talking about a lot of different things we can improve or we want to improve or stuff like that.
What lessons specifically do you take from the playoff matchup against the Golden Knights?
I think that was, first of all, that was really important for our player to go through it and to realize, okay, because we often say, okay, it's different, it's more physical, the intensity, but what exactly that change in your game and the space you like to exploit and the adjustment you need to make. And we, during the series, we made adjustment who had an impact in the game, and I think it was good for the player to see that. I will say as well, during the regular season, we were the third best team in the league at protecting a lead. But when we are when we arrive in the playoff, okay, now it's a different intensity. That's different, different stake. And we play, to their credit, Vegas were the best team in the league, the best third period team in the league, and the team who made the most comeback in the league. So it showed. They came back 3 times from behind, and I think in the third period, and I think that's probably what cost us the series. So there's a project where we will look at, okay, we had success during the season, but still was not exactly the way we wanted. And in the playoff, obviously, that cost us a little bit. So not a little bit, a lot. So, okay, what can we do better? What can we do differently? Is there any area of we need to address in that sense? And there's other things, but that's one example.
What were you proud of that you learned about your team in the first round of the playoffs?
I think the first thing come in mind is how resilient they were. I think we were physical. We were really engaged in our battle. The intensity was great. And as well, we were, everybody talk about the space in the playoff, and we were capable of generating offense and skating, and our speed was a real factor. So I think that's important for us to see that, to live that, and to see, okay, even if it's way tighter, I think our speed is a really important factor of our team, and we were effective in the playoff.
What do you think about Logan Cooley's playoff debut?
I think he was really good. I think he had a really good start. I think they made some adjustment on the other side, and you could see they were chasing him a little bit. But I think that's part of the growth for Logan. I think he needed to go through that and realize, okay, how tight it will be, and I think that will be part of his journey moving forward. I don't think he will be able to hide from that. That will just be part of the business and part of the game.
In some sense, though, that has to be flattering that he stepped up, that he did become obviously a very top target for them at the top of their scouting report, and I thought he answered the bell.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you, and that's what I mean. It will be part of. You want to be an impact player. That's part of what you will have to live with. But how much character he showed and how good he was in those circumstances when they were going at him, they were chasing him, and it did not faze him one bit. Did not pull back one bit. He kept pushing forward. He showed a lot of character. Really proud of the way he conducted himself during the playoffs.
What did you think about the Mammoth fans' playoff debut? That environment was pretty good.
That was unreal. That was so fun to be part of, to see how proud they were and how much energy they brought. All of that. I think that was really special. I think everybody, the coaches, the player, everybody were talking about how great it was to play in that environment and how excited we were. So kudos to our fans. They were absolutely amazing. They create something really special, and now we want to build off that.
What's next for Dylan Guenther? He breaks the 40-goal mark. It's a real accomplishment, especially for a player at his age. How does he get better? What does his next step look like for you?
Well, talked to Gunnar after the season. It's a really good point, and he was talking about number of points he produced right in front of the net. He was talking about getting some tips, getting some rebounds and stuff like that, and he was talking about the number of goals he scored in those situations, who can increase drastically. Because when you score 40, I think he scored a lot of goals from his shot, but as well going around defensemen, of the rush, those kind of things. Now you want to add layer, because you will not necessarily score more goals from those spots. You already scored 40 goals. So now you want to add layers to how you can score goals. You look at goal scorer like Sam Reinhart, who scored 50 goals in the NHL, but when you pre-scout him, he scouts from so different ways. It's tough to stop him because he will get a rebound, he will get a deflection, he will score off the rush, he will score off his shot on the strong side, on the weak side. He's a threat from everywhere. So I think Gunnar got much better at that this year. Really proud of his improvement, but he will keep going, keep getting better, keep getting being a student of the game, and see where he can keep pushing it. So I like his mindset. I like where his mind is at. I think with that kind of mindset, the growth is right there.
We've heard you, Coach, and Bill Armstrong talk a lot about building and a lot about the process and taking the next steps. And I guess with that in mind, do you expect a lot of changes this offseason?
A lot, no. But there's always changes. You know, there's a lot of guys who become free agents, a lot of evaluation of your team, where we want to be better, what we want to do differently. There's growth inside our organization as well. You know, there's always a wish in our organization to get better. I think we said it many times, status quo is not something we have interest in. We always look for growth. We want to have that mindset. So it started from the top. I think Ryan Smith, our owner, always talk about being 10% better. In that way, that's where you strive and you improve. So that's our mindset with our team. We want to get a little bit better every day. We want to strive for excellence. So this offseason will not be any different in that sense.
You've got a reputation as a very strong developmental coach, and you know what you've done with guys like Gunther, what you've done with Cooley, even Clayton Keller. What do you get excited for some of the young players, even if it's just in fall camp next year to preseason, to get a Tisha Ginla or get a closer look at some of these players?
Sure. Absolutely. I think youth always help. It brings energy. It brings a kind of a naive sometimes maybe, but at the end of the day, I think you want to grow as a team. For like I just mentioned, status quo, it's not the mindset you want to have. You want to have that mindset that we're trying to get better every day. So sometimes those young guys, they come in and they give you that kind of a energy, that push. So yes, I'm excited. I think it's well documented. We have good young player. We're excited about having those guys, but at the same time, it's all about for them earning it. You know, what we're looking for is to be a better team. So they need to be the best player, so they make us a better team. It's not the other way around. So I know we have really good prospects. We talk a lot about them. I'm excited to see them in the action and see how they can contribute to our team.
When you get away from this season and look back on it, how do you think you'll look back on it? Did you enjoy the year? Was it a challenge? Was it a little bit of everything?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, it was a great year. I really enjoyed our season. I think first of all, we're in an extremely competitive conference and division. I think that was a challenge by itself, and the way our player grew and the way they compete and how we were capable of keep improving our record. I think the playoff, what we learned in the playoff, all of those, I think, are exciting thing we achieved this year. And we're looking for more achievement moving forward. I think we're looking at our team, and we know we still have growth. We still have stuff we can and we will be better. So it's exciting.
Along the lines we talked about, maybe some of the players who have not yet played in the NHL that you might be excited to work with. Is there somebody on the roster, or maybe somebody we have seen get called up, that you feel like is on the verge of breaking out, has a chance to be a much better player next year?
That's a good question. I think when I look, it's tough because we have so many good prospects, and you arrive and you name a player or you name two players and you didn't name that one, and now it's become a story. So I want to make sure I stay away from that. But there's a lot of excitement inside our organization towards our young player, towards guy who played in Tucson this year, or guys who play in junior and they're about to break out. So we're excited about what's next for us.
Well, Coach, we can't thank you enough for coming on, of course, today, but you've been on the station all season long. We really value our relationship with you and really appreciate your willingness to come on and share your thoughts with the fans.
You know what? I really enjoy it as well. I think it's you do a really good job, guys, and I'm glad to have the chance to communicate with our fans. And I think we grow our relationship with our fans year after year, and I think we made a good step in the right direction. And I'm looking forward to keep growing it and keep getting the relationship between the player, the coaches, and the fans even greater.
Have a great summer, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. That is the head coach of the Utah Mammoth, the Bear, Andre Torney. Nice to jump on with us.
Didn't fall for my trap. Tried to set him up to name somebody specific, and he wouldn't do it. He's too smart.
You tried a couple times.
Too smart.
He doesn't want to leave anybody out.
Well,
I
here's
get
the thing.
that. That's how you make headlines.
What I do like talking about, or why I like talking to Coach Bear, is he's very candid. He really does let you in, and he shares his honest opinions, and I think he's really open. He's not afraid to talk. He's not afraid to really kind of share who he is and what he thinks, but he was a little hesitant to give me a specific name there. But I think that's part of their growth process as well. It's got to be strange to be Bill Armstrong and have had so much success with the guys they've drafted. Cooley, he hit on. Gunther, they hit on. Keller, they hit on. I think that was before, though, Bill Armstrong got here. But they've got this great pool of young players, and then they've got several more that are always in the pipeline, which is part of the nature of hockey. But even the Mammoth themselves specifically have a very deep roster of prospects coming up that could change this roster. And the balance of we're good now, what do we do to take that next step? Is it investing in the youth, or do you make a big move this summer? I think those are real questions for the team.
I asked him. I'll ask you the same question. Do you expect a lot of changes?
I don't. No, this was a good year. And like Bear said, this was a good team. I'm sure they've got some money to spend in free agency. I'm sure they'll very seriously explore that. I don't think Bill and Chris Armstrong have been hesitant to make changes to the roster when they feel like it's advantageous. But it's also this weird spot of is Logan Cooley about to become a top 40 player in the NHL? Is he on the verge of that, being a breakout player of that level? Where's Dylan Gunther going? Can Clayton Keller continue to improve the way he has? Nick Schmaltz, I thought, had a very good season as well. Those were your top two scorers on the team. So I'll be curious, or the top 2 point getters on the team. I'll be curious what that looks like. There are names out there like Austin Matthews that can probably be had for a blockbuster move, but are you giving up on your top young prospects in a draft pick to grab a player now, or does that feel like skipping steps?
Well, I guess let's set the measuring bar at Doan for Peterka. That's a big move.
That was clearly it turned out to be a very big move.
It was a big move. So, do we expect a move that big? I guess. Sorry, spitting it out.
No, I would bet they backfill with some of the young talent. I bet we do start to see maybe more of the Maverick Lamoureux or Dmitry Simashevs coming up and being full-time parts of the roster next year. Maybe Danil Boot makes that jump as well. As they've had that revolving, which has always happened, I think, on your third and your fourth line of kind of the revolving forwards and who's stepping up and playing there. I wonder if some of the young players step in and take those spots, and that's where they kind of say, there's a lot of change in continuity. That's a big shift to have these young players on. So if you can keep maybe a Tyler Yamamoto around, or a Kyler Yamamoto, and you keep some of the familiar faces with a bunch of young centers that they do have already, maybe that's the direction they go.
Got a big line in front of us, Ben.
Yes, we do.
This has got to be to meet Carey Hart.
Yes,
right?
It is. He walked in. He's sitting on the other side of the register from us.
Signed an autograph?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if he gets sore wrist.
You think so? But you know what? He's always revving the throttle.
Oh, that's good.
So he's
point.
probably got strong wrists.
In shape. I just remember signing my mortgage. You remember how many times
you ever
had to do that?
refinance your house?
Yeah. And your wrist comes away sore.
Well, your last signature doesn't look anything like your first one.
Well, look at this line.
Yeah,
Dude's going to sign like 3,000 autographs today.
It's really funny. It's funny to be, I'm sure, an athlete who makes it. And obviously Carey Hart has made it, and that's why he's here today at 5'11". But to not just be like, well, the writing speaks for itself. It does, but now you have to be a star. Now you have to be a celebrity. You have to be a face. And obviously everyone's excited to see him. So it's a very cool opportunity down here.
We are here at 5'11". We'd encourage you to get down here. It's coordinating with the big Supercross event going down at Rice-Eccles Stadium coming up tomorrow. 5'11" is one of their partners, and they're doing a big party. And it's super cool. The turnout is just fantastic. So shout out to everybody who's come down. But you still have a chance. Spend your Friday afternoon coming to a really cool event. We talked about food trucks, custom Jeeps, Carey Hart, Kerry Hart's actual Supercross bike that he used in competition, which is here. And not to mention Ben.
I'm also here.
You are here, and you attract a crowd.
A ton of great food, though, as well. Bar down here. Red Bull was running through. So it's a very cool thing. Some fun events. And obviously the people are geared up to be down here. And maybe you've been to the store before. Maybe you've not. Come on down. Check it out. Check out all the equipment.
Well, they rebooted it like a week ago. And it's very nice, by the way. Very nice. Ben, do you have any good revenge tactics? By the way, we're going to talk to Bartle coming up in the next segment.
You want me to get revenge on Bartle?
No. But have you ever gotten revenge on somebody?
I don't think so. I'm generally take one. Go ahead. Oh, I don't know if you can take the hats. In all honesty, yeah. I generally try and you know what the best revenge? Forgiveness. How about that?
I'm not.
But there's also actually really good ones. Probably. I'm
not really revenge guy either. It's probably just best to let it go. But I found a story where a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader was arrested because I'd have to bring it back up. She had her ex-boyfriend followed by a marching band for like 12 consecutive days.
Okay, that's creative.
So creative. Kind of expensive though, I would think. To hire a marching band to follow. How long would a marching band have to follow you around everywhere you went before you totally lost it?
Oh, yeah, like 15 minutes. Right? The reason parades move is so you're not stuck in front of the marching band the whole time.
But multiple days?
Days.
Everywhere you go is just a marching band? I'd have her arrested, too.
Yeah, that is interesting. It says she hired a 14-piece marching band. I'm curious if this is actually real. A 14-piece marching band for about $4,000. For 9 consecutive days, which is about the going price, right? Because who else is hiring a marching band for anything? They're not in high demand. Yeah, they're not in high demand. They're not getting a lot of paid gigs.
How many pieces?
14 for $4,000 for 9 days. I mean, that's honestly
that's like below minimum wage.
Yeah, that's like you're paying these people in hot dogs and
food.
But
part of the competition has to be like you're really enjoying this lady's revenge, though, right? Like you're really enjoying driving this guy crazy.
You don't get revenge if you don't matter.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
The band reportedly played Love Stinks at full volume in the corporate parking lot every morning.
That's amazing. That is good revenge, I would argue. No harm, no foul. Nobody's really injured or whatever, but guy super embarrassed and made national news.
Anyone ever embarrass you at work that wasn't a coworker?
What do you mean?
Come in and cause the scene?
No.
Okay.
Like a jilted relationship
ex-lover,
or something?
Yeah, exactly what this is here.
No.
Okay.
No.
Because that's a different level. It's like, you work with somebody who embarrasses you. That's one thing. You bring somebody to work, something in your private life follows you to work and then becomes everybody at work's problem. That's a major issue.
That seems like more of a Christian thing than a me thing, really.
Yeah,
Has that ever happened to you?
Me? Not really. No. No, I don't. No, I mean, there's inter-work issues, I guess, always. There's always a chance for that. But no, my private life has never really bled too much into my work life to cause an issue or anything beyond maybe an awkward interaction here or there.
I guess we knew a guy whose ex-wife got a little loose on the social media after that relationship fell apart. I haven't had that happen to me either.
Okay. Yeah, no.
That's bad news.
Yeah, that would be a toughie.
That's easier now to do than it used to be.
Right.
But be careful out there, folks.
Yeah.
Manage your relationships.
Keep them quiet.
All right, we're here at 5:11. We will have more coming up right around the corner. We'll talk to Steve Bartle. We'll find out what is going on, the latest from Utah football. Have Steve put a wrap on spring ball for us. And, of course, Steve participated with Mitch and Sean and Josh in the power rankings for the post-spring Big 12 power rankings that's up now at KSLSports.com. So we'll ask Bartle what he learned about that exercise coming up right around the corner. Stay tuned. It is the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got reduced speeds on southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County. It ranges from just before 45th South and Murray all the way to the Bluffdale exit. Similarly, in Utah County, the freeway is moving below the speed limit southbound from Lehigh's Main Street all the way to Linden. This Mother's Day, treat Mom to something unforgettable at the Roof with our brand new spring into summer brunch menu that she will love. Celebrate Mom in style above the heart of Salt Lake City. Visit theroofslc.com. That's theroofslc.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth. I got to imagine it's really tough when you go, and then all of a sudden you just hit the brick wall and it just stops. How hard is that to wrap your brain around?
Well, I'm just getting out of bed from depression. Yeah, it's been hard to turn on the TV, and the only thing that's on there is hockey. It's definitely a punch in the face. It's a hard pill to swallow when you get knocked out. There's definitely a lot of motion inside you, and there's a lot of kind of evaluating going on and figuring out, hey, what was the turning moment in the series, and could we have done anything better? And you got to go through meeting with the players and, getting them on their way. And there's still a lot going on, but we do miss playing, Hopefully this time next year, we're going to be right in that fight.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets. First pitch, 6 o'clock. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow night, they start at 5 o'clock on 1280 The Zone, while Real Salt Lake is at FC Dallas at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. And Sunday at 1 o'clock, join us for NBA Draft Lottery coverage. Where will the Jazz pick in the 2026 draft? Listen Sunday at 1 on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Kenny J's Barbecue is turning 1, and to celebrate, they're throwing a block party May 9th from 3 to 7. There's games, live DJ, and barbecue you won't stop thinking about. Free dessert and a chance to win a full brisket. Come celebrate and find out more on Kenny J's Barbecue socials. We'll see you there.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, I'm up at Brooklyn. Now I'm down in
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson live at 5:11 and jumping on the show once again with us, the big boss, the CEO, Troy Brown. What's going on, Troy?
It's great to have you guys here. Yeah, we're throwing a party. It's finals week here, Supercross finals week in Salt Lake City, and we're having a party here at the 511 store.
Troy, I'm going to say I've just been watching everything going down here. I like that you don't walk around like the big boss. You're just one of the dudes, man. You're just one of the guys here hanging out.
Just one of the guys hanging out, absolutely. And what a great community. 511 nations come out, Supercross nations come out, and right now we've got Carrie Hart and Tony Schumacher here. We've got a decent audience here that would love to meet these guys, get some photos, and get some autographs.
Usually Ben's the biggest celebrity in the room. We got to bump it down to like 3 or 4.
Everyone's so disappointed when that's the
come
case.
on,
Let me
Tony
tell you,
Schumacher.
If Ben wasn't here broadcasting right now, I guarantee you the line's moving right through and over to Ben.
Snake right back over
Oh
here,
yeah,
guys.
it's like Ben's up next.
No,
Next man up.
That's amazing. Carrie Hart and Tony Schumacher. I mean, we're kind of joking, but those guys are a big deal.
They are a big deal. We love them, and it's fun to be part of their brand and have them part of our brand. And everywhere that they are, you get just big audiences of people. They've got big draws, big fans for sure.
Well, it's a good sign. I mean, you're talking about two athletes that have been at the top of their science. The very top of their area specifically. And I think that's a testament to the brand itself, right? Like if you guys were a brand that wasn't serious about the business, wasn't serious about the equipment, they wouldn't be representing you guys, and vice versa.
No doubt. And as a matter of fact, Carrie Sitters exactly what he's going to tell you is, boy, this is fantastic gear. And if you think about it, Royal Robbins, the founder, is saying, I mean, he's doing a 511 climb. You're only going to do that with great gear. And that's what we make is purpose-built gear. I'll tell you a fascinating fact. A couple of weeks ago, the astronauts landed back at Earth safely, Artemis 2.
Yeah.
And, they were wearing 511.
Really?
And that's the third time to space with 511.
Wow.
And that's not have anything to do with us. They just choose 511 because it's great purpose-built gear. And so, fun fact nobody knows about, unless you know. But, yeah, they were wearing 511.
That's incredible.
Dang, that's amazing.
Yeah. Fun fact.
Well, astronauts typically are very smart.
Exactly.
and need good equipment.
And they need good equipment. When you do hard things, you need great equipment.
Well, and thus it's such a natural fit with Supercross, and we talk about, birth out of the climbing world, but really the adventure tag is just perfect.
Oh, totally. I had a chance, a little bit later we're going to have the Triumph Racing team is going to be here. I had a chance yesterday to golf with Jordan Smith. We went and played in a tournament for St. Jude's Children's Hospital.
Awesome.
And he's a great guy. He's going to be here to sign. He's exactly got this 511 mindset. This is a kid who just grinds it out day after day after day, making a living riding a bike that is extremely challenging to master. They make it look easy. It's not easy in any way. Again, it's a brand that's built for that kind of mindset, people that do hard things on purpose. And that's exactly the kind of people that are part of this brand.
Well, I like the adventure wear. Whatever your adventure it is, motocross, outdoors, Jeeps, going to space, whatever you need, 511's for you.
Whatever, golf, you name it.
Yeah.
Adventure is something you define personally, right? I mean, there's no way to define it. Each person takes their own adventure. The reality is if you go on an adventure and it's going to be tough and you need gear that's as good as you are, that's what we make, whether it's on the professional side or the consumer side, purpose-built gear.
Badass gear for badass people.
Badass gear for badass people. People who challenge possible. That's really what it's about. When you're challenging possible, you find out what you're made of. And that's exactly, if you think about Supercross, you got that whole shot, you drop the gate, you got all these guys going to this pinpoint. Man, that's a challenge possible moment.
Crazy. Absolutely. Well, Troy, thank you for having us. Thanks for jumping on again. We appreciate you.
It's good to be here. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. The CEO of 511, Troy Brown, hopping back on with us as we're live down here. This is a great event. A lot of people coming down. And you heard him, Tony Schumacher. That's a world champion right there, man. Tony Schumacher. And then Carrie Hart, absolutely a legend. Two people who are at the top of their sports, respectively, and it's really cool to have them down here, and people are lining up to get autographs. Absolutely awesome. All right, let's switch gears. Let's talk a little college sports. We talked to Mitch Harper a little bit earlier in the show. It's now time to talk to the Utes. He covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. He's our buddy Steve Bardo. What's going on, Steve?
I'm now upset that Mitch was on the show before I was. What the heck is up, guys?
No, this is great. Now you get the final word. That's why we want to have you here. Now you can, negate everything that Mitch said, and you get to have the final say. It's the final answer in the cross-examination. So we appreciate you jumping on with us, Steve. But I do want to talk to you about that because we were talking about your guys' Big 12 football post-spring power rankings. And tell me, what does Utah winning the Big 12 look like?
Ooh, that's a great question, Ben. I think, first and foremost, you have to start with Utah's schedule. And when you look at their schedule, it's pretty favorable, right? Their toughest games are going to be at home at Rice-Eccles Stadium. So it's going to be about taking care of business in those big games. And that includes Houston. That includes BYU. Taking care of business against those two programs, I think, is at the top of the list when you're talking about priorities for Utah. Obviously, the coach speak week-to-week, game-to-game type stuff. You got to take care of business week-to-week and all that. But in terms of the most important games, the big games, having those two at home at Rice-Eccles Stadium is huge for Utah. So, for Utah to win the Big 12 title, it's going to be about taking care of business at home against those two teams because those two teams are also two of the top contenders in the Big 12. In terms of what it looks like on the field, I think when you look at this roster, obviously Utah is replacing a lot, and it starts at the offensive line when you're talking about Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu. Because then you've got three other starting spots that you've got to replace as well. And I think for Utah, the fact that Utah didn't necessarily have to go super heavy in the transfer portal to bring in offensive linemen says a lot about where that group is at internally in terms of the players that have been in that program, guys that they've recruited out of high school that have been there for a handful of years. That's a sign of a good, healthy program, but also just a specific room. And I think for that group, the progress that they made from week 1 to week 5 and feeling pretty optimistic about that group. And it was largely due to the play of Zeroué Williams, Keith Olsen, and Solotoa Moiai as, three guys that I think kind of are the pillars for that offensive line. And then it's just about figuring out two other spots with that group. So I think Devin Dampier playing up to, what he was last year is going to be important. And then that offensive line, that group coming together, gelling over the course of the season, I think is what is going to kind of dictate Utah's ceiling in 2026.
Steve, what do you expect Utah's offense to look like next year? Similar pieces coming back. I know you just talked about the offensive line, but different coach. Ben and I were talking about if it's going to still be the speed option and pretty much what we saw last year, or if we're going to see something different with the new offensive coordinator.
Yeah, there's only so much football. It only can take on so many different forms. It's going to look pretty similar. With Devin Dampier, his strengths, he's a dynamic dual-threat quarterback. What's going to look different, and it's going to be hard for, the casual fan to pick up on this because we're always watching the ball. But in terms of the passing game, the route concepts, the structures, those things are going to be look a little bit different. Jason Beck's offense was geared to the run game. And the passing game, there was not a lot of detail, not a lot of variance in terms of route concepts, route combinations, and that sort of thing. That's going to be the biggest difference in this offense is what sort of routes these wide receivers are running. I think there is going to be a little bit more detail, which will create opportunities for specific wide receivers based on the play call. So from that sense, that's going to be probably the biggest difference. But in terms of just the general operation and general scheme, it's going to be pretty similar to what we saw last year. It's going to be there's going to be a lot of RPO. There's going to be a lot of option stuff. And I think with Dev and Bird, when you've got two dynamic quarterbacks, that's what you want that in your offense because those guys make good decisions with the ball in that option attack. And so that's going to be continue to be a pretty heavy featured part of the offense next season.
What do you expect from season 3, year 2 in Utah, Wayshawn Parker?
That is, one where I'm kind of excited to see what Wayshawn does in year 2. It was a slow start for him last season, but by the middle of the season, that Colorado game, he kind of really took form and looked like the type of playmaker that you can just count on to create big plays pretty consistently. So, in terms of his development in year 2, I think what to look for with him is more of a well-rounded sort of usage, right? Where it's not just the rushing. It's going to be incorporating him in the passing of game, getting him involved in that phase of the game. That's going to be something that I think is going to be really key and pretty prominent in this offense. And so for him, that's going to take – there's going to be, additional responsibility in the passing game. He's got to be not just reliable as a pass catcher, but he's got to prove himself as a pass protector as well at times. So for him, I think, what you hope to see is the same sort of efficiency running the ball where you can count on him for 3, 4, 5 yards per carry. While, maybe you don't necessarily get the same amount of, explosive plays because he's not going to be running behind one of the elite offensive lines like he was last season. But I think maintaining that efficiency and still being opportunistic on the ground and creating explosive plays is going to be important for him as well. But I do think we're going to see just more involvement for him in, all phases of the offense, rushing, passing, pass protection. All of that sort of stuff is going to be really important for Wayshawn in year 2.
Steve, I'm assuming, and you can correct me, but I'm assuming you had Texas Tech, BYU, Utah 1, 2, 3. I'm curious who you voted, and of course we're talking about the power poll up at KSLSports.com right now. I'm curious who you voted 4th and 5th.
Who I voted for in the 5th? Is that what you said? Sorry.
4th and 5th, so right behind Utah. I'm
4th
curious
and
5th. Two teams you had right behind them. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Did have it, Texas Tech, and then Utah number 3. And then number 4, I think I had Arizona number 4 and then Houston number 5, if I remember correct. It might be flip-flop, but basically flip a coin between those two programs, Arizona and Houston. I've done, my homework on those two programs, and, Houston and Arizona are going to be, pretty big contenders this season in the Big 12. They're going to have senior quarterbacks. They're both returning, good running backs. They've got wide receivers that both are returning with production. They've added a couple through the transfer portal. The question marks for each of those teams, though, is actually at the offensive line. Arizona has to replace 3 starters on the offensive line. And then Houston brought in 5 transfers that they hope are the starters for them next season because of how bad that offensive line was last year. And what we've kind of learned over the last couple of years with the transfer portal being what it is, additions through the transfer portal where you have to rely on the portal to kind of build your offensive line, it doesn't go as well as traditional high school recruitment, development, guys spending years in that group. So I'm kind of fascinated to see, how those offensive lines come together for Houston and Arizona. But given the fact that they've got, senior quarterbacks and reliable playmakers at the skill positions, those two teams are going to be really, really good. And frankly, I think it's time to start talking about that Texas Tech and Houston game because of, Texas Tech, with the Sorsby situation being what it is. If you're Houston, you're looking at that game early on in the season as, a potential steal, right? Where you can steal that game early on because of that quarterback situation for the Red Raiders. And I think that is going to be interesting if Houston can actually pull off that victory. They have to go to Lubbock to get that win. But I think if they get that win, that changes the conversation pretty significantly for the Cougars and for the Big 12. So, that's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on. I think that's a Week 3 matchup or Week 2 matchup. I forget. But it's early on in the season where, again, just kind of given the quarterback situation for Tech, it's going to be unsettled at that point. That is one that I have circled now in the Big 12 and one that could certainly shake things up. But those are the two teams that I have at 4 and 5 in the Big 12 power rankings.
What do you expect the quarterback balance to look like for Utah? Bert Ficklin was so explosive late in the year. You have to get him on the field as much as possible. What does that look like?
Yeah, this is going to be Dan Pierce's team. He is the primary quarterback. He's QB1. He's all of that stuff. But Bird, just with how dynamic he was, it may necessarily be snaps at quarterback, but finding different ways to get him on the field, I think, is going to be, not necessarily a top priority for McGiven, but certainly, inching close to the top of that conversation at the very least. I think Bird has that ability, just kind of given his background as a two-way athlete in high school. He played offense, he played defense. He's a very good football player. And so, I'm curious to see what that actually looks like this fall. But in spring ball, we saw a lot of different usage with Bird and Dev on the field at the same time. And, maybe that's something that we see pretty consistently. Maybe not. I don't know. But I think it is absolutely something that McGiven is going to consider pretty heavily and probably utilize, at least a decent amount early on in the season. Again, just to kind of maximize your return on those two guys because, again, with Utah bringing both of those guys back and knowing what the NIL market is and the transfer portal stuff, all that stuff, it costs Utah a pretty good chunk of change to bring both of them back, and you want to get return on those investments. Obviously, with Bird, there's the future considerations, right? He is going to be the guy after Dev and all of that stuff, but you still want to find ways to maximize that return, and I think that's kind of what we'll see. We'll see Bird and Dev, potentially on the field at the same time, but, it's going to be important for Bird to be involved in the offense this season, in my opinion, because of that, because he is considered the guy to take over when Dev, graduates and moves on. I think it's important to still keep him incorporated and to get him those reps on the field.
How good's the league as a whole going to be next year, Barno?
Man, that's a great question. I think it's going to be pretty good. I think, putting this ranking together and kind of doing homework on teams, you get to teams 8 and 9, and you could still potentially, make a case where those teams are still winning 8 or 9 games, right? Arizona State has to replace a lot. I think they ended up like 8th or 9th in our power ranking, maybe 7th. But that's a program where, they've lost a lot, but they still have a lot kind of returning. And Kenny Dillingham has made that program. He's built that program in a way where they can sustain some of the talent loss that they suffered this season and still kind of be pretty competitive. So, I think this league, in terms of the top of the conference, right, there is kind of that separation with Texas Tech, BYU, Utah. Maybe there's a tier of separation with Houston and Arizona. But then you get into that next tier, and you've got Arizona State, you've got Kansas State, you've got TCU, who people are kind of pegging as kind of a dark horse Big 12 contender. And then Oklahoma State is kind of a wild card, given the success that they had. Derek Morris at North Texas and Drew Mastemaker being one of the top quarterbacks. I think this is going to be, again, another really competitive league in its, in conference play. But what does that look like compared to the rest of the country, right? Do they have the teams that can contend with the SEC and the Big Ten and those top contenders? That's kind of still up in the air. And given Texas Tech's quarterback situation, that conversation takes a hit with the Big 12, in my opinion. But I think getting these guys on the field, I think this conference is pretty deep and pretty competitive, 1 through 9 and even 10, with Baylor being in there with DJ Lagway. So I think there's going to be a pretty healthy competition this year in the Big 12.
Steve, we appreciate you and all of your fine work. Thanks for jumping on, buddy.
No problem, fellas. Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. That's the one and only Steve Bartle, covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. Again, check out the post-spring Big 12 power rankings. Steve, Mitch, Sean, and Josh Furlong putting their heads together and coming up with a power ranking. Encourage you to check that out at KSLSports.com. We are live at 5:11. We're hanging out. What a great event, getting you ready for the Supercross weekend. Supercross going down tomorrow. Carey Hart, Tony Schumacher are here. They're signing autographs. We're going to have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
New crash on southbound I-15 in Lehigh just before the Main Street exit is over on the left and adding to slow speeds going through the area down into Linden. From 53rd South to 106 South, I-15 southbound is also at reduced speeds in Salt Lake County. Does your mom dream of asphalt? Maybe not. She does dream of things done right, whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it. GoPave's got your blacktop covered. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brian Geltzeiler.
How much stock do you put in guys who put up decent or very good numbers on teams that don't win? And where I'm going with this specifically is Markkanen and Keontae George.
I have no doubt in my mind that Larry Markkanen can and will be at some point a very productive player on a winning team. I worry a little bit about George because of the ball dominance, frankly. I think in some ways there's going to be moments where Collier's the better fit with the ball in his hands because of how much more willingly he moves the ball and sets guys up, because between Markkanen, Jaren Jackson, and Ace Bailey, there's other shot makers on this team outside of Keontae George. His big challenge going into next year is how do I use those pieces around me for the greater good of the overall team? And I think that's something that Will Hardy's going to have to work with him on, but I do think in what we've seen so far, that may be a little bit of a challenge.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hey everyone, Jacob Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. We are super excited to team up with Beehive Meals, Ben, because they are launching a brand new, I don't know, what do you want to say, line, service, product?
Yeah.
All of the above?
All of the above.
Flat top meals. They are so easy and they are so delicious, Ben. Meals that you can cook right on your flat top griddle or even a regular skillet. And, of course, with Beehive, no chopping, no measuring, just thaw and cook, and the deliciousness awaits.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they're getting rid of the slow cooker options, which are still so amazing and are going to be some of the tried and true classics that you've loved. But, yeah, these new options. Put them in the fridge, let them thaw out. When you come home, you throw them on the flat top. They are ready to go. But you know what? Maybe you don't have the outdoor flat top. You can do it on your pan inside your house and get those fresh homemade flavors without having to go to the grocery store, without having to wonder if you have the right spice, without having to make sure you've got all the right measurements like you're saying. It's just really Really simple to get home, throw it on the griddle, throw it in the pan, whatever you're looking for, and have home-cooked meals right there for your whole family.
Oh, the menu this month is so good. Ben and I are trying them all. In fact, Ben, you're doing the smash burgers this weekend?
This weekend, can't wait.
Oh, steak fajitas, chicken stir fry, so good. You've got to try it. Ready to make dinner easier and better. Order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
This Mother's Day, give her more than just a gift. Give her comfort she'll feel every single day. From Minky Couture, the blankets moms everywhere are obsessed with. Discover brand new spring colors, fresh floral designs, and their softest, coziest fabrics yet. Light and airy or plush and luxurious, there's a Minky made just for her. Now enjoy special Mother's Day deals. 50% off any regularly priced blanket with code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or in-store. Minky Couture, made for moments that matter.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from 511 here in Salt Lake City, just off 18 South, west of 300 West. Man, this has been such a great event, going hand in hand with the big Supercross event going down at Rice-Eccles Stadium coming up tomorrow. Joining us now from Rebel Off-Road, Bond Gilmer joins us on Jake and Ben. Bond, pleasure to meet you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you much. Pleasure to be here, and thanks for having me.
All right, Bond, you guys set up some of these builds outside. Am I right on that?
That's correct, yeah. We're there's some pretty big builds out there with Jeeps. There's a Gladiator out there and a Wrangler out there. That's a 392 on the Wrangler, and that Gladiator is built to the moon.
We've been stuck inside all day, I'm going to tell you, which is awesome because the store is absolutely incredible. But I haven't been outside yet since everything's been set up. I can't wait to go out there.
We got to get you to venture out.
I
Got
know.
to put the headset down for like 2 or 3 minutes. Wait for a commercial.
That's exactly right.
I want to know if you get to drive all those things first. Do you get like first dibs?
Yeah, yes. Well, we do. So that's what we build. That particular one you see out there, Troy put us under the gun on that one to try and get it ready for an event in Moab, Utah. And we had 2.5 weeks to build that.
Oh, wow.
Normally, that's like about a 2.5 month build.
Okay, you said you came up from Orange County.
Correct, yep.
And we've had a lot of people from all over the country coming down here for 511 and for this big weekend. I guess what does their gear mean for you guys and your relationship here?
Quite a bunch of different things. So, their stuff is purpose built, and just like our stuff is purpose built. When you're doing things like that, you have a mindset of what you're trying to do or what you're trying to do something for, and so 511 and Rebel teamed up to build vehicles and offer them in a whole bunch of different ways. But again, to answer your question is, if you're looking to build something for a specific purpose or multi-purpose where you can actually change it out, that's where that Gladiator comes in, and that bed that's on the back and canopy. It's so universal you can set it up any way you like.
And people, by the way, you can come down, like we were talking about, and check out all this stuff. It's right here. That's why this event is so great. But let's talk about the race tomorrow. What are you expecting from the big race?
Well, it's hard for me because I used to live in Australia, so going a little bit for Hunter. But again, this is my jam. I love Supercross and motocross, and seeing Kenny doing so well. He hasn't won a Supercross title in the big class, so I'm very anxious to see how well he does. It's going to be awesome. There could be a couple of spoilers in there. We've got to see what Malcolm pulls off. Met him this morning on the plane, so it was I want to see what he can do. I'm a fan of his.
Big sport in Australia?
I grew up in South Africa, but both countries, it's big sport.
Huge. Yeah, I know a motocross rider from Australia, and huge down there for
Wouldn't
sure.
be Chad Reed, would it?
No, it would not.
Right.
Not quite that. not quite that. Not quite that good. That's for sure. How can we find out more about Rebel Off-Road? If our listeners want to find out more about what you do and what you guys are all into, what's the best way to do it?
So best way is we have 2 shops. One's out in Orange County, California. The other one I have in Texas. I just got back from there on Monday. But also through our website and through our social media. And it's rebeloffroad.com for the website. And, of course, on social media and Facebook, we got a very large following. We love what we do. We love building vehicles.
Well, I'd encourage everybody to come down here and check out what they've got here today. And, Bon, we appreciate you jumping on with us. Yeah, so cool. Awesome. Appreciate you.
Well, thank you, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Oh, you bet.
Cheers.
There's Bon. Cheers to you, Bon. Appreciate it. Rebel Off-Road. Check them out. We'll have Live at 5 coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. For limited time, Half Price Granite is offering special pricing, starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
Kenny J's Barbecue is turning 1, and to celebrate, they're throwing a block party May 9th from 3 to 7. There's games, live DJ, and barbecue you won't stop thinking about. Free dessert and a chance to win a full brisket. Come celebrate and find out more on Kenny J's Barbecue socials. We'll see you there.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good, I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and a 6'4" ball.
Jacobin, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from 511. We're having a great time. Invite you to come down and see us in Salt Lake City, just off 18 South, west of 300 West. It's time for Live at 5, brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. We also want to remind you about RGS Exteriors. Join Scotty G and the coach Tim Lacombe coming up on Monday at RGS Exteriors from 10 to 2, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Yes, it's Live at 5. The biggest story of the day, Ben, NBA playoffs. We will actually get to it coming up here momentarily because we are going to do a special, I don't know, what do you want to call live? Coming up at 5:11. Since we're here at 5:11, we will do a live at 5:11, and we're excited about it because we're going to talk to Jordan Smith, who's actually an AMA Supercross racer. So we're excited to talk to Jordan. We'll do that coming up in a few minutes, and then we'll talk some ABA playoffs. But, Ben, we just had Bartle on in the last hour, and something jumped out at you.
Well, you know, they did the power rankings. Bartle, Mitch, excuse me. They went through the post-Big 12 spring power rankings, and Josh Furlong jumped up on it, and Sean Walker did as well. And what I'm curious about is Utah comes in at number 3 behind Texas Tech and BYU. If Kyle Whittingham hadn't left, if Kyle Whittingham was back this year and the coaching staff was the same, do you think Utah still stays at 3?
Yes.
So are we underrating the loss of Kyle Whittingham, or do we really think it's just not going to be that big of a drop-off going into Morgan Scally next season? Because, by the way, there are coaches that come in and for the first year with a roster similar to the previous year where they had success, they win. I mean, there are a lot of coaches who do win in their first year.
There are some that don't.
Are some that don't.
Brent Brennan, who's now got to turn around, because I think Brent Brennan's a really good coach, and his first season at Arizona was a disappointment. Last year was better, and this year they're expected to be an outside conference title contender.
But Gary Croton won early.
He won his first year and then did not. I don't think fans are expecting a drop-off. I'm not expecting a drop-off. You can read into that of Kyle Whittingham what you want. I think Morgan is capable of being a good coach, even though he's going to have a learning curve. But frankly, it's based on the players coming back, right? I mean, when I'm thinking, I'd consider putting maybe Houston or Arizona if we were doing a power poll above Utah. I'd think about it, but I'd probably have Utah coming in at 3 because they're bringing back a lot of key players. And places where they're not bringing players back, like secondary, is a place where Utah's usually been pretty effective at replacing players. Now, you may say, well, Witt's not there, but Morgan Scally, the architect of not only the defense, but specifically the secondary, is now the head coach. So, some of those doubts I don't really have. Offensive line, people are worked up about that, and they lost some good players. But frankly,
and a good coach.
But frankly, the offense, he was there a long time and had some good offensive line, so I shouldn't sell him short, I suppose. But frankly, the offense that they run, you don't even need an offensive line. So I don't know if that's going to be as big a deal as people are making it. They have that Obot kid coming in who, is the biggest recruit they've ever gotten. So maybe he hits the ground running. But part of the point of running a speed option is so you don't have to rely on a dominant offensive line. Utah had the luxury of having one last year, but I don't know if it's a requirement for them to be effective, frankly. So
certainly not harmful.
but I'll tell you what, I'm not. If it were me, I'm not putting them above BYU or Texas Tech.
I'm really curious about Texas Tech. You don't know who your quarterback's going to be. That's a huge question. And now, look, BYU at this point didn't know who their quarterback was going to be either, and they turned out to be fabulous last year.
But they beat Utah with their backup quarterback.
They did, and their backup quarterback is expected to be the guy this season. So we will see what that looks like. And, McGuire's done a very good job at Texas Tech. So I have no reason to doubt that they can't have more success again this season. And obviously the funding is in the right spot to bring in big transfers, and they hit the transfer portal very hard again. So, no, I think you're right, and I think BYU obviously is a pretty proven commodity, and I expect a very big year from Bear Bachmeier in year 2. So I'm certainly not arguing with the teams ahead of Utah, and I would understand why even if Witt was back, maybe nobody who did the power poll would have put them above either BYU or Texas Tech, but not dinging them at all for losing a coach, several coaches, and having replaced some big names. I wonder if that's selling Witt short. But it may not be.
I honestly don't think it has anything to do with Witt. You ask an interesting question. If Witt were here, would you jump him ahead of BYU or Texas Tech? No. Why would you?
He was here last year, and they weren't better than Texas Tech or BYU.
They lost to both teams last year, and he was here. So, honestly, it doesn't – and maybe this is a credit to Morgan Scalley and the confidence that people have in him. But, no, I don't expect the coaching change to drop them down the pecking order. In fact, if Arizona or Houston passes Utah, it's because of Arizona and Houston, not Utah.
I think that's fair.
Does that make sense? I think both Arizona and Houston, and talking to Steve and Mitch, it was useful to ask them about those two teams. Those are the two teams I keep hearing that are poised to kind of make another step. And certainly with Noah Fafita, you can see why they would with Arizona. He got things definitely back on track last year. All right.
I've just always said it's hard to replace stars. And I think Witt was a star, and Jay Hill was a star, and then Utah's offensive line was stars also.
All right, we're here at 5:11, and this is a huge event. We're having a great time. It's in coordination with the big Supercross event. The finals going down tomorrow at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And joining us now, been part of the AMA Supercross Championship since 2015. Ben, he is a 5-time winner. Joining us here on the Jake and Ben Show, Jordan Smith.
What's going on, Jordan?
Hey, Jordan, thanks for jumping on with us, man. Good to see you.
No problem. Out here at the 511 event, man. They're doing it right this year. It's pretty awesome.
No, this is extremely cool. And there's been a huge turnout, but there's a huge race tomorrow as well. I guess as somebody who's a rider yourself, what are these weekends like?
Yeah, man, it's, this is round 17 for us, so it's, in and out every weekend, but each one carries the same weight, and this one being the last one of the season, we want to finish off strong. It's been a little bit of a rough season for us as a Triumph team, so we've been making a lot of progress the last few weeks, and we have a new bike this year, so just really been making a lot of progress, so try to finish it off strong tomorrow, and, just put on a good show for the Salt Lake City crowd.
You mentioned the 17 weeks. How much of a grind is it physically? We obviously talk about athletes every single day, and I've got to imagine it's an athletic accomplishment for sure.
Yeah, it is, and it doesn't stop here. We get a 2-weekend break, and then we go 11 more, and then another weekend break, and then a 3-race playoff to finish the season. So it's a really long season for us. We're flying in the day before the race, flying out the next day. A few days of practice during the week, and we really don't take any days off as far as training goes. We're doing cardio, doing gym stuff, or riding a dirt bike every day. So it's a grind that takes some years to get used to for sure, but wouldn't trade it for anything.
How much does the consistency of what your bike is like every weekend matter? I mean, are you trying to change things? Are you trying to fix it every week and do something different, or does it have to meet certain standards?
You're not trying to change it unless you need to, right? So I'm part of the Triumph Racing team. This is the first year that the 450 has been out, so we're racing teams that have had their bikes for years and years and won championships on them. So we're kind of constantly trying to evolve and develop the bike throughout the year. Once we get it to a spot where we feel like we're pretty comfortable, then we should be able to kind of show up each weekend to each race and run what we brung kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we're getting closer to that. So the last 2 weekends have been pretty good, and felt pretty good in practice today, so try to keep that ball rolling.
What's the hardest part of a race?
Well, the start's pretty tough. You got 22 guys that all think that they have a shot to win the race, and so coming in, you got to have elbows up, you're beating and banging going through that first turn, and then the hardest obstacle on the track is it kind of depends track to track, but most of the time it's the whoop section. We got a chance to ride the track here today, and biggest set of whoops for the year. So that's the part where you got to really commit to it. There's no half-ass in the whoops. So.
Well, this is very cool, though. A lot of people have turned out, come on down, hanging out at 511. You're down here. You're rocking the gear as well.
Yeah, man. We've, as a team, 511 came on board this year and got to meet Troy and the whole team. We've got to meet a lot of different team members throughout the whole season. They've had a booth set up at every Supercross. They're giving away a Triumph dirt bike. It's been really cool to see them come in and embrace the sport like they have and be a part of it. It's been pretty cool.
Seems like a good fit for the Supercross world. Their mission with adventure and being engineered tough. It feels like a great fit.
Yeah, I mean, you have those fits, right, where it's like, man, that just goes with that sport perfectly. And 511, what they represent is kind of how all of us moto guys are, right? Like we just you look at a section like the set of whoops today. If anyone went out there, they'd say that was impossible to do, right? But we do it. We go down, get hurt, get back up, keep going, push through a lot of pain, ride with broken bones. So it's part of the sport, and 511 definitely represents that.
Did you ever get to just ride for fun?
Not much. Wish that we got to do it more, but it's definitely becomes a bit of a job sometimes.
Yeah.
So we're constantly working, constantly training, and honestly, it's like we find something else to do whenever it's time to have some fun, right?
Yeah.
Do you have to be? How can I ask this question nicely? Do you have to be a little crazy to be good at this sport?
Oh, I can answer this question. Yes.
yeah, absolutely, you do. And and to go back to your question, do we ride for fun? Like honestly, I have a blast every time I'm on the bike. Like it is a lot of fun. It does get to another level whenever you get to the pros and you're training and you have a lot of pressure on you, right? Like these teams, they spend a lot of money for us to do well, and whenever it's not going good, there's a lot of pressure on you. So, absolutely, we got to be a little crazy to do what we do. Literally going through the whoops today, I promise you, almost no one was guaranteeing that they were going to make it through that set of whoops and not crash and get hurt.
Wow.
So it's like, but we go through them every time and just go do it lap after lap. So,
how long have you been pro?
12 years.
Cool.
Yeah.
Amazing.
How long you been doing it though? When did you get on a bike first?
Yeah, I mean, I've got on a dirt bike for the first time whenever I was 5 years old and 4 years old, actually. 4 years old, started racing. My family wasn't really into it, didn't really know what pro motocross or supercross was, and we just went to a race and started going to a bigger race and just kept moving up, and here we are at the biggest race in the world.
What a dream.
Yep,
yeah,
it
very
is.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Where's home?
Originally from Charlotte, North Carolina. Live just south of Atlanta now.
Also a
awesome.
Charlotte guy.
Yeah, I used to live in Charlotte. We still go to the Outer Banks every year.
Okay, yeah. We go to the Outer Banks every year too. Yeah, there. So
best beach in the world.
It is. It's awesome.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
man.
Yep.
Well, listen, Jordan, thank you for jumping on with us. It's great to meet you. Good luck with everything.
Thank
and we're super stoked to be a part of this. So
Thank
super
you.
stoked to meet you.
Yes, sir. Nice to meet you guys too.
Cool, man. All right.
Thanks for having me on.
Jordan. Appreciate
Keep,
you.
Take
enjoying
care.
the party here at 511.
Yeah, you bet.
Good
All
luck.
right, there
Thank
you go. Jordan Smith. So nice to jump on with us down here at 511. Yeah, I tried to figure out a nice way to ask that crazy question, but you'd have to be, right?
Okay, this is going to sound mean again. It's not supposed to. Did you see his teeth? They're perfect. Why are his teeth perfect?
Oh, probably because they're
He's
new.
had them replaced.
Yeah.
How many times is the question?
Because they're new.
Yeah, those veneers were looking wonderful. Yeah, because he's knocked them out on the handlebars one too many times. So, you got to be a little nuts. You got to be a little nuts.
We were talking to Bond off the air, who joined us earlier, and he was laying out the stats for us that these Supercross racers are spending, what do you say, 49% of the race in the air.
In the air.
Wow.
Yeah, you're flying half of it?
And what do you say, going through the whoops? Or whoops?
Whoops, yeah.
And you have to do
maybe
that.
he's trying to say loops, and he
No.
knocked his teeth out too many times?
No, it's the...
I think he's saying loops.
No. It's the rolling hills. And he was saying that you're not sure you're going to make it, but you have to do it every single lap. That's wild.
So shout out to the police officer who came up and asked if they could have the hat on our table.
Absolutely.
What are they going to arrest you? I don't know.
No, I'm saying yes every time.
Yeah,
the one of Salt Lake's finest.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
You
all yours.
betcha. I have no idea if we're even getting. It was supposed to be giving away these hats.
I have said no to everybody else, unfortunately.
Yeah, hey, but you know
Not to
what?
her.
If one of Salt Lake's finest comes on up, knock yourself right out.
Yeah.
I'm not saying no.
Yeah.
All right, Ben, let's move on. It is Live at 5, part of our Live at 5 segment. And we start off talking a little football because we knew we were going to have Jordan jump on with us right at 5:11, speaking of live in the 5 o'clock hour. But playoff basketball, Ben, continues on tonight. Last night was interesting with the Cavaliers going down 2-0. In fact, who did we have on yesterday? He was pretty
Shudell.
Pretty bold or pretty confident in Cleveland winning that game. Not so much.
It was pretty obvious early that this was still going to be really tough. And I thought, as happens in playoffs, especially when a team is down a game, they come out with their hair on fire. And I thought Cleveland did in the first quarter, and it didn't really matter. I mean, it looked like a little brother trying to beat up his big brother. It was like, yeah, you're swinging a lot, you're throwing a lot of punches, but I'm not sure it's doing any damage. And really, Detroit was in control of that game most of the time. Now, Detroit isn't a great offense. They don't really have a second star, so they don't really know where to go when Cade's not either on the floor or scoring. And it just doesn't really matter against Cleveland, and that's a problem. That's the problem because Cleveland's window is open right now. This is going to be probably the best team or the second best team of this iteration. Maybe they're worse than they were last year when they won 60-plus games. And it's just the same problem over and over. I mean, they're just knocking at a door, and no one's going to open on the other side. It's just Donovan Mitchell can only be as good as Donovan Mitchell is, and I don't think he's actually getting better. I don't think he's taking it to the next step. And, again, it's not a knock on him. He's a truly terrific player, but he's probably miscast is the truth. He's just a little over his skis trying to be the number one player on a team, trying to take out the number one seed.
Yeah, I've said for a while I don't think he's good enough for that role, and I think if he proved anything with the Jazz, that's true. They had their opportunities to get past Houston, speaking of James Harden, and they couldn't do it.
Yep.
And Donovan was limited in those series by some not necessarily superstar players. And so, Cleveland, I understand, I guess, why they made the big move for Donovan Mitchell that they made. I don't think they've really done him any favors with their roster construction around him. I mean, maybe find another number one, or you bring this up a lot, that Evan Mobley maybe didn't develop quite how they would have liked him to, I guess, but they should never have tried the Darius Garland-Donovan Mitchell thing together. And frankly, I think James Harden-Donovan Mitchell was a terrible idea. You and I talked about that when that trade happened. They're way too similar.
Small, flawed defensively. Yeah, need the ball in their hands
to
be successful.
All the time. Yep.
And then, James Harden obviously was not good last night either. So, and Donovan was fine. He just, fourth quarter, he wasn't great, but that's going to be the case. And yeah, that's the problem. Again, Donovan Mitchell he needs to be the second best player on the team, and maybe the third, in all honesty. And if the team behind him, and I mean quite literally the players behind him, Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, which is a very formidable front court. Those are really good players. Rudy Gobert is a future Hall of Famer behind Donovan. If having those guys defensively behind you don't solve the issue, don't prevent you or don't allow you to win, to get past the second round, it becomes a real problem. And I do think you do earn this reputation, rightfully so, as a guy who can't get out of the second round. And that doesn't mean you're not a good player. We talked about Tracy McGrady. We talked about who Chris Paul was until he joined some more talented teams. It's just the truth of probably who Donovan Mitchell is. And until he finds a spot, probably in the third iteration of Donovan Mitchell, he's got his first run with Utah, second run in Cleveland, or whatever this third step looks like, I'm not sure he's going to get past it.
And then the Lakers don't look like they stand a chance against Oklahoma City, Ben, but I was surprised the Lakers were crying so much about the refs.
Yeah, they did not like some of the calls. Now, the calls were not the reason they lost that game or
Exactly.
why they're going to lose this series, but I guess they feel like that's their best opportunity. But no, that game didn't come down to a couple of calls.
J.J. Redick said after the game that LeBron gets the hardest whistle in the league for a superstar, which I find laughable. I do think they let some stuff go with LeBron. Here's where I'll kind of when he's guarded by a smaller player. But to say that LeBron doesn't get whistles is absolutely crazy. But I don't know why it's becoming a trend in the NBA to have all these coaches and players crying about the officials. We were talking about it earlier. It's not like the officials were good yesterday and now they suck. I don't know why we're seeing so much of this.
I don't even think it's like the idea that the speed of the game has changed so dramatically that the refs have a much harder job. That may be true, but I don't think they're doing a worse job today than they did 15 years ago or 30 years ago.
The same crappy job.
I just think it's the same team. I think it's the same. It's the same coaches.
Let's
it's the
play,
same. The same officials.
Let's play that JJ Redick sound. Go ahead, Christian.
LeBron has the worst whistle of any star player I've ever seen. I mean, I've been with him 2 years now. Again, the smaller guys, because they can be theatric, they typically draw more fouls, and the bigger players that are, built like LeBron, it's hard for them. But he gets clobbered, and he got clobbered again tonight a bunch, and that's not like a new thing. That's not specific to this crew or this series. He gets fouled a lot. That doesn't happen. I mean, guy gets hit on the head more than any player I've seen on drives, and it rarely gets called.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite that dramatic there, JJ.
LeBron, I think, is the current leader in all-time free throws taken of active players. I think Karl Malone still owns that number overall, but LeBron is third overall and ahead of James Harden. Yeah, LeBron, look, I mean, I do think it's a little bit of the curse of who you are as LeBron. Do I think LeBron takes a lot of contact? Absolutely. He's huge. I mean, what are you going to do? Shaq took a ton of contact as well, and a lot of people would say Shaq got fouled more than anyone in history and didn't go to the free throw line, even though Hack-a-Shaq sent him to the free throw line very regularly. That's the blessing and the curse of who you are. Yeah, you're one of the biggest players of all time. You're one of the strongest players of all time, and that's why you live at the line. And I also recognize that you probably feel like you need a little bit more love there, but what, are they going to stop the entire game to ref you a certain way? I don't think that's possible. So, cry about it? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
I just don't think it does any good other than make you look bad.
Agreed. I don't think it's changing the outcome of any of these series.
Well, if anything, I think it makes more calls go against you.
Yeah, I think there's certainly a chance that they say, why are you trying to show us up?
Ben, games tonight already underway in Philadelphia. About 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. And the 76ers are all over your Knicks, Ben, leading 17-8. And, yes, Joel Embiid is playing tonight.
Good. Glad he's back. Makes the series far more interesting, and I hope this goes 7. I think these are fun teams. I like Philly, actually. I'm not traditionally a fan of the 76ers organization, but I really like Tyrese Maxey. I like VJ Edgecombe quite a bit. They had a cool series with back-to-back alley-oops from the backcourt from the guards to open this game. So they've got some momentum, and that should be a good series and should be a fun series. I don't want to see anyone sweep. That gets really boring for me. That's why this Thunders-Lakers series is not going to be particularly interesting, and why I'm really curious to see what happens in the late game tonight.
Well, that obviously is not going to be a sweep, because Game 3 between the Spurs and the Timberwolves all tied up at one game apiece. Of course, Game 3 going down in Minneapolis. I hope the Timberwolves win. I don't know.
Too.
I think San Antonio is probably the second best team in the West, but as we've talked about, and you probably heard the promo running on the station, I don't think San Antonio is unbeatable. And I think Minnesota is actually a pretty bad matchup for a lot of teams when they're playing well.
Well, Anthony Edwards is a superstar. I mean, he is a guy who, when he's on the court, they believe.
Is he going to start tonight, I wonder?
I will be curious. Yeah, does he keep coming off the bench? I hope not. I think that at some point it's novel. It was interesting for the first game. I think at some point it becomes almost a distraction.
You know the point, right? Is they only want to play him 25 minutes,
Correct.
And they don't want to waste that at the beginning of the game.
Right.
That's the whole point. It's not all of a sudden he's embracing a bench role.
And even in lopsided games, as we saw with the Lakers, like you can keep up for the first half of a game.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they want to, if they truly are keeping him on a minutes restriction, which I'm sure they are. He's coming back from, what was it, a bone bruise?
Bone bruise in his knee, yeah.
That probably gets to be singing on him a little bit if he goes too many. So, why waste all that at the beginning?
But I hope the series goes long as well. And look, I think, Wemby will inevitably win a championship. I guess you can't guarantee anything, but he's good enough, and that Spurs roster looks good enough to win a title in the next 5 years if everybody stays healthy. But, the adversity you face en route is the most interesting part of the story, in my opinion. And, yeah, going down 2-1 against Minnesota, that's real adversity. This is your first playoff run, and first time they made it out of the first round, obviously. So how do they react to that? What does Wemby look like when he gets challenged? Does he take it to another level? Does he get even better, or does he cower? Some guys do reach their peak. Some guys don't keep getting better. So I want to see what that journey looks like for him.
All right, we'll get to more coming up next. The NBA Draft Lottery is this weekend. We'll talk about the Jazz. Ben is doing a show on Sunday, so make sure and mark your calendars for that. Also, we have a national pundit giving A.J. DeBonsa advice. We'll get to that as well live from 511. More Jake and Ben coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A northbound crash on I-15 in Riverdale is right at the I-84 interchange with heavy delays stretching back to Roy and Sunset next to Hill Air Force Base. A crash on the Bacchus Highway, that's SR 111, has closed off southbound traffic right at the 5400 South intersection on the west side. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters, you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
It's time for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of a Utah sports tradition at utahsummergames.org. Participate in over 50 sports around the state. Then plan to join the opening ceremonies Friday, June 5th, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Copper Rock PGA Championship giveaway starts next week. One lucky winner will receive a Callaway Copper Rock logoed, if I could read, golf bag, and a $100 gas gift card. Starting Monday, the KSL Sports Zone will pair the top 25 players with a qualifier, and one will get the remaining field, be caller 12. When asked, then you will be assigned a player in the field at the PGA Championship next week, Copper Rock, where the pros play. Ben, we just found out, we're knocking on wood, we're hoping Carrie Hart is going to be with us in the very next segment, the legend, because we are down here at 511. This has been such a great event. By the way, shout out to the Devil's Pit, our food truck, one of our food trucks that's been here for the event. They sent some food inside.
Yeah.
We got some ribs over here.
Really nice.
Got some sauce. Super stoked about it. So shout out and big thanks to them. Here, we'll get to the draft in 1 second, Ben. Well, we got to deliver on a promise for our friend Darren, who left a call in. And I was kind of thinking we'd put this at 55, but since the great Carrie Hart is going to potentially be on the show, we got to deliver. So we'll get to the draft in a second, but did you see what Asante Samuel, the Patriots legend, tweeted out about Mike Vrabel?
I did, and I would be, frankly, mortified if I was Mike Vrabel.
Here's what Asante Samuel said. He said, quote, "Vrabel is a faithful man. Whatever happened in the past is the past. As of today, he is a faithful man. Move on."
That's really turning the page. Because we're talking about like 3 weeks ago that those photos came out.
Oh,
that Sonoma visit, he really thinks that you could change overnight.
I just really wish that was actually a defense. Like, can you imagine somebody that robbed liquor stores?
Sure, whatever.
That was
Killed
like,
a guy.
As of today.
Didn't kill anyone today.
I am not a liquor store burglar.
And then, did you read the rest of what Asante Samuel said?
I've got the quote right here. Talking about don't be a cornball your entire life, fam. Mike Vrabel is a leader of men, period.
No. Did you get to the worst part than that?
No, Lord, what's worse than that?
Here's where I really start to worry if I'm Mike Vrabel, and you're just like, stop talking. You're not helping me here.
How did I miss this?
He says, this is from Samuel. He says, when I had a wife and a side chick, the side piece got in her feelings, called the wife and told her everything. Got that call at work. We need to talk. Scary. 7 exclamation points. Me. She's lying, baby. And then he adds, how many of y'all are side chick children and still can't get over it? If I'm Mike Vrabel, I'm like, stop talking. Stop it.
Her kid is named Michael.
You're making us all look bad. All of us who have ever had a, quote, side chick. You're making us stop. You're making us look like jerks.
I miss that?
You're making us look like morons.
I love it that he told the story.
By the way, we're all doing it all the time, and here's how it goes bad. Vrabel's like in damage control. His whole life is falling apart. And Asante Samuel's like, it gets worse, and it's not a big deal.
Not a big deal at all. I remember when my girlfriend called my wife and dimed me out. It was fine. I just told her, she's lying.
So now, when Vrabel denies anything, Jen has to say, I read what your former teammate and current friend Asante Samuel said. So, anyways, shout out.
Well, he's Asante's got his back, kind of.
And is a faithful man now, because that happened a couple of days ago. It is not happening this moment.
Now everything's fine.
As of this moment.
As of this moment, we're good to go. Have a good one. That's absolutely incredible. So there you go. That's the latest on Asante Samuel. Shout out to Darren, who used the call in to send us a message. You can do that at KSLSports.com. All right, let's hear from Tom Habistro. This is just a clip. He's talking about A.J. DeBonsa. Habistro works for Yahoo now, I believe. Here's what he had to say.
I think that A.J. DeBonsa, if the Kings win the lottery, I think he will pull an Eli Manning. I think not ruling it out is not going far enough. And here's why I think this. This is a guy who went to BYU got the money and all the power and all that at BYU, made the choice himself. And all of these athletes in the NIL era are used to having that agency. They are used to making the decision for themselves. In years past, in the NBA, this was not the case. It was not the case that these players were getting paid and had the chance to make the decisions for themselves and dictate where they were going to go. And now in this era, I feel like we are headed towards a situation where you cannot be an incompetent organization and just luck your way into the number 1 overall pick and not having that variable looming overhead. And I think if it's AJ Debonsa or Cam Boozer, whose father, Carlos Boozer, played long time in the NBA, I think the dynamics are shifting, and I would not be surprised at all. Whoever the Sacramento Kings, if they win the lottery, is going to have a hard time convincing that player to stay with that organization.
Ben?
I do not think that's within A.J. Debonsa's character at all. Now, I don't pretend to know A.J., but we know a lot of people who have talked to him closely, and everyone just says he's an A-plus person, and that's not what I would expect him to do in this situation. However, behind the scenes, I wouldn't be surprised if, there are players who do not want to go to certain areas. In fact, last year, I don't think Ace Bailey wanted to go to the top 5 teams, and probably including the Utah Jazz. At least his manager at the time didn't seem like they wanted Ace landing in Washington, Utah, Charlotte, Philly. I mean, all these different spots that he didn't go and work out for. So I don't think it would particularly be that unique, but I have a hard time imagining he does the John Elway thing or does the Eli Manning.
Well, I don't think it works in the NBA anyway.
Yeah,
so
correct.
I don't think that you have the leverage to do that just because rookie contracts. The whole rookie process is so long. It's not like you can just not show up. I mean, what would Sacramento do? They would say, okay, well, you're not going to play for anyone for the next 7 years unless you're playing for us. So good luck. I don't think that works that way. I don't know. Maybe we see it. But Ace Bailey, sorry, Ben.
No,
sorry
you're
about
good.
That.
No, my fault.
Ace Bailey tried to manipulate the process before the draft.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to do that before, which knock yourself out.
Yeah.
But actually not reporting, I don't think is as much of an option as people think it is.
Completely right, yes. And where I do think you might be able to get away with it some here in this draft is because it is pretty level at the top, but level with really good players. It's not like this is Victor Wembanyama and everybody else or Cooper Flagg and everybody else in this draft. I think there are going to be teams that have Cam Boozer 1. I think there are going to be teams that have AJ 1. I think there are probably going to be a couple of teams that even have Darren Peterson 1. I wonder, honestly, if behind the scenes, if you were one of these, camps for one of these players, if you went to a team, the number one overall pick and said, we're not going to come work out for you. We are not going to be happy here. We don't want to be a part of this. You can't stop them from drafting you, but I wonder if you could poison the well enough that they would feel comfortable taking one of the other guys who is probably viewed as very close, if not, equal footing.
Which is fine, honestly. But once they draft you, the no-show is just bad. I don't think it would work. Well, let me put it this way, Ben. I've long had the hot take as a former Charlotte Hornets fan. They should never have traded Kobe.
Of course
never.
not.
They got the biggest bargain draft pick ever because he dropped so far because he kept saying he only wanted to play in L.A. Charlotte ends up taking him at
13?
13?
Whatever.
Was that what it was? And then flipped him for Vlade Divac. Yeah. They should never have done that. They should have just drafted him and said, "Show you're going to play for us, or you're not going to play at all."
Yeah,
I don't know why they would buckle to that pressure. That never made any sense to me.
And honestly, the Jazz may have done that last year. The Jazz may have called Ace Bailey's bluff. And
we are coming.
At the very least, Omar Cooper's bluff. If that was the thought that wasn't going to happen. And the Jazz just said, no, we really like you, and we think we can sell you on our culture. And Ace seems to really like it here and seems to be totally bought into Will Hardy and the front office. Then, I think that's the smart thing to do. Yeah, I think kowtowing to somebody before they even get into the NBA is a really bad sign. So I understand what Tom Haberstroh's saying. I understand why, honestly, if I was Carlos Boozer and I was familiar with the NBA like he must be, and my son's, potential or livelihood was on the line going to Sacramento, and you don't want him to play there, I might try and twist some arms to make it not happen. But if they draft you, they draft you.
Yeah. Now, Jazz fans should be rooting for this never to happen.
Correct.
because maybe it happens to Sacramento one year, but it's certainly going to happen to Utah at some point if that became a trend.
Totally agree.
So,
there are a lot of places that 19-year-old kids may prefer to live than Salt Lake City and Sacramento.
Yep.
So, you do not want this to become a trend. This would not be good for the Jazz, certainly either.
Not at all. But I don't think it will. I mean, the rules aren't set up for it. Like, the NFL is definitely a little bit different. And so I don't anticipate it becoming a problem. Not unless the CBA changes, too, because it used to be you'd be able to hold out. You can't even really hold out anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the contract is pre-negotiated.
Yeah,
there's nothing
done.
there. With that said, there are a handful of landmines you may want to avoid right now in the NBA as far as teams that don't seem like they've got it quite all together. Washington at the top of the draft. Sacramento sitting there, certainly. Chicago, if you really want to go. But it's Chicago. Then you go to at least go live in a big city. So there are some teams that I certainly would suspect that today, DeBonza, Boozer, Peterson, Caleb Wilson are all saying like, ooh, I hope they don't get the third pick where I'm projected or the fourth pick where I'm projected.
I wouldn't want to go to the Suns. I wouldn't want to go to the Knicks. I wouldn't want to. I mean, I'd look at the ownership groups, frankly.
Yeah. No, I don't think you're wrong.
Yeah.
And I think the people who are in the know do recognize some of the better spots, even if they're not the biggest name spots.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more from 511 coming up next. It is the Jake and Ben Show, live right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The northbound crash on I-15 in Riverdale is right at the I-84 interchange with heavy delays stretching back to Roy and Sunset next to Hill Air Force Base. Meanwhile, we've got a crash next to SR 111. That has closed off southbound traffic right at the 5400 South intersection on the west side of the road. Does your mom dream of asphalt? Maybe not. She does dream of things done right, whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it. GoPave's got your blacktop covered. For more information, visit GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up.
Let's go! It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then, introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Kenny J's Barbecue is turning 1, and to celebrate, they're throwing a block party May 9th from 3 to 7. There's games, live DJ, and barbecue you won't stop thinking about. Free dessert and a chance to win a full brisket. Come celebrate and find out more on Kenny J's Barbecue socials. We'll see you there.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him make jokes and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jacobin 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, live from 511. Man, we're having a great time. Want to remind you, this Mother's Day is coming up on Sunday. Get her more than just a gift. Get her comfort she'll feel every single day. Enjoy these special Mother's Day deals. 50% off any regularly priced blanket at Miki Couture with Zone promo code ZONE50. Shop online at MikiCouture.com or in-store. And again, that promo code is Zone50. Ben, I don't want to jinx it, but I think we're going to have Kerry Hart coming up here in a minute.
And, man, we saw the line for him when he walked in. It was out the building, and everyone was very, very excited, so this should be fun.
Well, yeah, and he and Tony Schumacher, I mean, drag racer extraordinaire. Pretty awesome. And this event has been so great. Just getting the weekend started for the big Supercross event going on at Rice Eccles Stadium coming up tomorrow. In fact, the finals is tomorrow at Rice Eccles. We're super excited about our next guest joining the show now. Of course, you know him from Supercross, but what don't you do? BMX? I mean, what racing trucks? Did I see you're doing that now? Kerry Hart with us.
I did that. I've had a pretty fun past of hurting myself and breaking things, but yeah, nowadays it's pretty much still dirt bikes and Indian motorcycles and working with 511.
All right, Kerry, we talked to a lot of pro athletes, a lot of athletes on the show in general. My co-host Jake does not get starstruck very often, but he is the biggest reality TV show fan I know, so he was so excited you were coming on the show.
Well, very cool.
I was a fan of The Surreal Life. Yes, that is going
that
back.
Was special. That was a special
well, I knew
time.
you from your career before, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I know that guy. So anyway, I'm a fan of all your different genres.
Well, I appreciate it. I even dipped my toe back in the reality TV world recently. I did Special Forces on Fox. That was
rad.
wild.
How was that?
It was insane. I did season 3, I think it was. I think they just showed season 4, but it was intense.
That's so cool.
Your life is intense. I mean, everything you do is intense, but I do think, as we've learned talking to everyone down here at 511, it's kind of a natural marriage then in that sense.
Yeah, that's what's so cool about this brand. You know, I've actually been a fan of this brand for a long time. The irony is the relationship kind of started because the show I was just telling you about, I actually bought a pair of their military-style boots, and I wore them on the show. And got hooked up with some of the guys just through friends of friends, and they jumped on board immediately, started supporting. I have a veterans V-Twin charity that we do called Good Ride. They immediately jumped on board, and as we kind of started working together through my charity, I just, like I said, they make great product, and I'm a techie nerd, right? Like, I'm older, I'm 50 now, like I want some like really well-built clothing, well-built backpacks and all. Yeah, like I don't want to go buy a kids, junior high backpack. Like I want good quality stuff. So because of that, we started working together, and they're really trying to evolve their program too. And they make so many like multi-use products. It's just now, kind of educating the general public about that.
So Ben and I, we talk a lot of football, and we talk a lot of basketball, especially basketball, and we get into radio cliche stuff like, what does it take to be great? And I'm curious, in Supercross and motocross, as somebody who's kind of been to the top, what does it take to be great at that sport?
Oh man, that is a full life commitment. I mean, it's a lot has changed, right? I mean, I'm 50 years old. I was chasing the Supercross dream in the 90s. But what hasn't changed is it's not something that you just kind of ride the wave. And I don't want to bash any of the sports. It's not a sport bashing, but so many things, like if you kind of get involved at a young age and you ride the wave long enough, you tend to kind of make some leadway and have better opportunities, right? With motocross, it's gotten so literally competitive, and there's such a small group that make it to the level of being in the stadium on Saturday. And of that group that make it to the stadium on Saturday, guys that actually make a living doing it. Yeah. It's truly, and dealing with the injuries as an amateur, as a beginner, until you're in the brass ring, it's really a labor of love to get to this. Like, this isn't a money grab, because so few people actually can make a living, racing a dirt bike.
You can't dip your toe.
You can. It's just but it's also, what's great about it is, like, it's a family environment. Like, I don't know how many, well,
look at the kids that have come through here.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great thing, maybe the great thing about skateboarding is, mom and dad buy a $200 deck and you can go to the skate park. You need the whole family to support you in motocross. So it really has a family background.
Are you going to the race tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Any thoughts? We'd like to break it down. You want to give us a little analysis, what you're looking for?
So the backstory, if you guys probably don't know, I used to own a Supercross motocross team. We won a championship, I think it was in 2016. We were a factory Suzuki program, and Ken Roxon was a racer for myself and Ricky Carmichael, who was one of the owners of the Triumph team here. Long story short, Ken is a great friend of mine. We were friends before he raced for me. Been friends ever since, and didn't win a Supercross championship for us, but here he is 10 years later, and it's down to 1 point, the last race of the year, which that doesn't happen very often in motocross or many sports, like competitive sports like this. Like, to have it come down to one last race, 1 point, winner take all, is pretty awesome.
Ben and I are both girl dads. If I'm not mistaken, you're a girl dad, right? Does she like it? Have you gotten her into it?
She does. It's weird because she's 14 now, and the weirder part of it is I was so immersed in this world of Supercross for 10 years that I had my team, not including the years that I raced and been a fan. But me kind of stepping out of having to go to 25 races a year and drag my family along to them, that created a gap. And nowadays it's like I have this joke with both of my kids. As we start to stumble on a Saturday during Supercross season, I'm like, hey guys, guess what day it is? And they're like, what? It's Saturday. And I do it to them every week. It's Saturday. I go, say it with me, Supercross, Supercross. And they get so mad. They're like, I'm not watching that with you. So I'm usually in, the kitchen little tiny TV watching by myself.
I'm glad nobody's too cool to tease their kids. I'm glad that doesn't happen. Yeah, because you do it, I do it. I'm glad to hear you do it as well.
I'm brutal with it.
Yeah. Oh, man, kids are the best. Well, listen, Carrie, it is a pleasure to meet you.
Cool.
This was so fun. We're glad you made it
Appreciate
over.
it,
We've been looking forward to it all day. Thank you very
absolutely.
much. Enjoy the race tomorrow.
Hey, no, thank you guys for coming out and supporting 511 and the motocross community. And I love Utah, Salt Lake City specifically, and it's great seeing you guys.
All right, thanks, Carrie.
Good
We
luck.
appreciate it. The great Carrie Hart, everyone. We're live at 511. We will have more Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page